Everlasting Dragon Emperor Chapter 4661 to Chapter 4741. Lu Ming's scalp went numb. He had fallen into a snake's nest. From the looks of it, these giant snakes should be in their breeding season, so they gathered together. Hiss! Hiss! Those giant snakes had already discovered Lu Ming. Several of them rose into the air, exposing their bodies that were more than 100 meters long. They opened their mouths wide and tried to swallow Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked down and saw several pitch-black abysses. Fight! Lu Ming gritted his teeth. Below was the snake's nest, and behind him was the purple Lord of Heaven. He had no way out. If he continued to hesitate, he would only die. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the ancient desolation ring. The ancient desolation ring continued to descend. It landed in the mouth of a giant snake and was swallowed into its stomach. How did this kid disappear? Did he enter the ring? Could it be that the ring has an internal space? The purple Lord of Heaven's mind raced. Only a treasure with an internal space could take him in, and one that could allow living creatures to live in. Such a treasure was extremely rare in the greater thousand world like the Chaos Universe. Lu Ming even had such a treasure. He had too many good things on him. At the thought of this, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's eyes burned even more fervently. He did not slow down and wanted to kill the giant snake so that he could take control of the Chaos Ring. Whoosh! One of the giant snakes swept its tail at the purple Lord of Heaven like a bolt of lightning. The snake's tail was more powerful than a divine weapon. It directly pierced through the void and let out a terrifying roar. With a terrifying force, it kept pressing towards the purple Lord of Heaven. The purple Lord of Heaven waved his violet golden battle spear and swept it out, colliding with the snake's tail. Boom! With a loud bang, the purple Lord of Heaven's body shook violently. He couldn't help but retreat. His face turned pale and he almost vomited blood. What a strong power! It's even stronger than mine. The purple Lord of Heaven was a little shocked. Boom! 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 At this moment, several giant snakes made their moves. All of them lashed out with their tails towards the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. Every single one of them exploded with an astonishing amount of power. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's expression was grave. He used his movement technique to continuously dodge, but in the end, he was unable to completely dodge. He was swept by a snake tail, and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven crashed into a wall, coughing up large amounts of blood. With just one strike, 9 of the Lord of Heaven's bones were broken. Silk then, a giant snake flew out like lightning, opening its mouth and biting towards the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven waved his hand, and a few balls flew into the giant snake's mouth. Then, they suddenly exploded, blowing up the giant snake's mouth. However, the giant snake didn't die. It just continued to scream and went completely crazy. The 2 fangs in its mouth flew out like 2 daggers at lightning speed. Although the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven did his best to dodge, he was still struck by one of the fangs. It left a deep wound on his body, almost tearing half of his body apart. Run, run, run! The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven was terrified and frantically fled upwards. Fortunately, the giant snakes didn't chase after the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven when they saw that he had run far away. Instead, they fell down and continued to tangle with the other giant snakes. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven didn't dare to be careless, nor did he dare to stop. He continued to charge downwards until he reached the outside of the crack. Only then did he let out a long breath. Then his body trembled and he suddenly coughed up blood. Damn, those fangs are poisonous! The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven roared. Previously, he had been struck by one of the giant snake's fangs. That fangs contained a deadly poison that had already spread throughout his body. He had to heal as quickly as possible. He casually laid down some alert formations around the crack and then sat down cross-legged. He took out several medicinal pills, swallowed them, and began to circulate his energy to expel the poison. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven spent 3 days to expel the poison from his body. His injuries were mostly healed. That brat Lu Ming still hasn't come out. Could it be that he's already dead? Not necessarily. He entered a treasure with a hidden space. He shouldn't die so easily. This crack is very dangerous, and I can't go alone. I should find someone else to go with me. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven thought to himself. He actually wanted to capture Lu Ming by himself and take all of Lu Ming's treasures for himself. However, it was clear that he was too weak. It was too dangerous for him to enter the crevice alone. He planned to go with Xianxia and the others. Immediately, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven laid down some formations around the crack. These formations were surveillance formations. He could see them even from far away. This kind of formation was very simple and basic in the Eldritch universe. It was also very practical, so many people with higher cultivation would learn it easily. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven laid down surveillance formations around the crack mainly because he was afraid that Lu Ming would sneak away after he left. Then, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's figure flashed and left the place. How do I get out? Lu Ming frowned. He stayed in the chaos ring and sat cross-legged. He spread out his spirit sense and covered the surface of the chaos ring. He could observe the situation outside the chaos ring. It was obvious that the chaos ring was in the giant snake's stomach. At this moment, there was a green and disgusting liquid surging towards the chaos ring from all directions, wrapping the chaos ring within. This liquid was terrifyingly corrosive and poisonous. It was the giant snake's digestive fluid. It was extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful a creature was, once it was wrapped in this digestive fluid, it would be poisoned and slowly corroded. However, the chaos ring was not to be underestimated. It was one of the 4 great treasures of the Life Spirit Heavenly Court. Its material was indestructible and could not be corroded by this digestive fluid. Therefore, the chaos ring was completely fine. Lu Ming was not worried about this. What he was worried about was how to get out. Should he break open the giant snake's body and kill his way out? Obviously, that was not realistic. After he got out, he would probably be completely corroded by the digestive fluid. Should he release the War God Spear and make it expand rapidly to burst the giant snake's stomach? That was also impossible. This giant snake was a peak divine master. At this level, it was easy to change the size of its body. When the War God Spear expanded, the giant snake's body could also expand. It was a stupid method to make the snake's body explode by expanding its size. It might work at a lower level, but it was completely impossible at a higher level. Lu Ming had a headache. The only thing he could do now was to wait. Perhaps the chaos ring could be excreted along with the giant snake's excrement. Although this method was embarrassing and disgusting, there was no other way. After about half a day, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the giant snake was moving quickly. It should be done and had left the nest. After a few hours, the giant snake stopped. After a while, the giant snake started moving again. Just like that, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. The chaos ring was still in the giant snake's stomach. On this day, Lu Ming could clearly feel that the giant snake was violently shaking. Outside, there was a violent rumble and the giant snake's sharp cry. The giant snake is fighting. What is it fighting against? Could it be that the people from the heavenly palace have arrived? Lu Ming's heart sank. It had already been a few days. It wasn't surprising that the people from the heavenly palace had arrived. The battle didn't last for long. After a few minutes, Lu Ming sensed that the giant snake was no longer moving. Lu Ming's spiritual awareness covered the surface of the ancient desolation ring. He could feel that the surrounding digestive fluid had receded. The life force of the giant snake was also quickly draining away. The giant snake was dead. It was obvious that the giant snake had been killed. Lu Ming's heart also rose. He hoped that the people who had killed the giant snake weren't from the heavenly palace. Pucci, the giant snake's body was being cut open. Looking outside through the ancient desolation ring, he could see that the giant snake's stomach was also cut open. The light outside shone in. That's a desolation remnant. After seeing the situation outside, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel happy. The people who had killed the giant snake weren't from the heavenly palace, but several giant red birds. These giant red birds had long beaks and extremely sharp claws. At this moment, these giant birds were using their sharp claws to tear apart the giant snake's body. Small, small, small. Lu Ming controlled the ancient desolation ring and made it quickly shrink until it was as small as a speck of dust. He then attached it to a piece of the giant snake's bone. He didn't dare to act rashly. These giant birds were able to kill the giant snake in just a few minutes. This was enough to show their terrifying strength. Lu Ming couldn't even defeat the giant snake. If he acted rashly, he would be courting death. The giant birds were enjoying their meal to their heart's content. They didn't even notice the tiny ancient desolation ring. Soon, the giant snake was almost completely eaten. Only a few scraps were left. After the giant birds enjoyed their meal, they seemed to be satisfied. After chirping a few times, they spread their wings and flew away in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming let out a long breath. However, he didn't immediately come out of the ancient desolation ring. Instead, he controlled the ancient desolation ring to fly up and looked around with his spiritual awareness. This was a plain with a few hills in the distance. There were no other desolation remnants around. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. With a thought, he flew out of the primitive ring. He condensed a wisp of flame and shrouded the primitive ring, removing the residual digestive fluid on the surface of the primitive ring. He then put the primitive ring into his sea of consciousness. I didn't expect there was an underground world under the crack. Lu Ming looked around. The surroundings were wide and boundless. The vegetation was lush and full of vitality. Apart from the dim lighting, it was no different from the outside of the crack. I don't know where I am now, and how far away I am from that crack. I wonder if the people from the Heavenly Palace have come after me. Lu Ming pondered. If the purple-robed Lord of Heaven was fine, Lu Ming guessed that the heavenly human race would most likely come after him. They wouldn't let him go so easily. A few days had passed. Perhaps the Heavenly Palace had already entered the crack. I can't go back to that crack. Maybe the Heavenly Palace is waiting for me there. Maybe there are other exits. Lu Ming pondered. He planned to leave this place first and look for other exits. But before leaving, Lu Ming waved his hands. Runes spread and several formations appeared around him. Similarly, this was a monitoring array formation. If the Heavenly Palace's people passed by here, they would be discovered by Lu Ming. After setting up the monitoring array, Lu Ming flew along the ground and disappeared from the place. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and rushed forward. Every once in a while, Lu Ming would set up a few surveillance formations in some hidden corners. Very soon, a day passed. This underground world was really vast. It also gave birth to many powerful primitive surviving beasts. Throughout the day, Lu Ming saw many surviving beasts of the untainted land. Of course, these primitive surviving beasts varied in strength. It was impossible for all of them to be as powerful as the giant snakes or the fiery red giant birds. There were primitive surviving beasts of all realms. Ordinary surviving species of the untainted land did not pose a threat to Lu Ming at all. He just had to avoid those powerful surviving species of the untainted land. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not encounter any primordial surviving beasts of the origin realm that day. At this moment, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven finally found Yi Qiuxian and the others outside the crack. "Young Master Qiuxian, how are the Heaven Destroyer and the others?" asked the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. "I killed one of them. The others escaped." "Humph." Yi Qiuxian snorted coldly. He was extremely displeased. Originally, with their strength, they had the absolute upper hand. Even if they couldn't wipe out Lion and the others, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. However, due to his defeat in the battle against Lu Ming, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven left the battlefield to save him. This allowed the Heaven Destroyer to catch their breath. In the end, only one of them was killed. The others all escaped. This was equivalent to him indirectly helping the Heaven Destroyer. It would be strange if he wasn't happy. "Where's Lu Ming? Did you kill him?" Yi Qiuxian changed the topic and asked the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. "He managed to escape. That little brat has many treasures and is extremely crafty. He managed to escape to a dangerous place." The purple-robed Lord of Heaven explained in detail how Lu Ming escaped into the crack. Of course, he had made some slight changes in some parts. For example, he didn't mention that Lu Ming had a treasure that contained an internal space. He only said that Lu Ming rushed into the crack and he followed him in, only to be attacked by the giant snake. As for the metal life form being able to transform into a source-grade armor, he didn't want to say it. However, after thinking that Xianxia should know, he said it. He was a little selfish. He wanted to take all the treasures on Lu Ming. That Lu Ming has great luck. Even if there's a powerful remnant species in the crack, he won't die so easily. He's most likely still alive. Let's go and kill him in the crack. Xianxia said coldly. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. He must find a way to get rid of Lu Ming. I've set up a monitoring formation around the crack. I didn't see Lu Ming come out of the crack. He should still be inside. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. All right, lead the way. Let's go. Xianxia Dao. Xianxia immediately led the way toward the crack. Not long after, they arrived above the crack. The last time I went down, I encountered a group of giant snakes. There were more than a dozen of them, and each of them had a cultivation of peak divine lord. They were very strong. I don't know if they're still there. You must be careful when you go down, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. Gather together. If you find that you can't handle the danger, retreat quickly. Xianxia Dao. 8 peak divine lord experts immediately surrounded Xianxia and rushed down the crack. Soon, they were attacked by the lizards and spiders on both sides of the crack. However, the poisonous insects on both sides of the crack were unable to cause any harm to Xianxia and the others. They easily killed a large number of them and soon arrived at the bottom of the crack. Be careful, there are giant snakes down there. There are only 3 left. Don't worry, kill them. Xianxia and the others found that there were indeed giant snakes under the crack. However, there were only 3 left as the others had all left. Hiss hiss, the 3 giant snakes attacked Xianxia and the others. Each of the giant snakes had the cultivation of a peak almighty. However, there were only 3 of them. On the heavenly palace's side, there were 8 Lord of Heaven. 2 of them even had source-level divine weapons. Their combat strength was far superior to the 3 giant snakes. The 2 sides fought for a while. In the end, the 3 giant snakes were defeated and all of them were killed. Peel open the giant snake's body and see if Lu Ming has been eaten by the giant snake. Xianxia said. Immediately, one of the Lord of Heaven stepped forward, took out a sharp sword, and cut open the giant snake's stomach. However, he did not find Lu Ming's body. It seems that Lu Ming is not here. It's very likely that he survived. Xianxia said coldly. This underground world looks very big. It won't be easy to find Lu Ming. How about we split up and chase him? 2 people in a group and chase in 4 directions. The purple Lord of Heaven's suggestion was approved by the others. This underground world was indeed very big. They could not see the end of it. If they searched together, the efficiency would be too low. If they split up, the efficiency would be greatly increased. With 2 Lord of Heaven in a group, even if Lu Ming had many treasures, he would not be able to escape death. Immediately, they split into 4 groups. 2 Lord of Heaven in a group. Xianxia, with 2 Lord of Heaven in a group. The 4 groups split into 4 directions. They shot out like lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lu Ming was hiding on a giant rock and looking ahead. Is that a glazed peach? Lu Ming stared at a mountain peak in front of him without blinking. Up ahead, there was a mountain peak. The peak of the mountain wasn't very tall, and there was a huge peach tree at the peak. This peach tree had a diameter of 100 meters and a height of several thousand meters. It was incomparably huge. There were at least a few hundred peaches growing on this peach tree. Each peach was as big as a bucket. The peaches were sparkling and translucent, like colored glass. Lu Ming had seen records of such peaches in ancient books. This type of peach was known as the glazed peach. It was a type of primary divine medicine. Master-grade divine medicine, as the name implied, was a divine medicine that was extremely useful to divine masters. This was especially true for the colored glazed peach, which contained extremely rich essence qi. It could be refined directly to replace the desolate crystal and increase the cultivation of a divine master. For divine masters, other than the primal chaos crystal, there were actually many main-level divine herbs that could increase their cultivation. However, master-grade godly medicines were simply too rare. They were much rarer than great desolation gems. Just like source-grade godly medicines, the desolate universe couldn't nurture any of them. If one wanted to obtain them, they could only do so in the universe ruins. However, the laws of the universe ruins were chaotic in the past, so very few of them could be nurtured. It was only in the last few dozen stellar years that the laws of the universe ruins became more orderly. Some places could nurture some main-level divine herbs, but they were extremely rare. Therefore, divine masters mainly relied on great desolation gems to increase their cultivation. This continent had always been sealed in the thousand-year battlefield. Just like the desolate continent, it didn't seem to be affected. The surviving species of the desolate universe had reproduced here, and they had encountered source-grade divine herbs before. Thus, it was normal for some main-level divine herbs to be nurtured. If I want to break through to the 6th level of the Divine Master realm, I'll need at least 5 to 6 million great desolation gems. Where can I find so many great desolation gems? If I have a few hundred colored glazed peaches, I might be able to take a big step forward and save a lot of great desolation gems. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he thought about it. He had to increase his strength as soon as possible because he didn't know when the heavenly human race would arrive. If he could increase his cultivation to the 6th level of the Divine Master realm, he would be much more confident in protecting himself. However, it wasn't that easy to get these glazed peaches. Because there were many apes living on the peach trees and mountain peaks. These apes were burly and extremely strong. They were obviously surviving species of the desolate universe. There were more than 100 of them. If he wanted to get these glazed peaches, he would have to fight with these apes. There's a peak Divine Master Monkey King and 3 9th-level Divine Masters. The rest are all below the 9th level of the Divine Master realm. Even so, I can't deal with them. Now, I can only wait for the right time. Lu Ming thought about it and used the great concealment technique to hide in the rocks and wait for the right time. Half a day later. Ayo ayo ayo, the apes howled loudly, especially the Monkey King. Then, it led a group of apes into the distance and disappeared from Lu Ming's sight. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The opportunity had come. The Monkey King had taken away more than half of the apes, including 2 9th-level Divine Master apes. Now, there was only 1 9th-level Divine Master ape left on the mountain peak. With a 9th-level Divine Master, Lu Ming now had a chance. However, Lu Ming did not immediately make his move. The Monkey King had only just left. If he made a move now, he might alarm the Monkey King. Lu Ming waited for 10 some minutes before making his move. Swish, Lu Ming used the extreme light art and shot toward the mountain peak like a bolt of lightning. Ayo ayo ayo, the apes immediately noticed Lu Ming and furiously roared. 10 some apes leaped at Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared as the war god spear thrust forward, transforming into 10 some spear lights. Swoosh! Swoosh, the war god spear was incredibly sharp. Although these apes had tough physical bodies and astonishing defensive abilities, they could not block the war god spear's attacks. Those below the 8th level of the God Lord realm were unable to block a single spear light and were killed. The 2 8th-level God Lord apes relied on their powerful defensive abilities to preserve their lives, but they were heavily injured, their heads almost exploding. Lu Ming moved with incredible speed and arrived at the mountain peak in an instant. Boom, the 9th-tier Divine Master ape stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Its burly body charged toward Lu Ming like a small mountain. It threw a punch, causing the void to crack. It was a shocking sight. Little ball! Lu Ming exclaimed softly. Cho-Cho flew out and turned into a mirror. It shot out a beam of light and shrouded the 9th-level Divine Master ape. The 9th-level God Lord ape was instantly affected and fell into an illusion. However, primordial descendants seemed to have a powerful resistance to illusions. In just a moment, the ape began to roar and struggle. But this moment was enough for Lu Ming. Bish, Lu Ming thrust his spear with all his might toward the 9th-level Divine Master ape. This spear erupted with the power of Origin Source. A 9th-level God Lord ape was the strongest ape here. As long as he could deal with this ape, the rest would be easy. Thus, Lu Ming used his full strength the moment he attacked. Origin energy also erupted and poured into the War God spear. Whoosh, this spear was unstoppable. It directly penetrated the space between the ape's eyebrows, blasting a large hole in the ape's forehead. The vitality of a primeval remnant was not to be underestimated. Even with a large hole in its forehead, this 9th-level god Lord Ape did not die immediately. It madly punched out with its fists, sending out 10-some punches before finally collapsing to the ground. Swish! Swish, swish! Lu Ming did not stop attacking the other apes. Faced with apes below the 9th tier of the Divine Master Realm, with Xianxia's cooperation, even without the power of the origin, they could destroy them easily. Lu Ming killed 7 to 8 7th tier and 8th tier Divine Master apes consecutively. The other apes were terrified. They no longer dared to continue fighting with Lu Ming, howling as they ran off into the distance. These apes were clearly running in the direction of the Monkey King, clearly intending to inform it. But Lu Ming did not care. He only needed a short period of time to harvest the colored peaches. Once he was done, Lu Ming would leave. Even if the Monkey King returned, it would not be able to find him. With the apes fleeing, Lu Ming flew to the top of the tree. His forbidden energy transformed into large hands that began to harvest the colored peaches. One bucket-sized colored peaches after another were put into Lu Ming's storage ring. Lu Ming was very fast at harvesting. In just a few minutes, he had harvested more than 300 colored peaches. Lu Ming then transformed into a ray of light that shot off into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. More than 10 minutes after Lu Ming flew away, an earth-shattering roar could be heard from afar. The Monkey King flew over quickly. When it saw the bare peach tree, it roared furiously. It smashed the ground around it, forming many big pits. Unfortunately, it was useless. Just like before, Lu Ming set up several monitoring arrays after flying for a short distance. After flying for half a day, Lu Ming found a relatively secluded place and sat down cross-legged. He took out a glazed peach and began to gnaw it. The colored glass peach looked like colored glass, but its flesh was juicy and melted in the mouth. It was filled with rich life essence and energy. It was as big as a water bucket, and Lu Ming finished it in a few bites. Waves of energy crisscrossed within Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming began refining with all his might. About an hour later, the glazed peach was completely refined by Lu Ming. Carefully sensing the changes in the forbidden energy in his body, Lu Ming gasped in amazement. The energy contained in a single glazed peach is equivalent to 10,000 desolate crystals. More than 300 glazed peaches are equivalent to more than 3 million desolate crystals. There was joy on Lu Ming's face. Although more than 300 glazed peaches couldn't help Lu Ming break through, they could save Lu Ming more than 3 million desolate crystals. If he had enough main-grade divine herbs, he could indeed break through directly. These glazed peaches are truly priceless. If I'm below the 3rd layer of the Divine Lord realm, I only need one to break through. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. He then took out another glazed peach and continued to refine it. Just like this, several days passed. Lu Ming had refined several dozen glazed peaches, and the forbidden energy in his body was growing thicker and thicker. But at this time, Lu Ming stopped cultivating. Let's see if the people from the Heavenly Palace are here. Lu Ming thought for a moment, then waved his hand. Several light screens appeared in the air. These light screens corresponded to the surveillance formations he had set up and could project images of the nearby area. He didn't see anyone from the Heavenly Palace in these images. Lu Ming waved his hand again, and the images changed. After all, Lu Ming had set up many surveillance formations, so he had to look through them one by one. After continuously changing dozens of images, finally, Lu Ming's pupils shrank when he saw one of the images. In this image, there were 2 figures standing high in the sky. These 2 figures were naturally the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. One of them was the purple-robed Lord of Heaven who had chased after Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming instantly determined that these 2 Lord of Heaven were very close to his current location. A layer of cold sweat seeped out of Lu Ming's forehead. He had forgotten about it because he was cultivating. Fortunately, he had checked in time. If he had delayed any longer, the other party might have found him. If the 2 Lord of Heaven attacked together, even if he had the protection of Xiaoqiu's armor, he would still be shocked to death. Lu Ming ended his cultivation, withdrew his aura, and quietly left this place. Not long after Lu Ming left, two figures flashed in the place where Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven appeared in the sky, looking in all directions and spreading out their spiritual senses. However, Lu Ming was now experienced. Before leaving, he had wiped out the aura he left behind, so the other party didn't find anything. Could it be that Lu Ming is not in this area? Or has he been eaten by the surviving species of the untainted land? The other Lord of Heaven, who was more burly, frowned. I don't think so. I guess he's near this area. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. Oh? Why do you think so? The burly Lord of Heaven said in confusion. Have you forgotten those apes you saw before? Those apes were as violent as thunder, and that Monkey King was filled with killing intent. I'm guessing that there must have been a fruit on that peach tree, but it was plucked away by someone. That's why those apes were so violent. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven analyzed. Are you saying that Lu Ming plucked it away? The burly Lord of Heaven's eyes lit up. The others are searching in other directions. Who else could be in this direction except for us? So, I'm sure that Lu Ming is in this area. Maybe he's not far from us. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven said. Now that you mention it, it does make sense. Let's speed up the search. The burly Lord of Heaven laughed and flew forward. His spiritual consciousness whizzed out and covered a large area. On the other hand, Lu Ming was flying at high speed. At the same time, many thoughts were running through his mind. It seems that the people from the Heavenly Palace have really come in. Their purpose is obviously for me. I can't go on like this. They'll find me sooner or later. I either have to find another way out or launch a counterattack. Various thoughts flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Ka, in the distant sky, a sharp chirp interrupted Lu Ming's train of thought. In the distant sky, there was a golden eagle. Its body was golden and its wings were hundreds of meters long. This golden eagle was almost identical to the golden eagle that Lion and the others had besieged earlier. Lu Ming was sure that the two were of the same species. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming could feel the terrifying aura of the golden eagle in the distance. It was definitely a peak almighty surviving species of the untainted land, and it was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming subconsciously tensed his muscles. His body flashed as he used the great concealment technique to hide in a rock. This golden condor's combat strength was simply too shocking. Lu Ming had a deep impression of it. Previously, Lion and the other 8 peak divine master experts had joined forces to fight against the golden condor, but it had been extremely difficult. In the end, Lion had been seriously injured before he finally killed the golden condor. Although the others were not injured, they had also consumed a lot of energy. The golden condor's combat strength was evident. Although it was also a peak divine master, it was definitely many times stronger than the giant snake. It was evident that the golden condor was extremely powerful even among the surviving species of the untainted land. In the void ahead, the golden condor swooped down and landed on a rock that protruded from the cliff. This golden condor is powerful enough. If I can borrow the power of this golden condor, I can kill the 2 Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming's mind quickly began to think. It was obviously unrealistic to rely on his own strength to deal with the 2 Lord of Heaven. He could only rely on external forces to deal with experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven. However, what should he do to borrow the power of the golden condor? This was very dangerous. If he did not do it right, he might get burned by playing with fire and lose himself. Lu Ming, I can sense that there is a metal vein underground that extends all the way to the cliff. Perhaps we can approach it silently. Xianxia said. There is a metal vein underground? Can you approach the cliff without making any noise? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as an idea immediately surfaced in his mind. If he could get close to the golden condor and wait for the heavenly human tribe members to arrive, he could appear and lure the 2 heavenly human tribe members over. No. Lu Ming immediately shook his head and dismissed the idea. This method would not work at all. Firstly, if he took the initiative to appear, he would probably immediately be attacked by the golden condor. Secondly, even if the golden condor did not attack him, would the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe be so stupid as to attack him after seeing the golden condor? At that time, with the golden condor in front and the Lord of Heaven behind him, he would be in a desperate situation. What should we do? Lu Ming furrowed his brows deeply. At this moment, he deeply felt that his cultivation was too weak. If his cultivation was strong enough, he wouldn't have to waste so much effort. He could just charge over and crush the other party with his powerful battle prowess. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's go over and see what's going on. Having made up his mind, Lu Ming had Xianxia dig a small hole in the ground before the two of them entered the underground metal mine. This metal mine was just an ordinary metal mine. It wasn't precious, but it was enough for them to pass through. Xianxia wriggled and enveloped Lu Ming within it. It then integrated into the metal mine and moved along the metal mine toward the cliff. The cliff looked like it was made of brass, but it turned out to be a huge metal mine. This also made things easier for Lu Ming and the others. Xianxia brought Lu Ming along and silently appeared on a cliff above the golden condor, watching it secretly from above. Those are bird eggs. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that there was a bird's nest on the protruding rock below. There were 3 huge golden bird eggs in the nest. The golden eagle was obviously incubating the eggs. If I can steal an egg, this golden eagle will probably go crazy. Right, I got it, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He thought of a way to use this golden eagle to deal with the 2 Lord of Heaven from the heavenly palace. Lu Ming and Xianxia quietly waited in the metal mine. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. They're here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw 2 figures rapidly flying over from afar. They were the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven saw the golden eagle from afar and didn't dare to approach. They just glanced at it and left. Naturally, they couldn't discover Lu Ming and the others. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed. His plan hadn't succeeded yet, so he could only continue to hide. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. Whoosh! The great golden condor soared into the sky, flying into the distance in search of food. Just like the golden eagle that lion dealt with previously, this golden eagle also set up a formation before it left to hide the eggs. It couldn't be seen from the outside at all. Good chance. After the golden eagle left, Lu Ming and Xianxia took action. With Lu Ming's attainments in formations, it would be difficult for him to break the concealment formation set up by the golden eagle. It would take him at least a few days. After such a long time, the golden eagle would have been alerted. However, there was a loophole in this formation. There was a metal mine below. Therefore, Xianxia directly took action from below and silently obtained an egg. The golden bird egg had a diameter of a few meters. Lu Ming kept it in the ancient desolation ring. Then, Xianxia took Lu Ming and continued to merge with the metal mine before leaving silently. Not long after, the golden eagle seemed to have sensed that something was wrong with the egg and hurried back. When it saw that an egg was missing, it immediately let out an earth-shattering cry and flew around in the sky. From time to time, it would spit out a golden stream of light from its mouth, blasting a large hole in the ground. Caw! The golden eagle screamed and pounced on the other surviving species of the ancient wilderness in the surrounding area. The surviving species of the ancient wilderness in this area suffered. Dozens of them were killed by the golden eagle while the rest fled. The golden eagle screamed for a long time before it calmed down. It landed on the nest and didn't leave anymore. How terrifying. The strength of this golden eagle seems to be even stronger than the one that lion and the rest attacked previously. Its combat strength is far above the heavenly human race. What a terrifying species. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. However, the stronger the golden eagle, the better. Let's try and see if the golden eagle is sensitive to the eggs. Lu Ming pondered. Then, he carefully went to the ground and took out the golden egg from the ancient wilderness ring. As soon as the golden egg was taken out, the golden eagle on the cliff immediately raised its head and screeched. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Then, it rushed toward Lu Ming. Nest, your senses are really sharp. Lu Ming put the golden egg into the ancient wilderness ring as fast as he could. Then, he and Xianxia quickly rushed into the metal mine and went down along the metal mine. Boom! Boom! Not long after Lu Ming entered the metal mine, an earth-shattering roar erupted from above. The place where Lu Ming was standing just now was brutally ravaged by the golden eagle's crazy attacks. A large piece of the hard ground was forcefully removed by the golden path, creating a large hole that was 10,000 meters deep. Fortunately, the metal mine here was rich. It extended down for more than 100,000 meters. Lu Ming and Xianxia went down without being attacked by the golden eagle. Half a day later, the golden eagle finally stopped and returned to the cliff. After a while, Lu Ming quietly returned to the ground and quickly flew into the distance. The direction Lu Ming was heading in was the direction where the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven had left. This time, Lu Ming wanted to take the initiative to find the two Lord of Heaven. Along the way, Lu Ming left clues and then sped up, flying in the direction of the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly man. Lu Ming didn't fly for long before he was discovered by the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven. This was because the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven would also leave surveillance formations in secret corners when they were moving forward. When Lu Ming passed by the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven, he was discovered. That kid has appeared. That kid is indeed in this area. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's eyes lit up. This kid is actually behind us. It seems that he was hiding somewhere before and was overlooked by us. Haha, let's see where you can run now. The burly Lord of Heaven laughed. Come, let's go quickly, lest that kid slips away again. Let's make it clear in advance. After killing Lu Ming, I'll have the first pick of the treasures on his body. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven said. It seems that you've taken a fancy to some treasure on his body. Haha, don't think about taking the treasure for yourself. The burly Lord of Heaven sneered. The two of them were extremely fast. Soon, they were close to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's reaction was extremely sharp. He was always ready and paying attention to his surroundings. He knew very well that if he could set up a surveillance formation, so could the other party. They could kill him at any time, so he was always highly focused. As soon as he discovered the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven, Lu Ming turned around and ran. The direction he was running in was naturally the direction of the golden eagle. Don't go. Lu Ming, this time, don't even think about running away. The two Lord of Heaven shouted and quickly chased after Lu Ming. Fortunately, this place was not far from the golden eagle. In this area, the golden eagle had gone crazy and there were almost no other surviving species of the untainted land. Therefore, Lu Ming did not need to worry about encountering other powerful surviving species of the untainted land. He could increase his speed to the maximum. In this way, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven would not be able to catch up with Lu Ming in a short time. Soon, they arrived at the area where the golden eagle was. Lu Ming rushed directly to a place that contained a metal vein. When he arrived, Xianxia had already wrapped around Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly rushed into the metal vein. Before dashing into the metal or vein, Lu Ming took out the golden egg and threw it out with all his might. The golden egg was like a golden piece of metal. It smashed towards the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly man. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven really thought that the golden egg was Lu Ming's weapon to attack them. Clang, the burly Lord of Heaven held his battle saber and slashed out, directly splitting the golden egg into two halves. The egg liquid spilled all over the ground. This is an egg? The burly Lord of Heaven and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven were slightly stunned. Caw, at this moment, an earth-shattering cry sounded. On the cliff, the golden eagle rushed into the sky. Its incomparably sharp eyes looked at the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven. When it saw the broken golden egg, its eyes turned red. It let out a crazy roar. Its golden body rushed towards the burly Lord of Heaven and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven like a bolt of lightning. Oh no, we've been tricked. Damn it, let's go. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven immediately reacted. He roared and turned to run. The burly Lord of Heaven was slightly stunned. He also turned to run. However, their speed was much slower than that of the golden eagle. At this moment, the golden eagle was filled with endless killing intent. Its golden wings flapped rapidly. Its speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, it caught up with the burly Lord of Heaven. It opened its mouth and a golden blade of light shot towards the burly Lord of Heaven. The burly Heaven Monarch yelled as he waved his hand and slashed out a ray of light to block the light blade. However, the golden eagle had already arrived. Its golden wings were sharper than a divine blade. It slashed at the burly Lord of Heaven. Clang, the burly Heaven Monarch brandished his saber to block the attack. When the two collided, there was a violent explosion. Then, the burly Heaven Monarch's body shook violently and flew backward like a cannonball. As he flew, he vomited large amounts of blood. The bones in one of his arms were shattered. He almost couldn't hold his blade. His internal organs were also severely injured and almost shattered. They were both peak. Almighty, but his combat strength was far inferior to the Golden Eagle. He was severely injured in one move. After sending the burly Lord of Heaven flying, the Golden Eagle roared and continued to attack the burly man. "Save me! Come and help me! Let's fight this eagle together!" The burly man roared at the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. He was no match for the Golden Eagle alone. He would be torn to pieces. If there were two people, they would have a better chance of escaping. However, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven didn't even turn his head. He only shouted, "Hold on for a while. I'll go and find reinforcements. We're both peak almighty. I'll find a few more people to kill it." As he shouted, the purple-robed Lord of Heaven fled even faster. "Hold on my ass. How am I supposed to hold on alone?" The burly Lord of Heaven roared in rage. It was obvious that the purple-robed Lord of Heaven wanted to use him as a shield so that he could escape. But what could he do in this situation? He could only fight with his life on the line. With a furious roar, the paramount power of heaven blazed. The origin power of the origin seed was fully unleashed, surging into his saber as he slashed at the Golden Eagle. However, the Golden Eagle didn't dodge the attack of the burly Lord of Heaven, allowing it to strike its body. With a clang, the burly Lord of Heaven's saber struck the golden feathers, but it couldn't break through the Golden Eagle's defense. Instead, the Golden Eagle's sharp claws grabbed the chest of the burly Lord of Heaven and crushed his heart. "Ah! Lu Ming, I can't accept this." The burly Lord of Heaven let out a desperate roar. In the next moment, the Golden Condor's sharp claws tore the burly Lord of Heaven's body into pieces. His head was also swallowed by the Golden Condor. A powerful Heaven Monarch had perished in such an aggrieved manner. After killing the burly Lord of Heaven, the Golden Eagle was obviously not appeased. It flapped its wings and continued to fly towards the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. It believed that the purple-robed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were in cahoots. Both of them were going to die. Damn it! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was shocked and fled frantically. But it was obvious that the Golden Eagle was faster. Although there was some distance between the two, the distance between the two was quickly closing. Damn it, what should I do? What should I do? The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was extremely anxious, and various thoughts kept running through his mind. If this went on, he would also follow in the footsteps of the burly Lord of Heaven and be torn apart by the Golden Eagle. He didn't want to die like this, especially because of Lu Ming. "I've got it. Let's go all out." A vicious light flashed through the eyes of the Lord of Heaven. He thought of a swamp he had passed by earlier. Several terrifying venomous insects resided in the swamp, and they were all peak god lords. His only chance of survival was to use those venomous insects to fend off the Golden Condor. Although that would be very dangerous and very likely lead to the venomous insects attacking him, there was nothing he could do about it. He directly charged toward the swamp. However, the Golden Condor was just too fast. The distance between them was rapidly closing. If this continued, it would catch up to him before he even reached the swamp. "I've got to go all out. Lu Ming, as long as I don't die today, I'll definitely make you regret being born into this world," the Lord of Heaven roared furiously as madness filled his eyes. He had truly gone all out. The origin energy in the origin energy seed madly circulated, supporting his body and causing his speed to skyrocket once more. At the same time, he burned his supreme heavenly force to continue increasing his speed. Only by doing so did he manage to avoid the Golden Condor catching up. However, the after effects of doing so were extremely severe. The burning of his supreme heavenly force would damage his foundation. In the worst-case scenario, he would never be able to reach reciprocity again. In the blink of an eye, one fled while the other pursued. Lu Ming's figure appeared in the Urvain. With a flash, he appeared where the Lord of Heaven had been slain. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed the Lord of Heaven's storage ring and stowed it away. That guy in purple really is difficult to deal with. Let's go take a look, Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then, with a flash of his figure, he chased after the golden condor and the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven flew all the way. After half an hour, a huge swamp appeared in front of him. He had finally made it. After burning his divine force for half an hour, his foundation had been severely damaged. If he did not encounter a heaven-defying fortuitous encounter in the future, he would never be able to reach reciprocity again. He blamed everything on Lu Ming. However, the matter of dealing with Lu Ming could be put aside for now. First, he had to escape this calamity. He rushed straight into the swamp. As soon as he rushed into the swamp, he frantically attacked the bottom of the swamp. Hundreds of attacks fell into the swamp. Croak, squeak, strange cries immediately rang out from the swamp. Mud splattered everywhere as several colossal creatures appeared. A giant toad, a giant snake, and a giant lizard. The 3 poisonous insects were all at the peak of the Divine Master level. As soon as they appeared, they attacked the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven dodged with all his might and did not attack. However, he was not in his peak condition at all. His ultimate heavenly energy was burning severely, and the origin seed in his origin seed was completely exhausted. His fighting prowess was far from his peak. Even if he were to dodge with all his might, he would not be able to completely avoid the attacks of the 3 venomous bugs. He was directly hit by the toad's poisonous gas, causing him to scream in pain. At the same time, the giant lizard's tail whipped the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's body smashed into the swamp like a cannonball. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven was smashed into the depths of the swamp and sank into the mud. However, the 3 venomous bugs did not have time to continue attacking. Because the golden condor had already arrived. As soon as the golden condor entered the swamp, it swooped down and pounced on the swamp. The golden condor's target was the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven, but the 3 venomous bugs thought that the golden condor's target was them. This was because the golden condor usually fed on venomous bugs and snakes. Therefore, the 3 venomous bugs attacked the golden condor with all their might. The 2 sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle. Terrifying energy waves swept through the swamp. In the depths of the swamp, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His blood dyed the mud red. The giant lizard's tail whip had severely injured him. In addition, he was also poisoned by the toad's poison. This kind of poison had seeped into every part of his body and was constantly destroying his physical body. This kind of poison could even destroy his soul, making his soul feel weak. "Run, I must escape," the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven roared in his heart. He unleashed his remaining strength and broke through the mud, moving forward. He was unlucky. As he moved through the mud, he was hit by a few energy waves that shot down from above, worsening his injuries. However, he still managed to escape from the battlefield. When he was far away from the place where the 3 venomous bugs and the golden condor were fighting, he climbed out of the mud and flew into the distance. Lu Ming had been flying in the direction of the golden condor and the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. After chasing for a while, a sharp cry suddenly came from a direction. "It's that golden condor. I almost went in the wrong direction." Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The golden condor's voice pierced through the void and traveled far to the left of Lu Ming. Lu Ming chased in the wrong direction. Fortunately, he heard the golden condor's voice. Swish! Lu Ming flew directly in the direction of the golden condor's voice. Soon, he heard a series of roars. In addition to the golden condor's cry, there were also the cries of other surviving species of the untainted land. Lu Ming restrained his aura and approached carefully. He hid behind a large rock and looked forward. He saw the golden condor and the 3 venomous bugs fighting fiercely. That guy is smart. He actually thought of using the 3 venomous bugs to fight the golden condor so that he could take the opportunity to escape. However, he should be nearby. If he rashly enters the territory of the 3 venomous bugs, he will probably be attacked. If he is already injured, thinking of this, Lu Ming went to the other side where he had a better view and observed. That is, after a while, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw some movement in a marsh in the distance. A lump of mud was wriggling. Then, a figure climbed out of the mud and rushed into the distance silently. If Lu Ming hadn't been watching, he would have missed it. It's the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human race. It seems that he is injured. Let's go and see. Lu Ming walked along the side and followed him silently. Very soon, the two of them were far away from the battlefield. After leaving the battlefield, the purple Lord of Heaven used the power of heaven to wash the mud on the surface of his body clean. However, his aura was weak and his face was green. The surface of his skin was covered by a layer of mist. The poisonous gas was constantly corroding him, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming, it's all because of Lu Ming. My foundation is damaged. I must take revenge. Lu Ming, I will make you suffer, the purple-robed heaven monarch kept roaring in his heart. His face was hideous. He had suffered far too great of a loss. In order to preserve his life, he had severed all hopes of breaking through to reciprocity. All of this was because of Lu Ming. His hatred for Lu Ming was overwhelming. However, no matter how much he hated him, he still needed to find a place to heal first. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven roared in his heart as he flew into the distance. When he was far away from the battlefield of the golden condor and the 3 poisonous insects, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven found a hidden canyon. He entered the canyon and sat cross-legged. He took out several divine elixirs and swallowed them in succession. Some were for healing, and some were for detoxifying. However, when he began to circulate his energy to refine the elixirs, he felt his heart palpitate, and an inexplicable great fear arose in his heart. Without hesitation, he moved his body to the side and opened his eyes at the same time. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a spear light in front of him that was rapidly stabbing towards him. Fortunately, his spiritual sense was extremely sharp, and he dodged one step ahead of time, narrowly avoiding this move. With a puff, the spear light flew past the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's head and pierced the wall of the canyon behind him, directly piercing through the canyon. Cold sweat broke out on the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's forehead. This spear was aimed at his glabella just now. If it had pierced through, his glabella would definitely have been pierced and he would have been killed directly. Immediately after, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven saw a young and handsome figure walking over in the air. His pupils contracted sharply, and he couldn't help but roar, Lu Ming, it's you. Who else could it be other than Lu Ming? As expected of the Lord of Heaven, your spiritual sense is really sharp. Lu Ming sighed. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven was clearly seriously injured, but he was still able to avoid his sneak attack while refining elixirs to heal himself. This really surprised Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you actually dare to appear in front of me. You're really bold, but it's good. It saves me some effort to find you, the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven shouted, revealing a strong murderous intent, as if he was about to attack immediately. Lu Ming sneered and said, you don't have to scare me. You suffered a heavy blow and were poisoned. You don't have much strength left. If you were really powerful, you would have taken action long ago. You're just shouting to scare me. This shows that you really can't make it. The purple-clothed Lord of Heaven's expression was extremely ugly. His heart kept sinking. He pretended to be an expert just now. In fact, he wanted to scare Lu Ming and scare Lu Ming away. However, Lu Ming saw through it completely. Little ball, do it. Lu Ming did not waste any more words. After instructing Xianxia, he immediately made his move. Boom, he slapped out with his left palm and used the desolation style. A continent condensed and pressed down on the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. The eldritch continent was so huge that it completely enveloped the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. At the same time, Lu Ming used the sky-piercing style and became one with the spear. He stabbed at the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. On the other side, Xianxia also made his move. He turned into a mirror and shot out a beam of light, enveloping the purple-robed Lord of Heaven. Ah! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared and struggled frantically, trying to break free from Xianxia's illusion. At the same time, his body moved, trying to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, it was obvious that the purple-robed Lord of Heaven was far from his peak. At his peak, Xianxia's illusion could barely do anything to him. However, it was very difficult for him to break free now. The continent in the sky also pressed down, making it difficult for him to move his body. He tried his best, but only managed to move a little. Poof, the war god spear pierced the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's heart. The terrifying power directly tore the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's body apart, leaving only his head. Ah! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven held in pain, his eyes flashing with fear and unwillingness. He truly didn't have much strength left. If he had been at his peak, he wouldn't have been able to take a single blow. Earlier, in order to escape from the Golden Eagle, he had exhausted all of his origin energy, and he had even burned away most of his supreme heavenly energy. Later on, he had suffered a heavy blow from the giant lizard and been poisoned by the toad. He truly didn't have much strength left. Let alone Lu Ming, any 5th or 6th level god lord would be able to defeat him in a direct confrontation. Thus, in the face of Lu Ming's attack, he had used all of his skills, but he still couldn't take a single blow. Lu Ming, even if you kill me, you won't live for long. The ancestor will kill you. You will die at the ancestor's hands. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. Ancestor? Lu Ming frowned and coldly asked, who is the ancestor? Don't even think about finding out. When you find out, it will be the day of your death. Attack! The purple-robed Lord of Heaven roared. Bang! Lu Ming didn't want to waste his breath. The war god spear lashed upward, causing the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's head to explode. His soul was also instantly extinguished. The purple-robed Lord of Heaven was slain in an extremely sullen manner. Whoosh! Lu Ming let out a long breath. His plan had finally come to fruition. With a wave of his hand, he took the purple-robed Lord of Heaven's storage ring and left in a flash. After leaving this place, Lu Ming found another secluded place to continue refining the colored peaches. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had refined several dozen colored peaches, and his cultivation had advanced a little more. His forbidden energy had also grown a little more vigorous. However, Lu Ming still felt that it was too slow. He knew that Xianxia and the others would definitely be searching for him in this underground world. As time passed, they would definitely discover some clues. Refining the colored peaches alone is still too slow. Moreover, even if I refine all the colored peaches in my hand, my cultivation won't be able to break through to the 6th tier of the Divine Master realm. There won't be a significant increase in my fighting strength. I need to think of another method. I can either find another way to deal with Xianxia and the others or find another exit to leave. Lu Ming pondered and made up his mind. He stopped refining the colored peaches and got up to leave in search of an opportunity to escape. On the other side, Xianxia and the others had been searching for Lu Ming over the past few days, but to no avail. They did, however, find some main divine herbs, so this trip wasn't in vain. However, Xianxia's expression was still very ugly. He couldn't rest easy until he killed Lu Ming. Send a message to the others and ask if there's any news about Lu Ming. Xianxia said. All right. The two Lord of Heaven beside Xianxia nodded and took out their respective voice transmission jade talismans to send messages to the other 3 groups. In the universe ruins, the illusory divine jade definitely couldn't be used. However, voice transmission jade talismans could be used. As long as the distance wasn't too far, they could use the voice transmission jade talismans to send messages. However, the speed of the voice transmission jade talismans was far inferior to the illusory divine jade. The next moment, several beams of light flew out of the two Lord of Heaven's hands and disappeared into the sky. They waited quietly. After a while, 2 beams of light flew towards them from afar and were caught by them. They were 2 voice transmission jade talismans. The 2 scanned them with their spiritual senses and then handed the voice transmission jade talismans to Xianxia. There's no news about Lu Ming. Xianxia frowned. 2 of the groups had sent messages saying that they hadn't found any traces of Lu Ming. Could Lu Ming have died in the mouth of the wilderness surviving species? Xianxia guessed. They waited for a few more minutes. Why haven't Yichizi and Lingshan sent any news back yet? Xianxia frowned. Yichizi and Lingshan were the 2 Lord of Heaven who were killed by Lu Ming. They're probably quite far away. Let's wait a little longer. A Lord of Heaven said. Then, 10 minutes passed and there was still no news. Let's send another message to them. Xianxia had a bad premonition in his heart. A lord of heaven sent another message to Yichizi and Lingshan. However, another 10 minutes passed and there was still no news. It was like a stone sinking into the sea. Yi Qiuxian and the other two looked serious. It seems that something has happened. Gather the others. We'll go to the direction where Yichizi and Lingshan were searching. Yi Qiuxian said. Then, the two Lord of Heaven sent another message to the two groups of Lord of Heaven who had replied. After a while, two Lord of Heaven came from two different directions. In this way, Yi Qiuxian and the sixth Lord of Heaven met up and headed towards the direction where the purple Lord of Heaven was. After a careful investigation, they found the place where the purple Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were killed. The purple Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were killed. Although they were almost torn apart and broken, but how powerful were the Lord of Heaven? They were able to accurately find them. Yichizi and Lingshan are dead. Their bodies and souls are destroyed. A Lord of Heaven said with an ugly face. Who killed them? That Lu Ming, how could he have such combat strength? Could it be that they were killed by some powerful ancient species? Another Lord of Heaven said. The probability of being killed by the surviving species of the Great Desolate Realm is extremely small. Yichizi and Lingshan are not idiots. When they see the surviving species of the Great Desolate Realm at the peak of the Divine Lord level, they will take a detour. With their cultivation, the surviving species of the Great Desolate Realm would not be able to catch up to them. Unless they encountered an Origin Realm ancient species. However, there doesn't seem to be any Origin Realm ancient species in this underground world. At least we haven't encountered one yet. Yi Qiuxian analyzed. What do you mean, Lord Qiuxian? A Lord of Heaven looked at Yi Qiuxian in doubt. Lu Ming, it must be Lu Ming. That Lu Ming is cunning and has various trump cards. He most likely used some kind of trick to cause Yichizi and Lingshan to perish. Qiuxian said. The other Lord of Heaven's heart sank. Was it really Lu Ming's doing? That Lu Ming was truly terrifying. The danger level of Lu Ming in their hearts had unknowingly increased. Lu Ming is very dangerous, so all the more we have to kill him. He should be in the direction ahead. Let's go after him. No matter what, there are 7 of us. No matter how crafty Lu Ming is, it's useless. As long as we encounter him, we'll attack him. Qiuxian said. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk the 7 of them moved and headed in the direction Lu Ming was heading. Lu Ming continued forward for another 2 days, but he still couldn't find the exit. Asterisk roar. Asterisk suddenly, a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering roar came from the front. It shook the heavens and the earth, rumbling and exploding. Following that, there were other roars, followed by flashes of light. There was a black light, a fiery red light, a white light, it lit up the entire sky. Over there. Could it be that the surviving species of the Great Wilderness are fighting each other? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He decided to check it out. He wanted to check it out mainly because he wanted to see if he could be the fisherman. When the sandpiper and the clam fought, the fisherman would reap the benefits. Lu Ming approached cautiously. He hid in a large tree and cast the great concealment art. His body was almost one with the tree as he looked ahead. There was a mountain ahead. There was a cave at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, an intense battle was taking place outside the cave. 5 primordial remnant species were attacking another primordial remnant species. What powerful strength! Lu Ming could not help but gasp when he saw that. The 5 ancient species were of different shapes and sizes. Some resembled an eagle, some resembled a giant wolf, and one of them was a python. Each of the ancient species was a peak almighty. Moreover, they were not ordinary peak almighty. Their combat strength surpassed that of the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. However, the most terrifying one was the ancient species that was being besieged. It was a strange beast that looked like a fierce tiger. Its body was covered with black hair and there was a row of fangs in its mouth. Its body was completely black and a layer of black flame was burning fiercely during the battle. This surviving species of the Great Desolate Era was truly incomparably powerful. It was able to fight against 5 powerful surviving species of the Great Desolate Era all by itself without being at a disadvantage. That seems to be demonic chi? Lu Ming was a little surprised. The energy that surged around the ancient species that looked like a black tiger seemed to be demonic chi. It was extremely rich and overbearing. Yes, it is indeed. Demonic chi. It is extremely rich and pure. It seems that there was demonic chi in the untainted land of the last era. My predecessor was indeed a grand cultivator of the last era, Bone Demon shouted excitedly in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming, if I have the bones of this surviving species of the untainted land, I will definitely be able to recover a lot of my strength. By then, even if those heavenly lords come, I will be able to help you kill them all. Bone Demon continued to shout and became more and more excited. This ancient species is too strong. I can't deal with it at all. Lu Ming sighed. Let's wait and see. These ancient species seem to be competing for something. If they can injure each other, we will have a chance. Bone Demon said. The battle continued and it was getting more and more intense. The 5 surviving species of the untainted land wanted to kill the pitch-black tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land. Their target seemed to be that cave. As for the tiger-like great desolate surviving species, it guarded the cave tightly. It displayed its terrifying battle prowess and fought against the 5 great desolate surviving species. A few minutes later, both sides were injured. Wounds appeared on their bodies and blood kept flowing. The ancient species that looked like an eagle swooped down. Its sharp claws were like hooks. It immediately tore off a large piece of flesh from the ancient species that looked like a tiger. However, the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land went berserk as well. It pounced forward and clawed at the head of the python, crushing it into pieces. A powerful python was killed. However, the python fought back before it died. Its tail hit the ancient species that looked like a tiger and made it roll away. However, the ancient species that looked like a tiger rolled a few times and stood up again. It continued to fight as if nothing had happened. The 2 sides fought fiercely for a few more minutes. After paying a certain price, the ancient species that looked like a tiger seized the opportunity to kill another ancient species. The remaining 3 ancient species were a little frightened. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they continued to fight. The battle that followed was even more intense. Both sides were covered in wounds. The 2 sides fought for more than 10 minutes. In the end, 3 surviving species of the untainted land were killed by the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land. The remaining 2 surviving species of the untainted land were finally scared and fled. However, the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land was also heavily injured. There were at least a dozen wounds on its body, some of which were very serious. Even half of its heart was torn apart. Its head had also exploded, and it had almost died. It dragged its exhausted body into the cave. Do it, do it. Kill it while it's weak. Bone Demon yelled. Wait, don't get too excited. Let's think about it at length. Lu Ming said. What do you mean by think about it at length? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again. Only by killing this surviving species of the untainted land can I recover some of my strength and help you deal with those heavenly humans. Otherwise, once they find you, you'll be dead. If you don't fight now, when will you? Bone Demon yelled. I understand what you're saying, but that surviving species of the untainted land is too strong. To be honest, even if I have Chocho to protect me, I won't be able to withstand 2 moves from it. Lu Ming said. He naturally wanted to kill that surviving species of the untainted land very much. Perhaps this would be a turning point for him to escape and deal with the heavenly humans. However, that surviving species of the untainted land was too strong. Even though it was heavily injured, its battle strength was still astonishing. It was much stronger than the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming felt that even if the tiger-like surviving species of the untainted land had not reached the origin realm, it was not far from it. You're right, but it's not like we don't have a chance. Bone Demon said. Do you have a way to deal with that surviving species of the untainted land? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. To be honest, with my current strength, it's very difficult for me to interfere with the enemies you're facing now. In the past, I could still interfere with the small fights between divine kings and divine lords. However, your current opponents are almost all divine lords, and peak divine lords at that. I can't interfere at all. However, this surviving species of the untainted land uses demonic chi. I have a way. Bone Demon said. What idea do you have? Lu Ming asked. Let's enter the cave stealthily. You use your full strength to attack this great desolate remnant beast's vitals. Once you attack, that great desolate remnant beast will definitely counterattack. I have a way to break its demonic chi and render its counterattack ineffective. Guillemot said. Alright, if that's the case, we can give it a try. What do you need? Lu Ming said. Give me some jade talismans, I'll refine some things. Guillemot said. Lu Ming did not delay at all. With a wave of his hand, several hundred jade talismans flew out. I don't need that much. 36 pieces is enough. The bone devil flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows. It waved its bony claws, and runes flew out one after another, and submerged into the 36 jade talismans. He was refining a simple jade talisman. The bone devil's speed was very fast. It finished refining in about a minute. Let's go in. Bone put away the 36 jade talismans and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming concealed his aura and carefully walked into the cave. He did not encounter any danger and easily passed through the cave. What entered his eyes was a rather large cave. In the center of the cave, there was a pond. Some plants grew on both sides of the pond. They were lush and filled with an astonishing medicinal fragrance. That's main-grade divine medicine, and, after seeing the plants on both sides of the pond, Lu Ming's eyes widened. If he had not tried his best to hold it in, his heart would have probably begun to beat violently. Those plants were not ordinary plants. They were main-grade divine medicines. There were several hundred of them. However, this was not what attracted Lu Ming's attention the most. What attracted Lu Ming's attention the most was the center of the pond. There was a lotus in the center of the pond. The lotus gave off a hazy glow. Above the lotus, there was a small lotus made of energy that flew around. Origin-grade divine medicine, Lu Ming recognized it with a single glance. It was an origin-grade divine medicine. It contained a dense origin imprint. It was an origin-grade divine medicine that could increase a reciprocity expert's cultivation after they refined it. Lion and the others had come across a origin-grade divine medicine earlier. It was because of that origin-grade divine medicine that they had engaged in a great battle with the Golden Condor. Needless to say, origin-grade divine medicines were precious. Even reciprocity experts would turn green with envy when they saw them. They would want to kill each other. Lu Ming had never thought that there would be one here. Lu Ming finally understood why the 5 surviving species of the primordial world had besieged the tiger-like surviving species of the primordial world. He reckoned that their objective was this stock of source-level divine medicine. The tiger-like primitive descendant lay on the edge of the pond, chewing on a few main-grade divine medicines. It was very likely that it wanted to use the main-grade divine medicine to heal its wounds. What a waste. Lu Ming muttered inside. However, he could already tell that the injuries of the tiger-like primitive descendant were extremely severe. Even now, blood was still flowing from its wounds, dyeing the ground red. Its aura was very weak. It lay on the ground without moving at all. It did not notice Lu Ming at all. Fantastic. The injuries of this primitive descendant are even more severe than I imagined. Our chances have greatly increased. Lu Ming, attack the injured half of its head. You must kill it with a single strike. Bone Demon said. Alright. Get ready. Attack. Lu Ming called out with his spiritual sense. Afterwards, he erupted with all his strength and used the heaven-piercing style. He became one with his spear and stabbed at the head of the tiger-like primitive descendant. The head of the primitive descendant had already been heavily injured. Half of it had been torn off. It was a fatal weakness. Lu Ming also erupted with the origin energy of the origin source seed. He had to kill it with a single strike. At the same time, it turned into an armor that enveloped Lu Ming. Just in case, he had to defend himself. Roar, a furious roar was heard. As soon as Lu Ming attacked, he was discovered by the tiger-like primitive descendant. It suddenly jumped up and a strong demonic aura burst out of its body. It turned into a flame that burned fiercely. The demonic fire turned into a blast wave that rushed towards Lu Ming. Break! Bone Demon took action in time. With a wave of his hand, 36 runes flew out and turned into a formation that enveloped the tiger-like primitive descendant. Suddenly, the demonic aura of the tiger-like primitive descendant melted quickly like ice meeting fire. Lu Ming rushed past it. The demonic aura did not affect Lu Ming at all. The tiger-like primitive descendant was stunned. Obviously, it did not expect such a situation to happen. In addition, its injuries were too severe. It was too late for it to move and dodge. Puff, the divine war spear pierced through its injured head. The origin energy erupted and the terrifying power of the divine war spear burst out from the head of the tiger-like primitive descendant. Roar! After the war god spear pierced into the head of the tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The entire cave shook violently. Then, the tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land grabbed at Lu Ming with its sharp claws. This was a desperate grab before its death. It was so powerful that Lu Ming was sent flying and crashed into the wall of the cave. The wall exploded. Lu Ming's body smashed through the cave and flew out. He fell on the ground, creating a gully that was tens of thousands of meters long and dozens of meters deep. Puff, Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt that dozens of bones were broken and his internal organs were completely shattered. What a powerful force. Fortunately, I have Chocho's armor to protect me. Otherwise, this move would have killed me. Lu Ming was shocked. This was an attack that the surviving species of the untainted land had launched when it was seriously injured. Its strength was definitely not at its peak. One could imagine how powerful this surviving species of the untainted land was. Roar! An angry roar came from the cave and the rocks exploded. This surviving species of the untainted land actually rushed out of the hole that Lu Ming had smashed through and rushed toward Lu Ming. The war god spear was still in its head, which looked extremely terrifying. Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated with all his strength and did not dare to face it head-on. Fortunately, this surviving species of the untainted land staggered for a distance and fell to the ground with a plop. It was completely lifeless. This surviving species of the untainted land was finally dead. Lu Ming's attack just now had completely destroyed its head. Whoosh! Bone Demon also flew out of the cave. He circled the surviving species of the untainted land twice and confirmed that it was indeed dead. Bone Demon, what should we do now? Lu Ming walked over and pulled out the war god spear. Drag it back to the cave and leave it to me. Bone Demon said. Lu Ming nodded and dragged the surviving species of the untainted land back to the cave. Bone Demon surrounded the tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land and kept pointing his hands. Streaks of black light entered the body of the surviving species of the untainted land. After a while, strip! Bone Demon shouted and grabbed at the air. The tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land wriggled and some bones came out of its flesh. More and more bones appeared. The Bone Devil had completely separated the skeleton of the tiger-shaped surviving species of the untainted land from its flesh and blood. Not long after, a complete tiger-shaped skeleton appeared in front of Lu Ming. The bones of the tiger-shaped Great Desolatian remnant were as black as ink and as smooth as jade. They did not seem to contain any impurities and gave off a dense demonic qi. Next, I need some time to fuse with this skeleton. Once I do, I will definitely be able to recover a portion of my strength. After saying that, Gumo's body turned into a ray of light and flew into the tiger-shaped skeleton, disappearing from sight. As the Bone Demon began to fuse with its skeleton, Lu Ming looked at the pond. Several hundred stalks of main-grade divine herbs and one stalk of origin-grade divine herb. Such precious treasures could not be missed. Lu Ming took action, uprooting hundreds of main-grade divine herbs and placing them into the Great Desolate Ring. Although the Great Desolate Ring was brimming with vitality and lush vegetation, it lacked divine herbs. Once these divine herbs were transplanted into the Great Desolate Ring, they could be uprooted and used without losing their medicinal properties. Lastly, there was the stalk of source-level divine herb. Lu Ming planned to transplant it into the Chaos Ring. He could not use origin-grade divine herbs at all right now. At the very least, he would need to wait until he reached peak divine master before he could use them. They would be very effective for breaking through to reciprocity. This pond water is not simple. At this moment, Lu Ming discovered that the pond water was not simple at all. It was extremely viscous and filled with a shocking amount of energy. The energy was pure and gentle, very similar to the energy in the great desolate crystals. The pond water seemed to have liquefied the great desolate crystals. No wonder it can nurture so many divine herbs. So it has something to do with the pond water. If I can absorb the pond water, my cultivation might reach a new level. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. After carefully transplanting the origin grade divine herb into the great desolate ring, Lu Ming leapt into the pond water with a plop. After jumping into the pond water, Lu Ming began to circulate his forbidden energy. All the pores on his body opened, producing an extremely powerful suction force. Extremely pure energy constantly gathered towards Lu Ming from the pond water. It seeped into every pore of his body and permeated Lu Ming's entire body before being absorbed and refined by Lu Ming. It was converted into forbidden energy. Lu Ming had guessed correctly. The pond water was like liquid great desolate crystals. It contained extremely pure energy that could be rapidly absorbed and refined, increasing the cultivation of a divine master. The divine herbs from before had been nurtured by the pond water. Lu Ming rapidly absorbed the energy in the pond water to increase his cultivation. The pond water was rapidly consumed as well, decreasing at a visible rate. In just a few days, the pond water had decreased by more than half. Lu Ming's cultivation had also reached a limit. The limit of a fifth-layer divine master. Break! Lu Ming growled. The extremely dense forbidden energy in his body began to circulate as he began to break through to the sixth-layer divine master realm. With sufficient energy, this was not difficult at all. Breaking through was practically a matter of course. Boom! Lu Ming's aura skyrocketed, increasing by a large margin. He successfully broke through to the sixth-layer divine master realm. There was still about half of the pond water left. Lu Ming did not want to waste it, so he continued to absorb it. However, he needed at least 5 million great desolate crystals to break through to the sixth-layer divine master realm. It might even be more. In that case, the amount of great desolate crystals needed to break through to the seventh-layer divine master realm would be even more terrifying. It would be 10 times more than the former. 50 to 60 million, thus, although the pond water was rich in energy, it was practically impossible for the current Lu Ming to break through. However, after reaching the sixth-layer divine master realm, Lu Ming's refining speed had greatly increased. In less than a day, Lu Ming had completely refined the remaining pond water. His cultivation had also completely stabilized at the sixth-layer divine master realm, roughly at the peak of the early stage. I've finally reached the sixth-layer divine master realm. As Lu Ming sensed the surging energy in his body, his confidence soared. A sixth-layer divine master was much stronger than a fifth-layer divine master. Although he might not be able to defeat the Lord of Heaven, his chances of survival had greatly increased. I wonder what will happen if I face Xianxia now. A cold light flashed through Lu Ming's eyes. He was now on the same level as Xianxia. In a battle of the same level, he did not fear anyone. There seems to be a spring below. Lu Ming examined the bottom of the pond and discovered a spring. But no water flowed out of the spring. The water in this pond is very likely flowing out of this spring. It's just that the speed is very slow. It might take a very long time for a few drops to flow out. Lu Ming speculated. Then, he looked at Bone Devil. Powerful demonic energy surged over from Bone Devil's side. At this moment, the tiger-shaped primordial remnant skeleton had undergone a major transformation. Originally, the skeleton was in the shape of a tiger, but now, it had changed drastically. The tiger-shaped skeleton had actually transformed into a humanoid skeleton. It looked almost the same as the bone demon from before, except that it was much larger. It was about the size of an ordinary person. It was pitch black and as smooth as jade. It seemed to contain terrifying energy as waves of powerful aura permeated the surroundings. This is the aura of a peak divine master. Can the bone demon recover his cultivation of a peak divine master? Lu Ming pondered and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Lu Ming did not have to wait for long. A while later, the bone demon withdrew his aura and his two eye sockets flickered with a fiery red light. Haha, I've finally recovered a little. It feels great to be in control of my power. The bone demon laughed heartily and twisted his body, producing cracking sounds. Bone demon, how is it? Can you deal with 6 Lord of Heaven at the same time? Lu Ming asked. There were a total of 8 Lord of Heaven beside Xianxia. 2 of them had already been killed, so there were 6 left. I can't. The bone demon answered straightforwardly. This skeleton is only the skeleton of a peak divine master after all. It's not the skeleton of an origin realm expert. Moreover, the energy contained within the skeleton is not much to begin with. Coupled with some of my own tricks, dealing with 2 or 3 Lord of Heaven is not a problem, but dealing with 6 is impossible. You can't deal with 6? Lu Ming frowned. If that was the case, he would have no chance of winning against Xianxia and the others. Unless they split up. However, would they still split up after the purple-clothed Lord of Heaven and the burly Lord of Heaven were killed? They were probably not that stupid. If that was the case, he could only run away if he encountered Xianxia and the others. However, it's not impossible to deal with 6 Lord of Heaven if you plan carefully. The bone demon's tone changed. You have a way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes. After Bone Demon finished speaking, he stepped out of the cave and walked out. Lu Ming followed him out. There are 3 great Desolate Era surviving species corpses here. I can peel off their bones and refine 3 devil bone puppets. Although these 3 surviving species of the untainted land do not have any devil chi, and the devil bone puppets that they have refined are not authentic and can only be used once, each of them should be able to deal with 1 Lord of Heaven. If we plan carefully, we may be able to take down 6 Lord of Heaven. Guillemot said. As soon as he finished speaking, Guillemot grabbed at the air and 3 balls of demonic energy flew out from his hand and enveloped the corpses of the 3 black, red, and yellow species. Soon, the 3 skeletons were removed. The 3 corpses belonged to the 3 primordial surviving species that had been killed by the tiger-shaped primordial surviving species. They were all peak divine masters and extremely powerful. Lu Ming, I'll enter your ancient desolate ring first and refine the demonic bone puppet. This kind of one-time use demonic bone puppet can be refined very quickly. You can find a place to set it up. Guillemot said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. With a wave of his hand, he kept Guillemot into the ancient desolate ring. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place. Not long after, Lu Ming found a relatively hidden canyon. It's here. However, I still need to set it up for Xianxia and the others to find me, Lu Ming muttered. Then, his figure flashed and he left the place, heading in the direction he had come from. Of course, Lu Ming was very cautious. He was afraid that he would run into Xianxia and the others. Guillemot had not refined the demonic bone puppet yet and was not a match for them. If he ran into them, he could only retreat. Fortunately, Lu Ming did not run into Xianxia and the others after traveling for hundreds of thousands of miles. Roar! At this moment, a huge surviving species of the untainted land had its eyes on Lu Ming. It was a lion. Its body was fiery red as if it was burning. Its aura was powerful and it was a 9th level divine master. Good. I was just about to find a surviving species of the untainted land to set it up. I didn't expect it to come here by itself. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. Roar! The fiery red lion pounced at Lu Ming. Its sharp claws swiped at Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming did not dodge. He allowed the lion's sharp claws to strike his chest. Puff, blood splattered. A piece of flesh was ripped out of Lu Ming's chest. However, at the same time, Lu Ming attacked. The war god spear appeared in his hand and he thrust it at the lion's head. At such a close distance and with Lu Ming's current strength, the lion could not dodge at all. The war god spear pierced through its head and it died instantly. Lu Ming circulated his taboo energy. The wound on his chest rapidly healed. Lu Ming did not dodge and allowed the lion to attack him on purpose. He wanted to pretend that he had fought with the surviving species of the untainted land and was seriously injured. In the end, he killed the surviving species of the untainted land and escaped. Pulling out the war god spear, Lu Ming flew towards the canyon that he had his eyes on. Of course, along the way, Lu Ming deliberately spilled a little of his blood. In that case, when Yi Qiuxian and the rest saw this, they would definitely think that Lu Ming had been attacked by the surviving species of the untainted land. Although he had killed the surviving species of the untainted land, he had also suffered serious injuries and was bleeding all the way. They would then find Lu Ming based on the blood stains. Even if the lion's corpse was eaten by the other surviving species of the untainted land, with the intelligence of Yi Qiuxian and the others, they would definitely be able to deduce that Lu Ming had been injured in the fight with the surviving species of the untainted land. They would find the canyon based on the blood stains. "I'll meet you guys in that canyon," Lu Ming muttered. Along the way, Lu Ming would leave a few drops of blood every once in a while. Along the way, he arrived near the canyon. Then, Lu Ming entered the canyon and sat down cross-legged, waiting quietly. Now, all he had to do was wait. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. The bone demon had already finished refining the devil bone puppet, but there was still no trace of Yi Qiuxian and the others. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. After all, the underground world was quite big. It would not be easy to find Lu Ming's blood stains. Another 3 days passed. "They're here." The bone demon's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He deliberately shouted, "Who's there?" "Lu Ming, how long has it been since we last met? Have you forgotten about us?" A cold voice rang out. Outside the canyon, a few figures walked over. The one in the middle was Yi Qiuxian. On his left and right were 2 Lord of Heaven experts. Swoosh, 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 around the canyon, another 4 figures appeared and surrounded Lu Ming. They were the other 4 Lord of Heaven. "Yi Qiuxian, how did you find this place?" "Wait, my blood stains." Lu Ming deliberately pretended to have a drastic change of expression. "Hee, it's too late to think of it now." Yi Qiuxian sneered, his killing intent cold. He continued, "Yi Chizi and Yi Lingshan were killed by you, right? Are you talking about the 2 Lord of Heaven? So what if they are? Perhaps, the next one will be you." Lu Ming said coldly. "Lu Ming, you must have used some scheme to kill Yi Chizi and Yi Lingshan. Or you must have borrowed the power of other ancient remnant beasts. However, we have already scouted this place thoroughly before we came in. There are no powerful ancient remnant beasts within 100,000 miles. There are also no traces of any array in this canyon. And now, you are surrounded by 6 Lord of Heaven. How are you going to survive?" Yi Qiuxian sneered. They were not fools. Before they came, they were afraid that this might be Lu Ming's scheme. Therefore, they had already scouted the surroundings before they entered the canyon. They did not find any powerful ancient remnant beasts. At the same time, they had also scouted the canyon. There were no traces of any array in this canyon. Therefore, they were very confident. "Young Master Qiuxian, why are you talking nonsense with him? Let me kill him." Beside Yi Qiuxian, a gray-robed elder shouted coldly. He took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming like lightning. A battle sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at Lu Ming. The power of this sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. The Lord of Heaven's combat strength was undoubtedly displayed. Lu Ming held the war god spear in his hand and the taboo energy in his body erupted. At the same time, he activated the war symbol art and increased his combat strength by 8 times. The war god spear swept out and collided with the opponent's battle sword. Clang, there was an earth-shattering roar and a powerful force swept out. The earth rumbled and rocks exploded. A layer of the earth was forcefully shaved off. The surrounding mountains of the canyon were also exploding and gravel flew everywhere. Then, Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. His face was flushed and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So powerful. No wonder he is a peak divine master. Lu Ming muttered. He felt his entire arm go numb. Just now, he did not let Guimo out because he wanted to test the combat strength of the Lord of Heaven. He had just broken through to the 6th level of the Divine Master realm and his combat strength had increased greatly. He wanted to test the gap between him and a peak Divine Master. The facts proved that he still wasn't a match for an apex Divine Master, and there was still a big gap between them. When he was at the 5th level of the Divine Master realm, he could already contend against ordinary 9th level Divine Master experts. Combined with the War God Spear, Origin Energy, and Xianxia, he could kill ordinary 9th level Divine Masters. Now that his cultivation had increased by 1 level, it was reasonable to say that he should be able to contend with an ordinary peak Divine Master. That was not the case. The gap between a peak Divine Master and a 9th level Divine Master was huge, far greater than the gap between an 8th level Divine Master and a 9th level Divine Master. Therefore, after breaking through to the 6th layer of the Divine Master realm, his battle prowess had increased greatly. He could easily kill ordinary 9th layer Divine Masters, but he was still no match for peak Divine Masters. Lu Ming, why your cultivation has already reached the 6th layer of the Divine Master realm. Just what sort of fortuitous encounter did you have? Xianxia roared, his eyes wide open. Previously, when he had clashed with Lu Ming's cultivation had only been at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. How long had it been? Lu Ming's cultivation had already skyrocketed to the 6th layer of the Divine Master realm. He knew that Lu Ming had the Origin Energy seed. As long as he had enough resources, his cultivation would increase very quickly. This meant that Lu Ming had obtained an astonishing fortuitous encounter in the past few days. This made him extremely displeased. Lu Ming had relied on the vast amount of resources from the Heavenly Palace to reach his current cultivation, while Lu Ming had relied entirely on himself and his own fortuitous encounters. The difference between the two was obvious. That's right. I've already broken through to the 6th layer of the Divine Master realm. Xianxia, we're now at the same level. If you're capable, let's fight. Lu Ming roared, pointing his War God Spear at Xianxia and issuing a challenge. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he had clashed with Lu Ming, so he knew very well that he was still no match for Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. If they were to really fight, the scene in the Taishang Immortal City would definitely repeat itself. Looks like you don't dare to fight. Xianxia, in the Taishang Immortal City, I still thought that you were the only person in the chaotic universe who could be my opponent. Now, it seems that I have misjudged you. You don't even dare to fight and only know how to rely on your cultivation advantage. You are not worthy of being my opponent. Lu Ming sneered, his voice filled with disdain. Lu Ming, Xianxia roared, his handsome face becoming somewhat sinister. Lu Ming's words had hit his sore spot. He wished that he could go up and fight Lu Ming, suppress Lu Ming with his own hands and make Lu Ming kneel before him. However, his rationality told him that he could not do it. If he did not fight, he would be humiliated. If he fought, he would probably be humiliated even more. Young Master Xianxia, you don't have to take a dying man's words to heart. The gray-robed old man said. That's right. Why should I lower myself to the level of a dying man? Go, kill him for me. Xianxia roared. Lu Ming, although you managed to block one of my moves, I did not use my full strength just now. Now, I will kill you in 3 moves. The gray-robed old man shouted coldly. He took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming at an even faster speed than before. He was right. He did not use his full strength in the previous move. Right now, he was using his full strength. The sword light was faster than lightning as it slashed towards Lu Ming's forehead. This time, Lu Ming did not dodge, nor did he take action to counter the attack. After testing one move, Lu Ming had a rough idea of his own strength. There was no need for him to test it again. He would leave the rest to the Bone Demon. Just as the other party's attack was about to hit him, Lu Ming's glabella shone. The Bone Demon dashed out from Lu Ming's glabella and rapidly enlarged. Its palm was like a knife, slashing toward the other party and colliding with the other party's combat sword. With a loud clang, the Bone Demon's pitch-black palm bone collided with the old man's battle sword. However, the Bone Demon's palm was not damaged at all. Instead, the old man's main-grade battle sword was chipped. The Bone Demon's bones were obtained from the tiger-shaped ancient species. The ancient species' physical defense was shockingly strong. Its bones were incomparably tough. With the help of the Bone Demon's demonic chi, the old man could not break it at all. The old man's eyes widened and he was stunned. Kill. The bone demon's soul rippled as its two palms slashed out like demonic blades. Everything happened too suddenly. The other party did not expect that such a powerful skeleton would suddenly emerge from the area between Lu Ming's eyebrows. In addition, Gu Mo's attack was as fast as lightning, without the slightest hesitation. Puff, the sword light flashed and the gray-robed old man's head was split into two. His soul was completely destroyed. This was Lu Ming and the Bone Demon's plan. They wanted to kill one of the old men at lightning speed to weaken the old man's strength. As expected, everything went smoothly. Now, there were only 5 Lord of Heaven left on the old man's side. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Xianxia and the rest reacted, the gray-robed old man had already been killed. Damn it. He has helpers. Let's kill them together. Xianxia roared. Kill. Let's attack together. The remaining 5 Lord of Heaven roared as they charged towards Lu Ming and Gu Mo from 5 different directions. The combined might of the 5 Lord of Heaven was terrifying. Demonic bone puppets, come out! Gu Mo yelled. Immediately, 3 skeletons filled with demonic aura appeared. One of them was a snake-shaped skeleton, the other was a wolf-shaped skeleton, and the last one was a bear-shaped skeleton. These were the demonic bone puppets that Gu Mo had refined using the bones of the 3 surviving species of the untainted land. The 3 demonic bone puppets charged towards the 3 Lord of Heaven. Both parties clashed and an intense battle broke out. The 3 demonic bone puppets were very powerful. They fought against 1 Lord of Heaven each, and it was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. Gu Mo, on the other hand, was fighting against 2 Lord of Heaven alone. Gu Mo was very powerful. Every part of his body was a deadly weapon. At the same time, his defense was also very strong. However, the 2 Lord of Heaven that Gu Mo was fighting were not easy to deal with either. This was because the 2 Lord of Heaven were both in control of source-level divine weapons. Source-level divine weapons were extremely sharp and indestructible. Although a peak divine master could not unleash the true power of a source-level divine weapon, it was still a big threat. Therefore, although Gu Mo was powerful, he was only able to fight the 2 Lord of Heaven to a draw. It was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. The 5 Lord of Heaven were all blocked. Only Lu Ming and Xianxia were left at the scene. How is this possible? Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Nothing is impossible. Xianxia, now that only the 2 of us are left, we can have a fair fight. Lu Ming said coldly. He held the war god spear in his hand and exuded a strong fighting spirit. He took a few steps forward and quickly approached Xianxia. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. Xianxia shouted, and his glabella glowed brightly. The source-grade divine weapon flew out and landed in Xianxia's hands. His perfect heavenly energy erupted. 4 different kinds of heavenly energy gathered in the soul-grade divine weapon, and he slashed it at Lu Ming. Wang, the war god spear vibrated and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced toward Xianxia. Clang! 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 Both of them were extremely fast. In an instant, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Spear chi and sword chi were overflowing. After dozens of moves, Xianxia staggered back. He was no match for Lu Ming and was at a slight disadvantage. Desolate style. Heaven-breaking style. Lu Ming executed 2 killer moves consecutively, not giving Xianxia any chance to catch his breath. Lu Ming did not ask Xianxia for help. He wanted to defeat Xianxia head-on. For ultimate heavenly sword formation, rise! Xianxia roared. With the soul-grade divine weapon as the core and the 4 master-grade divine weapons as support, he activated the sword formation and unleashed his perfect heavenly energy to the maximum. To be honest, Xianxia was really strong. He was almost invincible among those of the same level in the desolate universe. Especially after Yi Immortal's guidance, his combat strength was even stronger than when he was in Taisheng Immortal City. However, Lu Ming was also stronger than when he was in Taisheng Immortal City. As he continued to comprehend, the power of the desolate style was also stronger than when he was in Taisheng Immortal City. Using the desolate style and heaven-breaking style consecutively, Lu Ming gradually gained the upper hand in the battle. Bam! After dozens of moves, Xianxia was almost hit by the war god spear. However, he was also hit by the aftershock of the war god's spear, and his body flew out. Then, Yi Qiuxian turned around and ran into the distance. Yi Qiuxian, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming shouted. He executed the greater extreme light art and chased after Yi Qiuxian. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were tens of thousands of miles away from this place. Clearly, Lu Ming's speed was faster. In just tens of thousands of miles, he caught up with Yi Qiuxian. With a palm strike, a continent was formed. It shrouded Yi Qiuxian's head and pressed down on him. Break! Yi Qiuxian shouted. He slashed out with his sword and split the continent in half. However, a spear light was already closing in on Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian could only stop and continue fighting with Lu Ming. However, after dozens of moves, Yi Qiuxian was still no match for Lin Fan. He kept retreating. Lu Ming, die! Yi Qiuxian was completely enraged. He gathered all his strength into the Origin Grade Battle Sword, including the Origin Source energy in the Origin Source Seed. This was his strongest sword move. The sword light was like a waterfall. It cut through the void and slashed towards Lu Ming. Then let's use this move to decide the victor. Heaven breaking! Lu Ming shouted. He executed the heaven breaking style. His body turned into a spear light. He became one with the spear and stabbed towards Yi Qiuxian. Lu Ming also released his Origin Source energy in this move. Boom, the sword light and spear light collided in midair. It was like a rampaging explosion. It was scorching hot and dazzling. The sword chi and spear light that burst out from the collision cut open terrifying cracks in the void. However, the two of them were in a deadlock for only a few breaths. The sword light suddenly collapsed and the spear light expanded. It continued to stab towards Yi Qiuxian. Lu Ming emerged victorious in the clash of the two's strongest moves. Lu Ming had obtained first place in the highest immortal city. He was in the first tier. Therefore, the Origin Source Seed that he condensed was the largest and contained the most Origin Source energy. As for Yi Qiuxian, he was only in the second tier. The size of his Origin Source Seed was about the same as Xianxia's. Therefore, when Yi Qiuxian activated his Origin Source Seed to release his strongest attack, he was defeated by Lu Ming. The War God Spear did not stop and stabbed towards Yi Qiuxian's forehead. However, at the instant the tip of the spear came into contact with Yi Qiuxian's forehead, countless runes emerged from Yi Qiuxian's forehead. Those runes weaved together to form a powerful defensive power that forcibly blocked the War God Spear. The strong impact sent Yi Qiuxian flying. Another life-saving treasure. This time I'll break through your life-saving treasure. Lu Ming's body shot out like an aurora. The War God Spear swept across and struck Yi Qiuxian's body. The last time Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian clashed, Yi Qiuxian had exhausted too much of his energy and Lu Ming had turned the tables. At that time, it was this life-saving treasure that had protected Yi Qiuxian. However, Lu Ming remembered that this life-saving treasure had the strongest defensive force between the eyebrows. The body part was weaker. Therefore, he would attack from the weakest part of the body. Bam, the War God Spear struck Yi Qiuxian's body. There were still runes on his body that blocked the War God Spear. However, he was sent flying like a cannonball and smashed through a mountain. Lu Ming's attack did not stop. He turned into a ray of spear light and chased after Yi Qiuxian, piercing his chest. Boom, a violent explosion rang out. The defensive runes on Yi Qiuxian's body shook violently and were dented. They were almost pierced through. The strong impact seeped into the runes and struck Yi Qiuxian's body, causing him to cough up blood. Just a little more. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His killing intent was cold as he erupted with power. The War God Spear vibrated and in an instant, he stabbed out 108 times. The 108 rays of spear light all pierced Yi Qiuxian's chest. Crack, bam, the defensive runes on Yi Qiuxian's body were finally broken. A strong force rushed in. The rune defense on Yi Qiuxian's body was torn apart by Lu Ming's spear and a powerful force gushed in. Bam, half of Yi Qiuxian's body exploded. He screamed in agony as the remaining half of his body flew out. His eyes were filled with fear. Die! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His attacks did not stop as he continued to charge towards Yi Qiuxian. The war god's spear enlarged and swept out. Yi Qiuxian was only severely injured. Such injuries were far from enough to take his life. Only by destroying his soul could Yi Qiuxian be truly killed. Yi Qiuxian's rune defense had been breached. The rune defense on his head was no longer strong. Lu Ming was confident that he could break it in less than 2 moves. Bam! The huge war god spear struck Yi Qiuxian's head. The rune defense on Yi Qiuxian's head vibrated violently and was almost broken. The powerful force sent Yi Qiuxian flying like a rubber ball, crashing into a mountain peak. Lu Ming leaped and caught up with Yi Qiuxian, launching the next wave of attacks. No, 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 Yi Qiuxian screamed in his heart. His eyes were filled with fear. If this continued, it would take at most 2 moves. No, it might only take 1 move for his rune defense to be completely broken. Once his rune defense was broken, he would be dead. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was suddenly on the alert. He felt a strong sense of crisis descending. Lu Ming could not be bothered to continue attacking Yi Qiuxian. Without hesitation, he brought the war god's spear with him and turned in a half-circle, sweeping it diagonally upwards. At this moment, a ray of sword light slashed towards Lu Ming and collided with the war god's spear. Clang! A loud explosion rang out. Lu Ming's body involuntarily drifted back tens of thousands of meters. The power of this ray of sword light was extremely shocking. Then, Lu Ming saw 2 figures flashing and charging towards Yi Qiuxian. They were the 2 Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human tribe. However, these 2 Lord of Heaven were covered in blood and had suffered injuries of varying degrees. Their faces were pale and their auras were somewhat weak. Clearly, they were all heavily injured. The one who had launched a sneak attack on Lu Ming was a Lord of Heaven wielding a sword. At this moment, the 2 of them arrived before Yi Qiuxian. The sword-wielding Lord of Heaven grabbed Yi Qiuxian and rushed away. That direction was the direction of the crack they had entered from. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Ming shouted and chased after him with all his might. Although the other side had 2 Lord of Heaven, they were obviously injured and not at their peak state. It seemed that Bone Devil had obtained an absolute advantage. Now, all he had to do was stall the other party and wait for the Bone Demon to arrive, then he could kill the other party. Most importantly, this was a rare opportunity. Lu Ming did not want to let Yi Qiuxian go. Although Yi Qiuxian lacked courage, it was undeniable that his talent was too high. In terms of talent, almost no one in the younger generation of the universe could compare to him. In the future, he would definitely become a big shot in the Heavenly Palace. This would be very disadvantageous for the Heaven Destroyer. If he could get rid of him, he would do his best to do so. If he missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to get rid of him in the future. Lu Ming raised his speed to the maximum. He turned into an aurora and chased after the 2 Lord of Heaven. As expected, the 2 Lord of Heaven were not at their peak state. Their speed was not as fast as when they were at their peak, especially the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. He was more heavily injured and his speed was slower. Even though the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven was carrying Yi Qiuxian, he was still faster than him. The distance between Lu Ming and the other party was slowly closing. "Take Qiuxian and leave first. I'll go kill that brat," the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven shouted. He suddenly turned around and flew towards Lu Ming. As for the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven, he continued to flee with Yi Qiuxian. Swoosh, the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven rushed towards Lu Ming. He slashed his saber at Lu Ming. The saber light was thousands of miles long. Lu Ming swung his spear to meet the attack. The war god's spear struck the saber light and exploded. Then, the saber light dissipated. Lu Ming took a deep breath and trembled slightly. Looks like the other party is seriously injured. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Lu Ming would definitely not be able to stop the Lord of Heaven in his peak state. But now, he could. "Kill!" the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven shouted. He became one with his saber and turned into a dazzling saber light. He cut through the void and slashed towards Lu Ming, wanting to kill Lu Ming. The reason why he stayed behind to stop Lu Ming was to let the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven leave with Yi Qiuxian. Also, he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Just like the reason why Lu Ming wanted to kill Yi Qiuxian, in the eyes of the heavenly human race, Lu Ming was also a huge threat that had to be eliminated. Heaven Splitter. Lu Ming shouted and performed the heaven splitter. He became one with his spear and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards the other party. The spear and the saber were incomparably dazzling. They cut through the void and collided in the air, erupting with dazzling light. Rings of shockwaves spread out in all directions like ripples. Then, the two figures drifted back at the same time. They were evenly matched. Then, the two rushed towards each other and fought. After all, the other party was the Lord of Heaven. Even if his combat strength was not at his peak state, he was still extremely powerful and was not weaker than Lu Ming. In an instant, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Ball ball, Lu Ming's heart stirred. Ball ball flew out and turned into a mirror. It shot out a beam of light that enveloped the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. The sword-wielding Lord of Heaven was stunned for a moment. However, in just an instant, the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven roared and a terrifying force burst out from his body, forcibly shattering Ball Ball's beam of light. Burn the supreme power of heaven! Lu Ming furrowed his brows and retreated rapidly. The other party had already started burning the supreme power of heaven without caring about the consequences. By burning the supreme power of heaven, the other party's battle prowess would probably reach his peak for a short period of time. As a result, Lu Ming retreated while Ball Ball flew back to Lu Ming's body. It rapidly squirmed and turned into a suit of armor that enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming, die! The sword-wielding Lord of Heaven roared and charged at Lu Ming, swinging his sword wildly. The consequences of burning the supreme power of heaven were extremely severe. It was very likely that he would never be able to reach reciprocity again, cutting off all hope of advancing in the future. As a result, he paid such a great price to kill Lu Ming. The blade flashed as fast as lightning. Lu Ming could only use his spear to block. Clang! Clang! The two of them constantly clashed, clashing over 100 times in an instant. In the end, Lu Ming was still not his opponent. He retreated and was struck twice by the other party. Fortunately, Ball Ball's armor blocked the two strikes. It's still not at the peak. I can hold him back. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that even after burning the supreme power of heaven, the other party's battle prowess did not seem to reach his peak. Lu Ming understood very soon. One reason was that the other party was injured. The other reason was origin energy. Before the other party had fled, it was very clear that the origin energy in the origin seed had been used up. When fighting Lu Ming, the other party had not used any origin energy at all. Therefore, even though the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven had burned his ultimate power of heaven, he was still not as strong as origin energy. He was still a hair away from the peak. As for Lu Ming, he was now a 6th-level Divine Master, no longer a 5th-level Divine Master. With Xiaoqiu's help, Lu Ming was confident that he could keep his opponent occupied. As long as Bone Demon arrived, his opponent would die. Heaven-crushing form, desolate form, kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's confidence was greatly boosted. He roared to the sky, his black hair flying as he continuously used the two self-created secret techniques in succession, bombarding his opponent. Although Lu Ming was still at a disadvantage, he ignored defense and attacked with all his might. He was really evenly matched with his opponent. Soon, the two had exchanged over 100 blows. At this moment, two streaks of light appeared in the distance. The two streaks of light collided in the air several times, erupting with violent booms. Bone Demon is here. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. One of the two streaks of light was Bone Demon. The other streak of light was a Lord of Heaven. This Lord of Heaven was extremely powerful. He held a spear in his hand. That spear was an origin-grade divine weapon. Of the 8 Lord of Heaven beside Yi Qiuxian, 2 of them wielded origin-grade divine weapons. One of them was the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven who had fled with Yi Qiuxian. The other one was the Heaven Monarch who used a long spear. However, this Lord of Heaven was clearly heavily injured. There was a large hole in his chest that went straight through. Even his heart had exploded. His combat strength was not at its peak and was no match for Bone Demon. This person was fighting as he ran. However, after several collisions, this Lord of Heaven's body smashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a deep pit. Swish, the Bone Devil looked down from above and dived into the deep pit. Rumble, the ground rumbled violently, and crushed stones flew everywhere. The next moment, the bone demon's figure charged into the sky from the deep pit. He was a skeleton, and his pitch-black bones were stained with fresh blood. He held a golden battle spear in his hand. The battle spear was stained with blood, looking demonic and horrifying. Needless to say, the Lord of Heaven was most likely dead. Otherwise, how could the battle spear have fallen into the bone devil's hands? The bone demon's gaze landed on Lu Ming and the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven. Then, like a streak of light, it rushed towards the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven. The blade-wielding Lord of Heaven revealed a look of despair in his eyes. "Lu Ming, let's die together!" The knife-wielding Lord of Heaven roared. His face was incomparably ferocious. A terrifying aura burst out from his body, like a volcano about to erupt. Self-detonation, Lu Ming was shocked. He retreated quickly, and at the same time, he blasted out a palm. A continent appeared and was about to envelop the opponent. However, the opponent slashed out with his blade, splitting the continent in half, and continued to rush towards Lu Ming. "Humph, you want to self-detonate? You have to ask me first," the bone demon snorted. Demonic chi surged from his body, and he suddenly threw out the golden battle spear in his hand. The golden battle spear flew towards the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven like a bolt of lightning. Fast, it was really too fast. It took almost an instant, which was beyond anyone's reaction time, to appear in front of the blade-wielding Heaven Monarch. The blade-wielding Lord of Heaven was shocked and hurriedly raised his blade to block. With a clang, the golden battle spear pierced the opponent's battle blade, and sparks flew everywhere. The bone demon's attack was too powerful. He had used all of his strength. In addition, the golden battle spear was a source-level divine weapon, so it was incomparably sharp. The opponent's battle blade was only a supreme-level divine weapon. After the collision, dense cracks appeared on the blade. Finally, with a bang, the battle blade shattered. The battle spear did not stop there. It pierced through the Lord of Heaven's protective energy and pierced through his chest, nailing the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven to the ground. However, the opponent was not dead yet. He roared and wanted to self-detonate. Swoosh, the war god spear in Lu Ming's hand flew out and pierced the blade-wielding Lord of Heaven's forehead, killing him completely. At this moment, the bone demon landed and grabbed the golden battle spear in his hand. "Not bad. I'll keep it for now." The bone demon smiled and kept the golden battle spear. Lu Ming walked over and pulled out the war god spear. "Bone demon, where are the other Lord of Heaven?" Lu Ming asked. "I killed them. It's a pity that the 3 devil bone puppets were useless. They all fell apart. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to escape." "Where's Xianxia?" the bone demon asked. "He was rescued by the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. Let's chase after him," Lu Ming said. The bone demon nodded. Together with Lu Ming, they turned into 2 streaks of light and chased after the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven and Xianxia. It was obvious that the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven was trying to escape through the crack with Xianxia. Lu Ming and the bone demon flew in that direction. Unfortunately, they did not find any trace of Xianxia or the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. Obviously, the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven had delayed them for a while and allowed them to escape too far away. Lu Ming and the bone demon were already flying at full speed, but they still could not catch up. After some time, they arrived at the crack where they had first entered. They still could not catch up with Xianxia and the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. "What a pity," Lu Ming sighed softly. "It was such a good opportunity, but they still could not kill Xianxia. It would be difficult to find such a good opportunity in the future." This Xianxia was obviously a person with great luck. He was always able to turn misfortunes into blessings. "Lu Ming, I'd better hide in the chaos ring. I've just smelted the devil bone and need time to consolidate it. If there's anything, just call me," the bone demon said. "All right." Lu Ming nodded and kept the bone demon in the chaos ring. Speaking of which, this trip of being hunted by the heavenly human tribe could be considered a blessing in disguise. His cultivation had increased by 1 level and reached the 6th level Divine Master realm. He had also obtained a few hundred stalks of main-grade divine herbs and a stalk of origin-grade divine herb. In addition, the bone demon had finally recovered some of his cultivation and reached the peak of the Divine Master realm. He could deal with several Lord of Heaven at the same time. This greatly boosted Lu Ming's confidence. If he encountered another expert at the level of the Lord of Heaven, he could just release the bone demon. They left the crack and returned to the continent above. I wonder how Lion and the others are doing? Lu Ming was a little worried. Lion and the others had been besieged by 8 Lord of Heaven led by Xianxia. He did not know how they were doing. However, because the purple-clad Lord of Heaven had been lured away by Lu Ming, there were only 7 Lord of Heaven left. Lion and the others should be able to escape successfully. They should be heading towards the depths of the continent. I've wasted a lot of time. I have to hurry over and meet up with them. Lu Ming pondered and then rushed along the ground toward the depths of the continent. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. There's someone over there. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he sensed a living being approaching from the right. Lu Ming used the great concealment technique and hid behind a rock to observe carefully. Not long after, 7 figures appeared nearby. It's Lion and the others. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to meet Lion and the others here. He did not expect to meet Lion and the rest here. He had been in that underground world for so long. He thought that Lion and the rest would have already entered the depths of the continent if they had escaped. He did not expect that Lion and the rest would not have entered the depths of the continent. Lu Ming did not continue to hide and came out in a flash. Lion and the rest were startled at first, but they were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, it's great that you're fine. Haha, I knew that Lu Ming would be fine. Lion and the rest laughed. Why are you here? What happened when you were besieged by the heavenly human race? Lu Ming asked. We attacked with all our might, but we managed to break out of the encirclement. Unfortunately, one of us was killed by them. How hateful. We've been looking for you in the surroundings all this time, Lion explained. Lu Ming was touched. He understood why Lion and the rest did not enter the depths of the continent. They had been looking for him in the surroundings all this time. By the way, Lu Ming, you were chased by a Lord of Heaven. How did you manage to escape? Lion asked Lu Ming. I was lucky and encountered a group of giant snakes. I was lucky enough to use those giant snakes to entangle that Lord of Heaven. That was how I managed to escape. Lu Ming explained when he saw them. Lu Ming did not mention that he had been chased by Xianxia and the rest, and that he had killed the other party's 7 heavenly lords. Given his cultivation base, it would be too unbelievable to say that he had killed 7 Lord of Heaven alone. It would probably shock Lion and the rest. Low profile, Lu Ming had always been low profile. Lu Ming, your cultivation base has broken through again. Lion and the rest realized that Lu Ming's cultivation base had reached the 6th level of the Divine Master realm. All of them widened their eyes in shock. I was lucky. I was lucky enough to obtain some master-grade divine herbs. Lu Ming laughed and glossed over it. The lips of Lion and the other peak divine masters twitched, but they didn't know what to say. Lucky breakthrough? How come they never got lucky? Was it that easy to break through to the Divine Master realm? Back when they had broken through to the Divine Master realm, they had spent at least a stellar year to break through to the next level. It was only after a long period of accumulation, comprehension, and slowly accumulating resources that one could break through. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had only disappeared for a few days and he had already broken through a level. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. We've been delayed for so long. I wonder how the human sovereign's body is doing. Let's hurry to the depths of the continent. Lu Ming changed the topic. As expected, when the human king's body was mentioned, the lion's attention was diverted. That's right. Let's hurry to the depths of the continent. Lion said. So many days had passed, and he wondered what the situation in the depths of the continent was like. Back then, the human king's 4 limbs and head had flown into the depths of the continent on their own. He did not know what had happened, and he did not know if they had been found yet. Had the depths of the continent been turned upside down because of the battle for the human sovereign's body, the group of 8 quickly set off and headed toward the depths of the continent. They had been delayed for a long time, so along the way, they almost did not encounter any other teams. They did not encounter anyone from the Heaven Destroyer or the Heavenly Palace. Presumably, these people had already entered the depths of the continent. They only needed to avoid those surviving species, so their speed was not slow. 3 days later, they arrived at the depths of the continent. In the depths of the continent, the forest had disappeared and turned into a plain. The field of vision was very wide. In the depths of the plain, there was a huge mountain peak that stood between heaven and earth. No, that was not an ordinary mountain peak. It was actually a mountain peak made of metal. Its entire body was made of pitch-black metal of the surviving species, and it looked sturdy and immortal. On the ground around the mountain, there were huge metal towers scattered all around. These metal towers were all as tall as the sky, and they were scattered all around the mountain peak. At a glance, there were no less than 1,000 of them. Furthermore, these metal towers were covered in talisman scripts. These talisman scripts intertwined with each other, forming an incredibly huge formation that enveloped the metal mountain peak in the middle. Lu Ming also saw a figure on each of the metal towers. Those figures were also made of metal. They held sabers in their hands, and saber light soared into the sky, forming a battle formation. What was even more shocking was that the human sovereign's 4 limbs and head were actually attacking this large formation. The human sovereign's 4 limbs and head floated in 5 different directions, giving off boundless light as they launched ferocious attacks on the large formation. Suddenly, the fingers of one of the arms trembled as it grabbed downwards. It actually burst out with boundless sword light that smashed down on the large formation. A stone leg stomped down from the air, turning into a huge foot that could hold up the sky. It stepped on the large formation and clashed fiercely with the formation. That head opened its mouth and let out a roar. A long river descended and bombarded the grand formation. Strong, simply too strong. The human sovereign's 4 limbs and head seemed to have turned into a peerless expert using a powerful move. However, that formation was also incomparably powerful. More than 1,000 metal towers, giving off boundless talisman scripts and radiance, in addition to the metal puppets on the towers, seemed to have merged into one. They actually condensed into 5 huge figures in the void. These 5 figures were very blurry. Their appearances couldn't be seen clearly, only that they were all in human form. The 5 figures sat cross-legged in the void, blocking the attacks of the human sovereign's body. Lu Ming, Lion, and the others were dumbfounded. This scene had far exceeded their imagination. Could it be that the human sovereign's body flew here on its own to break the formation here? Could it be that the human sovereign's body was in that metal mountain peak? The metal box had said that the human sovereign had died in battle. The human sovereign's body had been divided into 7 parts and sealed in 7 different places. Could this formation have been left behind by the existence that sealed the human sovereign's body? Then, Lu Ming and the others saw that there were many people gathered in the distance where the human sovereign's body clashed with the formation. On one side, there were people from the Heaven Destroyer. On the other side, there were people from the Heavenly Palace. Not far from the people from the Heavenly Palace, there were 300 experts from the Quasi-Saint tribe. Lu Ming, Lion, and the others flew directly to the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming, you're finally here. Tang Jun smiled when he saw Lu Ming. Then, Emo Chang, Rong Gong, Lin Yi, and the others all came to greet Lu Ming. Lu Ming asked and learned that Tang Jun and the others had arrived here more than 10 days ago. When they arrived here, they found that the human sovereign's body had been attacking the formation for a long time. Until now, it hadn't broken through. When the other people from the Heaven Destroyer saw Lu Ming's arrival, they also smiled. After all, Lu Ming could use the human sovereign's body. If there was a competition later, perhaps Lu Ming could play a big role. Lu Ming looked around and realized that the number of people in the Heaven Destroyer had decreased by quite a lot. There were about a few hundred fewer people compared to when they had split up. It was very likely that these people had died along the way. They had either died in the mouth of an untainted ancient beast or they had met the people from the Heavenly Palace and died in the hands of the people from the Heavenly Palace. Of course, there were some people who had been delayed and had yet to arrive. But after all, Lu Ming had been delayed for so long and was much slower than the others. Those who had yet to arrive were definitely in the minority. Losing a few hundred people, all of whom were divine masters, was definitely a huge loss. But thinking about it, the Heavenly Palace was not any better. They must have suffered a great loss as well. Rumble, in the sky, the human king's body was still attacking the formation. Heaven and earth rumbled incessantly. The scene was really shocking. The people from the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace did not dare to get too close for fear of being implicated. Not to mention divine masters, even Origin Realm cultivators who were slightly weaker would have to avoid the might of the attack. Lu Ming waited quietly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. The human king's body was still breaking the formation. It was as if it had endless energy that could not be used up. After these 5 days, Lu Ming realized that the light of the formation had dimmed a little. The runes on the metal towers had also dimmed a little. The energy of the formation is limited. If this continues, it won't be long before the formation is broken. Tang Jun muttered. Lu Ming nodded. Everyone was waiting here with the same thought. They were waiting for the day when the formation would be broken. When the formation was broken, there might be a huge change. Yi Qiuxian, suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He saw 2 figures approaching from another direction. It was Yi Qiuxian and the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven. At this time, Yi Qiuxian's injuries were almost healed, and they flew towards the Heavenly Palace. In such an occasion, Lu Ming naturally could not make a move, because the other side was full of masters from the Heavenly Palace. The reason why the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace hadn't started fighting yet was because they were observing the situation. Now that the human king's corporeal body was breaking the formation, if a huge battle broke out between them, who knew what would happen? However, if someone were to make the first move, it would probably lead to an abnormally large-scale battle. Yi Qiuxian and the sword-wielding Lord of Heaven flew into the crowd in the Heavenly Palace. Yi Qiuxian flew directly to Yi Immortal's side and lowered his head as he called out, "Immortal Prince! What's going on? Why are you so late? Where are the others with you? Why is there only one left?" Yi Immortal asked with a slight frown. "The others are all dead," Yi Qiuxian replied with difficulty. "All dead? What happened? Tell me everything, don't hide anything," Yi Immortal said coldly. Yi Qiuxian didn't dare to hide anything from Yi Immortal, so he immediately recounted everything that had happened. Of course, he told Yi Immortal through telepathy, because it was too embarrassing. If others knew about it, he would become a laughingstock. To think that something like this actually happened, Lu Ming. Interesting, Yi Immortal muttered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Immortal Prince, Yi Immortal was ashamed. Don't worry, if there's a chance, I'll personally eliminate him. When we're at the same level, I'll crush his confidence," Yi Immortal sneered. In the blink of an eye, another 7 days passed. At this time, the light from the formation was extremely dim, and the runes on the metal tower were also dim. Boom, the human king's right arm became incomparably huge, and he punched down on the formation, causing it to shake violently and cracks to appear on it. For the first time, cracks appeared on the formation. The other parts of the human king's body seized the opportunity to unleash heaven-defying attacks on the formation. Boom! 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 Boom, the formation shook violently, and cracks appeared on it. Then, it started to explode. Not only that, some of the metal towers also exploded. In an instant, at least a dozen of the metal towers exploded into pieces. The formation had been destroyed. The moment the formation was destroyed, the metal puppets on the metal towers soared into the sky and gathered together in the air. These metal puppets gathered together one by one, forming 5 incomparably huge metal puppets. Every few hundred metal puppets gathered together to form a gigantic metal puppet, which wielded a huge saber and charged towards the human king's body. Boom! 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 The 5 gigantic metal puppets collided with the human king's limbs and head. However, with just one hit, the 5 gigantic metal puppets were destroyed. They scattered and split into smaller metal puppets. Many of the smaller puppets even exploded, turning into tiny metal fragments. Only a small number of metal puppets were not destroyed and landed on the metal towers. The formation had been completely destroyed. Swoosh swoosh, the human king's body flew towards the metal mountain without any obstruction. The metal mountain seemed to be sealed without a door. However, the human king's body directly bombarded the metal mountain. Boom boom, after 5 consecutive explosions, the sealed metal mountain was actually blasted open. 5 passageways were formed. The human king's body flew into the metal mountain and disappeared. Heaven Destroyer, Heavenly Palace, and Quasi-Sage Tribe looked at each other in dismay. Then, everyone revealed a decisive look. The formation has been destroyed. The human king's body should have been gathered. Let's go. Seize the human king's body. Some of the leaders roared and rushed toward the metal mountain peak. Heaven Destroyer, Heavenly Palace, Quasi-Sage Tribe, and all the experts rushed towards the metal mountain. There was no obstruction on the way. The remaining metal towers and metal puppets were motionless like statues. The three groups arrived at the foot of the mountain unimpeded. 5 passageways had been blasted open on the metal mountain. Heaven Destroyer's people entered from the southern passageway. Heavenly Palace's people entered from the northern passageway. Quasi-Sage Tribe's people entered from the northeastern passageway. The passageway was smooth and circular. It was 100 meters in diameter and tens of thousands of meters deep. Clang, someone used a master-grade divine weapon to hack at the smooth wall of the passageway. The sound of metal clashing rang out and sparks flew everywhere. However, the smooth wall was completely unscathed. Not even a mark was left on it. Everyone was shocked. This metal was excessively hard. The person who had attacked just now was a 9th-level divine master. A 9th-level divine master controlled a master-grade divine weapon to attack, yet he could not even leave a mark on the metal wall. This metal was unimaginably hard. What if it was refined into a divine weapon? Many people's eyes were burning. They knew that this metal was definitely a rare and precious material. If they could bring some out, it would definitely be a great harvest. FPZW Clang, someone else made a move. This time, it was a pinnacle divine master. However, this peak divine master did not leave a single mark on the wall. Everyone gasped. Even a peak divine master could not leave a mark. What kind of metal was this? Was it not too hard? At the same time, everyone sighed. Not even a single mark was left. It was a fool's dream to dig out some of it and take it away. No, everyone immediately thought of the metal towers and metal puppets outside. Those metal towers and puppets seemed to be made of the same metal as this metal mountain. Previously, many of those metal towers and puppets had been destroyed by the human king's body and turned into metal fragments scattered all over the ground. Those metal fragments could be taken away. Unfortunately, they were in a hurry to rush into the passage and forgot to pick them up. The human king's body is more important. When we get the body and retreat, we will have time to pick up some more. Don't retreat now, continue to rush forward. A peak-level divine master shouted. That's right. The human king's body is related to the fate of the primitive universe. We cannot lose it. After all, these metals are external objects. Another person shouted. Everyone could only continue to rush forward. Lu Ming also sighed. He had forgotten to pick them up. It would have been better to pick them up and give them to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu was also gritting his teeth. The passage was not long. Soon, they rushed through the passage and arrived at the center of the metal mountain. The center of the metal mountain was empty, forming a huge space. Heaven Destroyer rushed through the passage and found that the people of the Heavenly Palace and the Quasi-Sage Tribe had also arrived. However, their gazes fell on the center of the space. In the center, there was a metal altar and a bronze box on the altar. The bronze box was open. Inside, there was a human body made of stone suspended in the air. At this time, the 4 limbs and head of the human king's body were gathered together with the body. It was obvious that they wanted to fuse together to form a complete body. However, the body, limbs, and head of the human king's body were densely packed with runes that prevented them from fusing together. Every part of the human king's body emitted a dazzling light as if to forcibly refine those runes and fuse together. Apart from the heart, the human sovereign's physical body is almost complete. I must get it. Attack. At this moment, the Heaven Destroyer, the Heavenly Palace, the Quasi-Immortal Tribe, and the other experts all rushed toward the human monarch's body to seize it. Previously, the Heavenly Palace had only grasped 2 parts of the human king's body. He had mastered one of the Heaven Destroyer. The Quasi-Saint race had grasped one. It was incredibly difficult to gather all the sovereign personages' bodies together. But now, the opportunity was right in front of him. The body of the human king was almost complete. As long as he could obtain it, he would be able to obtain 6 in one go. In the future, as long as he could obtain the heart of the human king, he would be able to form the complete body of the human king and dominate the world, suppressing all his enemies. Who wouldn't be tempted? Every side wanted to grasp it in their hands. However, there were more than 10,000 divine masters from the 3 sides. When they got close to the human king's body, the human king's body emitted a powerful energy that spread out in all directions. Everyone's bodies shook violently as they were pushed back by the impact. Their speed was even faster than when they pounced forward. They were all slammed into the metal walls around them. Some of the weaker ones spat out blood, and their faces turned pale. No one could get close to the human king's body. We can't do it now. The human king's body is fusing and will emit a powerful energy. That's right. We can only wait until the human king's body fuses together. Everyone discussed among themselves and didn't continue to attack. The human king's body was too powerful. It seemed to be recovering on its own. The energy it emitted was incomparably terrifying. It wasn't something a divine master could compare to. They could only get close to the human king's body when it successfully fused, stopped recovering, and retracted its energy. Otherwise, even if the human king's body was there, they wouldn't be able to obtain it. Immortal young master, should we get rid of those traitors first so that they won't fight with us for the human king's body? A figure at the level of the Lord of Heaven suggested to Ye Immortal. That's a good suggestion. Ye Immortal nodded. He looked at Heaven Destroyer with a cold glint in his eyes. Then, he said, let's attack first and eliminate the traitors. Yes. Kill. The people from the heavenly palace responded loudly. Then, they circled around the altar in the middle from 2 directions and charged toward Heaven Destroyer. The people from the heavenly palace are about to attack. Get into formation and defend with all your might. Just like before, defend with all your might. A few peak divine master existences shouted. The people from Heaven Destroyer gathered in 2s and 3s. All kinds of defensive secret arts and treasures appeared and formed a tight defense. The people from the Quasi-Saint tribe were still watching coldly from the sidelines. They had no intention of interfering. Swoosh, 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 the people from the heavenly palace attacked. All kinds of attacks flew toward Heaven Destroyer. However, they were all blocked. This time, Heaven Destroyer blocked the attacks from the heavenly palace more easily than before. The main problem was the terrain. Now, their backs were against the metal wall, so they didn't have to worry about the back. And in front of them was the altar again. The people from the heavenly palace could only attack from the left and right sides. Because the terrain was not wide enough, the people from the heavenly palace couldn't completely let go of their hands and feet to maximize their attack power. But their defense was different. The smaller the terrain, the smaller the space for defense, and the more concentrated their defense power was. Another problem was that the Lord of Heaven was missing a lot of people from the heavenly human tribe. The main problem was that 7 of them were killed by Lu Ming. This also had a big impact on the strength of the heavenly palace. Therefore, the people from the heavenly palace attacked more than 10 times consecutively, but the defense of Heaven Destroyer remained firm. Damn it, you only know how to move like a tortoise. That's right. If you have the ability, don't move like a tortoise and fight head-on. Someone from the heavenly palace shouted. However, the people from the Heaven Destroyer naturally wouldn't be fooled by such a low-level provocation. You have a few thousand more people than us, yet you still want to fight head-on? That's right. If you have the ability, fight head-on too. The people from the heavenly human tribe mocked. The people from the heavenly palace had nothing to say and could only attack silently. However, after attacking for more than 10 minutes, they still couldn't break through the defense of Heaven Destroyer. On the other side, Ye Immortal frowned slightly and said, "Okay, stop and retreat." He knew that because of the terrain, even if they attacked for another half an hour, they still wouldn't be able to break through the defense of Heaven Destroyer. Therefore, he simply ordered them to stop. The people from the heavenly palace could only retreat helplessly. If these people from the Quasi-Saint tribe attacked together, they would definitely be able to break through the defense of the traitors. Yi Qiuxian said coldly and glanced at the people from the Quasi-Saint tribe. The leader of the quasi-saint tribe smiled faintly and pretended not to see Xianxia's gaze. The people of the heavenly palace retreated to the sides. Boom, not long after, there was a major change in the situation. The runes on the human king's body had almost been obliterated during this period of time and had become dim and lightless. With a violent rumble, the runes completely disappeared. The four limbs, head, and torso of the human king's body had completely fused together, seamlessly fusing together as if they were perfectly intact. Success, many people's eyes lit up. They wanted to take action, but just as the human king's body was successfully fused, a monstrous pressure spread out and completely enveloped the space within the metal mountain. Everyone was enveloped by this pressure. My cultivation, why is my cultivation dropping? My cultivation is also dropping. What's going on? It's dropping too fast. I've already dropped 2 levels, and I've already dropped 3 levels. The scene was in an uproar as cries of alarm rang out. Whether it was the Heaven Destroyer, the Heavenly Palace, or the quasi-saint race, everyone's cultivation was rapidly dropping under this pressure. Lu Ming also felt that his cultivation was constantly being suppressed and falling. 5th level Divine Master, 4th level Divine Master, 3rd level Divine Master. Soon, Lu Ming's cultivation was forcefully suppressed to 1st level Divine Master before it stopped falling. At the same time, Qiuqiu and Guemo were also suppressed to 1st level Divine Master. It was not just them. Everyone else was the same. Regardless of how high or low their cultivation had been, their cultivation had now been suppressed to the 1st layer of the Divine Master realm. The peak Divine Master existences had the most unsightly expressions. Their advantage had always been their cultivation, but now that their cultivation had been suppressed to the same level as the others, their original advantage had been completely nullified. Everyone was bewildered. This is only a temporary suppression. Don't panic. Once we leave this place, your cultivation will naturally recover, Ye Immortal said calmly. Yu Wuchang spoke, his expression calm. In truth, everyone's cultivation had been suppressed to 1st level Divine Master, which was more to his liking. It allowed him to seize the human king's body and increase his strength by a large margin. After a while, everyone calmed down. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed. This was because the bronze box that had been submerged in the desolate ring without any movement actually flew out of the desolate ring on its own, flying towards the human king's body. It wasn't just him. She, Ye Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, and the youth from the quasi-saint tribe also had a box fly out. The 5 bronze chests flew to the top of the altar and merged with the bronze chest on the altar, becoming a bronze chest that was several times larger. Rumble, at this moment, the ground also underwent a shocking change. The altar continued to expand and the top of the altar became flat. Finally, it turned into a battle platform. As for the bronze chest and the human king's body, they flew into the air and floated there. Many people's eyes were burning. They wanted to make a move, but the human king's body was still emitting strong fluctuations. They could not get close at all. What's going on? Could it be that the human king's corporeal body still has its own consciousness, and outsiders cannot obtain it? Doesn't that mean it's different from what the bronze chest said? Many people were discussing this matter. Many people were disappointed. If that was really the case, this trip would have been in vain. The dream of using the human king's body to suppress the ancient times would also be shattered. However, at this moment, the huge bronze chest started to glow and a line of words appeared on it. To obtain the human king's body, one must be the one with the greatest talent and potential. Seeing this line of words, everyone's eyes lit up. How do we determine who is the one with the greatest talent and potential? Someone asked. It's very simple. We can determine it after a competition. That's why your cultivation is suppressed to the 1st level of the Divine Master realm. The best way to determine talent and potential is through a battle of the same level. The one who comes in first will be able to take away the human king's body. Otherwise, no matter how high one's cultivation is, without the recognition of the human king's body, one will not be able to take away the human king's body. The human king's body still has the last heart. However, it's very difficult to obtain the last heart. Only those with heaven-defying talent and potential can obtain it in the future. A few sentences appeared on the bronze chest consecutively. Strongest in a battle of the same level. At the scene, everyone's gaze involuntarily turned to Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian. Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian were the strongest skyprides in the primitive universe. Whether it was in a battle of the same level or in terms of talent and potential, no one was on par with the two of them. Could it be that the human king's body would fall into the hands of one of them, especially Lu Ming, who was even stronger than Yi Qiuxian in the battle of the Taishang Immortal City? Could it be that the human king's body would ultimately fall into Lu Ming's hands? Many people on the Heaven Destroyer's side were overjoyed. This way, Lu Ming's chances of obtaining the human king's body would be very high. On the Heavenly Palace's side, some people had ugly expressions. They were also worried that Lu Ming would obtain the human king's body. However, those who knew the true identity of the Yi Immortal were overjoyed. With the Yi Immortal around, who could be a match for the Yi Immortal in a battle of the same level? Interesting. The young leader of the Quasi-Saint tribe muttered. His eyes were filled with intense battle intent. How will the competition be held? Someone else asked. It's very simple. 2-on-2 battles. The winner will continue to accept the challenge of the next person. Remember, each person only has one chance to go up on the stage. 2 more sentences appeared on the bronze box. These rules, many people's faces darkened. Their minds raced. The bronze box's 2 short sentences revealed that the rules weren't simple. 2-on-2 battles. The winner would continue to accept the challenge of the next person. This was equivalent to a battle of attrition. In this way, top geniuses like Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian were no longer confident in winning. No matter how strong they were, their strength would eventually be exhausted and they would be worn down by the battle of attrition. This time, it was the Heaven Destroyer's turn to have ugly expressions. This was because the number of people on the Heaven Destroyer's side was much smaller than the Heavenly Palace's side. A battle of attrition was extremely disadvantageous for them. On the other hand, the people on the Heavenly Palace's side were smiling. Haha, no matter how strong that Lu Ming is, he will be worn down to death. Everyone, there are many strong people among the Lord of Heaven. They might not be much weaker than Lu Ming. This time, the human king's body will definitely belong to the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is the true master of the primitive universe. The people of the Heavenly Palace were overjoyed. So, are there any restrictions on the battle stage? Can we kill the opponent? Someone else asked. The specific rules are very simple. If you leave the battle stage, you will lose. Also, you can't use weapons or treasures. Everything else is up to you. Another sentence appeared on the bronze box. Many people narrowed their eyes. This sentence was very simple. There were no restrictions on the battle stage. They could kill the opponent. If they left the battle stage, they would lose. In other words, it was the same whether they fled or were sent flying out of the battle stage. At this time, the battle stage changed again. 3 stairs extended out. On the metal battle platform, there were 3 stairs extending out. One extended to the Heaven Destroyer, one extended to the Heavenly Palace, and the last one extended to the Quasi-Saint tribe. This made many people from the Heavenly Palace very unhappy. What did the battle platform mean? Did it mean that the Quasi-Saint tribe and the Heavenly Palace were on equal footing? Begin. Only those who ascend the stairs are qualified to participate in the battle. Another sentence appeared on the bronze chest, and then there was no more sound. I'll go first. An expert from the Heavenly Palace stepped forward and stepped on the stairs. This was an expert from the Blood Clan, one of the top 10 races. His whole body was covered in bloody light, and 2 blood-red wings extended from his back. His eyes were frightening. However, before he could take 2 steps, he seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body retreated rapidly and was blasted off the battle platform. Can't go up? Everyone was shocked. It seems that only those who have reached a certain level of strength can step on the battle platform. Not everyone is qualified to fight. Someone said. It seems that's true. I wonder how strong you have to be able to go up. Let me try. Another person from the Heavenly Palace stepped forward and stepped on the stairs. However, his situation was not much better than the previous Blood Clan member. He was blasted off the battle platform after a few steps. Then, a few more people from the heavenly palace tried, but none of them could step on the battle platform. In the end, 6 people tried in a row, but all of them failed. When it was the 7th person, a 10-winged angel from the angel clan successfully stepped on the battle platform. Roy is glaring at him. It seems that only the top geniuses can step on the battle platform. The people from the heavenly palace discussed animatedly. This middle-aged Roy was originally a 9th-level god lord, a 10-winged angel. In the angel race, this level of talent was already at the apex. Who will fight with me? Roy stood on the battle platform and looked down at the people from the Heaven Destroyer. Needless to say, the people from the heavenly palace naturally would not go up to fight with him. His only opponent was the Heaven Destroyer. I'll take you on. On the Heaven Destroyer's side, a figure stepped forward and landed on the stairs. Step by step, he walked up and finally stepped onto the platform. After seeing how 6 people from the heavenly palace had been defeated in a row, those on the Heaven Destroyer who weren't strong enough naturally wouldn't go forward. Even if they did, they would be blasted down. Therefore, those who took action were all people with top-notch talent. That man's name was Xianxia. He was a descendant of a primitive god spirit. He had a thick primitive god spirit blood pulse. Although he was not a pure-blooded primitive god spirit, his battle power was still very strong. Boom, without any superfluous words, Xianxia and Roy clashed. Both of their cultivations were suppressed to the 1st level of the Divine Lord realm, so there was not much difference in their combat power. The two exchanged more than 200 moves, and in the end, Xianxia came out on top, sending Roy flying out of the stage with a single move. Heaven Destroyer won the first battle. I'll deal with him. Just as Roy was defeated, another figure rushed out from the heavenly palace and stepped onto the stairs. The stairs did not obstruct him at all, and he stepped onto the stage in a few steps. This person was also an angel, and his entire body was covered in dense holy light. Whoosh, 12 wings extended from his back. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. This person was actually a 12-winged angel. A 12-winged angel was practically the apex of the angel race's talent. Lu Ming's old opponent, Gabbard, was also a 12-winged angel. However, Gabbard had a fortuitous encounter in Taisheng Immortal City and evolved his Angel King bloodline. However, he had been crippled by Lu Ming in Taisheng Immortal City. Xianxia, don't force yourself if you can't win. Rush out of the stage and admit defeat. Someone on the Heaven Destroyer side shouted. I'll exhaust a portion of his strength before retreating. Xianxia transmitted back. He was unwilling to admit defeat without even fighting. He had to exhaust a portion of his opponent's strength before admitting defeat. At the very least, he could build a foundation for the people who would fight later. Heaven Destroyer's side had fewer people to begin with. If they did not fight with all their strength, they would have no chance. Kill. The 12-winged angel directly attacked. His 12 wings flashed, and his body charged toward Xianxia like a bolt of white lightning. His angelic sword turned into 12 sword lights and slashed at Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed, and he tried his best to resist. However, he had already exhausted a lot of his divine power in the previous battle. Now that the two's attacks collided, he was immediately pushed back. The 12-winged angel would not miss this opportunity. He flapped his wings, and angel feathers appeared. Each angel feather was an extremely sharp sword. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of swords flew toward Xianxia. Xianxia could not dodge at all. His body was pierced by dozens of sword lights and turned into a sieve. With a plop, he fell on the stage, no longer showing any signs of life. Xianxia, damn it. Many people on the Heaven Destroyer roared. A powerful god lord had fallen just like that. It was a huge loss for the Heaven Destroyer. I'll go kill him. Leave this birdman to me. I'll tear him apart. Many people roared, wanting to kill their way to the stage. All of you, remember this. If you don't have the confidence to escape, don't force it. Just rush out of the stage and admit defeat. At this moment, Lion spoke, his eyes bloodshot. He had a good relationship with Xianxia. That's right. We Heaven Destroyer have very few people to begin with. If one of us dies, we won't be able to get the body of another god lord. How are we going to resist the heavenly palace? Another peak-level divine master spoke. Everyone nodded. Indeed, Haoji was too stubborn just now. He had already consumed a lot of his divine power in the battle with Roy, and he did not have much divine power left. His opponent was a 12-winged angel, and the difference was too great, so he was killed in one go. If he had rushed out of the stage from the beginning, he might have been able to save his life. Leave this guy to me. A middle-aged man in golden armor stepped out from the sky exterminating troop. He walked towards the fighting ring and got onto it easily. Then, he waved his hand and put Haoji's body into his storage ring. Dragon? Hee, I haven't eaten dragon meat in a long time. I'll kill you and bring your body back for a good taste. The 12-winged angel sneered, revealing a cold fighting spirit. You'll be the one to die. Roar! Shouted the burly man in golden armor. His dragon roared and his body started to change. In the end, a golden dragon appeared on the fighting stage. That's a 9-clawed dragon. Lu Ming's eyes widened in surprise. Back then, he had met the Dragon Princess and several other 9-clawed dragons on the Dragon Mother planet. He had thought that they were the only 9-clawed dragons left in the universe. He did not expect that there would be a God Lord 9-clawed dragon in the Heaven Destroyer. When the dragon race was wiped out, there were still many powerful dragons scattered around and escaped. The one in front of him was probably one of them. The 9-clawed dragon's 9 dragon claws were covered in a golden divine light. They looked terrifyingly sharp. With a dragon roar, the 9-clawed dragon pounced on the 12-winged angel. The two of them engaged in a fierce battle. This was a battle between the strongest talents of the two races. The 9-clawed dragon was the most powerful dragon of the dragon race. The 12-winged angel was also the most powerful angel. This was a battle between the two races. This battle was extremely intense. At the beginning, the two of them were evenly matched. They exchanged over 100 blows. However, after over 100 blows, the 9-clawed dragon clearly had the upper hand. The 9-clawed dragon continued to unleash its divine dragon secret technique, forcing the 12-winged angel to retreat. Kill! The 9-clawed divine dragon let out a long roar as its dragon claws grabbed onto the 12-winged angel's wings. With a forceful tug, it tore off the angel's wings. Blood stained the sky and feathers flew everywhere. Arg! You are courting death. The 12-winged angel let out a painful howl as he slashed out with all his might, striking the 9-clawed divine dragon's body. However, the 9-clawed dragon's defense was extremely strong. Although the 9-clawed dragon's battle sword tore through its scales, it didn't cause any fatal damage. The 9-clawed dragon counterattacked. Its 9 dragon claws tore the 12-winged angel apart and killed him. A 12-winged angel fell just like that. It seems that the dragon race is stronger than the angel race. I guess the dragon race is one of the top 10 races. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Bam, the 9-clawed dragon threw the angel's body off the platform. Then, its body glowed. It was seizing the time to heal. Humph! I will kill him. With a cold snort and a flash of demonic light, a burly figure rushed onto the platform. This was an expert of the demon race. Obviously, the heavenly human race had let the other races take the lead to exhaust the power of the Heaven Destroyer. This way, the heavenly human race could conserve their strength. As soon as the experts of the demon race stepped onto the stage, they launched an attack, not giving the 9-clawed dragon a chance to recover. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. However, this demon expert was not as strong as the 12-winged angel from before. He only came up because he saw that the 9-clawed dragon was severely exhausted and wanted to take advantage of the situation. Unfortunately, he had kicked a steel plate. Even though the 9-clawed dragon was severely exhausted, its battle strength was still incomparably powerful. After a fierce battle of about 100 moves, it heavily injured the demon expert. The demon race expert was horrified. He desperately rushed down the battle platform, and only then did he escape with his life. In this match, the 9-clawed dragon won again, while the Heaven Destroyer won 2 consecutive victories. Ba! A Buddhist chant resounded as a bald middle-aged man stepped onto the fighting ring. This was a powerhouse from the Buddhist tribe. His entire body was golden, as if he was made of gold. He and the nine-clawed dragon seemed to reflect each other. Behind his head, there was a layer of Buddhist light, sacred and peaceful. The nine-clawed dragon frowned. It felt a terrible pressure and danger from the opponent. I admit defeat in this battle. The moment the nine-clawed dragon spoke, its body rushed down the battle platform. The powerhouse from the Buddhist tribe did not stop it, allowing the nine-clawed dragon to successfully rush down the battle platform. The nine-clawed dragon had exhausted too much energy in the previous two battles and was almost at its limit. It knew very well that even if it forced itself to fight, it would not be able to exhaust too much of its opponent's energy. Instead, it would put itself in danger, so it simply admitted defeat. I'll take him on. On the side of the Heaven Destroyer, a person stepped forward and stepped onto the battle platform. A human, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this person was a pure human. This person looked like he was in his 30s. He was very young, but his actual age was probably not too old. After the rise of Tang Feng and the Flying Phoenix clan, they focused on nurturing the younger generation. In the past dozens of stellar years, the Heaven Destroyer had given birth to many powerful young talents. Among them, there were many human powerhouses. This person was one of them. Sky-severing 9 blades. The human powerhouse grabbed the air and formed a battle blade with divine power, slashing toward the powerhouse from the Buddhist tribe. The blade light pierced through the air like thunder and fire. The powerhouse from the Buddhist tribe was not in a hurry. His body was covered in a dazzling golden light as he used the Buddhist hand seal to fight the enemy. The two exchanged hundreds of blows fiercely and finally ended in a draw. After that, new powerhouses from the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace stepped onto the battle platform. Just like this, the two sides exchanged blows as more and more powerhouses stepped onto the battle platform and continued to fight. Those who could step onto the battle platform were all geniuses with strong combat strength. Their cultivation was suppressed to the first level of the Divine Lord realm, so almost no one could defeat them. When one side won, the other side would immediately send a new powerhouse to the battle platform, not giving the other side any chance to recover. The most powerful person could only achieve 3 consecutive victories at most before being defeated due to exhaustion of energy. Of course, this was also the reason why some of the top powerhouses from both sides had not yet stepped onto the battle platform. For example, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Shi, Shi, and so on. The top powerhouses from the Heavenly Palace had not stepped onto the battle platform either. Under these rules, no one was confident that they could defeat the other side. If they stepped onto the battle platform first, they would be exhausted by the other side. Therefore, the more powerful a powerhouse was, the more they had to stay until the end. They had to step onto the stage last and win in one fell swoop. The best strategy was to let the weaker ones go up first to exhaust the other side's strength. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, and the two sides had fought more than 100 battles. As the battles went on, the people from the Heaven Destroyer became more and more serious. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for them because they had fewer and fewer people who could step onto the battle platform. Although the Heaven Destroyer had about 4,500 Divine Lords, only 200 of them could step onto the battle platform and were qualified to fight. On the other hand, the Heavenly Palace had even more people. There were at least 300 of them, maybe even more. If this continued, before the top powerhouses from the Heavenly Palace could step onto the stage, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others from the Heaven Destroyer would step onto the stage. No matter how strong Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others were, they would be exhausted by the other side's continuous battles. In the end, they would have no chance of winning against the top powerhouses from the Heavenly Palace. If this continued, the Heaven Destroyer's defeat was almost certain. However, they had no choice but to continue fighting. The people from the Heavenly Palace seemed to have thought of this as well. They were relaxed and smiled. The great battle continued. After one battle after another, the number of people who could step onto the stage on the Heaven Destroyer's side dwindled. 150, 130, 180, 50. In the end, the Heaven Destroyer's side estimated that there were less than 20 people who could step onto the stage. Although many people from the Heavenly Palace had been defeated in the battles, they estimated that there were at least 100 people from the Heavenly Palace who could step onto the stage. moreover, they were all powerhouses. This can't go on. If this continues, we'll definitely lose. On the Heaven Destroyer's side, some powerhouses gathered to discuss. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Xianxia, and the others were all present. The one who spoke just now was a powerhouse from the Heaven and Earth clan. There are too many people on the Heavenly Palace's side. There are at least 100 people who can participate in the battle, especially Yi Qiuxian and that young man, Yi Immortal. They are absolutely powerful. In addition, there are also the 4 strongest people of the Heavenly Palace, the Lord of Heaven. Another old man from the Moke race said. He was also a top expert. If we continue to fight, we will definitely lose. Perhaps we can get help from other people to consume the power of the Heavenly Palace. At this time, Tang Jun said. Other people? The others were somewhat puzzled. Heaven Destroyer, how could there be other people helping them? That's right, it's the Quasi-Saint race. Tang Jun said. Quasi-Saint race dares to help us? Do they dare to go against the Heavenly Palace? The others were even more puzzled. Through this incident, we can see that the Quasi-Saint race is obviously not on the same side as the Heavenly Palace. When they attacked us previously, the Quasi-Saint race didn't make a move. Previously, they even brought the head of the human king's body. Obviously, the Quasi-Saint race is very ambitious and wants to monopolize the human king's body. Tang Jun said. But, where did the Quasi-Saint race get the guts to go against the Heavenly Palace? Although they have always been sitting on the throne of the top 10 races, they are still only one of the top 10 races. That expert from the Moke race said. I once heard from my father that the Quasi-Saint race is not simple. The hidden power behind them is definitely beyond everyone's imagination. They have always been very low-key and might have a big scheme. They might not be afraid of the Heavenly Palace. Tang Jun said. What? Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were all shocked. In their impression, the Quasi-Saint race was only one of the top 10 races. Now that they heard Tang Jun's words, the Quasi-Saint race actually dared to go against the Heavenly Palace. The Quasi-Saint race actually had such strength. However, Tang Feng's strength was unfathomable and he knew many unknown secrets. What he said shouldn't be wrong. It seemed that the structure of the universe was complicated beyond everyone's imagination. What should we do to make the Quasi-Saint race take action? She asked. It's very simple. From now on, we just don't send anyone out. Tang Jun said. Not sending anyone? She revealed a puzzled expression. However, Lu Ming and the others already understood. If the Quasi-Saint tribe is determined to obtain the human king's body, then they will definitely not let the heavenly human race obtain it. If we don't send people up, the Quasi-Saint tribe will definitely not sit still and send people to take action. Lion explained. After the discussion, everyone agreed that they would not send anyone else to attack. On the battle platform, there was a heavenly human tribe powerful being. After defeating one of the Heaven Destroyer members, he was ready to accept the challenge of the next powerful being. But after waiting for a while, no one went up on stage. The people from the Heavenly Palace looked puzzled. Why isn't Heaven Destroyer on stage? Could it be that there was no one else who could go up? That's not right. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Xianxia, and other top experts haven't gone up yet. Yi Immortal's eyes flickered, and he glanced at the Quasi-Saint tribe thoughtfully. The heavenly human on the battle platform was not alarmed, but happy instead. He seized the time to recover. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and still no one went up on Heaven Destroyer. If no one goes up on stage for half an hour, it will be determined that the person on the battle platform is the final winner. At this time, a sentence appeared on the bronze box. Everyone was shocked. If no one went up on stage for half an hour, the winner would belong to the side on the battle platform. What's going on? Why isn't Heaven Destroyer's member going up? On the contrary, the people from the Quasi-Saint tribe were somewhat anxious. Their original plan was to let the Heavenly Palace and Heaven Destroyer fight first. When both sides were injured, they could clean up the mess and easily seize the human king's body. Originally, everything was going according to their plan. But now, Heaven Destroyer's member actually made a move. More than 10 minutes had passed. If no one went up on stage in another 10 minutes, the human king's body would belong to the heavenly human tribe. This was not the result they wanted. Therefore, many people from the quasi-saint tribe were very unhappy. Young Master Xianxia, what should we do? Someone asked the leader of the quasi-saint tribe. Wait a little longer. The leader of the quasi-saint tribe said. His name was Xianxia. Time passed by second. Soon, more than 10 minutes passed. There were only 2 minutes left before the 30-minute deadline. The people from the heavenly palace's side were smiling more and more brightly. And many people in Heaven Destroyer were already somewhat anxious. However, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Lion, and the others were still calm. The quasi-saint tribe was the most anxious. Damn it, Heaven Destroyer's member still hasn't made a move. Don't they want the human king's body? If this continues, the human king's body will fall into the hands of the heavenly human tribe. Some people from the quasi-saint tribe were anxiously discussing. They were very unhappy with Heaven Destroyer's member. They want to force us to make a move and exhaust the power of the heavenly palace. Xianxia said indifferently. His face was still calm. They are dreaming. What a good plan. A person from the quasi-saint tribe shouted angrily. Then let the human king's body fall into the hands of the heavenly human tribe? Another person retorted. The previous person was speechless. Young Master Xianxia, what should we do now? Finally, everyone's eyes looked at Xianxia. Of course we make a move. Xianxia said. If we make a move, won't we be helping Heaven Destroyer? The others said. Among the 3 parties, Heaven Destroyer and we are the weaker party. Heaven Destroyer is also very clear about this point. If we don't join forces, we won't be able to contend against the heavenly palace. Therefore, we want to reap the benefits, but the other party isn't that stupid. We will definitely make a move. But it doesn't matter. In the end, I will throw this problem back to Heaven Destroyer. Xianxia laughed and then ordered people to make a move. Then let me do it. A middle-aged man from the quasi-saint tribe said. After saying that, he stepped forward, stepped on the stairs, and arrived on the battle stage. The quasi-saint tribe's people on the battle stage stunned many people from the heavenly human tribe. Then, they were furious. What are you doing? Are you going against our heavenly human tribe? How dare you, quasi-saint tribe? You are offending your superiors. Some people from the heavenly human tribe shouted. However, the quasi-saint tribe's people just smiled casually and ignored them. The quasi-saint tribe's expert on the battle stage directly launched an attack. The red mark between the eyebrows of the quasi-saint tribe's expert shone and a terrifying energy pervaded out. It was incomparably hot, many times hotter than the core of a star. Every move of the quasi-saint tribe's expert contained a terrifying temperature as if he wanted to destroy everything. The heavenly human tribe's expert didn't dare to be careless at all because his supreme power of heaven was actually on the verge of being destroyed by the opponent's scorching energy. He used all his strength to resist the opponent's attack. Both sides exchanged hundreds of moves. In the end, the heavenly human tribe's expert was defeated by the quasi-saint tribe's expert and was sent flying out of the battle stage. The quasi-saint tribe defeated the celestial race's experts, which made many celestial races' faces turn ugly. In the eyes of the celestial race, the quasi-saint tribe was no different from the other top 10 races. They were all ants and slaves that they could order around at will. But now, the slaves actually dared to rebel against them and even defeated them. This was unbearable for them. Rebellion, this is really rebellion. The quasi-saint tribe is rebelling. They deserve to die. They should all be suppressed and executed by 1,000 cuts. In my opinion, the quasi-saint tribe doesn't need to exist anymore. After leaving here, we'll send an army to annihilate the quasi-saint tribe. Many celestial race members growled and looked coldly at the quasi-saint tribe. However, the quasi-saint tribe looked calm and unafraid of the celestial race's threat. Enough! Ye Immortal shouted coldly and the celestial race members shut their mouths. It seems that the quasi-saint tribe is also determined to get the human king's body? Ye Immortal said indifferently and looked at the leader of the quasi-saint tribe, Xianxia. Naturally, everyone is tempted by a treasure like the human king's body. The quasi-saint tribe also wants to study it and see what's so special about it. Xianxia smiled. In that case, the quasi-saint tribe will have to bear the consequences. Yi Immortal's voice turned cold. You don't have to threaten me. I know the celestial race's background very well. You can scare others, but it's useless to scare me. Xianxia smiled faintly. Yi Immortal's eyes flickered with cold light. He said to the celestial race members, "Who's going up?" "I'll go and kill the quasi-saint tribe scum." A celestial race burly man stepped forward, walked up the stairs, and stepped onto the battle stage. Many people recognized that he was an extremely powerful Lord of Heaven of the celestial race. Although he wasn't as powerful as the strongest Lord of Heaven of the celestial race, he wasn't far off. Even though he was suppressed to the first level of the Divine Master realm, his battle strength was still extremely powerful. This Lord of Heaven was called Yechuqinglong. Boom, a powerful aura burst out from Yechuqinglong's body. Two kinds of powerful heavenly forces circled around his body, entangling with each other and emitting a terrifying pressure. He took a step forward and charged toward the quasi-saint tribe's expert like a bolt of lightning. The expert from the quasi-saint race had a grave expression as he focused his attention on the battle with Yechuqinglong. However, it was obvious that Yechuqinglong's battle prowess was stronger, and he completely crushed Yechuqinglong. In just a few dozen moves, the quasi-saint expert was killed by Yechuqinglong. His blood dyed the battle stage red. He didn't even manage to escape from the battle stage. This is the consequence of offending my heavenly human tribe. Yechuqinglong's cold voice echoed throughout the place. At this moment, the faces of the people from the quasi-saint tribe turned gloomy. Damn it, I gave the celestial race face, but they actually want a yard after taking an inch. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Our quasi-saint race is low-key. Don't think that we are weak. I must take revenge for this. Many people from the quasi-saint tribe were furious. A middle-aged man from the quasi-saint tribe couldn't help but rush onto the battle stage and engage in a fierce battle with Yechuqinglong. It had to be said that Yechuqinglong was really strong. Killing the quasi-saint tribe's expert just now seemed to have consumed very little of his energy. His battle prowess was still incomparably strong, and he suppressed the quasi-saint tribe's expert. In the end, the quasi-saint tribe's expert was seriously injured. He had no choice but to rush down the battle stage with all his strength and save his life. Let me. Another person from the quasi-saint tribe appeared on the battle stage. This was an old man who was also a peak divine master. His battle prowess was very strong, and he actually fought Yechuqinglong to a draw. Both sides fought fiercely for thousands of moves. In the end, because both sides were exhausted, it ended in a draw. However, the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe were already fighting fiercely. Both sides kept sending experts onto the battle stage, and the battle became more and more intense. From time to time, someone would be killed. Although the quasi-saint tribe only sent 300 people, they were all at the 6th layer of the Divine Master realm or above. There were many talented and powerful people. Even if they were suppressed to the 1st layer of the Divine Master realm, there were still hundreds of them who could step onto the battle stage. The continuous battle between the quasi-saint tribe and the heavenly human tribe had consumed a lot of energy. The number of heavenly human tribe members who could step onto the battle stage was getting fewer and fewer. Young Master Xianxia, when should we stop? There are only a dozen people who can step onto the battle stage. An old man from the quasi-saint tribe asked Xianxia. No hurry. Continue. Xianxia said. The quasi-saint tribe was still sending experts onto the battle stage. What are these quasi-saint tribe doing? Are they crazy? Do they want to injure both sides and benefit the Heaven Destroyer? Someone from the heavenly human tribe shouted angrily. However, there was no other way. They could only fight. If no one went up to fight, the human king's physical body would be obtained by the quasi-saint tribe. Just like this, when there were only a few people left from the quasi-saint tribe, Xianxia opened his mouth and asked the quasi-saint tribe to stop fighting. On the battle stage, a heavenly human tribe expert stood there, waiting for the others to challenge him. However, as time passed, there was still no one who wanted to fight. It seems that the quasi-saint tribe wants to force us to fight. Lion said. They are also very smart. Now that there are not many people left from the heavenly human tribe who can fight, we definitely won't give up on fighting for the human king's physical body. They are certain that we will definitely send someone to fight. Tang Jun also said. This was not a conspiracy. It was an open conspiracy. It was easy for all parties to guess. Previously, the Heaven Destroyer didn't send anyone to fight because their remaining strength was too weak compared to the heavenly human tribe. Even if they went up, they would definitely lose. Therefore, they had the confidence to not send anyone up. At that time, the Quasi-Saint tribe had hopes of obtaining the human king's physical body. Naturally, they couldn't let the human king's physical body fall into the hands of the heavenly human tribe. Therefore, if the Heaven Destroyer didn't send anyone, they would definitely not sit still and send someone up. The current situation was the opposite. Now, there were only a few people left from the Quasi-Saint tribe who could participate in the battle. Their strength was too weak compared to the heavenly human tribe. Even if all of them went up, they would definitely not be a match for the heavenly human tribe. However, there were still 20 people on the Heaven Destroyer's side. They had hopes of obtaining the final victory. Naturally, they wouldn't let the heavenly human tribe obtain the human king's physical body. Therefore, they had to send someone up. Song Qiong had long expected this scene. Which one of you is going to fight? Lion looked at the remaining 20 or so people on the Heaven Destroyer who could still fight. Let me do it. An expert from the myriad spirit insect race stepped onto the battle stage, and fought with the heavenly human tribe. Almost all the people left on both sides were top-notch experts with incomparably powerful battle prowess. However, their battle prowess was also very close. Neither side could suppress the other. Both sides fought fiercely for a long time. That expert from the myriad spirit insect race barely won, but he had almost exhausted his strength. Therefore, before the next expert from the heavenly human tribe went up, he took the initiative to retreat from the battle stage. He knew very well that his strength was almost exhausted. If he waited for the opponent's expert to come up, he might not even be able to escape from the battle stage. Just like that, the two sides fought back and forth. Both sides had their share of failures and successes. Those who fought in the end were almost all top-notch experts with similar combat strength. Almost no one could win 2 battles in a row. Every battle consumed a large amount of energy. Gradually, only 6 or 7 people from the Heaven Destroyer could fight. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Shi, Lion, an expert from the Heaven and Earth race, and 2 other experts. The heavenly human race was about the same. They only had 6 or 7 people left who could fight. This battle had reached its final juncture. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted on the battle stage. The 2 experts used their strongest moves and then both retreated from the battle stage. It was a draw. Leave the next battle to me. The expert from the Heaven and Earth race stepped forward and onto the battle stage. This person's name was Rong Jin, and he was a peak divine lord. Moreover, he was an extremely powerful peak divine lord. Even though he was suppressed to the first tier of the divine lord realm, there were not many people who could match him at the same level. Rong Jin, I'll fight you. A cold voice came from the heavenly human race side. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman stepped onto the battle stage. Damning Lord of Heaven! It's Damning Lord of Heaven! Many people in the Sky Exterminating Army gasped. It's her. Lu Ming was also shocked. He had not only heard of Damning Lord of Heaven, but also seen her. This person was known as one of the strongest Lord of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace. He stood at the peak of the Divine Lord realm. It was said that he had once made all the living beings in an entire galaxy fall into a dream with one move. It was terrifying. The strongest Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace is finally going to fight. Tang Jun muttered with a grave expression. Is the strongest Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace very strong? Lu Ming asked. Very strong, very strong. Among the 4 Heavenly Palace, there are only 4 who can be called the strongest Lord of Heaven. Every one of them was a peerless genius when they were young. They were at the peak of their generation. They suppressed their generation and were also Heavenly Palace's daughters. Tang Jun explained. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Although it was impossible for such a person to be as strong as Yi Qiuxian when he was young, It was very likely that he would not be weaker than Yichu Tianji or Yiling Hongya. Even if such a person was suppressed to the first tier of the Divine Master realm, he would still be incredibly powerful. Big dream. Rongjin muttered with a grave expression. Rongjin, are you sure you want to fight me? You are no match for me. The Great Dream Lord of Heaven said indifferently. His voice was filled with strong confidence in himself. We haven't fought in a long time. Things have changed. I might not lose now. Rongjin sneered. Two different types of light radiated from his two heads. In the end, his body actually separated rapidly into two. One was yin and one was yang. Two completely opposite energies burst forth and charged toward the Great Dream Lord of Heaven. However, the Great Dream Lord of Heaven stood there motionlessly. He had no intention of dodging or blocking, allowing Rongjin's attack to land on his body. When Rongjin's attack landed on the Great Dream Lord of Heaven, his body shattered like a phantom and dissipated into the air. Rongjin's body suddenly changed. His two bodies burst forth with powerful energy and frantically charged outward. What's going on? Many people from Heaven Destroyer were dumbfounded. In their eyes, the Great Dream Lord of Heaven was slowly approaching Rongjin from one side. Rongjin's attack was aimed at the air in front of him. It was as if he didn't see the approaching Great Dream Lord of Heaven. In the end, Rongjin burst out with all his strength. The energy rushed in all directions, forcing the Great Dream Lord of Heaven to take a few steps back. It's a dream. What a terrifying dream. Rongjin actually fell into it unknowingly. Lion said with a solemn expression. He actually fell into a dream? The others were also shocked, including Lu Ming. This Great Dream Lord of Heaven was really terrifying. He could actually make people fall into a dream unknowingly. It was simply impossible to guard against it. The key point was that the target was a top expert like Rongjin. Even he couldn't avoid it. However, Rongjin was a top expert after all. He wasn't completely defenseless. When he missed his attack, he knew that he had fallen into the trap. He burst out with all his strength and launched an indiscriminate attack to buy himself time. His two bodies unleashed two completely different types of energy. They collided with each other, producing destructive energy that rushed in all directions. At the same time, he was also trying his best to break out of Great Dream Lord of Heaven's dream. It's unnecessary. Great Dream Lord of Heaven said coldly. Her body was shrouded in a layer of mysterious light. At the same time, there were layers of mysterious waves that constantly rushed towards Rongjin. This kind of wave could aggravate the dream. In the face of such an attack, Rongjin could only unleash an indiscriminate attack to prevent Great Dream Lord of Heaven from getting close. However, this method consumed a lot of divine power. Soon, Rongjin was sweating profusely. His breathing became heavy. Obviously, his strength was severely depleted. Whoosh, at this time, Great Dream Lord of Heaven suddenly accelerated. Her body was like a sharp sword, rushing towards Rongjin. Oh no, Rongjin's attack has weakened. Great Dream Lord of Heaven is about to launch her final attack. Lion exclaimed. Before Lion's voice fell, Great Dream Lord of Heaven's attack was close to Rongjin. In her hand, 3 types of supreme heavenly energy burst out. Yes, Great Dream Lord of Heaven controlled 3 types of supreme heavenly energy. The 3 types of supreme heavenly energy converged into a sharp sword and pierced towards Rongjin. It broke through Rongjin's defense like a hot knife through butter and pierced towards his glabella. On Heaven Destroyer's side, everyone's heart couldn't help but be on edge. If it really pierced the glabella, it would be dangerous. At the critical moment, Rongjin let out a loud roar. His body abruptly shifted to the side, and he managed to avoid a fatal blow. However, Dream Sky Monarch's sword light slashed diagonally, almost splitting Rongjin's body into 2 halves. In the end, Rongjin avoided his vitals but was seriously injured. However, this blow woke Rongjin up. Time, space. Rongjin roared. His 2 bodies spun rapidly and turned into 2 vortexes, rushing towards Great Dream Lord of Heaven. It's the power of time and space. Lu Ming was shocked. What Rongjin was using now was the power of time and space. Moreover, judging from its power, it was actually stronger than the power of time and space of time of the spirit mouse. The talent of the Heaven and Earth tribe was really terrifying. They could use two completely different types of power. Previously, it was heavy and light, high and low, yin and yang, cold and hot, and other different types of power. Now, they were even using the power of time and space. The two types of power turned into a terrifying attack, enveloping Great Dream Lord of Heaven as if to send Great Dream Lord of Heaven into an eternal unknown place. Great Dream Lord of Heaven roared and attacked with all her might. A layer of terrifying domain shrouded the battle platform. This was her Great Dream domain. Obviously, Great Dream Lord of Heaven had also raised her battle strength to the extreme to fight against Rong Jin. Great Dream domain and the power of time and space clashed. The battle platform was in chaos. Rong Jin and the Great Dream Lord of Heaven fought for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, Rong Jin's vortex trembled violently, and the space-time energy collapsed. Rong Jin's two bodies reappeared and merged back into one. He was sent flying out of the arena, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Rong Jin had been defeated. His face was pale. Rong Jin, are you all right? Lion rushed over to help him up. I'm fine. Go, she's exhausted. Defeat her in one go. Rong Jin shouted. I'll do it. Kung, the sound of a sword rang out as a very young man stepped onto the fighting ring. It's Tang Jian. Someone whispered. Tang Jian, Tang Zhao's personal disciple, was a powerful sword genius. It was said that his real name was not Tang Jian, but he had changed it to Tang Jian. When Tang Jian stepped onto the arena, every pore of his body was filled with powerful sword energy. He did not want to be enveloped by the Lord of Heaven's power. At the same time, he did not hesitate. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, he launched a fierce attack. He did not want to give the Lord of Heaven any chance to recover. Indeed, as Rong Jin said, Great Dream Heavenly Lord's consumption was extremely great. His Great Dream power was also not as strong as before. Although Tang Jian's strength was slightly weaker than Rong Jin's, the Lord of Heaven could not do anything to Tang Jian. Instead, he was forced to retreat. However, the Great Dream Lord of Heaven was worthy of being one of the strongest Lords of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace. He was top-notch in all aspects. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could still find opportunities to fight back. The two exchanged hundreds of blows. In the end, Tang Jian used his strongest attack to send the Lord of Heaven flying out of the arena. However, he was also severely injured. He could not fight anymore and retreated from the arena. This made the Heaven Destroyer's people feel heavy. The strongest Lord of Heaven was already so strong. The Heavenly Palace had 3 more like him. There was also Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian. I'll handle the rest. Lu Ming, I'll leave Yi Qiuxian to you. As for the others, we'll do our best to deal with them. Lion said to Lu Ming. In their eyes, the greatest threat to the heavenly human tribe was Yi Qiuxian. Although Yi Qiuxian's current cultivation level was lower than theirs, everyone was suppressed to the first tier of the Divine Master realm. If they were to fight at the same level, they would definitely not be a match for Yi Qiuxian. In the Heaven Destroyer, only Lu Ming could defeat Yi Qiuxian. As long as they took care of the other people in the Heavenly Palace, they would be able to defeat Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian. The fact that the Yi Immortal was able to command the heavenly human tribe and activate the power of the human king body was enough to show that the Yi Immortal was also very powerful. However, they did not think that Yi Immortal would be stronger than Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian was someone who had mastered the perfect power of heaven. In the history of the heavenly human tribe, there had only been 3 such people. How could there be another one? Perhaps he had mastered some kind of powerful force. For example, she could also activate the power of the human king body. However, it did not mean that he could fight against Lu Ming. The Yi Immortal might have a high status, but his combat power was definitely not as strong as Yi Qiuxian's. However, Lu Ming frowned slightly as he looked at the Yi Immortal. For some reason, he felt that this person was not simple and gave him an unusual sense of pressure. Lion stepped forward and stepped onto the fighting ring. Lion, I'll take you on. A burly man from the heavenly human tribe stepped forward and stepped onto the fighting ring. Everyone recognized that he was also a terrifying expert. He was as famous as the Great Dream Lord of Heaven. He was one of the 4 strongest lords of heaven in the heavenly palace. His name was Exterminator, the Lord of Heaven. Very good, Exterminator. It's been a long time since we last fought. Let me see how much you've improved. Lion grinned, revealing a row of snow-white fangs. His body swelled rapidly as he transformed into his original form. He then charged towards the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven also emitted 3 types of supreme power of heaven. The 3 types of supreme power of heaven formed 3 sabers. Each saber exuded a destructive power. He grabbed one of them and slashed at Lion. Boom, their attacks collided and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The 2 of them retreated slightly before charging towards each other again. It was a head-on battle. They kept exchanging blows. It was a combination of speed and power. Their speed was terrifyingly fast. Soon, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. However, there was no clear winner. Their strength was on par. Moreover, their fighting styles were similar. They both fought in a straightforward manner and killed their opponents head-on. Lion had fought with the Great Dream Lord of Heaven before. However, he wasn't a match for the Great Dream Lord of Heaven. He had to join forces with others to fight against the Great Dream Lord of Heaven. It wasn't a difference in strength. It was because he was restrained. Being restrained by the Great Dream power, he couldn't unleash his full strength. Lion could only unleash his full strength when fighting against an opponent like the Lord of Heaven. The battle between the 2 of them became more and more intense. However, they were old opponents. They had fought more than once in the past. They knew each other very well. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Dozens of blows, hundreds of blows, 200 blows, the 2 of them exchanged thousands of blows. Their speed became slower and slower. In the end, they often needed a few minutes to prepare before they could attack. This was because their strength was almost exhausted. They had to prepare for a long time before they could attack. The 2 of them stood on the battle platform and stared at each other. Neither of them backed down. Let's call this round a draw. Ye Immortal said below the battle platform. Alright, it's a draw. A figure on the Heaven Destroyer side answered on behalf of Lion. It seems like we can't determine the winner this time. The next time we fight after we recover our full strength, I will definitely take your life. The Lord of Heaven said coldly. Take my life? Hee, it's not certain who will take whose life. Lion sneered. Then, the 2 of them stopped talking and turned to leave the battle platform. Swoosh, as soon as the Lord of Heaven left the battle platform, another person stepped onto the battle platform. It was still one of the 4 strongest Lord of Heaven in the heavenly palace. Leave this one to me, she said and stepped onto the battle platform. Boom, she stepped forward. His body was burly and filled with terrifying strength. This aura gave Lu Ming the illusion that he was looking at the myriad gods. It's a pity that the myriad gods, Xiaoqing, and the others aren't here. Otherwise, we would definitely have the advantage. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. If the myriad gods, Xianxia, and the others were here, they would definitely have a few more top-notch experts. They would definitely not be weaker than the Lord of Heaven. Bam! Bam, she stepped on the ground and charged at his opponent at an extremely fast speed. He punched out, causing the void to explode. A vast fist energy crushed toward his opponent. His opponent was not afraid at all. He raised his fist and took the blow head-on. Then, the 2 of them drifted back. The difference was that she retreated a shorter distance, while his opponent retreated a longer distance. She has the upper hand. He's stronger than the Lord of Heaven. The people of the Heaven Destroyer were overjoyed. The Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Human Tribe was known as the Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Human Tribe. In the head-on clash just now, she had clearly gained the upper hand. She had great control over his primordial divine power. His primordial divine power had mutated and was much more terrifying than the other primordial divine spirits. Be it in terms of explosiveness or purity, it had reached a shocking level. Kill! She roared. His body rapidly enlarged, emitting a dazzling light. He was like a great sun as he charged towards Lord Pantheon with unparalleled momentum. The Pan Lord of Heaven was at a disadvantage, but he didn't panic. His face was calm as three types of heavenly powers revolved around him. The two figures jumped around the battle stage and fought crazily. At the beginning, she did have the upper hand. With his great power, he took the initiative. On average, she used 6 offensive moves and 4 defensive moves in 10 moves. On the other hand, the Pan-Lord of Heaven only used 4 offensive moves and 6 defensive moves. However, as the two continued to exchange blows, the Pan-Lord of Heaven slowly turned the tables and became more and more courageous. They were now evenly matched. She's experience is far less than the Pan-Lord of Heaven. The Pan-Lord of Heaven is starting to turn the tables with his great battle experience. Tang Jun said in a low voice with a grave expression. Lu Ming also saw some clues. After all, Lord Pantheon was a peak god lord. He had cultivated for many years and was extremely experienced in battle. On the other hand, she was only at the 8th level of the god lord realm, so his battle experience was far less than Lord Pantheon's. Although she's strength was slightly stronger than Lord of Heaven Pantheon's, Lord of Heaven Pantheon's experience was enough to force she to a draw. One was stronger and the other was more experienced. The two of them were locked in battle. The battle stage was filled with their shadows as they exchanged more than 10 blows in an instant. In the end, the two of them were exhausted and their movements became slower. In the end, it was a draw like the Lion and the Exterminating Lord of Heaven. The other side still has 3 top experts. Many people on the Heaven Destroyer's side had grave expressions. There was one more Lord of Heaven left in the Heavenly Palace. There was also Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian. There might be other experts who hadn't gone up yet. However, only Tang Jun and Lu Ming were left on the Heaven Destroyer's side. The situation wasn't good. Lu Ming, leave the last Lord of Heaven to me. Yi Immortal, I will also consume a portion of his energy. I will leave the rest to you. You should have no problem with it. Tang Jun said. Everyone's eyes. If they were at the same level, Lu Ming would definitely be stronger than Yi Qiuxian. He was afraid that Lu Ming would exhaust his energy in advance. And of Yi Qiuxian. And Yi of Heaven. And Lu Ming. Of Yi. Of. Lu Ming nodded his head. At this time, he could only nod his head. There was no way out. They could only fight. Who knows, I might be able to defeat the strongest Heaven Monarch and Yi Wuxiu together. Tang Jun smiled. Then, he stepped onto the battle stage like an immortal. However, Lu Ming wasn't that confident. Yi Immortal gave him a strong sense of pressure. He felt like he was shrouded by a layer of mysterious power. He couldn't see through it clearly and was unfathomable. Also, if they wanted to obtain the human king's body, their opponents weren't just the Heavenly Palace. They also had to face the Quasi-Saint tribe. Maybe I still have to borrow the strength of the Quasi-Saint tribe. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. As expected, Tang Jun faced off against one of the last strongest Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace, the Lord of Heaven of 100 battles. This Lord of Heaven's battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Moreover, he had rich battle experience. His battle prowess wasn't inferior to the previous 3 strongest Lord of Heaven at all. Unfortunately, he met Tang Jun. Tang Jun's talent was already at the top of the universe. After living 2 lives, her talent had reached a new level. She was even stronger than in her previous life. Moreover, she was in existence at the origin realm in her previous life. In terms of battle experience, how could the Lord of Heaven of 100 battles be compared to an existence at the origin realm? Therefore, the two of them exchanged more than 100 moves. In the end, Tang Jun came out on top and sent the Lord of Heaven of 100 battles flying off the battle stage. Great! Cheers came from the Heaven Destroyer's side. Tang Jun's strength had exceeded everyone's imagination. It was said that there might be another person who could defeat Yi Immortal and pave the way for Lu Ming. This person, is Tang Feng's daughter? Yi Immortal's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Tang Jun. That's right. This person is Tang Feng's daughter. She's actually reincarnated. This is very shocking. Has Tang Feng already mastered the power of reincarnation? Beside Yi Immortal, a Lord of Heaven said with a solemn expression. Impossible. It's impossible for him to truly master the power of reincarnation. He probably only obtained a trace of it from the ruins of the universe, just like me, Yi Immortal said. Then, he looked at Yi Qiuxian and said, "I'll leave the rest to you. Don't worry. It won't take long to defeat this woman." Yi Qiuxian said confidently. He stepped forward and stepped onto the battle stage. What? It's Yi Qiuxian's turn. At the scene, countless people's eyes narrowed, revealing looks of shock. Heaven Destroyer wasn't the only one who was shocked. The quasi-immortal tribe and even some people from the Heavenly Palace were shocked. They originally thought that Yi Qiuxian would definitely be the last to go up. Now, it should be someone else who went up to exhaust Tang Jun's strength. For example, Yi Immortal. Unexpectedly, Yi Immortal didn't go up. Instead, Yi Qiuxian went up first. What kind of strategy was this? For Extinction Sky Sword formation. On the battle stage, Yi Qiuxian attacked directly. The perfect power of heaven erupted. For battle swords condensed and revolved around his body. The sword chi was extremely tyrannical. Tang Jun tried his best to resist, but he soon fell into a disadvantageous position. Yi Immortal was indeed very powerful. The perfect power of heaven was boundless. Almost no one in the same generation could defeat him. Even someone like Tang Jun, who had reincarnated and had the experience of his previous life, couldn't resist Yi Qiuxian. Although Yi Qiuxian's experience wasn't as good as Tang Jun's, his talent was too strong. His battle instincts were incomparably powerful. Just like Lu Ming, his battle instincts alone could make up for his lack of experience. In just a few dozen moves, Tang Jun was hit by a move. He coughed up blood and flew back. However, she didn't want to admit defeat. She still wanted to continue fighting. Every move she made with Yi Qiuxian could exhaust a little more of his strength. The battle continued, but Tang Jun was completely at a disadvantage. After another 20 moves, Tang Jun was hit again and almost died. He narrowly avoided the opponent's attack. Tang Jun, admit defeat. There's no need to continue fighting. Leave the rest to me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Tang Jun. The others also shouted for Tang Jun to admit defeat. In the end, Tang Jun sighed and rushed out of the battle stage like a bolt of lightning. She had already tried her best. She was seriously injured and it would be very dangerous to continue fighting. After Tang Jun's defeat, many people's gazes fell on Lu Ming. Was the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian going to happen again? Lu Ming, come up and fight. Yi Qiuxian shouted. Although he wasn't confident in facing Lu Ming, there was still the Yi Immortal. With the Yi Immortal, the Heavenly Palace was sure to win this time, even if there was still the Quasi-Sage tribe. Yi Qiuxian firmly believed that as long as he depleted a portion of Lu Ming's strength, Yi Immortal would be able to sweep the field and obtain the final victory. However, Lu Ming had no intention of going up. To be honest, Lu Ming didn't have the confidence to go up now. Lu Ming naturally wasn't afraid of Yi Qiuxian. However, there was still Yi Immortal behind him. In addition, the young man from the quasi-saint race, Xianxia, was also very powerful. Back when he had just entered the land within the halo, Yi Qiuxian had once exchanged blows with Xianxia and they were evenly matched. Lu Ming had witnessed this. There were still so many experts behind him. It was too difficult to defeat them one by one. Lu Ming, aren't you going to make a move? Lion asked Lu Ming in a low voice. No hurry. There are still people from the quasi-saint race who haven't made a move yet. Let them make a move first. Lu Ming replied. This is not bad. Lion nodded. However, they were worried that the battle would drag on for too long and Yi Qiuxian would have time to recover. If that happened, Tang Jun's efforts would be in vain and Lu Ming's situation would be even more disadvantageous. Most people still believed that Yi Qiuxian was the strongest opponent. After all, in the heavenly human race's endless history, there had only been 3 people who could control the perfect power of heaven. Each of them was an incomparably terrifying existence with the talent to dominate the universe. In the end, they would become legends and be invincible throughout history. Such a character wouldn't appear casually. It was already a miracle that Lu Ming could contend against him. No matter how strong the others were, they definitely couldn't be compared to Yi Qiuxian. Therefore, most people believed that as long as Lu Ming defeated Yi Qiuxian and retained a portion of his strength, the others wouldn't be a threat and could be swept away. Lu Ming looked indifferently at Yi Qiuxian and didn't go up. Why isn't Lu Ming going up? If he doesn't go up, Yi Qiuxian will recover. Someone from the quasi-saint race was unhappy. That Lu Ming wants us to make a move. Song Qiong smiled. He wants us to make a move? What wishful thinking. Does he want us and the heavenly palace to suffer so that he can reap the benefits? A burly man from the quasi-saint race sneered. No, we're going to attack. Furthermore, I'm the one who's going to attack. Firmament path. What? Young master, if you take action, wouldn't that be letting the heaven destroyer take advantage of you? The rest of the quasi-saint race were shocked. They all knew that Song Qiong was very strong. He was one of the few geniuses in the history of the quasi-immortal tribe. However, if Song Qiong went on stage now, even if he could defeat Yi Qiuxian, he would have to expend a lot of energy. Would he still have a chance of winning against Lu Ming? Don't worry, I have a drop of flame immortal dew with me. After defeating Yi Qiuxian, I just need to consume the flame immortal dew and my cultivation will instantly return to its peak. Firmament path. Young master actually has the flame immortal dew with him. However, the flame immortal dew is incomparably precious. Some people from the quasi-saint race side. The flame immortal dew was a treasure of the quasi-saint tribe. After consuming it, the quasi-saint tribe's cultivation would instantly recover to its peak. However, it would be a huge loss to waste the flame immortal dew. It would be better to wait for the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian before Song Qiong made his move. Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian are the strongest in the primitive universe's younger generation. They are standing at the peak of the younger generation. This time, I want to defeat the two of them in one fell swoop and let the world know who is the true strongest in the universe. Song Qiong's eyes were filled with blazing radiance and dense battle intent. The quasi-saint race didn't say anything else. They all knew that young master Song Qiong was usually the most combative. Among the younger generation of the quasi-saint race, no one was Song Qiong's match. Now, he had set his sights on Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian. He wanted to defeat Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian and become the true peak. This was Song Qiong's obsession. Moreover, Song Qiong had a drop of flame immortal dew. He might be able to defeat Lu Ming and Yi Qiuxian consecutively. Alright, since that's the case, young master Song Qiong, you can make your move. We still have a few people who can go on stage. As long as you defeat Yi Qiuxian and Lu Ming, leave the rest to us. An elder from the quasi-saint race said. Song Qiong didn't say anything else. He stepped out and stepped onto the battle stage. Yi Qiuxian, your opponent is me. Song Qiong spoke and made his move very decisively. As soon as Song Qiong made his move, the fiery red mark between his eyebrows emitted a dazzling radiance. His body was wrapped in a layer of fiery red radiance that was filled with terrifying heat. With a wave of his palm, a fiery red bird flew out from Song Qiong's palm. It looked like a phoenix, but there were some differences. Its aura was even more terrifying than a phoenix. For extinction heavenly sword formation. Yi Qiuxian shouted. His perfect heavenly power erupted. For battle. Swords formed a sword formation. Thousands of sword chi formed a sword chi wave that rushed towards Song Qiong. Boom. Boom. Boom, the attacks from the two sides collided, creating a shocking collision. However, in the end, they were evenly matched. What? At the scene, many people couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief. Song Qiong was actually able to contend against Yi Qiuxian. This was really unbelievable. How could the quasi-saint race produce such a powerful genius? This was unheard of. Kill. Yi Qiuxian didn't gain the upper hand in the first move. He let out a long roar. His killing intent soared into the sky. His sword chi became even stronger as he charged towards Song Qiong. He was unhappy. Extremely unhappy. He was an existence that controlled the perfect heavenly power. He originally thought that after controlling the perfect heavenly power, he would be invincible in the universe. He could look down on the common people and be invincible throughout history. In the future, even those old antiques wouldn't be his match. Unfortunately, the first time he fought after controlling the perfect heavenly power, he encountered Lu Ming and was defeated by Lu Ming. This was a huge blow to him. Later on, he encountered the Yi Immortal and was defeated in a few moves. It was still acceptable for him to be defeated by the Yi Immortal. After all, the Yi Immortal was a legend in the history of the heavenly human race. He was known as the reincarnation of the strongest ancestor of the heavenly human race. But now, a young man from the quasi-saint race appeared and was actually able to compete with him. This made him extremely unhappy. He was determined to defeat or even kill Xianxia and let the world know how powerful he was. He attacked with all his might. Unfortunately, Xianxia was really strong and easily blocked his attacks. The two of them exchanged dozens of moves continuously, but there was still no victor. The scene was dead silent. Everyone was really shocked. Blocking one move didn't mean anything. But now, there was still no victor after dozens of moves. This was enough to prove that Xianxia's combat strength wasn't inferior to Yiqiuxian's. Damn it. Kill, kill, kill. Yiqiuxian roared. The four types of heavenly power were showing signs of merging, becoming even stronger. Yiqiuxian is about to lose. Below the battle stage, the Yi Immortal shook his head. Yiqiuxian's mentality was already unstable. He was too eager for quick success. Moreover, he had exhausted a lot of energy in the previous battle with Tang Jun. If this continued, he would definitely lose. As expected, Xianxia responded calmly. After blocking Yiqiuxian's attack, he launched a counterattack. Roar, the roar of a beast was heard. Xianxia waved his palms and a total of 4 birds of different shapes flew out. The 4 bird beasts that Firmament sent out were of different shapes. One of them was a fire bird that looked like a phoenix, while the other was a divine dragon with 9 claws and a fiery red body. Another one was a fiery red tiger, while the last one was a divine turtle covered in flames. They seemed to correspond to the azure dragon, phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise of the 4 symbols. However, the 4 bird beasts were all covered in red flames. Their attack power was shockingly high, and Yiqiuxian was forced to retreat. Yiqiuxian is going to lose. He can't continue. Lu Ming muttered. Yiqiuxian had already expended a lot of energy. He had been too impatient to attack just now, so he had expended even more energy. Now that he could no longer continue, it was only a matter of time before he was suppressed by Firmament. However, Yiqiuxian did not want to lose. He had already lost to Lu Ming. If he lost again, his perfect power of the heavens would become a joke. He roared and screamed as he tried his best to resist. However, he could not change the outcome. His energy was being depleted, while Firmament's attacks were getting stronger. He managed to hold on for another 100 moves. Bam, he was hit by the fiery red divine dragon, coughing up blood as he retreated. Firmament took advantage of the situation and continued to attack, sending Yiqiuxian flying out of the arena. Pfft, Yiqiuxian spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, but his eyes were fixed on Firmament, as if he wanted to skin Firmament alive. He had lost. First, he was defeated by Lu Ming. Now, he was defeated by Firmament. He had become the most pitiful perfect power of the heavens in the history of the heavenly human tribe. Firmament did not look at Yiqiuxian anymore. With a thought, a drop of celestial flame due from his storage ring entered his body, turning into extremely pure energy. Almost instantly, Firmament's combat power was restored to its peak. Lu Ming, come up and fight. Firmament looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, let me deal with this guy. Save your energy to deal with the people from the heavenly palace. Qiuqiu transmitted a message to Lu Ming. No, you're no match for him. Although he used up a lot of energy just now, I feel that he has already recovered. He probably used some kind of special treasure. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Qiuqiu. Although Qiuqiu was powerful, it was definitely no match for Xianxia. There was a big gap between them. Guillemot could also fight, but he was definitely no match for Xianxia. The difference between them was even greater. Bone Demon was a peak divine master, and he could deal with 2 or 3 Lord of Heaven at the same time. But if someone like Xianxia was a peak God Lord, he would be able to deal with more than 2 or 3 Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming reckoned that there were still a few people from the quasi-saint race and celestial race who hadn't gone up on stage. At that time, Qiuqiu and Bone Demon might need to take action. Lu Ming, don't tell me you don't dare to go up? Song Qiong then looked at Lu Ming, his battle intent surging. Looks like we can only fight. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. At this point, he had no choice but to make a move. As long as he defeated Song Qiong, he would have one more powerful opponent left, and that was the Yi Immortal. I hope it's just my imagination. The Yi Immortal isn't as powerful as I thought. Lu Ming pondered. His body had already moved. He stepped out and walked up the stairs to the fighting ring. Although there was pressure on the stairs, it was nothing to him. Come on, forbidden body. If I defeat you, I'll be number one in the universe. Song Qiong's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. His aura erupted, and it was extremely powerful. His battle strength was at its peak. This made the Heaven Destroyer's people look solemn. Everyone could guess that Song Qiong must have consumed some special treasure to reach his peak state. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to not be exhausted after such an intense battle with Yi Qiuxian. You want to defeat me? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Lu Ming said indifferently. He grabbed the air, and a long spear condensed in his hand. At the same time, the battle formula's eightfold battle strength was activated. Is that so? Let me see how powerful the forbidden body is. Song Qiong let out a long roar and struck out with his palms. Four fiery red bird beasts rushed out with a scorching and violent aura toward Lu Ming. Buzz, the long spear vibrated. Lu Ming directly executed the sky-piercing technique. The dazzling spear light pierced through the space and pierced toward Song Qiong. At the same time, Lu Ming struck out with his left palm. A large continent condensed and pressed down on Song Qiong. There was nothing to test. The two of them went all out. Boom. Boom, their attacks collided, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Violent energy waves swept out in all directions. In the violent energy waves, a figure kept retreating. It was Song Qiong. Song Qiong was retreating, the Heaven Destroyers. People's eyes lit up. Lu Ming's battle strength was indeed powerful. He suppressed Song Qiong in one move. On the other hand, the people of the quasi-sage tribe were shocked. In their eyes, Song Qiong, who was peerless and invincible among his peers, was actually at a disadvantage in one move. This was simply unbelievable. There's actually such a powerful person in the universe, terrifying, an old man of the quasi-sage tribe said with a trembling voice. Ah, I won't lose, Song Qiong let out a long roar. His long black hair turned fiery red as if it was burning. The red mark between his eyebrows was even more dazzling. In the end, the mark between his eyebrows condensed into a figure. This figure was an illusory figure, but it emitted a terrifying aura. It struck a palm toward Lu Ming. Song Qiong pushed his battle strength to the extreme. However, he was still no match for Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the sky-piercing technique and the desolation technique to attack the illusory figure continuously. After dozens of moves, the illusory figure was defeated with a bang. Swish, Lu Ming became one with his spear and pierced through the void toward Song Qiong's eyebrows. His spear broke through Song Qiong's 33 layers of defense like a hot knife through butter. Lu Ming's spear light was about to pierce Song Qiong's eyebrows. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. The people of the quasi-sage tribe were even more nervous. At this moment, the mark between Song Qiong's eyebrows seemed to have come alive. It flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a light blade that slashed at Lu Ming's spear light. With a loud bang, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. It was unparalleled. His spear gleam dissipated in an instant. He retreated to the edge of the fighting ring and was almost blasted out of the ring. What a powerful attack! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Song Qiong's strength had exceeded his imagination. In this battle, he realized that Song Qiong's battle strength was not weaker than Yi Qiuxian's. If both of them were at their peak, it would be hard to say who was stronger. However, the mark between Song Qiong's eyebrows flew out. This attack was definitely stronger than Yi Qiuxian's. It's a pity that he is suppressed to the first level of the Divine Master Realm and can't even use his origin energy. Otherwise, it would be easy to defeat him. Lu Ming pondered. It was normal that Song Qiong couldn't use his origin energy because those peak Divine Masters also couldn't use their origin energy. Lu Ming was about to continue attacking and defeat Song Qiong in a spurt of energy. However, Song Qiong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. His face was pale and his aura was weak. Song Qiong's aura quickly withered. His face was pale and he was on the verge of collapse. Lu Ming understood that the attack from the mark between Song Qiong's eyebrows was a desperate move. Once it was used, it would consume a lot of Song Qiong's energy. At this moment, Song Qiong no longer had the strength to fight. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He stepped forward and his aura surged toward Song Qiong like a tidal wave. Song Qiong looked at Lu Ming with an intense unwillingness in his eyes. In the end, he smiled bitterly and said, "I've lost." After saying that, he stepped back and rushed out of the battle stage. Lu Ming didn't chase after him. He had no enmity with Song Qiong, so there was no need for him to chase after him and kill him. That would only attract more enemies for Heaven Destroyer. Song Qiong quickly rushed out of the battle stage. Lu Ming won this battle. Great! The members of Heaven Destroyer were ecstatic. The two people who posed the greatest threat to Lu Ming were Yi Qiuxian and Song Qiong. Now that both of them had been eliminated, wouldn't Lu Ming have no opponents? There were still Yi Immortal left on the Heavenly Palace's side. However, everyone believed that Yi Immortal was no match for Yi Qiuxian, let alone Lu Ming. Even though Lu Ming had consumed a lot of energy in the battle with Song Qiong, it shouldn't be difficult for him to deal with Yi Immortal. After defeating Yi Immortal, even if there were still people from the Heavenly Palace and the Quasi-Sage tribe who could participate in the battle, those people would be easier to deal with. At the same level, there would be a huge gap between them and Lu Ming. It was hard for the members of Heaven Destroyer not to be excited when they saw that the human king's body was within their reach. Of course, the members of the Quasi-Sage tribe were the opposite. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They didn't expect that even Song Qiong would be defeated. Although there were still a few people from the Quasi-Sage tribe who could participate in the battle, they wouldn't be able to play a critical role. The hope of obtaining the human king's body was very slim. As for the people of the Heavenly Palace, their expressions were divided into two types. One of them had an unsightly expression, thinking that no one was a match for Lu Ming. The sovereign personage physical body was going to fall into the hands of the Heaven Destroyer. Of course, these people didn't know Yi Immortal's true identity. Those who knew about Yi Immortal's identity remained calm. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, could he be stronger than Yi Immortal? Impossible. The taboo body is indeed not simple. Interesting. Yi Wuchang chuckled and walked forward step by step. Patriarch is about to make a move. Those from the celestial race who knew about Yi Immortal's identity were all greatly shaken. Resplendent radiance erupted from their eyes. This was anticipation, worship, and reverence. The most powerful ancestor in the history of the celestial clan was about to take action. This was a rare sight. Yi Immortal stepped onto the platform. The pressure from the stairs didn't affect Yi Immortal at all. Soon, Yi Immortal stepped onto the platform and faced Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood upright with his spear in hand. He stared cautiously at Yi Immortal as the taboo energy in his body circulated to the maximum. He didn't dare to underestimate Yi Immortal in the slightest. For some reason, he felt that Yi Immortal was very strong. Unknowingly, Yi Immortal gave him a very strong pressure. This pressure was even stronger than that of Yi Qiuxian and Firmament. Even if Yi Immortal was at his peak, he wouldn't dare to underestimate Yi Immortal. Others thought that after Yi Qiuxian and Firmament were eliminated, Lu Ming would be able to sweep through and obtain the sovereign personage physical body. However, Lu Ming knew that Yi Immortal might be his real enemy. You must have expended a lot of energy in the battle just now. I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you half an hour to recover. Half an hour should be enough for you to recover to your peak state. Yi Immortal didn't attack. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the side as though he was waiting for Lu Ming to recover. What? Heaven Destroyer, the Quasi-Sage tribe, and some of the people from the Heavenly Palace were dumbfounded. Yi Immortal didn't attack immediately. Instead, he gave Lu Ming time to recover to his peak state before the battle. Was he crazy? Yi Immortal was crazy, many people roared in their hearts. He was too conceited. One had to know that he was facing Lu Ming, the invincible figure of the younger generation in the primitive universe. Lu Ming had the taboo body. Did he think that he would definitely win against Lu Ming? This person is actually so conceited. This is great. Heaven Destroyer's people were ecstatic. Even Lu Ming himself was stunned. However, this made Lu Ming even more confused about Yi Immortal. He didn't think that Yi Immortal was being too conceited. It was very likely that Yi Immortal was confident. He's confident, but so am I. I won't lose in a battle of the same level. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. He also had the belief that he was invincible. Since Yi Immortal wanted to wait for him to recover before the battle, he naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. He circulated the taboo energy with all his might and started to recover. Of course, while he was recovering, he also kept a close eye on Yi Immortal. He was afraid that Yi Immortal would suddenly attack. You can't. Immortal Prince, attack now. If Lu Ming recovers, he won't be easy to deal with. Immortal Prince, on the other hand, many people from the Heavenly Palace were anxious. Shut up. Immortal Prince knows what to do. The Lord of Heaven scolded them and made them shut up. Those who knew Yi Immortal's true identity had full confidence in Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal might not look old, but he was no longer a member of the younger generation. He was the strongest patriarch in the history of the heavenly human tribe. Even if his cultivation was suppressed to the first tier of the Divine Master realm, his combat experience and some mysterious techniques were not something that the younger generation could compare to. Everyone discussed for a while and soon quieted down. They waited quietly. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming's aura was getting stronger and stronger. He had completely recovered to his peak state. At this moment, Yi Immortal stood up and walked toward Lu Ming. You've recovered to your peak state. Make your move. Let me see what you're capable of. Yi Immortal spoke indifferently. He looked down at Lu Ming in a condescending manner. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. He could feel a huge pressure coming from Yi Immortal. Buzz, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand, which was formed by the forbidden energy, vibrated continuously. Every pore on his body was emitting spear light. His entire body seemed to have turned into a long spear. Swoosh, he executed the sky splitter form. The spear light pierced through the void and pierced toward Yi Immortal. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless. Lu Ming used almost all of his strength in this attack. Yi Immortal did not panic. He grabbed at the air. Four rays of light filled the air and intertwined to form a battle sword. Then, he thrust the sword forward. This is the perfect power of heaven. Lu Ming was shocked when he saw Yi Immortal make his move. He could tell at a glance that Yi Immortal was using the perfect power of heaven. He did not expect Yi Immortal to be able to control the perfect power of heaven. His hunch was right. Yi Immortal was indeed a formidable opponent. Lu Ming was shocked, but he was already mentally prepared. The people watching the battle were the ones who were truly shocked. The people of Heaven Destroyer, the quasi-immortal tribe, and some of the people from the Heavenly Palace all widened their eyes in disbelief. Perfect power of the heavens. Oh my God, it's the perfect power of the heavens. How is it possible that someone from the heavenly human tribe has mastered the perfect power of the heavens? There are actually 2 people in a generation who have mastered the perfect power of the heavens. Many people roared. Especially those from the Heaven Destroyer. They were extremely agitated and had ugly expressions on their faces. The perfect power of the heavens was too powerful. It would have the ability to overturn the universe and pose a huge threat to the Heaven Destroyer. Now, there were actually 2 of them. This was disastrous news for the Heaven Destroyer. Those from the Quasi-Saint tribe also had ugly expressions on their faces. Those from the Heavenly Palace who did not know about the identity of the Yi Immortal were initially stunned, but they soon became ecstatic. They were extremely excited. The Yi Immortal had also mastered the perfect power of the heavens. This was really beyond their expectations. It was really a miracle that there were 2 perfect power of the heavens in a generation. They also finally understood why the Lord of Heaven and Yi Chouxian listened to the Yi Immortal so obediently. Previously, they had guessed that the Yi Immortal had a very high status and probably had a powerful backer behind him. Now, they understood that the Yi Immortal not only had a shocking identity, but his talent was also extremely shocking. Boom, at this moment, Lu Ming and the Yi Immortal's attacks collided. The tip of the spear and the tip of the sword collided. A dazzling spot of light appeared at the point of collision. Furthermore, that speck of light was rapidly growing in size. Frightening ripples began to spread out in all directions. Whoosh, then, the two figures drifted back. This move was evenly matched. So powerful. Many people were shocked. They did not think that Lu Ming was powerful, but they thought that the Yi Immortal was more powerful. In a direct confrontation, the Yi Immortal was actually evenly matched with Lu Ming. In the past, whether it was Yi Qiuxian or Cang Qiong, they were always at a disadvantage when facing Lu Ming in a direct confrontation. However, the Yi Immortal was actually able to face Lu Ming in a direct confrontation. In terms of direct confrontation, he was already above Yi Qiuxian. Interesting. Again. Yi Wuxiu spoke. With a swift movement of his body, he dashed toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. Sword gleams burst forth, transforming into hundreds of sword gleams that slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. With a long roar, his spear vibrated and spear light filled the air as he charged towards Yi Immortal. Boom! 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 The spear radiance and the sword radiance continued to clash in the void. In an instant, hundreds of collisions were heard. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged over 100 moves, but the outcome was still undecided. Primordial World. In the midst of the battle, Lu Ming used the Desolation style. Two self-created secret techniques were used consecutively to suppress the Yi Immortal. However, Yi Immortal's left hand also congealed a battle sword and used two different sword techniques to block all of Lu Ming's attacks. The two of them were still evenly matched. The more Lu Ming fought, the more fearful he became. He had already pushed his combat strength to the maximum, but he still couldn't gain the upper hand. Moreover, he had a feeling that Yi Immortal was still holding back. He didn't seem to be using his full strength. How can this person be so powerful? Lu Ming's mind raced as he felt an immense pressure. He had never met such a powerful opponent in a battle of the same level. This was the first time he felt like he was no match for someone of the same level. Never before. This person's use of the perfect heavenly power has reached perfection. He's much stronger than Yi Qiuxian. Not a single strand of the perfect heavenly power is wasted. He's able to maximize the power of each strand of perfect heavenly power. It's as if he's an old monster who has been cultivating for countless years, thoughts ran through Lu Ming's mind continuously. His movements did not stop at all as he continued to attack. However, the people from Heaven Destroyer had a bad feeling, especially Lion, Tang Jun, and the rest. This was because they could see that Lu Ming seemed to be doing his best. How can there be such a person in the heavenly human tribe? Lion said with a gloomy face. This person is not simple. He's shrewd and ruthless. He doesn't waste any of his strength. In fact, Lu Ming is slightly stronger in a head-on confrontation, but his control of his strength is not as good as his opponent's. It's incredible that there's someone in the younger generation who can control his strength so well, Tang Jun whispered. Is this person also reincarnated? Lion's face changed. The success rate of reincarnation is extremely low, and it requires an extremely high cultivation base. No one in the primitive universe can do it now. In terms of cultivation base, even Father can't do it. However, if we've succeeded, others might be able to do it as well. We can't rule out this possibility, Tang Jun said. The battle in the fighting ring continued. Soon, the two had exchanged more than 300 blows, but there was still no clear winner. With a boom, the two exchanged another blow and retreated. Lu Ming, your combat strength is indeed strong. No wonder you can dominate your generation. It's a pity that you've met me. You're destined to lose. Yi Immortal said. His voice was still calm, but his aura changed. It became sharper and more terrifying. For some reason, Lu Ming's muscles tensed up. The forbidden power in his body circulated wildly. Sword of the heavenly human, death of moon. A cold voice came from Yi Immortal. Then, Yi Immortal slashed with his sword. However, this attack was different from Yi Immortal's previous attacks. As soon as the sword was slashed, a moon appeared in the void. This moon was not a full moon. There was a gap in it. It was a waning moon. The moonlight scattered and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He could clearly see that this was not ordinary moonlight. This was the sort of moonlight. Every ray of moonlight was an extremely small sword chi. The sword chi was countless times smaller than a strand of hair. Countless tiny sword chi sprinkled down like moonlight. How much sword chi was there? It was endless. It was truly endless. It completely enveloped Lu Ming. Moreover, every ray of sword chi was formed by the perfect power of heaven. Block it! Lu Ming roared. The spear in his hand spun rapidly. It spun millions of times per second to protect himself. Clang! 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 The moonlight was like a sword. It landed on the rapidly spinning spear and exploded with a loud boom. In the blink of an eye, there were countless exchanges. However, in just a few breaths, Lu Ming could not take it anymore. There were too many sword chi. They kept coming at him. Lu Ming's forbidden power was being depleted at an alarming rate. Moreover, the impact of so many sword chi was too strong. Lu Ming's body was pushed back and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The moonlight chased after him relentlessly. It was like a living thing. Boom! Boom! After a series of collisions, Lu Ming finally could not take it anymore. He was pushed out of the fighting ring. As soon as Lu Ming was pushed out of the fighting ring, the moonlight was blocked by a force at the side of the fighting ring. Puff! Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. If one looked carefully, they would see many small wounds on his body and arms. They were pierced by the extremely small sword chi. Fortunately, Lu Ming had left the battle stage and blocked the moonlight. If the battle had taken place elsewhere, Lu Ming would have been in danger. Did I lose? Lu Ming whispered. He was in a trance and felt that it was unreal. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been defeated in a battle of the same level. Although he was born in a small world, he had fought his way up with an invincible stance. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the universe, he had long cultivated the belief of being invincible. This was the first time he had tasted defeat in a battle of the same level. For a moment, he found it hard to accept. It was a huge blow to his confidence. Defeated, Lu Ming was actually defeated. The people of Heaven Destroyer also felt that it was inconceivable. It was like a dream. They also didn't expect that there would be someone in the universe who could defeat Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. This person is too strong. In the quasi-saint race, Xianxia stared at Ye Immortal with an extremely solemn expression. The people of Heavenly Palace were ecstatic. Even Lu Ming was defeated. Who else could be Ye Immortal's opponent? The human king's body would eventually belong to the Heavenly Palace. Our Heavenly Palace has dominated the primitive universe for countless years. We are the true masters of the primitive universe. These clowns want to fight against our Heavenly Palace? They are overestimating themselves. That's right. When our Heavenly Palace completely controls the human king's body, we will be able to sweep across the universe and flatten Heaven Destroyer. Let's see who dares to go against our Heavenly Palace. Many heavenly humans laughed heartily. That seems to be a Genesis technique. Tang Jun whispered. Genesis technique? Aren't Genesis techniques only origin realm existences can master? This person is just a divine master, how can he know Genesis techniques? Lion's expression changed. That's why it's extremely likely that this person is someone who is reincarnated. It's impossible for divine masters to use Genesis techniques. Only those at the origin realm can comprehend Genesis techniques based on the origin they control. What shocked me the most was that his cultivation had been suppressed to the first layer of the Divine Master realm, but he was still able to use Genesis techniques. Unbelievable. Tang Jun said. Tang Jun was also someone who had reincarnated. In his past life, he was also at the origin realm and had once comprehended a Genesis technique. However, she couldn't use it now. Even if her cultivation hadn't been suppressed, she still wouldn't have been able to use it, let alone if her cultivation had been suppressed to the first-level Divine Master realm. It was far too difficult to use a Genesis technique, and the conditions were extremely harsh. Under normal circumstances, only those at the origin realm could use Genesis techniques. Ye Immortal, on the other hand, was still able to use a Genesis technique despite being suppressed to the first layer of the Divine Master realm. This was truly inconceivable. Ye Immortal had relied on a Genesis technique to defeat Lu Ming. Who exactly is this person? Lion, Shi, and the others stared deeply at Ye Immortal. They felt that he was shrouded in layers of mystery. Who else wants to fight? Ye Immortal spoke as he swept his gaze across the crowd. However, no one stepped up for a moment. If no one steps up, the human king's body will belong to me. Ye Immortal said indifferently. Damn it, let me go up and fight him. Chocho called out. He was very unhappy. Chocho, don't go. You're not his match. You'll just die in vain if you go up. Lu Ming stopped Chocho. Ye Immortal was too strong. Even Chocho wouldn't be his match. The difference between them was too great. Even if Chocho's defense and vitality were astonishing, it would still be dangerous. Who knew what other tricks he had up his sleeves? I'm not happy, Chocho called out, but he didn't step up in the end. What should we do? Are we going to let the human king's body fall into the hands of the Heavenly Palace? The Heavenly Palace has already obtained the human king's body. If they can find the human king's heart, they will be truly invincible. No one in the primitive universe will be able to stop the Heavenly Palace. The people of the quasi-sage race were also discussing. This person exchanged hundreds of moves with Lu Ming and defeated Lu Ming with a finishing move. I reckon that he must have consumed a lot of energy. Perhaps he doesn't have much energy left. We might still have a chance. An old man from the quasi-sage race said. The eyes of the other quasi-sage race lit up. That's right. It's already incredible that he could defeat Lu Ming in a battle of the same level. It's impossible that he didn't consume any energy. He must have consumed a lot of energy and might be on the verge of exhaustion. As for us, there are still 3 people who can fight. We might still have a chance to defeat him. Another person also said. I'll fight him. At this time, a burly man from the quasi-sage race stepped forward and stepped onto the battle stage. This burly man from the quasi-sage race was very powerful. He was one of the top experts in the quasi-sage race, just like the Lord of Heaven of the heavenly human race. Song Qiong had already stepped forward before he could make a move. Kill. The burly man from the quasi-sage race stepped onto the battle stage and unleashed a torrential attack that engulfed Ye Immortal like a raging storm. He didn't want to give Ye Immortal any time to recover. He wanted to defeat Ye Immortal in a spurt of energy. Celestial Sword, Death of Moon. Ye Immortal said indifferently. He slashed out with his sword and an incomplete round of moonlight appeared. It's this move again. To everyone's surprise, Ye Immortal used his finishing move right away. The moonlight scattered and enveloped the battle stage. The burly man from the quasi-sage race narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of horror. He roared and tried his best to resist. However, his combat strength was far inferior to Lu Ming's. When the moonlight scattered, all the attacks and defenses of the burly man from the quasi-sage race collapsed instantly. PFFF, 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 the dense sword light pierced the burly man from the quasi-sage race. The burly man from the quasi-sage race was completely enveloped by the moonlight. The burly man from the quasi-sage race suddenly froze and stood motionless on the battle stage. His eyes were wide open and filled with horror. Then, with a bang, the body of the burly man from the quasi-sage race collapsed and turned into a pile of ashes. His body and soul were destroyed. It turned out that the burly man from the quasi-sage race had already been turned into ashes when he was enveloped by the moonlight. Every ray of moonlight was a ray of sword chi. There were too many rays of sword chi. The burly man from the quasi-sage race was turned into ashes after being hit by countless rays of sword chi. This, damn it, the people from the quasi-sage race roared furiously. They were shocked and heartbroken. The burly man from the quasi-sage race was a top-notch expert. He was almost invincible under the origin realm. It was almost certain that he would break through to the origin realm in the future. But now, he had died just like that. It could be said that they had suffered a heavy loss. At the same time, they were also disappointed. Ye Immortal was really too strong. He had killed his opponent in one move. More importantly, Yi Immortal was still able to use his finishing move. It didn't seem like he was exhausted at all. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. He knew that Yi Immortal was still full of energy. Although Yi Immortal had exchanged hundreds of moves with him, his control over his strength was too exquisite. He hadn't exhausted much of his energy. Yi Immortal's control over his power had reached the pinnacle. Every time he made a move, he used the smallest amount of power to display the strongest power without any wastage. Although he had exchanged hundreds of moves with Lu Ming, he did not consume too much energy and still maintained his peak strength. The people of the Quasi-Sage tribe had ugly expressions, but they did not dare to send anyone else up. Although they still had two people who could fight, they were not as strong as the burly man in front of them. If Yi Immortal was not exhausted, he would probably die if he went up. No one from Heaven Destroyer's side went up either. Time passed quickly. Soon, half an hour was up. Although the people of the Quasi-Sage tribe and Heaven Destroyer were extremely unwilling, they still did not go up. We can't let the human king's body fall into the hands of the Heavenly Palace. If the Heavenly Palace gets their hands on the human king's heart, then our Heaven Destroyer will be destroyed and everyone will die. Lion's roar was transmitted to the ears of Lu Ming and the others. That's right. No matter what, the human king's body cannot fall into the hands of the Heavenly Palace. The human king's body is in their hands for the time being. We must find an opportunity to snatch it back. This battle stage has a defensive power. We will make our move when Yi Immortal gets off the battle stage. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others all agreed. They discussed in secret and waited for the right moment to make their move. Although it would be shameful to snatch the human king's body after losing the battle, they could not care less. The human king's body was too important. It was related to the structure of the universe and the survival of the Heaven Destroyer. Once it fell into the hands of the Heavenly Palace, the Heaven Destroyer would definitely be destroyed. The Heavenly Palace would definitely not allow the Heaven Destroyer to continue existing. If the Heaven Destroyer was destroyed, then Lu Ming's family and friends would also be in danger. Therefore, they could only snatch the human king's body. Soon, half an hour was up. Once half an hour was up, the winner would belong to the Yi Immortal and the Heavenly Palace. The human king's body would belong to the Yi Immortal. All of the heavenly humans were overjoyed. As for the Yi Immortal, a smile appeared on his face as he walked towards the human monarch body. As long as we can find the human king's heart, not only will the primitive universe be able to stabilize, but our race will also be able to win the opportunity to deal with the subsequent dangers, Yi Immortal pondered. Wang, the fighting platform trembled slightly and the light around the fighting platform suddenly disappeared. Yi Immortal's expression changed slightly. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. This is a good opportunity. Let's go. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Lion, Tang Jun, and the others all rushed towards the battle stage. To be more precise, they were rushing towards the human king's body. Their speed was as fast as lightning. The battle stage didn't hinder them at all. Scram! Yi Immortal roared. He slashed out with his sword, and an incomplete moon formed. Boundless moonlight spread out and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. The moment he made his move, he used his ultimate move. Boom! 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 Lu Ming, Tang Jun, Lion, Shi, Tang Jian, and the others, a total of more than a dozen top experts also attacked with their full strength. The combined attack of more than a dozen top experts was extremely powerful. No matter how strong Yi Immortal was, it was useless. The moonlight was instantly pierced through by Lu Ming and the others. However, this delay was enough for Yi Qiuxian and the others to react. They rushed towards the fighting platform and attacked Lu Ming and the others. The attacks were extremely terrifying. Lu Ming and the others couldn't ignore them. They could only block them. Boom! 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 The fighting platform was filled with explosions as the experts fought against each other. Kill! The other experts of the Sky Exterminating Troop and the Heavenly Palace also charged toward the other side. A chaotic battle broke out. Lu Ming flashed through the crowd. He defeated 3 experts consecutively and dodged 9 attacks before rushing towards the human king's body. However, a figure blocked in front of him. It was Yi Immortal. Boom! The two of them exchanged another blow and retreated one after another. Subsequently, Lu Ming's figure flashed, wanting to go around Yi Wuxiu. However, Yi Wuxiu's speed was extremely fast. With a move of his figure, he blocked Lu Ming. The two of them fought with speed and exchanged dozens of blows in an instant. "Young master, what should we do?" On the other side, an expert from the Quasi-Saint tribe asked Xianxia. "Let them fight first. We'll wait for an opportunity to snatch the human king's body." Song Dao. He didn't make a move for the time being. He planned to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. "You dare to snatch the treasure that I obtained? You overestimate yourself. I'll send you on your way," Yi Immortal said coldly. His body emitted a dazzling light. He slashed out with his sword and a broken moon appeared. It was Yi Immortal's ultimate move again. It was the Genesis technique, Sword of the Celestial, Moon Death. Boundless moonlight shrouded Lu Ming. The most terrifying part of this move was that it was impossible to dodge. However, Lu Ming didn't intend to dodge this time. Xiao had already transformed into an armor that covered his entire body. He quickly brandished his spear and defended with all his might. Clang 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 clang, most of the moonlight was blocked by the spear, but a small portion still managed to break through Lu Ming's defense and hit Lu Ming's body. However, they were blocked by Xiao's armor and didn't manage to pierce through it. Xiao's armor had astonishing defensive power. Even an existence on the level of the Lord of Heaven wouldn't be able to pierce through it. Although Yi Immortal's battle strength was astonishing, it was at most equivalent to an ordinary Lord of Heaven's attack. Naturally, it couldn't pierce through Xiao's armor. Soon, the broken moon disappeared and the round of attacks was blocked. Desolate wilderness, Heaven Splitter. Lu Ming shouted softly and used two kinds of secret skills consecutively. First, he struck out with his palm and condensed a desolate continent that came crashing down on Yi Immortal. Then, he transformed into a spear and stabbed at Yi Immortal's forehead. "Humph, insignificant tricks." Yi Immortal snorted and waved his hand. Two swords of light appeared in the air and slashed at the continent above his head, splitting it in half. The other sword slashed at the spear light that Lu Ming had transformed into. After an earth-shattering boom, Lu Ming and Yi Immortal both retreated. However, Lu Ming immediately steadied himself and charged at Yi Immortal. He continued to use the desolate wilderness and Heaven Splitter in succession. However, this time a beam of light shot out from Lu Ming's chest and enveloped Yi Immortal. This beam of light was Xiao's ultimate move. Xiao wriggled quickly and turned into a small mirror at Lu Ming's chest. Then, it shot out a beam of light. However, Yi Immortal didn't show any signs of abnormality after being enveloped by the beam of light. His eyes were still sharp and even had a hint of disdain. "You want to affect me with a mere illusion? How naive. Your metallic life form isn't bad. I'll take it." An indifferent and lofty voice came from Yi Immortal's mouth. He slashed out with his sword again. Sword of the Celestial, Destruction of the Sun. A great sun appeared in the sky. The great sun emitted a brilliant light that shone down on Lu Ming. Like the broken moon from before, the light of this great sun was also formed by countless streaks of sword chi. However, these streaks of sword chi were filled with a scorching and terrifying aura. They were even more terrifying than the moonlight from before. Lu Ming's pupils constricted rapidly. Yi Immortal's move made him extremely alarmed. He felt as though a catastrophe was about to befall him. The power of this move was a lot stronger than the previous one. He couldn't dodge it either. He could only take it head-on. "Block it!" Lu Ming roared. He unleashed all the power in his body and channeled it to the maximum. There were tens of thousands of cells in his body that were glowing like stars. These cells connected together to form a door. A yellow mud road appeared in the door. On the yellow mud road, a pool of blood flickered with a scarlet light. On the other side of the battle platform, the human monarch's body and the bronze box floated there quietly, motionless. But at this moment, the human monarch's body suddenly looked at Lu Ming. To be precise, he was looking at the pool of blood on the yellow mud road. Then, the human monarch's eyes revealed astonishment, doubt, and shock. But it was just a flash and no one noticed. At this moment, Lu Ming and Yi Immortal had already clashed. Yi Immortal's move was truly terrifying. Lu Ming's body shook violently as he clashed with it. He was sent flying backward by the powerful force. At the same time, a lot of sunlight shone on Lu Ming's body. Ding 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 sounds rang out, but they were blocked by Xiaoqiu's armor. But the violent impact still passed through the armor and hit Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he felt that Xiaoqiu's armor was shockingly hot. It burned his skin until it sizzled. "Xiaoqiu, are you alright?" Lu Ming asked hurriedly. "I'm fine. It's too strong. This person's attack is too strong. If it was a little stronger, I would have been defeated," Xiaoqiu replied. Lu Ming was relieved. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Too strong. What kind of secret technique is this? How can it have such a powerful attack? Lu Ming was extremely shocked. The power of Yi Wuxiu's ultimate move was much stronger than the primeval move and heaven-breaking move that he had created. It surpassed all the secret skills that Lu Ming had seen before. It was really shocking. Especially that move just now. If he hadn't been wearing Xiaoqiu's armor, he might have been at risk of dying. In other words, Yi Immortal hadn't used his full strength in his battle with Lu Ming. He still had some tricks up his sleeve. The sun disappeared from the sky. The Yi Immortal took a few deep breaths, his face pale. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Clearly, even for the Yi Immortal, using such an ultimate move would consume an astonishing amount of energy. No wonder he hadn't used it before. The sovereign personage's physical body is already mine. No one can take it away, Yi Immortal said indifferently. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed towards the Renhuang body. He had to put the Renhuang body away first to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. That move just now had indeed consumed a lot of his energy. Both Lu Ming and Xiaoqiu were troublesome to deal with. Don't even think about it, Lu Ming shouted and prepared to charge toward the human king's body. However, at this moment, there was an unforeseen event. The Renhuang body, which had been motionless all this while, suddenly took a step forward and entered the bronze chest. The bronze chest closed automatically. Then, it turned into a beam of light and rushed in a certain direction. It wasn't in the direction of Yi Immortal. Instead, it was in the direction of Lu Ming. The bronze chest was too fast. It was beyond everyone's reaction time. Before anyone could react, the bronze chest rushed into Lu Ming's glabella and disappeared. Lu Ming was stunned. Yi Immortal was stunned. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. The Renhuang body actually entered Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Was there a mistake? Shouldn't the Renhuang body enter Yi Immortal's body? After all, Yi Immortal won the final match. Was there a mistake? Lu Ming, hand over the Renhuang body. Yi Immortal reacted quickly. With a loud roar, he dashed towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. He was far faster than Yi Immortal's previous speed. This is the aura of a 6th-tier divine master. No, my cultivation has also recovered. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He realized that the force that was suppressing his cultivation had disappeared. His cultivation had also recovered to the 6th-tier divine master. Boom, a huge force erupted from his body. At the same time, the war god spear appeared in his hand. All the suppression disappeared. It seemed that the suppression had disappeared after the Renhuang body entered Lu Ming's body. Buzz, the war god spear vibrated and swept out, colliding with Yi Immortal's attack. Both of them had recovered to the 6th-tier divine master, so they were still fighting at the same level. With a loud boom, both of them retreated. At the same time, the cultivation of the others had also recovered. A shocking battle broke out. A peak divine master against a peak divine master. Violent energy waves swept out in all directions. Some of the weaker cultivators didn't even dare to get close. They retreated to the sides. Kill Lu Ming. The Renhuang body is with him. Some of the Lord of Heaven from the Heavenly Palace shouted. They wanted to attack Lu Ming, but they were blocked by the experts from the Heaven Destroyer. Sword of the Celestial, Destruction of Yang. Yi Immortal used that ultimate move again. A huge sun appeared, scattering endless light. After recovering to the 6th-tier divine master level, Ye Immortal's power was many times stronger than before. It was terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Lu Ming didn't hesitate. He unleashed the power of Origin in the Origin Seed and activated a trace of the War God Spear's power. Then, the War God Spear shook and spun rapidly. The void was stirred up by the War God Spear, forming a pitch-black vortex that blocked all the sunlight. Let's retreat. At the same time, Lu Ming used this force to retreat. He wanted to charge out of a gap in the metal mountain. The power of Origin could only be used once. If Ye Immortal continued to use his ultimate move, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lu Ming, stay here. A loud roar came from the top of Lu Ming's head. A tall and burly heavenly human came crashing down like a huge mountain. He was holding a purplish gold battle axe and was hacking at Lu Ming's head. Lord of Heaven, this was an expert on the same level as the Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. He waved the War God Spear to defend himself. With a clang, Lu Ming continued to retreat. He felt his arm go numb and his bones almost broke. Kill. The Lord of Heaven continued to attack Lu Ming. At the same time, Ye Immortal also attacked Lu Ming, joining forces with the Lord of Heaven. One on the left and one on the right. In an instant, their attacks were about to reach. Bone Demon, Lu Ming shouted. Leave it to me. Bone Demon rushed out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows and threw 2 punches at Ye Immortal and the Lord of Heaven. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud explosions, Ye Immortal and the Lord of Heaven were sent flying by Bone Demon. Kill! Go all out and kill Lu Ming. The Human King's body is ours. Go all out. The Heavenly Palace roared and frantically rushed toward Lu Ming. At this moment, everyone had recovered their peak strength. The Heavenly Palace had more experts than the Heaven Destroyer, and they also had more peak Divine Master experts than the Heaven Destroyer. Especially the 4 strongest Lord of Heaven. They were really too strong. Only a few people on the Heaven Destroyer side could fight against the strongest Lord of Heaven. They simply couldn't stop the other party. When their cultivation was suppressed to the first layer of the Divine Master realm, Tang Jun and she were able to display powerful fighting strength on the Heaven Destroyer's side. They were able to block the strongest Lord of Heaven. But now that their cultivation had recovered, the weakness of Tang Jun and she's cultivation was exposed. They simply couldn't fight against the strongest Lord of Heaven. Therefore, even though the experts of the Heaven Destroyer tried their best to block, there were still experts at the level of the Lord of Heaven constantly rushing toward Lu Ming. But at this moment, an even more astonishing change occurred. The originally smooth metal walls around him and above him began to wriggle and protrude out, forming humanoid metal puppets. These metal puppets were extremely similar to the metal puppets on the metal towers outside the Metal Mountain Peak. These metal puppets held battle blades and rushed toward the Heaven Destroyer, the Heavenly Palace, and the people of the Quasi-Saint tribe from all directions. In an instant, at least several thousand metal puppets attacked. Kill. Kill all living creatures. Don't let any living creatures escape. These metal puppets actually knew how to roar and slashed out with their battle blades as fast as lightning. They were astonishingly fast. Some of the weaker ones were directly slashed to death by the battle blades, while others hurriedly blocked. The people of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace were originally engaged in a chaotic battle, but now they couldn't care less about it and hurriedly blocked the metal puppets. Similarly, many metal puppets rushed toward Lu Ming, the Ye Immortal, and the Lord of Heaven level experts who were attacking Lu Ming. The figures of the Ye Immortal and the others were forcibly blocked. Get lost. The Ye Immortal roared and exchanged a few blows with a metal puppet, sending it flying. On Lu Ming's side, the Bone Demon attacked and sent the metal puppet flying with one move. Go, let's retreat. Lu Ming shouted loudly and rushed toward a passage. Go. Protect Lu Ming out. Retreat. Since the sovereign personage's body was already in their hands, the Heavenly Extermination Army naturally would not continue fighting. As they blocked the attacks of the metal puppets, they rushed to the tunnel at the side. Many metal puppets chased them from behind. Don't let them escape. Kill them. We must take down Lu Ming. The Ye Immortal roared and rushed toward Lu Ming and the others. The Lord of Heaven level experts and the 9th and 8th tier Divine Masters also rushed toward Lu Ming. However, those with weaker cultivations couldn't even self-detonate, so they naturally couldn't chase after Lu Ming. They could only rush in another direction and try to escape from the metal mountain through another passage. Although the Yi Immortal and the others tried their best to break through, there were too many metal puppets. Even if they broke through the encirclement and chased after Lu Ming and the others, they still wouldn't be able to escape. But don't forget that there was also a group of metal puppets chasing after Lu Ming and the others. If the people from the Heavenly Palace wanted to attack Lu Ming and the others, they would have to get past these metal puppets. When the people from the Heavenly Palace got closer, some of the metal puppets chasing after Lu Ming and the others turned around and attacked the people from the Heavenly Palace. This way, it would be impossible for them to catch up to Lu Ming and the others in a short time. Lu Ming dashed into the passageway very quickly. The rest of the Heaven Exterminating Army also dashed into the passageway and headed outside. Chase! Chase! The Yi Immortal roared. He had lived for countless years and experienced countless things. He had a very good mentality. He had been very calm because everything was under his control. But now, he couldn't stay calm. His face was very gloomy as he roared in his heart. He really couldn't understand. He had won the competition, so why would the human king of heaven's body fly toward Lu Ming? Could it be because Lu Ming was a human? That was the only reason he could think of. Because the original form of the human king of heaven's body was also a human, and Lu Ming was also a human. It made sense that the human king of heaven's body chose Lu Ming. The human race can't be left alive. If I knew this would happen, I would have wiped out all the humans in the universe. The Yi Immortal's heart was filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Lu Ming and the other members of the Heaven Destroyer quickly rushed out of the passage. But when they rushed out of the passage, the remaining metal puppets on the metal towers outside looked at them with cold eyes. Then, they moved like lightning and waved their sabers, attacking them. "Let's go!" Lu Ming shouted. He waved his spear of war and exchanged blows with a metal puppet. With a loud bang, the metal puppet was sent flying by Lu Ming. But Lu Ming also felt his arm go numb. Although these metal puppets didn't have any other strange abilities, they were shockingly strong. At the same time, Guimo also attacked and sent two metal puppets flying. Behind them, Lion and the others also arrived. They constantly sent the metal puppets flying and quickly rushed out. Roar! 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 But at this moment, an earth-shaking roar rang out in the distance. These roars came from all directions of the metal mountain. There were roars coming from every direction. It was as if the sky and earth were rumbling violently. Then, one after another, huge monsters appeared before everyone's eyes. Lu Ming saw a huge snake. It was huge, even bigger than a mountain range. It slithered over. There was also a huge bird. It was completely red. When it spread its wings, it blotted out the sky. There was also a ferocious tiger. It was over 10,000 meters tall. Its roars were like thunder, and its eyes were like two suns. Origin Realm, these three primordial surviving species were all existences at Origin Realm. And this was only in the direction of Lu Ming's group. There were even more in other directions. Clearly, the commotion at the Metal Mountain had attracted the attention of the Origin Realm primordial surviving species in the distance. Lu Ming, Lion, and the others all paled. Their path had been blocked. With so many Origin Realm existences, only death would await them if they continued to charge forward. There were Origin Realm primordial surviving species in front of them, while there were a large number of metal puppets behind them. There were also experts from the Heavenly Palace. They were in dire straits. Don't let any of them escape. Kill! The metal puppets roared. Their eyes were cold as they constantly charged at Lu Ming's group. At this moment, almost all the Heaven Destroyer had charged out of the Metal Mountain. They gathered together. Those with weaker cultivations stayed in the center while the powerful God Lords guarded the periphery, blocking the attacks of the metal puppets. Only by doing so could they minimize their losses. However, the Origin Realm primordial surviving species in the distance were getting closer and closer. More and more metal puppets continued to charge out of the Metal Mountain, constantly attacking them. What do we do? What do we do? Someone shouted loudly and cast his gaze toward Lion and the other strongest peak divine masters. However, Lion and the others also had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. The reason for that was because there was nothing they could do. Kill our way out. In less than a minute, the furious roars of the experts of the Heavenly Palace came from the Metal Mountain. A large number of experts from the Heavenly Palace also charged out of the tunnel. Yi Immortal, Yi Qiuxin, and the others were all there. As soon as the people of the Heavenly Palace rushed out, they also saw the Origin Realm surviving beasts in the distance. They were all shocked and pale. There are so many Origin Realm surviving beasts. We've been surrounded. What do we do now? Several Lord of Heaven asked, panicking. Get the body of the human king first, then think of a way to break out. Yi Immortal was still calm and gave the order. They continued to charge, knocking away the metal puppets one by one, and charged toward Lu Ming and the others. We're done for. Many people in the Heaven Destroyer were pale. This kind of situation was truly a hopeless situation. Could he still leave? Let's do it. We can't let the people of the Heavenly Palace get the body of the human king so easily. Let's do it. As long as we can hold them off for a while, they'll die when the surviving beasts arrive. Shi roared, his eyes bloodshot. Let's do it. The others roared as well. They couldn't escape. They couldn't get the body of the human king, and they couldn't let the people of the Heavenly Palace get it either. When the surviving beasts arrived, even if they died in battle, the people of the Heavenly Palace wouldn't be any better. They would die in battle. At that time, the situation in the primitive universe would return to balance. There was nothing they could do. What do we do? Lu Ming's mind raced with various ideas. He wanted to find a way to escape. However, he realized that there was nothing he could do. The difference in strength was just too great. Any method would be futile. There were Origin Realm surviving beasts in all directions. Even if they charged out of the encirclement of the Heavenly Palace and the metal puppets at all costs, they wouldn't be able to escape the attacks of the Origin Realm surviving beasts. At this moment, Lu Ming was suddenly surprised. The bronze chest that the human monarch's body was in flew into his glabella and floated in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, the bronze chest shone and actually rushed out of his sea of consciousness. The human king's physical body is about to fly away. Is it going to fly to the Yi Immortal? Lu Ming thought unwillingly. Actually, even he couldn't understand why the human king's body would fly towards him when the Yi Immortal had clearly emerged victorious. He had two speculations in his mind. One was that he might be a human. Secondly, the human king's body had been mistaken. It was supposed to fly towards the Yi Immortal, but it ended up flying towards him instead. Could it be that the human king's body had made a mistake and was about to fly towards the Yi Immortal? Although Lu Ming was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. However, it turned out that Lu Ming was overthinking things. The bronze chest did not fly towards the Yi Immortal. Instead, it flew high into the sky and rapidly expanded until it was the size of a mountain. Then it crashed towards the metal mountain. Boom, the bronze chest crashed into the metal mountain with an earth-shattering boom. Following that, a beam of light shot out from the place where the bronze chest collided with the mountain peak. This beam of light shot straight up into the sky and into the depths of the sky. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and was forcibly torn apart. They could see that the sky had also been torn apart. A circular tunnel had appeared, and they could even see outside. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. Charge upwards. Charge out from the top. Up. Lu Ming and the rest roared and dashed madly toward the sky. Thousands of people gathered together and charged forward with all their might. They continuously sent the pursuing metal puppets flying. As for the bronze chest, after it crashed into the metal mountain, it turned into a beam of light and flew back towards Lu Ming. It was unimaginably fast. It flew into Lu Ming's glabella and appeared in his sea of consciousness. Chase. Don't let them escape. The people of the Heavenly Palace also roared as they chased after Lu Ming and the others. The strongest Lord of Heaven even took the time to attack the Heaven Destroyer. However, there were not many people from the Heavenly Palace who chased after them. Many of the experts from the Heavenly Palace had rushed out from the other tunnels of the Metal Mountain. At this moment, they were still some distance away from them. Therefore, there were more experts on the Heaven Destroyer's side. They joined forces and blocked the attacks from the Heavenly Palace. While blocking the attacks, they also rushed towards the sky. Everyone present was at the Divine Master realm. Their speed was extremely fast. Soon, they would reach the gap in the sky. We will also leave from the top. In other directions of the Metal Mountain, the people from the Quasi-Saint tribe naturally would not miss such an opportunity. They also rushed towards the sky. In addition, the other experts from the Heavenly Palace also rushed towards the sky. Outside the world of light, the Origin Realm experts of the Heaven Destroyer and the Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace were in a standoff. Their attention was completely focused on the world of light. They were ready to provide support at any time. Suddenly, the world of light shook. A beam of light rushed out from inside. It tore through the darkness and space, forcefully creating a tunnel. They could clearly hear the battle cries coming from inside. They were getting closer and closer. They are coming out from this gap. The Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer immediately became nervous. Their eyes were fixed on the gap. They were guessing which side had obtained the body of the human king. Or perhaps, the body of the human king was still scattered and one side had obtained a little. After a while, swoosh swoosh swoosh, a large group of figures rushed out from the gap. It's them. The people of the Heaven Destroyer. The experts of the Heavenly Palace were stunned. Then, they burst out with killing intent. Kill. Some of the Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace directly attacked. They launched a terrifying attack, wanting to kill Lu Ming and the others. However, the Origin Realm experts of the Heaven Destroyer had already paid full attention. As soon as the Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace attacked, they immediately attacked as well. They blocked the attacks of the Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming, Lion, come over here quickly. Fei Huang's voice rang out. Lu Ming and the others quickly flew towards Fei Huang and the others. The Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace did not chase after them. This was because they did not know that the body of the human king had fallen into Lu Ming's hands. Very soon, the thousands of people of the Heaven Destroyer all flew out from the gap. There are only about 4,000 people left. The hearts of the Origin Realm experts of the Heaven Destroyer trembled. Their eyes were filled with sorrow. About 5,000 Divine Masters went in. When they came out, only about 4,000 were left. About 1,000 of them would forever remain in the world of light. This was a huge loss. I hope we can gain something. The Origin Realm experts of the Heaven Destroyer thought to themselves. After the people of the Heaven Destroyer all flew out, the people of the Heavenly Palace also flew out from the gap. Flying at the front were the 4 strongest people, the Lord of Heaven, Yi Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, and the others. The body of the human king is all in Lu Ming's hands. All of you, attack and kill Lu Ming. Take the body of the human king. Yi Immortal roared as soon as he flew out. What? Hearing Yi Immortal's roar, whether it was the Heavenly Palace, Heaven Destroyer, or the Origin Realm experts of the Quasi-Saint tribe, they were all stunned. Because this was truly beyond everyone's expectations. All the bodies of the human king were in one person's body, and this person was actually Lu Ming. Attack. Almost instantly, the Heavenly Palace's Origin Realm reacted. It was filled with astonishing killing intent, and a terrifying power erupted. The violent energy stirred the universe and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming. However, the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm's reaction was not slow at all. They knew that after Lu Ming had obtained all the bodies of the human king, their first reaction was to protect Lu Ming. They would protect Lu Ming even if they had to die. Protecting Lu Ming was equivalent to protecting the bodies of the human king. It was equivalent to protecting their hope of annihilating the Heavenly Palace in the future. Therefore, when the Heavenly Palace's Origin Realm experts attacked, the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts also attacked instantly. Dozens of attacks whizzed out and collided with the Heavenly Palace's Origin Realm's attack, erupting into a shocking explosion. Whether it was the Heaven Destroyer or the Heavenly Palace, each side had dozens of Origin Realm experts. With so many Origin Realm experts attacking together, the scene was incomparably terrifying. The void was torn apart and turned into chaotic nothingness. The terrifying energy constantly surged and finally cancelled each other out. In the end, the Heavenly Palace's Origin Realm experts' attacks were all blocked. As for Lu Ming and the rest, they were extremely fast and successfully dashed behind Fei Huang and the rest. You Heaven Destroyer are not qualified to obtain the Human King's body. No matter who you are, anyone who dares to lay their hands on the Human King's body must die. Kill. The Heavenly Palace's Origin Realm roared furiously and attacked madly. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Kill them all. The third demon sword shouted. Stop them. Tang Jian roared. Astral Fire Origin Venerate, Lu Min Origin Venerate, and so on. The Origin Venerates of Heaven Destroyer from the 1,000-year battlefield had all arrived. In addition, many Origin Venerates from other places had also arrived. In total, there were more than 30 people. They met the Heavenly Palace's Origin head-on and began to fight fiercely. In an instant, a shocking battle broke out. As for Lu Ming and the other Divine Masters, they were constantly retreating into the distance. A battle between reciprocity experts was just too terrifying. It was not something that Divine Masters could interfere with. Even if they were close, it would be extremely dangerous, so they needed to maintain their distance. The Heavenly Palace's Master of God was the same. At this moment, the Divine Masters of the Heavenly Palace and the Quasi-Sage tribe also flew out of the gap. The gap began to shrink slowly. Young Master, did the Sovereign Personage's physical body really fall into Lu Ming's hands? An Origin Realm old man from the Quasi-Saint tribe asked Xianxia softly. That's right, it has indeed fallen into Lu Ming's hands. Xianxia nodded. It actually fell into Lu Ming's hands. Should we take action? The old man from the Quasi-Saint tribe asked. No, we'll just watch. If we take action and defeat the Heaven Destroyer, then the Heavenly Palace will target us. We won't take action and let them fight until both sides are injured. Anyway, it's better for the Sovereign Personage's physical body to fall into the hands of the Heaven Destroyer than it to fall into the hands of the Heavenly Palace. Song Qiong Dao. The Quasi-Saint tribe did not intervene. Instead, they retreated far away and watched from afar. The battle between Origin Venerates was becoming more and more intense. Swoosh, suddenly, a purple ray of light flashed, as if it had broken through the entire void, and charged towards Lu Ming. This is, the Master of the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming's heart suddenly trembled. The person who took action was the Master of the Heavenly Palace of Crepe Myrtle. The attack of the Heavenly Palace's Master was too terrifying. Whether it was Lu Ming, Lion, or the others, they felt that the surrounding void had frozen. Even time seemed to have frozen. They couldn't move at all. Even their breathing seemed to have stopped. They couldn't resist. The gap was too big. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming and the others. It was Fei Huang. With a wave of Fei Huang's hand, several tens of black beads flew out. Then, they exploded with a bang. After each black bead exploded, dozens of figures flew out. They were all Fei Huang's figures. At least 500 Fei Huang's figures flew out of the dozens of black beads. These were all soul incarnations. So many soul incarnations struck out at the same time. Hundreds of heavenly demon palm prints merged together, forming an incomparably huge palm print that blasted towards the Master of the Heavenly Palace of Crepe Myrtle. Boom, the palm print that Fei Huang struck out collided with the attack of the Master of the Heavenly Palace of Crepe Myrtle. The dazzling light flooded the surrounding void. The space was torn apart and turned into chaos. However, the stalemate only lasted for a few breaths. The palm print that Fei Huang struck out trembled violently. Finally, with a bang, it exploded and turned into energy that dissipated. The terrifying power continued to rush towards Fei Huang. Fei Huang's expression changed slightly. Hundreds of figures gathered together and became one figure. She stretched out a jade-like hand and once again collided with the attack of the Master of the Heavenly Palace of Crepe Myrtle. As a result, Fei Huang's body was pushed back again and again. Her originally solid body kept flickering and the light dimmed a lot. Fei Huang, if your real body was here, I would be a little afraid of you. Unfortunately, your real body is not here at all. There are only a few hundred demon incarnations. How can you stop me? The master of the heavenly palace of crepe myrtle sneered. The power of the origin circulated, and his body was shrouded in purple light. Purple gold heavenly seal. The master of the heavenly palace of crepe myrtle shouted softly. His hands pressed out continuously. In the sky, a purple gold seal formed and pressed down on Fei Huang. Wherever it passed, the void turned into chaos. Its power was unimaginably terrifying. Strong, too strong, this kind of power surpassed any expert that Lu Ming had encountered. It was much stronger than Tang Jian. Lu Ming felt that just a trace of energy was enough to turn him into ashes. There would be no accidents. Boundless Sky Demon Sword. Fei Huang shouted. A powerful aura connected heaven and earth. A pitch-black demonic sword appeared, piercing through the clouds and colliding with the purple gold heavenly seal. Boom, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Violent energy swept out in all directions. Then, Fei Huang's boundless sky demon sword shook violently. The purple energy swept down, causing Fei Huang to continue to retreat. Her face was pale, and the light on her body dimmed. Just as Celestial Lord Crepe Myrtle had said, Fei Huang's true body wasn't here. There were only a few hundred clones, and they were no match for Celestial Lord Crepe Myrtle. Heaven Lord Ziwei had already reached the peak of reciprocity. There were very few people in reciprocity who could rival him. Fei Huang, today, I will destroy your 10,000 demon incarnations. Another day, I will destroy your real body. Kill. Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle roared, and the purple gold heaven seal shone even brighter. Dazzling purple light enveloped half the sky. If they were in the desolate universe, the purple light would be able to envelop the entire galaxy. Fei Huang did her best to resist, but she was still no match for him. She retreated as she fought. More importantly, she still had to protect Lu Ming and the others. If she was distracted, she would be even less of a match for Heaven Master Ziwei. How can I help Senior Fei Huang? Lu Ming's mind spun rapidly. If this continued, Fei Huang would be defeated very soon. He wanted to do something. However, with his cultivation, he could not interfere at all. The difference was too great. If he was hit by a strand of energy, only death would await him. Right, the human king's body. Suddenly, Lu Ming thought of the human king's body, and his eyes lit up. Back then, he only had the right arm of the human king, but he could unleash the strength of an ordinary origin realm expert. Now that the 4 limbs, head, and torso of the human king were gathered together, would he be able to erupt with an even greater strength? The bronze chest said that if he gathered all the bodies of the human king, he would be invincible in the universe. His consciousness immediately entered his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, he opened the bronze chest. The human king's body lay quietly in the chest. Communicate, activate. Lu Ming immediately took action. He wanted to communicate with the human king's body and activate the power of the human king's body. However, there was no movement at all. The human king's body still lay in the bronze chest, motionless. Continue, there was still no movement. Lu Ming tried a few more times, but the result was the same. You don't have to try. It's useless. With your cultivation, it's impossible to activate the power of the human king's body. At this moment, the bronze chest shone, and a sentence appeared on it. Can't activate the power of the human king's body? Then I can activate the arm of the human king before? Lu Ming asked in return. You said it yourself. That was just an arm of the human king. The power was scattered and weak, so you could activate a strand of power. However, now that the human king's body has almost merged, the power is very strong. With your strength, you can't activate it at all. The difference is too great. The bronze chest continued to answer. Nestle, why didn't you say so earlier? If that's the case, it'll be even more useless if I get more of the human king's body. You said before that if I get the complete human king's body, I'll be able to conquer the universe and flatten the heavenly palace. If I can't even activate the power, how can I flatten it? Lu Ming said unhappily. That's because you're still missing a core. The human king's heart is the true core of the human king's body. It is also the source of power. Once you obtain the human king's heart, the human king's body will become one. You don't even need to activate it. You only need to control the human king's body and you can easily activate all the power of the human king's body. Flattening the heavenly palace will be a piece of cake. The bronze box said again. I see. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. His eyes flickered as he stared at the bronze chest and asked, Who are you? There are 6 bronze chests in total. Every bronze chest should have its own spiritual intelligence. Which chest do you belong to? Now that the 6 chests have fused, the spiritual intelligence will naturally fuse as well. A sentence appeared on the bronze box, and then it didn't say anything else. At this moment, Fei Huang was in imminent danger. Fei Huang, you can't stop me. Die. Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle roared. Then I'll block you. At this moment, a clear and cold voice sounded. It was a woman's voice. Before she could finish speaking, the void split open on its own. A sword light flashed out and slashed at Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle. Its speed and power had reached an unimaginable level. Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle's pupils constricted. Not daring to be careless, he retreated and thrust out a palm. A purple gold palm print blasted out and collided with the sword light. His purple gold heavenly seal could transform into a large seal or a palm print. It could change at will. With a boom, the sword light was blocked, but the purple gold palm print also shattered. Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle hurriedly retreated. A figure stepped out of the void that had split open. It was a woman wearing a white swordsman's robe that perfectly outlined her graceful figure. She carried a long sword on her back, and her long hair was combed into a ponytail. She was full of heroic spirit. It's senior sister First Sky Sword. Upon seeing this woman, Tang Jun exclaimed in excitement. So it's the Sword Ancestor's eldest disciple, First Sky Sword. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was very surprised. He did not expect First Sky Sword to be a woman. However, First Sky Sword's appearance was a little strange. Her long hair was golden, and the texture of her hair looked very similar to the hair of the heavenly human tribe. It's you, traitor! Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle shouted when he saw this woman. Humph, I'm no longer a member of the heavenly human tribe. Sooner or later, I'll sever the half of the heavenly human tribe bloodline in me. First Sky Sword said coldly. As she spoke, she stepped forward and walked toward Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle. Every step she took crossed hundreds of millions of miles. At the same time, the aura on her body became stronger and stronger. The long sword on her back vibrated and buzzed endlessly, as if it would fly out at any moment and unleash a shocking attack. Aunt Fei Huang, leave this to me. First. Sky Sword Dao. As soon as she finished speaking, the long sword on her back was unsheathed with a clang. It turned into a shocking sword light that was hundreds of millions of miles long and slashed at Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle. Purple gold heavenly seal. Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle roared. His glabella shone, and a real seal flew out. This was an source-grade weapon, and a top-grade one at that. Whoosh, the purple gold seal flew into the sky and spun rapidly. It burst out with countless rays of divine light and attacked First Sky Sword. However, First Sky Sword's sword light was too sharp. Wherever it passed, the purple divine light would shatter. Clang, in the end, the sword light slashed the purple gold seal, and a deafening explosion erupted. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. Some of the energy landed on the continent of the 1,000-year battlefield, and the continent of the 1,000-year battlefield exploded continuously, creating huge craters. Many of the powerful poisonous insects on it were directly killed. Then, the two figures floated back. You traitor, your strength has reached such a level. If I had known, I would have eliminated you completely back then. Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle said coldly. His eyes were extremely cold and filled with deep shock. He did not expect First Sky Sword's strength to reach such a level. He was not weaker than him at all. It's too late to regret now. You don't have a chance. Sooner or later, I will flatten the heavenly human tribe, First Sky Sword roared, and sword light burst out. The sky was filled with sword chi as it attacked Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle. Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle was fearless. He fought with First Sky Sword. For a moment, the two of them fought fiercely, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Is First Sky Sword really a heavenly human tribe member? In the crowd, Lu Ming asked Tang Jun yes. Tang Jun nodded and continued, not entirely. First senior sister is a mixed blood. Her mother is from the heavenly human tribe, and her father is from the human tribe. However, the heavenly human tribe values bloodlines very much. They definitely won't allow the heavenly human tribe to marry other races. They think that it's blasphemy against the noble bloodline of the heavenly human tribe. Therefore, after the incident, first senior sister's mother, her father, and the other clansmen were all killed by the heavenly human tribe. So that's how it is, Lu Ming finally understood. No wonder the first heavenly sword looked so similar to the heavenly human tribe. It turned out that he had half of the heavenly human tribe's bloodline in him. At the same time, the first heavenly sword's experience also made him sigh. Later on, my father saved the first senior sister and took her in as his disciple. The first senior sister displayed a rare talent. Coupled with her hard work in cultivation, her strength has always been the highest among my father's descendants. However, I didn't expect that after not seeing her for so many years, her strength would be comparable to the heavenly lord. Tang Jun continued. Lu Ming did not speak. He thought of more things in his heart. The first heavenly sword's strength was comparable to the heavenly lord, and the taboo sword ancestor Tang Feng's strength was definitely above the first heavenly sword. However, he still could not destroy the heavenly palace. Didn't that mean that the heavenly palace lord was not the strongest combat power of the heavenly human tribe? The first heavenly sword and heavenly lord Ziwei's battle was incomparably intense. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 100 moves, but the victor was still undecided. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking explosion erupted in the void far away. The void turned into chaos, and the fluctuations caused were no less than the first heavenly sword and heavenly lord Ziwei's. Then, there were a few more explosions, and huge cracks were torn in the void. Through the cracks, one could see two figures fiercely fighting. One of the figures was an old man in a gray robe. The other figure was a burly man from the heavenly human tribe. He was incomparably majestic, and his every move was filled with destructive power that could destroy the universe. That was the lord of the Hongming Heavenly Palace. Before entering the World of Rings, the 4 heavenly palace lords were all present. Fei Huang had secretly introduced them to Lu Ming, so Lu Ming recognized him at a glance. That old man was actually able to fight evenly with the lord of the Hongming Heavenly Sword. This really shocked Lu Ming. That senior was once a Law King of the primordial divine court, known as Law King Qianquan. Tang Jun explained. So he's from the primordial divine court. Lu Ming was even more shocked. Back then, the ancient divine court was indeed an existence that could wrestle with the heavenly palace. He was only a Dharmaraja, but he could actually fight an intense battle with the master of the heavenly palace. How many law emperors were there in the grand ancient divine court? Shakyamuni Qianquan, back when the grand ancient divine court was destroyed, you were lucky enough to survive. Instead of hiding like a coward, you actually dared to go against the heavenly human tribe again and again. Today, I will completely destroy you. The Grand Mist Heaven Master roared. His fists were equipped with a pair of top-notch origin-grade divine weapons. He punched out with both fists, sending out boundless fist force. However, Dharmaraja Qianquan wasn't afraid at all. He laughed and said, "You? You're still far from being able to kill me. Your previous heavenly master couldn't kill me." Dharmaraja Qianquan also launched a powerful attack to block the Hongming Heaven Lord. The two of them were obviously on the same level, and it was difficult to determine the victor. Voila! Suddenly, the void above Lu Ming and the others exploded. A huge hand grabbed towards Lu Ming and the others. The huge hand covered the sky and the sun, covering a radius of 100 million miles. It enveloped Lu Ming and the others, wanting to capture them. This time, Fei Huang didn't attack. This was because a figure had appeared silently beside Fei Huang. It was a middle-aged man with a burly body, wearing a set of black armor. Strangely, he was sitting on a round ball. This is the dragon race's mother planet. Its senior Ao Qian. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He recognized the burly man in black armor at first glance. He was the world-destroying black dragon, Ao Qian, the top expert of the dragon race. The round ball he was sitting on was obviously the dragon race's mother planet. The incomparably huge dragon race's mother planet had shrunk to the size of a water tank, and Ao Qian was sitting on it. It was really mysterious. Roar, Ao Qian roared and his body shone. Majestic energy turned into a black dragon and rushed out. The dragon claw continuously tore the huge hand in the sky apart. A figure appeared in the sky. This figure was wearing a white robe. His long robe fluttered in the air, and he was filled with endless majesty. It was the divine armament Heavenly Palace Master. Ao Qian, have you recovered your cultivation? When the divine armament Heavenly Palace Master saw Ao Qian, his eyes were filled with shock. Even if I haven't fully recovered, it's more than enough to deal with you. Ao Qian smiled faintly. Humph, Ao Qian, there's no need to be mysterious. You were so badly injured back then and almost died. How could you have fully recovered? I don't believe it. Let me see how much of your strength you've recovered. The divine armament Heavenly Palace Master snorted and attacked directly. He made a grabbing motion with his hand, and a huge stone plate appeared in front of him. The stone plate looked very ancient and was filled with the marks of time. However, under the control of the divine armament Heavenly Palace Master, the stone plate seemed to have recovered. It emitted endless light and countless runes spread out, intertwining and forming a huge heavenly human figure. These heavenly human figures were all formed by runes, but the aura they emitted was incomparably terrifying. Hero Spirit Stone Plate? Legend has it that it's the spirit of countless experts in the history of the heavenly human tribe. I'd like to see how powerful it is. Ao Qian sneered and roared. His figure left the dragon tribe's mother planet and soared into the sky. As he rushed out, a long spear appeared in his hand. The long spear vibrated and stabbed out. Immediately, a deafening dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if tens of thousands of divine dragons were roaring at once, and their power was shocking. Tens of thousands of divine dragons flew out from Ao Qian's long spear and fought with the heavenly human figures. Boom! Boom! The world was in an uproar, and tens of thousands of collisions erupted continuously. In the next moment, Ao Qian and the divine armament Heavenly Palace Master's original body exchanged blows. Both of them retreated, but they were evenly matched. Your combat strength, the divine armament Heavenly Palace Master looked at Ao Qian in shock. In the battle back then, Ao Qian's injuries were obviously very serious. When the dragon tribe's mother planet had just recovered, Ao Qian's combat strength was far from what it was now. How many years had it been since then? How could Ao Qian's combat strength have recovered to such a high level? Could it be that the Heaven Destroyer had obtained an incredible treasure in the universe ruins that allowed Ao Qian's injuries to recover faster? That was the only possibility. As I said, even if my combat strength hasn't fully recovered, it's more than enough to deal with you. If I'm at my peak, I can kill someone like you in one move. Ao Qian roared and charged toward the divine armament Heavenly Palace Master with the dragon spear in his hand. But at this moment, not far away from Lu Ming and the others, another figure appeared. Heavenly Palace Master of Illusion. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. The 4 Heavenly Palace Masters were all here. However, the Heavenly Palace Master of Illusion did not attack Lu Ming and the others. Instead, he looked at the void in the distance. Who is it? You've been targeting me since the beginning. Come out, why hide? The Heavenly Palace Master of the Illusion Heavenly Palace said coldly. He, little guy, in terms of age, I'm your senior. Can't you treat your senior better? A cold voice sounded, as if a cold wind blew from the 9 nether purgatory, making people shudder involuntarily. After the cold voice sounded, ripples appeared in the void, and a figure appeared silently. It was an old man who looked very old. He was so thin that he was only skin and bones. He was wearing a big black robe, and his body was surrounded by black chi. He looked very sinister. Dark Sky Religion Master, it's you. You're not dead. The illusory Lord of Heaven was shocked when he saw the Dark Sky Religion Master, and his voice became louder. This old man is lucky to be alive. After so many years, this old man's cultivation has returned to its peak. It's time to settle the score with you. The Dark Sky Religion Master said sinisterly. Suddenly, he turned into a cloud of black smoke and dissipated. Immediately, the area was completely shrouded by the black smoke. The black smoke continued to expand and spread toward the illusory lord. Humph, I can destroy your dark sky religion in the past. I can also destroy you today. The illusory lord snorted coldly. An invisible energy spread out from her body and collided with the black smoke, creating a sizzling sound. The two of them exchanged blows. It seemed normal, but it was extremely dangerous. Dark sky religion, that great religion from the distant past? Lu Ming whispered. He had seen an introduction in the ancient books. A long time ago, a powerful religion appeared in the primitive universe. It was called the Dark Sky Religion. At its peak, the Dark Sky Religion was very powerful. It occupied a part of the universe and became an overlord. Its strength was not weaker than the top 10 races at that time. However, it was destroyed in the end. It was said that the Dark Sky Religion was annihilated by the Heavenly Palace. The Dark Sky Religion Master also died in the hands of a Heavenly Palace Lord. However, no one expected that the Dark Sky Religion Master was still alive and had joined the Heaven Destroyer. At the same time, Lu Ming was also amazed. The strength of the Sky Exterminating Troop was truly unfathomable. They had gathered all the enemies of the celestial palaces throughout history. They had so many experts that even the lords of the 4 celestial palaces were blocked. Everyone, listen up. Enter the dragon race's mother planet. We will leave together later. Fei Huang's voice sounded in the ears of Lu Ming and the others. Let's go. Lu Ming, Tang Jun, and the others no longer hesitated and rushed towards the Dragon Clan's mother planet. The home planet of the Dragon Clan was only the size of a water tank. When Lu Ming and the others approached the home planet of the Dragon Clan, their bodies quickly shrank. In the end, they flew into the home planet of the Dragon Clan and disappeared. Soon, the 4,000 or so god lords of the Heaven Destroyer entered the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Of course, this included everyone from the Thousand Autumn battlefield. The Heaven Destroyer was no longer going to be a part of the 1,000-year battlefield. After everyone entered the mother planet of the Dragon Clan, Ao Qian flew back and continued to sit on the mother planet of the Dragon Clan. Don't even think about leaving. Heavenly Lord Shinji charged over. Who wants to leave? Let's fight again. Ao Qian stood on the Dragon Race Mother Star, as though he was one with the Dragon Race Mother Star. The power of the Dragon Race Mother Star flowed into his body continuously. With a thrust of his spear, a shocking spear light burst forth, blocking Heaven Lord Shinji. At this moment, the battle had reached its climax. But overall, the two sides were in a stalemate, and it was difficult to determine the victor. In terms of the number of Origin Realm experts, the Heaven Destroyer's side had fewer, but it was obvious that the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts were stronger. Despite being outnumbered, they were not at a disadvantage at all. And at this moment, the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts began to retreat as they fought, slowly gathering together. They want to retreat. Stop them. Ye Immortal shouted. The Heavenly Palace's Origin Realm experts charged madly, trying to keep the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts. However, the Heavenly Palace experts did not have the upper hand in terms of strength, so they could not really stop the Heaven Destroyer's retreat. Soon, dozens of Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts gathered together and rapidly retreated in one direction. Buzz, suddenly, the void there distorted rapidly, and then a huge wormhole appeared. Around the wormhole were several Origin Realm experts of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clan. The Origin Realm experts of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse clan did not participate in the battle earlier because they had been secretly preparing to open the wormhole. Fei Huang, take the Dragon Clan's mother planet and retreat first. Ao Qian said, and the Dragon Clan's mother planet flew toward Fei Huang. Fei Huang reached out her hand, and the Dragon Clan's mother planet continued to shrink until it was the size of a bead in her hand. Fei Huang did not hesitate at all. She turned around and took a step forward, charging into the wormhole. Damn it! Don't let Lu Ming escape. The Heavenly Palace's Origin Realm experts roared. They wanted to stop her, but it was useless. It was too late. They could only watch Fei Huang's figure disappear into the wormhole. You guys retreat quickly too. Leave this to us. Ao Qian said to Tang Jian and the other Origin Realm experts. Tang Jian, the third demon sword, and the others kept retreating until they were near the wormhole. Ao Qian, the first heavenly sword, Shakyamuni Qiankuan, and the dark sky sex master also shrank the area and slowly approached the wormhole. As the four of them approached, they vaguely formed a barrier. The other Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace were blocked outside the barrier, allowing Tang Jian and the others to find a gap. "Let's go." Tang Jian and the other Origin Realm experts flashed and entered the wormhole. They followed the wormhole and quickly headed toward the Heaven Destroyer's base. After these Origin Realm experts left, the Spacetime Spirit Mouse's Origin Realm experts also entered the wormhole. Then, the wormhole collapsed and quickly disappeared. In this void, only Ao Qian, the first heavenly sword, Shakyamuni Qiankuan, and the dark sky sex master were left. The four of them were responsible for bringing up the rear. Without them, it would be difficult for the others to escape. The four of them were strong enough. Although the Heavenly Masters and the other Origin Realm experts launched a frenzied attack, they were all blocked by the four of them. "Retreat!" Ao Qian shouted when he saw that the people of the Heaven Destroyer had retreated. The four experts' figures flickered, and the void collapsed as they fled into the distance. Although the experts of the Heavenly Palace tried their best to stop them, it was difficult for them to stop the four experts. Ao Qian, the first heavenly sword, Shakyamuni Qiankuan, and the dark sky sex master were each as strong as a heavenly master. The other Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace were much weaker than them. If they wanted to escape, it would be difficult for them to stop them. "There's no need to chase." The Heavenly Palace's Origin Realm experts wanted to chase after them, but they were stopped by a figure. It was Ye Immortal. Ye Immortal's face was gloomy as he looked into the distance. His eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Young Master Immortal, I'm sorry." They escaped. Heaven Lord Crepe Myrtle appeared beside Ye Immortal and bowed his head. He was a little nervous, afraid that the strongest patriarch in the history of the heavenly human tribe would blame him. "This time, it's not your fault. I miscalculated and underestimated that Lu Ming." Ye Immortal spoke, his voice cold. This time, he had underestimated Lu Ming. He had not expected that the human king body would fall into Lu Ming's hands. At the same time, the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts had made ample preparations. So when Lu Ming came out with the human king body, the Heaven Destroyer's Origin Realm experts methodically blocked the Heavenly Palace's Origin Realm experts. The experts of the Spacetime Spirit Mouse race had clearly been on the move and had been opening a wormhole. Otherwise, they would not have been able to open a wormhole so quickly. He had been too confident and miscalculated. "Young Master Immortal, should we gather our men and attack the traitors' encampment and destroy them in one fell swoop?" Master Hongming asked. "Are you confident?" Ye Immortal asked coldly. Master Hongming fell silent. If he was confident, he would have destroyed the Heaven Destroyer a long time ago. Why would he wait until now? The traitors have retreated to their base and have the terrain advantage. With our current strength, we can't do anything to them even if we attack them. Ye Immortal said. "Then what should we do?" Master Ziwei asked. "Let's go and see how the demon ancestor insect is doing." Ye Immortal turned around and left. The four heavenly lords' eyes lit up as they followed Ye Immortal. The other experts of the Heavenly Palace also retreated, leaving only a portion of them to occupy the 1,000-year battlefield and continue digging for treasures. There was a secret place in the ruins of the universe. This place was guarded by the elites of the four great celestial palaces all year round. This place was very well hidden. The surrounding void was shrouded in layers of array formations, concealing the entire continent within the void. Ye Immortal and the four heavenly lords descended and entered the core area. "Greetings, Elder." "Greetings, heavenly lords." An elder from the heavenly human race bowed to Ye Immortal and the four heavenly lords. This elder from the heavenly human race had a very high cultivation. He was a reciprocity realm existence. "How is the demon ancestor insect's cultivation?" Ye Immortal asked directly. "Ancestor, you've come at the right time. We've made some progress and we're about to ask for your instructions." The elder from the heavenly human race clapped his hands, and several tall and burly figures walked out of a passage in the hall. These figures were all abyss devils. Moreover, they were all divine lord demons. These demons stood behind the heavenly human tribe elder with wooden expressions, their faces expressionless. "Success?" Ye immortal, and the four heavenly lords' eyes lit up. The demonic ancestral insect has undergone many transformations and evolutions. Its initial success can be considered successful. These evil demon masters have been corroded by the demonic ancestral insect. After struggling for 100 years, they are finally controlled by the demonic ancestral insect and are completely under our control. However, this is only a preliminary success. The demonic ancestral insect has yet to reach its perfect form. The heavenly human race elder said. How long will it take to reach the perfect form? Ye immortal asked. It will take at least 1,000,000 years, and at most a stellar year. I will definitely succeed. The heavenly human elder had a confident look on his face. We can't wait that long. We have to take action immediately and send the devil ancestral insect into the dark universe to deal with the evil demons, Ye immortal said. It could be as short as 1,000,000 years, or as long as a stellar year. Normally, this wasn't a long time and he could afford to wait. But not now. The human king's limbs, head, and torso had all fallen into the hands of the Heaven Destroyer. As long as the Heaven Destroyer obtained the human king's heart, the heavenly palace would be finished. Who knew if the Heaven Destroyer would find the human king's heart in more than 1,000,000 years? He couldn't afford to wait that long. Old ancestor, if we act now, I'm afraid there might be variables. The heavenly human elder said. Can the demonic ancestral insect affect the evil demon's origin? Ye immortal asked. Of course. As time goes by, even the evil demon's origin will be controlled by the demonic ancestral insect. The demonic ancestral insect was developed from the corpses of the evil demon's ancestors. The evil demon's origin won't be able to withstand it. The heavenly human elder said. That's enough. It doesn't matter even if we can't completely control the evil demon's origin. We just need to stop them from attacking for a while. At that time, we can mobilize all our forces to destroy the rebels. Let's begin. Ye immortal ordered. Instead of cutting through gold and cutting through iron, there was no room for doubt. Yes. The heavenly human elder and the four heavenly lords accepted the order in unison. On the other side, Lu Ming and the others returned to the Heaven Destroyer's base through the wormhole. After returning to the Heaven Destroyer's base, Fei Huang released everyone from the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Not long after, Tang Jian, the third demon sword, and the other origin realm existences also returned. After a while, Ao Qian, the first heavenly sword, Dharmaraja Qiankuan, and the Dark Sky Sex Master all returned. Everyone was overjoyed. This trip could be said to be a complete success. Although they had lost almost 1,000 divine lords, they had obtained the human king's body. It was all worth it. Then, everyone looked at Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. This included the four peerless experts who could fight against the heavenly lords. Lu Ming, do you really have the human king's body? Take it out and let us see. Fei Huang said. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the bronze box in his sea of consciousness flew out and landed on the ground. Lu Ming waved his hand. A wave of energy flew out and opened the bronze box. Inside was a human king's body that seemed to be in perfect condition, lying quietly in the box. Everyone's eyes lit up. Their breathing became heavy. Even the origin realm existences were no exception. This was the human king's body. It was said that once controlled, it could cut through the ages and flatten everything. It possessed unimaginable power. It was difficult for them not to be excited. Lu Ming, can you control the human king's body? Fei Huang asked. I can't. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. You can't? Many people were stunned. How could this be? I tried before. The bronze box warned me that the human king's four limbs, head, and torso were fused together. The power inside is too great. It's impossible to activate the power inside. Only by finding the human king's heart and making the body complete can we use the original power of the human king's body. Lu Ming explained. So it's like that. Many people were disappointed. In other words, before they obtained the human king's heart, the human king's body was useless. Senior Fei Huang, perhaps you can try. My cultivation is too low. Lu Ming said. Okay, I'll try. Fei Huang nodded. She came near the human king's body and circulated her forbidden energy into it. But after a while, the human king's body did not react at all. Fei Huang tried again, but there was still no reaction. Unfortunately, my true body is not here. Right now, I'm only in my myriad demon incarnation. I can't use my full strength and can't activate the power of the human king's body. Fei Huang shook her head and sighed. Let me try. A clear voice rang out. The one who spoke was the first sky sword. The first sky sword was a peerless beauty. In terms of temperament and appearance, she was not inferior to Fei Huang. Because she had half the bloodline of the celestial race, she had a unique temperament. She came to the human king's body and injected her energy. To be able to reach the first sky sword's strength, the power she controlled was naturally not to be underestimated. Unfortunately, she still could not activate the power of the human king's body. Then, Ao Qian, Shakyamuni Chankuan, and the Dark Sky Church's leader went up to try one by one. It was useless. The human king's body did not react. This made everyone sigh. Everyone sighed. They had clearly obtained the 4 limbs, head, and torso of the human king's body, but they couldn't use them. It was really annoying. The human king of the previous era was extremely powerful. He is no longer someone we can compare to. The body he left behind contains too much power. When I tried it earlier, I felt that the power inside was as unfathomable as the vast ocean. It seems that only by obtaining the human king's heart and perfecting the human king's body will we be able to activate the power of the human king's body. Fei Huang said. Now that the human king's body has fallen into our hands, the heavenly palace will definitely not let this go. They will probably go crazy and gather their forces to deal with us. We must be on our guard. First Sky Sword Dao. Sky Sword, you're right. If the 4 great sky palaces come out in full force, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand the attacks of the sky palaces alone. Therefore, we have to combine the 3 sky palaces into one and gather all our strength to withstand the attacks of the sky palaces. Fei Huang said. Everyone nodded. That was the only way now. Who knows when the heavenly palace will attack, so we must immediately prepare. World Turtle Clan and the others who are proficient in formations, I will have to trouble you to set up and perfect the formations around the base. Fei Huang looked at the Origin Realm experts of the World Turtle Clan. There were layers of formations around the base, but just in case, they still had to be perfected. Don't worry, leave it to us. The Origin Realm experts of the World Turtle Clan and the other experts who were proficient in formations left in a flash. The rest of you, use the next period of time to familiarize yourself with the various formations. I'm afraid that we will face a great battle soon. Fei Huang said. Yes. Everyone nodded. And Fei Huang, we can't give up on the human king's heart. We have to send people to search for it. Tang Jian suggested. You're right. The human king's heart is the key to everything. We must send people to search for it secretly in the ruins of the universe. Fei Huang nodded and then arranged everything in an orderly manner. Dharma King Qiankuan and the Dark Sky Religion Master were overlords of the primitive universe, but they had no objections to Fei Huang's orders. Very soon, everything was arranged. Lu Ming, put away the sovereign personage's physical body first. Fei Huang said. Senior Fei Huang, how about I leave the sovereign personage's physical body with you for now? Lu Ming said. Fei Huang was slightly taken aback. Then, she smiled and said, You are quite cunning. Alright, I will keep the human king's body for you. After Fei Huang finished speaking, she waved her hand and put away the human monarch's body. Lu Ming naturally had his reasons for doing so. Firstly, his cultivation was too low. A treasure like the body of a human king was not safe for him. If he had it with Fei Huang, it would be absolutely safe. Secondly, the human king's body was a hot potato. If he carried it with him, the people of the heavenly palace would definitely keep a close eye on him. It could be said that carrying the human king's body was very dangerous. With his cultivation, there was no way he could handle it. Placing it on Fei Huang was the best choice, whether it was for him or for the human king's body. With so many people watching, He believed that the news that the human king's body was not with him would spread very quickly. Then, the people present dispersed and began to make arrangements. Not long after, rumble, in the Heaven Destroyer's base, dozens of continents began to rumble. This was because dozens of continents began to move. The existence of the Origin Realm took action, pushing dozens of continents into the depths of the universe ruins. The Heaven Destroyer had a total of 3 bases in the universe ruins. The other 2 were in the depths of the universe ruins. The base that Lu Ming often stayed in was in the periphery of the universe ruins. Now, it was flying into the depths of the universe ruins to meet up with another base. Most people had missions, but Lu Ming did not. Lu Ming was in a period of rapid improvement. Fei Huang's main mission for Lu Ming was to cultivate and increase his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In this half a month, Lu Ming had been trying to cultivate, but the results were minimal. This was because his heart was in a mess. As long as he cultivated, he would think of Yi Wuxiu and his defeat in the battle. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, it was the first time he had been defeated in a battle of the same level. Moreover, the difference in strength between the 2 of them was still very large. This was a huge blow to him. His belief of being invincible was severely impacted. He found it difficult to calm down. Why is Yi Immortal so powerful? He's much stronger than Yi Qiuxian, especially his ultimate move. It's too powerful, far surpassing my Sky Splitter and Desolation style. This thought constantly crossed Lu Ming's mind. The Sky Splitter and Desolation style were created by him based on more than 1,800 ancient secret techniques and tens of thousands of ordinary secret techniques. They were extremely powerful and were most suitable for him to use. They were far stronger than other secret techniques. However, compared to Yi Immortal's ultimate move, the difference was still very large. To think that such a terrifying genius would appear in the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. You don't have to take a loss to heart and delay your cultivation. The more you suffer, the stronger you become. Only then can you reach the peak. Lu Ming consoled himself. Unfortunately, he still found it difficult to calm down. He felt a little lost. He couldn't find a way to defeat Yi Immortal. Even if he continued to cultivate and improve his cultivation, Yi Immortal would also improve. If they fought at the same level, he still wouldn't be a match for Yi Immortal. Lu Ming sighed and ended his cultivation. He stepped out and walked in the sky. Finally, he landed on a mountain peak and sat on the edge of a cliff. He took out a bottle of wine and drank. Not long after, a ray of light flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught it. It was a voice transmission jade talisman. Senior Fei Huang is looking for me? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. Then, he got up and walked towards Fei Huang's residence. At Fei Huang's residence, he met her. Sit. Fei Huang sat beside a stone table. She waved her hand and gestured for Lu Ming to take a seat. Lu Ming sat down. Have some tea. Fei Huang smiled and poured a cup of tea for Lu Ming. Lu Ming picked up the teacup and took a sip. He immediately felt a refreshing feeling spread throughout his body and even into his soul. It calmed his agitated heart down. Good tea. Lu Ming couldn't help but praise. Lu Ming, have you been feeling upset recently and it's hard for you to cultivate? Fei Huang also picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then, she smiled. Senior, you found out. Lu Ming smiled awkwardly. Is it because you were defeated by Yi Immortal? Fei Huang asked. That's right. Yi Immortal is too strong. I can't find a way to defeat him at the same level. Lu Ming didn't hide the truth and told her the truth. Fei Huang grinned at Lu Ming and said, it's normal for you to be defeated by him. Lu Ming was speechless. Fei Huang had called him here specifically to deal him a blow. Someone recorded your battle with Yi Immortal using a shadow stone. I've also seen it and I've already guessed the Yi Immortal's true identity. Fei Huang said. The Yi Immortal's true identity? He has another identity? Lu Ming was taken aback. Of course, because the Yi Immortal's ultimate move was a Genesis technique. You may not have a deep understanding of Genesis techniques, so I'll explain it to you first. Once a cultivator breaks through to the Origin Realm, they will condense an origin root and control origin energy. Of course, the origin energy that everyone controls is slightly different. Genesis techniques are secret techniques that cultivators create based on their own origin energy. Fei Huang explained. So that's how it is. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had always been curious about what kind of secret techniques cultivators could use after reaching the origin realm. This was because, regardless of whether it was an ancient secret technique or an origin secret technique comprehended from the divine power of origin, once one reached the divine master realm, they would be cultivated to the peak. Origin secret techniques comprehended from origin divine force were originally bound by shackles, but at the peak of the divine master realm, these shackles would basically be severed. The power of the secret technique would reach its peak and could no longer be increased. These secret techniques were not very useful to origin realm existences. As it turned out, origin realm existences could comprehend their own Genesis techniques based on the origin energy they controlled. Genesis techniques cannot be passed down. They are completely created based on one's own origin energy. Even if you teach them to others, they won't be able to learn them. Every living being's Genesis technique is unique. Therefore, when the immortal used his Genesis technique, I was able to determine his true identity with a single glance. Fei Huang continued to explain. Lu Ming didn't say anything, waiting for Fei Huang to continue. Yi Immortal's true identity is the first person in the history of the heavenly human tribe to have mastered the perfect power of the heavens. He is also known as the most powerful person in the history of the heavenly human tribe. Fei Huang said seriously. What? Lu Ming's heart shook violently. This was really beyond his expectations. He never expected that the Yi Immortal would have such a status. That's not right. I don't know how old the first ancestor in the history of the heavenly human race who controlled the perfect power of heaven was, but Yi Wushou looks very young. According to his life origin aura, he is at most a few 100,000 years old. Could it be that he is also a reincarnation? As he spoke, Lu Ming suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in shock. Since Tang Jun and Xianxia could be reincarnated, it was normal for others to be able to do so as well. From the current situation, that is indeed the case. I really didn't expect that the heavenly human tribe would also obtain a little reincarnation power and that he would succeed, Fei Huang said in a low voice. Her eyes were filled with surprise, which showed that her heart wasn't very calm either. No wonder that guy has such exquisite control over his power. He didn't waste a single bit of it. Even after a great battle with me, he didn't use up too much of his power and maintained his powerful battle strength. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. That's why I said that it's normal for you to be defeated by Yi Immortal. He can't be considered as someone of the same generation as you. He has lived for countless years and his battle experience, control over his power, and use of the perfect power of the heavens have all reached the pinnacle. He's far from someone Yi Qiuxian can compare to. He relied on his experience to be able to use Genesis techniques at the first layer of the Divine Master realm. Genesis techniques are too powerful, so it's normal that you can't withstand them. Fei Huang said. Lu Ming nodded, finally regaining some confidence. The person who had defeated him wasn't someone of the same generation as him, but an old monster who had lived for countless years. If he had lived for so many years, he definitely wouldn't have lost to his opponent. So you don't have to be discouraged. Yi Immortal only has an advantage in terms of Genesis techniques. Once your cultivation reaches the origin realm and you comprehend your own Genesis techniques, you may not necessarily lose to him in a battle of the same level. Fei Huang said. Just that I won't lose to him? Lu Ming muttered. This wasn't what he wanted. What he wanted was to defeat Yi Immortal. It's not impossible for you to defeat him in a battle of the same level. Taboo power has endless potential. Your potential is still far from being unleashed to the limit. Fei Huang said. Elder, please enlighten me. Lu Ming clasped his fists together. Those who are closely involved can't see clearly. It's actually very simple. The more secret techniques you fuse into your taboo power, the stronger it will be. If you can fuse more secret techniques into your taboo power, the more powerful it will become. Won't it be normal for you to defeat Yi Immortal in a battle of the same level in the future? Fei Huang said. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He bowed and clasped his fists together. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. Looks like you've already understood. Go. Fei Huang waved her hand. Lu Ming picked up the teacup and finished it in one gulp. He then stepped into the air and left, returning to his residence. His conversation with Fei Huang had completely unraveled the knot in his heart. He was filled with fighting spirit once more. It's very difficult to increase my cultivation. I lack primal crystals. Even if I refine all the master tier divine herbs on me, it'll be difficult for me to break through. Why don't I increase the potential of my taboo power first? Also, my battle symbol technique hasn't reached the peak yet. Once it reaches the peak, I should be able to increase my battle prowess by 9 times. It's only 8 times now. Once I reach the peak, I'll be able to fight ye immortal even if I haven't reached the origin realm or comprehended a genesis technique. Lu Ming's eyes grew brighter and brighter. It was not that he could not increase his cultivation. He still had a lot of potential. It was just that he had been blinded by his previous failures and failed to see it. The more secret techniques I fuse with my taboo power, the more powerful it will be. The effects of fusing with ancient secret techniques are the best. I've already fused with over 1,800 ancient secret techniques. It's just too difficult to find other ancient secret techniques. Many of them have already been lost, but I have the Primal God Rock. In the past, the master of the Primal Divine Court was able to comprehend 3,000 ancient secret techniques from the Primal God Rock. If he can do it, so can I. I'll comprehend the secret techniques from the Primal God Rock and fuse them with my taboo power. After thinking it through, Lu Ming stood up and headed off in a certain direction. If he wanted to comprehend powerful secret techniques from the Primal God Rock faster, he would need to rely on external help. The Heaven Destroyer encampment had a sacred cultivation ground. The Primal God sound reverberated throughout the year, helping people comprehend the Tao. With Lu Ming's status, he obviously could enter for free. He could cultivate for as long as he wanted. Lu Ming arrived in a valley. The Primal God sound constantly reverberated through the valley. As soon as he arrived, Lu Ming's mind entered a state of emptiness. It's similar to the Primal God sound in the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming smiled. He found a place to sit down before connecting with the Primal God Rock in his sea of consciousness. With the help of the primordial godly sound, Lu Ming's mind entered an ethereal state. This was the state where one's comprehension was at its highest. At the same time, his glabella shone. In his sea of consciousness, the primordial godly stone emitted a radiance. On it, patterns constantly appeared. Each pattern was different and ever-changing. Lu Ming could gain inspiration from the primordial godly stone at all times. Before this, Lu Ming had already mastered more than 1,800 primordial secret techniques and tens of thousands of ordinary secret techniques. In addition, he had also comprehended 2 secret techniques that belonged to him. Therefore, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the secret skill. It was a walk in the park. He did not need to comprehend secret techniques that belonged to him completely. He only needed to extend the primordial secret techniques that he had mastered in the past. From there, he could comprehend some secret techniques that were similar to the primordial secret techniques. Their level was about the same as the primordial secret techniques, and their difficulty was much lower than the primordial secret techniques and primordial secret techniques. Time passed day by day. The inspiration that gathered in Lu Ming's mind also increased. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. After 10 years, Lu Ming finally succeeded in comprehending a secret technique that was similar to the primordial secret technique. This secret technique was somewhat similar to one of the primordial secret techniques that Lu Ming had mastered. However, there were some differences. It was a secret technique that was used to trap enemies. Lu Ming did not know if there was such a secret technique among the 3,000 primordial secret techniques. Perhaps, this secret technique was different from the 3,000 primordial secret techniques. In any case, Lu Ming succeeded. He transformed the secret technique into a secret technique rune and integrated it into a cell. Then, Lu Ming continued to comprehend the next secret technique. Comprehending the first secret technique was the most difficult and time-consuming. When it came to comprehending the second secret technique, the difficulty was significantly reduced. The time required was also significantly reduced. In just 9 years, Lu Ming had comprehended the second secret technique that was similar to the primordial secret technique. Similarly, he transformed it into a secret technique rune and integrated it into a cell. Almost 20 years had passed since the battle for the human monarch's body. To the surprise of the Heaven Destroyer, the Heavenly Palace did not launch an attack. For the past few years, the Heavenly Palace had been unusually quiet. However, no one dared to be careless. Everyone understood that this was perhaps the calm before the storm. The Heavenly Palace would never give up on the human king's body. They were accumulating strength. Once they made their move, it would be a thunderous blow. The Sky Exterminating Troop had sent many people to the primitive universe to spy on the movements of the Heavenly Palace. There were thousands of races in the Chaos Universe. Heaven Destroyer had sent some people to mingle in the Chaos Universe. It would be difficult for the Heavenly Palace to discover them, but it was more than enough for them to gather some information. In addition, the 3 bases of the Heaven Destroyer had joined together. The 3 garrisons and over 100 continent fragments were arranged in a mysterious manner, vaguely forming a formation. In addition, the World Turtle and some other experts who were proficient in formations were constantly repairing and perfecting the formations around the garrisons. The other experts were familiar with these formations. If the Heavenly Palace attacked, they could activate the formations at any time to meet the enemy. As for the beings below the almighty level, they gathered together to cultivate the combined attack formation. During a battle, they could form the combined attack formation to increase their power. As for those above the almighty level, they could not cultivate the combined attack formation. This was because there was no such powerful combined attack formation for the almighty level to cultivate. The almighty level was too powerful. If they wanted to set up a combined attack formation, they would need an extremely high-level formation. Low-level formations were useless. Once the almighty level erupted with their power, the low-level formations would not be able to stabilize and would collapse directly. That would only hinder them and make it difficult for them to use their full strength. There were no formations of such a high level in the current desolate universe. Many people speculated that there must have been formations of such a high level on the desolate continent in the last aeon, where they could be cast down by godlords or even reciprocity experts. Unfortunately, there were no records of such formations in the records excavated from the universe ruins. Therefore, in the World of Rings, the Heaven Destroyer could only gather together to fight against the encirclement of the Heavenly Palace's almighty level. They did not set up a combined attack formation. Similarly, the Heavenly Palace did not have a combined attack formation for the almighty level to set up. The Heavenly Palace's 9. Heaven's battle formation could only be set up by the almighty level. If the almighty level wanted to set up the formation, it would collapse instead. At the same time, the Heaven Destroyer summoned all the experts from other places. For example, in the universe ruins and places like the 1,000-year battlefield, the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace's experts were facing off. They were all summoned back. The Heaven Destroyer wanted to gather all its forces to fight against the Heavenly Palace's revenge. However, as time passed, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 60 years, 70 years. 100 years had passed since the battle for the human king's body. There was still no movement from the Heavenly Palace. This made many people in the Heaven Destroyer confused. Why was the Heavenly Palace so calm and not making a move? The Heavenly Palace is scarier if they don't make a move. They must be plotting something. We can't let our guard down. We have to strengthen our defense. Fei Huang said. The Heaven Destroyer did not relax and strengthened its defense. At the same time, those people in the universe were constantly monitoring the Heavenly Palace's movements. They did not relax at all. In these years, the atmosphere of the various races in the universe was obviously not right. They all became nervous as if they expected a great battle to come. All the races were preparing, hoping to obtain the greatest benefits for themselves in the battle. In addition, some people in the Heaven Destroyer were scattered in the universe ruins, looking for the human king's heart. However, there was no news. The universe ruins were too big. Finding the human king's heart was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Naturally, it was not that easy to find it. In such a tense atmosphere, time continued to pass. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, soon, 300 years had passed since the battle for the human king's body. It was worth mentioning that in these 300 years, there had been a huge change in the universe, attracting the attention of all the races in the universe. In the universe ruins, the laws and profound meanings were originally in chaos. There was dead silence everywhere. Most of the continents had no living creatures or plants. There were very, very few continental fragments with plants. Only those that contained great desolate crystals could give birth to plants. It was only in the last few decades that the laws and profound meanings in the universe ruins slowly became more orderly. Only then did the universe ruins regain a trace of vitality. Some continents not only had plants, but also gave birth to living creatures and races. For example, the Yen clan in the Stellar Sky continent. However, such examples were rare after all. The entire universe's ruins were still deathly still. However, all of this had undergone a huge change in the past few hundred years. The laws and profound meanings in the universe ruins were becoming more orderly at an astonishing speed. It was no longer so chaotic. Many continents did not contain chaos crystals, but plants grew on them. On some continents, animals gradually appeared. The number of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, as well as all kinds of divine medicines, gradually increased. What was even more shocking was that the Eldritch universe was also undergoing shocking changes. The divine chi in the Eldritch universe became denser and denser. Another kind of energy even appeared, like diluted Eldritch chi. Not long after, news spread from one of the top 10 races that an emperor-level divine herb in their herb garden was transforming. After a while, it became a main divine herb. This news shocked countless races in the Eldritch universe. In the past, the Eldritch universe could not produce main divine herbs. Emperor-level divine herbs were the peak. They could only find main divine herbs in the ruins of the universe. But now, a main divine herb had appeared in the Eldritch universe. What did this mean? The world was changing. The entire universe, whether it was the ruins of the universe or the boundless starry sky of the Eldritch universe, was changing drastically. In short, the cultivation environment had become even better. The beginning of all these changes seemed to have happened after the battle for the human king's body. In the universe, countless people were shocked, doubtful, and cheering. Was the entire universe going to recreate the glory of the Eldritch universe in the previous era? In the illusory heavenly palace, at the entrance to the dark universe, the Ye Immortal stood on the city wall and looked at the land occupied by the demons. The 4 masters of the heavenly palace stood on either side of the Ye Immortal. It's been 300 years. How's the effect of the demon ancestor insect's corrosion? The Ye Immortal asked. The demon ancestor insect was cultivated from the flesh of the demon ancestors. It's extremely small, 1,000,000,000 times smaller than a strand of hair. It can't be seen with the naked eye, but as it spreads through the air, even the Origin Realm demons will be affected unknowingly. It's been 300 years. Most of the demon masters have been controlled. Even the Origin Realm demons are probably affected, the master of the illusory heavenly palace answered. We can't wait any longer. It's been 300 years. If the Heaven Destroyer finds the heart of the human king's body, we'll be defeated. Pass down my order. Send an army to attack the demons' territory. Test them and see what the results are. The Ye Immortal ordered. Very soon, an army of the heavenly palace set off. They killed their way into the depths of the dark universe and the demon kingdom. Wherever they passed, there was no resistance at all, because almost all of the demons were controlled by the heavenly palace and surrendered right away. The army of the heavenly palace had broken through many demonic kingdoms before they were met with resistance. An Origin Realm fiend charged out. Reciprocity fiends were extremely huge. They stood hundreds of millions of meters tall and stood tall. Their huge wings were unfurled, blotting out the sun. One of the heavenly palace's origins went up and clashed with the demonic origin. The demonic origin was sent flying, and one of its wings was almost torn off. With just a single move, the evil demon origin was completely defeated. Despicable heavenly human tribe, what have you done? What exactly is corroding me? The fiend origin roared. Clearly, there was something wrong with his condition. He was resisting something with all his might, and his strength was less than half of his usual. Kill. The heavenly palace's origin roared and charged over. His attacks were wild. The demonic origin barely managed to block more than 10 moves before he was killed by the heavenly palace's origin. Not even a trace of origin imprint was left behind. The demon ancestor insect is effective. Even the demonic origin is greatly affected. His battle prowess is greatly reduced. The primordial chaos heaven master was overjoyed. Immortal young master, should we send out an army to destroy the demons in one go? The primordial chaos heaven master asked. No. Since the demon ancestor insect is effective, we should keep the demons alive. They can become a sharp blade for us in the future. The immortal young master smiled. Young master is wise. The other primordial chaos heaven masters of the heavenly palace flattered him. Indeed, since the demons could be controlled by them, it was better to keep them alive than to kill them. They could become their hired thugs and fight for them. Right now, the human king's body is the most important thing. 300 years have already passed. We can't wait any longer. The demons can no longer attack us. Pass down the order. As long as we leave a few people to guard the dark universe, the rest will go out and wipe out the rebels. The Ye Immortals' order was unquestionable. Yes. The 4 heavenly masters obeyed the order. The heavenly palace's army retreated, leaving only a few people to guard the dark universe. The demon ancestor insect was extremely small, but it spread through the air. After 300 years, most of the demons in the dark universe had been corroded by the demon ancestor insect. The demons were no longer a threat to the heavenly palace. This was the result of countless years of research by the heavenly palace. Ever since the confrontation with the demons, they had begun their research. After countless years, they finally succeeded. The people of the heavenly human tribe were extremely excited. The great enemy, the demons, had finally been dealt with. They no longer had to invest a large number of experts in the dark universe. From now on, which force in the universe could be a match for the heavenly human tribe? The heavenly court and the archaic divine court could not withstand a single blow. The heaven destroyer was destined to follow in the footsteps of the heavenly court and the archaic divine court. The heavenly palace mobilized most of the origin realm experts to attack the heaven destroyer's base through the wormhole. The heaven destroyer naturally did not know that the demons had been dealt with by the heavenly palace. However, they did not dare to relax. They were constantly on guard and ready for battle. After 300 years of cultivation, Lu Ming had also made great progress. In 300 years, Lu Ming had comprehended 300 secret techniques that were similar to the archaic secret techniques. They all turned into runes and fused into his cells. With the addition of 100 powerful secret techniques, the forbidden body had also improved by quite a bit. It was slightly more powerful than before. Of course, Lu Ming had not only comprehended secret techniques in the past 300 years. He had also spent time comprehending the battle formula. Lu Ming could unleash 8 times his battle prowess as he wished. 9 times his battle prowess had a success rate of a few tenths. It's not enough. It's far from enough. The success rate of 9 times my battle prowess is only a few tenths. It's too low. No one will give me the time to trigger it. Besides, even if I trigger 9 times my battle prowess, I might not be a match for the Ye Immortal. Lu Ming murmured to himself. The Ye Immortal's origin technique was just too powerful. However, when Lu Ming triggered 9 times his battle prowess, the increase in his strength was not that exaggerated. In the Divine Master realm, doubling one's battle prowess would not result in an obvious increase. Usually, a difference in cultivation level would be more than double. Therefore, even if Lu Ming triggered 9 times his battle prowess, he would probably not be a match for the Ye Immortal. He had to continue comprehending secret techniques and strengthen the forbidden body. The forbidden body was the foundation. Moreover, the battle formula's effect was closely related to his personal strength. The stronger his personal strength, the more the battle formula would increase. For example, if his personal strength was 1, triggering 9 times his battle prowess would be 9. If his personal strength was 2, triggering 9 times his battle prowess would be 18. In the past 300 years, Lu Ming had not made any breakthroughs in his cultivation, remaining at the 6th layer of the God Lord realm. At the God-Lord realm, if one did not refine primal crystals or main-level divine medicines and cultivate it on their own, it would be very difficult for one's cultivation to increase. This was mainly because the energy in space was too thin, unlike the primal desolate continent of the last epoch. However, while Lu Ming's cultivation had not increased, Xiaoqiu's had increased by an extremely large amount. In the past few years, Lu Ming had given Xiaoqiu all the damaged source-grade divine weapons he had on him, as well as many precious metals, such as icy fire star silver. Xiaoqiu had broken through 2 levels in a row, reaching the 7th layer of the God-Lord realm. This was also the reason why Lu Ming lacked damaged source-grade divine weapons. Otherwise, Xiaoqiu's cultivation would have been even stronger. Xiaoqiu, at the 7th layer of the God-Lord realm, had devoured many damaged source-grade divine weapons and possessed some of their mysteries, making it extremely powerful. In a one-on-one fight, Lu Ming might not be its opponent. At the very least, when Xiaoqiu turned into armor, Lu Ming could not break through its defenses. Thump. 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 At this moment, the fierce beating of war drums resounded through the world. The heavens and earth buzzed, shaking the entire base of the Heaven Destroyer. At this moment, everyone was roused from their stupor. The war drums are constantly beating. The war is coming. Has the Heavenly Palace finally taken action? Lu Ming muttered. He ended his cultivation and left the valley, shooting into the sky. Formation, rise. A deep voice resounded through the world. It was a reciprocity expert giving the order. BZZZ. 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 In the encampment of the sky exterminating troop, the hundreds of fragments of the continent all emitted dazzling rays of light. Endless runes filled the void and gathered to form a large formation, enveloping the encampment of the sky exterminating troop. Countless experts were presiding over these formations. At the same time, countless figures soared into the sky from the continents, gazing outside. A massive spatial fissure had appeared in the air outside the base of the Heaven Destroyer. Numerous figures were walking out of the spatial cracks one after another. The first to come out were obviously the 4 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Palace. They stood in a row in the void, looking at the Heaven Destroyer base from afar. Their eyes flickered with a cold luster and anticipation. The Heaven Destroyer, the opponent they had been fighting for dozens of stellar years, was finally going to be destroyed today. Figures constantly emerged from the spatial crack, lining up behind the 4 heaven masters. They were all reciprocity experts. Your plan is pretty good. However, today's outcome has already been decided. You will not be able to escape the fate of destruction. Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle was the first to speak. His cold voice echoed across the void and into the base of the Heaven Destroyer. If the Heavenly Palace could do it, why wait until now? Fei Huang replied coldly. A few reciprocity experts stood around Fei Huang as well. As for the other Heaven Destroyer origins, they were scattered all over the place to maintain the array formation. Really? Fei Huang, your confidence will soon be shattered. Heavenly Lord Crepe Myrtle sneered. Very quickly, Fei Huang's face sank, and a bewildered expression appeared on her face. In reality, most of the experts of the Heaven Destroyer were like this. Their faces became uglier and uglier. This was because the experts of the Heavenly Palace who walked out from behind the 4 heaven masters were increasing in number. 50, 60, 70. Very soon, there were more than 100. They were all existences at reciprocity. The Heavenly Palace had actually mobilized more than 100 reciprocity experts. It was clearly more than that because the number was constantly increasing. In less than a minute, a total of 150 reciprocity experts had appeared behind the 4 heaven masters. Including the 4 heaven masters, there were a total of 150. They were all reciprocity experts. Most of them were from the celestial race. There were also experts from other races, such as the angels, the Buddhas, the demons, the blood race, the battle saint tribe, and so on. Apart from the Quasi-Saint tribe, almost all the reciprocity experts of the top 10 races had been mobilized. How is this possible? This is almost all the reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace. How can they all be mobilized? Don't they need to guard the Dark Universe? Aren't they afraid of the demons' attacks? Tang Jun had appeared beside Lu Ming at some point in time. His face was full of shock and disbelief. 150 reciprocity experts. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. The strength of the heavenly palace was truly unfathomable. Normally, it was not easy to see one reciprocity expert. Now, 150 had appeared in one go. It was simply terrifying. Tang Jun, how many reciprocity experts do we have in the Heaven Destroyer? Lu Ming asked. I only have a rough idea. There should be 49 of them in the reciprocity realm. Tang Jun said. Lu Ming's face was extremely ugly. 49 people was too far away from the heavenly palace. They had 3 times more reciprocity experts than them. Once they break through to the reciprocity realm, other races, be it primitive gods or humans, will be a little stronger than the heavenly humans. In the past, the heavenly palace had to allocate most of their strength to guard the dark universe and stop the demons. The remaining experts, the Heaven Destroyer, could barely resist them. But now, why? Tang Jun's face was very ugly. Lu Ming knew what Tang Jun wanted to say. Why did they bring out all the reciprocity experts guarding the dark universe? Not only were they puzzled, but Fei Huang and the other reciprocity experts were also very puzzled. Had something happened in the dark universe? Had the demons been destroyed? That was impossible. They knew how terrifying the demons were. The demons were very powerful and unfathomable. If it were not for the fact that the demons were not united and were in a state of division, often killing each other, most of the heavenly palace's strength might not have been able to stop the demons' attack. How could such powerful demons be destroyed so easily? Had the heavenly palace cooperated with the demons, that was also impossible. Fei Huang and the others knew a lot. The demons and the heavenly human race were mortal enemies that could not be resolved. They knew that something must have happened in the dark universe that they did not know about. But they could not care so much now. Stopping the heavenly palace's attack was the most important thing. Fei Huang, let's see what you can do. Attack. A heavenly lord ordered. Boom. 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 The 150 reciprocity experts of the heavenly palace erupted with powerful auras. They spread out and formed a circle, surrounding the Heaven Destroyer's base. Then, 150 attacks bombarded the Heaven Destroyer's base. Formation, rise. Activate the formation. Loud roars rang out from the Heaven Destroyer. Dazzling light illuminated an endless distance. Numerous formations intertwined together, forming a huge defensive formation. These formations were controlled by dozens of reciprocity experts and thousands of divine lords. They were extremely powerful. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom. The defensive barrier formed by the formation was struck by the 150 terrifying attacks and shook violently. But it still managed to block them in the end. Continue to attack. They only have around 40 origins, so their energy is limited. As long as we continue to attack, the energy of their formation will be depleted sooner or later. At that time, it will be the time of their deaths. A heavenly lord yelled. The 150 heavenly palace origins continued to attack. Terrifying attacks flew towards the Heaven Destroyer's base. With so many reciprocity experts working together, it was just too shocking. If they were in the desolate universe, they would be able to destroy galaxies one after another. Entire star regions would be destroyed. The area within 100 million kilometers of the Heaven Destroyer's base was completely destroyed. Nothing was left. Everything had been reduced to chaos. This battle could be said to be the most intense in countless years. It was also the battle that involved the most experts. 60 stellar years ago, an unprecedented war had broken out. That battle was extremely tragic. However, the Heavenly Palace had not mobilized so many origins. This was because the Heavenly Palace needed to guard against the demons at that time, so they could not mobilize so many origins. It could be said that the battle involving so many origins could be traced back to the battle between the Heavenly Palace and the primordial gods. Boom. Boom, boom. 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 The Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation constantly shook. At this moment, Fei Huang and the others participated in controlling the formation. Lu Ming and Tang Jun also came to the base of the formation and strengthened it together. However, many people's hearts sank. There were just too many origins in the Heavenly Palace. If this continued, the Heaven Destroyer's formation would definitely not be able to withstand it. It was only a matter of time before it was broken. Once the formation was broken, the Heaven Destroyer's side would have no chance of victory against the 150 origins. Most of them would die. The difference was just too great. However, there was nothing they could do. The only thing they could do now was to resist with all their might. Attack in batches and exhaust their strength. A heavenly lord said. Afterward, half of the heavenly palace's origins retreated and began to recover their strength. The other half continued to attack. In this way, although the intensity of the attack was much lower, the people of Heaven Destroyer still couldn't be careless. They still had to urge the formation to resist with all their might. After a period of time, the heavenly palace switched out a group of people, and the other group retreated to recover. They took turns attacking the Heaven Destroyer in order to deplete its strength. Time passed by, second by second. Soon, a day had passed. During that day, the reciprocity experts of the Heavenly Palace did not rest at all. They constantly attacked. At this time, the light of the Heaven Destroyer base's array formation had dimmed a lot, and the strength of the array formation was not as strong as before. At this time, more figures appeared outside the Heaven Destroyer's base. They were Yi Immortal, Xianxia, and some of the Lord of Heaven from the Heavenly Palace. These people stood and watched from afar. Haha, it seems like the Heaven Destroyer will be destroyed soon. Once the Heaven Destroyer is destroyed and the demons are under our control, our heavenly human race will have no opponents. We will dominate the universe forever. Xianxia seemed very excited. Don't be happy too early. Dealing with the demons and rebels only gave us the upper hand. The crisis is far from over, Yi Immortal said coldly. What? Xianxia and the other Lord of Heaven looked at each other. What did this mean? Old Ancestor, what do you mean? What crisis do we have after dealing with the demons and rebels? Who can be a match for our heavenly human race? Could it be the quasi-immortal race? Do they have the ability to do so? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. The situation of the universe is more complicated than you can imagine. Now that the universe is undergoing great changes, the universe is recovering, and the great era is coming. A great era also means a great calamity. No one can stay out of it, Yi Immortal said. Then, he stopped. Great calamity? What great calamity? Xianxia and the others asked in shock. Cultivate well. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will naturally know. In short, you must remember that our race can only survive this calamity by taking the initiative and obtaining more opportunities in the ruins of the universe and continuously increasing our strength. Once we survive this calamity, our race will truly soar into the sky and become the true masters of this universe. Yi Immortal sighed softly, seemingly unwilling to say more. Xianxia and the others looked at each other in confusion. At most 2 more days and the great array will be broken, Yi Immortal said softly. Ancestor, should we retreat a little further? Otherwise, the traitor's origin source will act in desperation. One of the Lord of Heaven said. During this period of time, the Yi Immortal's true identity had spread throughout the heavenly human race and even the other races. Therefore, everyone reverted to their previous form of address and addressed Yi Immortal as Old Ancestor. Yi Immortal didn't object. Don't worry. Those sources can't touch us. Yi Immortal said confidently. He looked at the void in the distance as if he could see through the universe and see a few old heavenly human race members standing in the void. No one else could see them except him. Tang Feng, Fei Huang, when are you going to make your move? Yi Immortal murmured. Only he could hear it. In the depths of the universe ruins, it was unknown how far away Heaven Destroyer's base was. This was a strange place. There were no fragments of continents within a boundless distance. This area was very far away and was completely in the depths of the universe ruins. One of the spaces was constantly twisting. Through the twisting space, one could see a strange color inside. This strange place didn't seem to belong to this world or this universe. It was covered by layers of space, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It was dreamy and illusory. It seemed to be illusory and real at the same time. It was between reality and illusion. Time didn't seem to exist in this place. Everything was still, but it was filled with terrifying energy. All kinds of energy were chaotic. Yin and yang, the five elements, black and white, light and darkness. In such a place, there were two figures. These two figures were standing in the void. In front of them was an image. The content of the image was the scene of the experts of the Heavenly Palace attacking Heaven Destroyer's base. The two figures were a man and a woman. The man was handsome and had a valiant bearing. The woman was beautiful and peerless. If the people of Heaven Destroyer were here, they would definitely recognize them at a glance. The woman was Fei Huang. The man was the legend of the primitive universe, Tang Feng, the forbidden sword ancestor. Tang Feng, if this continues, the base will be breached in less than 2 days. Fei Huang said with a frown. I didn't expect the Heavenly Palace to be able to mobilize the experts guarding the Dark Universe. What happened in the Dark Universe? Tang Feng whispered. He couldn't figure it out. Didn't you see a corner of the future? Didn't you see this? Fei Huang said. The future is too vague. It's hard to see it clearly. I only know that the demons will eventually become our greatest enemy. Tang Feng said. Fei Huang frowned and then sighed. It's a pity that the two of us are trapped here and can't get out. Otherwise, we wouldn't be afraid of the celestial race. Tang Feng, do you have any ideas? You can't just watch. It's difficult for your real bodies to get out. The only thing we can do now is trigger the origin tribulation first. Tang Feng said. What? You have a way to trigger the origin tribulation first? Fei Huang's expression changed. I've already set it up outside. Originally, the origin tribulation would erupt on its own in about 100 stellar years. It's not difficult to trigger it in advance. Tang Feng said. Once the origin tribulation starts, all the existences in the origin realm or above in the entire universe will have to seal themselves to avoid the tribulation. Otherwise, their source root will dissipate and they may even die. If that's the case, the Celestial Palace's origin will have to seal itself and won't be able to do anything. Similarly, our origin will also have to seal itself. When that happens, all the origins in the universe won't be able to do anything. Divine Masters are the pinnacle, but the number of Divine Masters in the Celestial Palace is far greater than ours. Do you want to use formations to block the people of the Heavenly Palace? Fei Huang asked several questions in a row. You're right. Formations. The current formations of the heaven-destroying army can't stop the attacks of reciprocity experts, but if it's just godlords, they can last for a very long time even if they operate on their own, Xianxia said. Tang Feng said. The encampment of the heaven-destroying army was covered in layers of formations. However, these formations were not of a very high level after all. They needed to be powered by reciprocity experts to block attacks from reciprocity experts. If there were no experts to activate them, the formations would not be able to withstand the attacks of Origin Realm experts. The fundamental reason was that the formations were not advanced enough. Most of the formations were incomplete, excavated from the ruins of the universe. However, if it was only Divine Masters, the formations in the Heaven Destroyer Station could withstand for a long time even if they operated on their own. Tang Feng's meaning was very simple. If he did not trigger the origin tribulation, the Heaven Destroyer's array formation would be broken in 2 days. If the origin tribulation was triggered, the Heaven Exterminating Army's formation would be able to hold on for a long time if both sides' existences above the origin realm could not attack. With Fei Huang's intelligence and experience, she immediately understood. However, she was still worried about something. How long will the origin tribulation last for? Fei Huang asked. 10,000 years. It can only last for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, the crisis will be over, and reciprocity existences will be able to emerge, Xianxia sighed. Tang Feng said. 10,000 years. Then, how long can the Heaven Destroyer's array last? Fei Huang said. 1,000 years. Tang Feng replied. What will happen after 1,000 years? After 1,000 years, we can only rely on Lu Ming and the others. The young people of this generation are very impressive. After 1,000 years, I believe they will have grown a lot. At that time, they may be able to fight against the Heavenly Palace. As for us, we have 10,000 years. We should be able to leave. Although this place is full of danger, it also represents a great opportunity. If we can leave this place smoothly, we will definitely have a major breakthrough in our cultivation. Tang Feng said. This place is a dangerous place in the last era. Are you really confident that you can leave this place within 10,000 years? Fei Huang said. In this world, no one and no place can trap me, Tang Feng. Tang Feng said. His eyes were brighter than the stars. They were filled with invincible faith and endless confidence. You are really narcissistic, Fei Huang curled her lips. Well, I'm going to start. Tang Feng said. With a wave of his hand, the image in the air disappeared. Then an incomparably terrifying aura soared from his body. His whole person seemed to have turned into an invincible divine sword, piercing through the endless void. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a shocking sword chi suddenly rushed out from a fragment of the continent very far away from him. Bang, the ground exploded, and a battle sword flew out from the depths of the ground. The sword chi rushed out endlessly, cutting the void hundreds of millions of li in half. Clang, the sound of the sword resounded through the world. Then, the battle sword flew rapidly toward the void above. The sword chi became bigger and longer, and its power became stronger and stronger. In the end, when the long sword flew out infinitely, the void was cut open, and a huge crack appeared, leading to an infinite distance. Then, in the depths of the crack, a strange and mysterious place appeared. Cosmic Sea, Fei Huang whispered, and there was some shock in her eyes. Originally, there were still about 100 stellar years before the great calamity of origin would erupt, so Cosmic Sea is very close to our universe. Otherwise, even if my cultivation is 10 times or 100 times stronger, it would be impossible to trigger the great calamity of origin. Tang Feng said and continued to control the battle sword, letting it fly into Cosmic Sea. Boom, as soon as the battle sword flew into Cosmic Sea, it exploded, forming a terrible energy storm that stirred up Cosmic Sea. At this moment, Universe Sea seemed to be boiling. Endless energy, mysterious energy, poured into the entire universe. At the same time, Cosmic Sea was rapidly approaching the universe. More and more mysterious energy poured in at an astonishing speed, and it covered the universe ruins and the universe's starry sky at an astonishing speed. At this moment, the stars were trembling, and the fragments of the land of infinity were trembling slightly. Ordinary people or ordinary cultivators were fine. They only felt a slight tremor, and it was over. However, the expressions of all the origin realm existences changed drastically. For example, the origins that were besieging Heaven Destroyer's base suddenly felt their origin roots throbbing wildly, as if there was an extremely powerful force that was trying to draw their origin roots out. Although they suppressed it with all their strength, their origin roots still turned into energy and flew out. If this continued, their origin roots would fly away completely and disappear completely. What's going on? What's going on? My origin root is shaking. It's turning into energy and flying away. The origins of the Heavenly Palace stopped attacking and suppressed their origin roots with all their strength. In fact, it was not only the origins of the Heavenly Palace. The origins of the Heaven Destroyer were the same. Their expressions changed drastically, and they could not care less about controlling the array and suppressed their origin roots with all their strength. Apart from the origins of the Heaven Destroyer and the Heavenly Palace, the origins of the other places in the universe were the same. For example, the origin realm experts of the quasi-immortal tribe were like the origins of the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer. Their origin roots were about to fly out, and they hurriedly suppressed it in fright. It's the origin tribulation. Damn it, according to my deduction, the origin tribulation should only erupt in 100 stellar years. Why is it happening ahead of time? At this moment, Ye Immortal roared. Origin tribulation. The expressions of some experts who had heard of the origin tribulation became very ugly. However, there were even more origin realm experts who had never heard of it and hurriedly asked. When the Cosmic Sea is the closest to the universe, it will greatly affect the origin realm cultivators in the universe. If it's light, their origin roots will be sucked away, causing them to lose all their cultivation. If they die, they will die, Ye Immortal explained quickly. This made the origin realm cultivators' faces become extremely ugly. Forefather, is there a way to resolve this? Someone asked. There is. The only way is to seal yourself and hide deep underground to resist the influence of the cosmic sea. However, after sealing yourself, you can't come out. Once you do, your origin roots will immediately be devoured. As a result, the era of the origin tribulation is known as the era without an origin. Normally speaking, there's still 100 stellar years before the origin tribulation. Why has it been brought forward? Has someone interfered with it? Ye Immortal asked with an extremely gloomy face. The era without an origin naturally referred to the era without an origin. Oh no, I can't hold on any longer. Forefather, what do we do? We can't attack the Heaven Destroyer like this. An origin realm cultivator from the heavenly palace roared. The energy of his origin root was constantly flowing away at a faster and faster rate. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before all of his origin roots disappeared. Retreat first, then seal your origin root. I'll think of a way to deal with the Heaven Destroyer. Ye Immortal said. He was well aware of the great tribulation of the origin force, as he had experienced it once, thus he was well aware of how terrifying it was. He had once personally witnessed an existence beyond the origin realm trying to resist the origin tribulation, only to die in the end. The origin tribulation originated from the cosmic sea. It was unstoppable and unstoppable. Only by sealing oneself and entering a long slumber could one avoid this tribulation. Let's go. Immediately, the origin realm cultivator from the heavenly palace did not linger at all. With a flash, he left, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Humph, I'll let you live for a few more days. Even without an origin, I'll still destroy you. Yi Wuxiu looked at the heaven-exterminating army's encampment and said coldly. Then, he left in a flash. No one above the origin realm can resist the origin tribulation. All of you, seal yourselves quickly and find a place to enter a long slumber. Wait for the origin tribulation to pass. The origin tribulation this time will last around 10,000 years. You can come out after 10,000 years. Fei Huang's voice rang through the entire Heaven Destroyer. All the reciprocity experts moved quickly. They left in a flash, searching for a place to seal themselves. This, origin realm cultivators below the origin realm were all stunned. They had never thought the origin realm cultivators. And what was the origin tribulation? The reciprocity calamity is a calamity for those above reciprocity. It doesn't affect those below reciprocity at all. Those above reciprocity must seal themselves for 10,000 years. I'll leave the heaven-destroying army to you for the next 10,000 years. Remember, the danger is nowhere near over. The attack from the heavenly palace will arrive very soon, so it'll be up to you. Fei Huang's voice rang out once again. She was talking to the powerful divine masters. The origin tribulation. There's actually a tribulation like this, Lu Ming was surprised and doubtful. Because at this moment, the purple copper coffin in his sea of consciousness, which had been quiet all this time, suddenly moved. The coffin shone with resplendent light. Dense inscriptions appeared on it. In the end, the inscriptions formed a formation that enveloped the coffin. The originally ordinary purple copper coffin looked even more ordinary now. It sealed itself. Even the coffin sealed itself. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Swish, at this moment, Fei Huang appeared beside Lu Ming. Senior, Lu Ming opened his mouth. Lu Ming, the origin tribulation has descended. All existences above the origin realm will seal themselves and disappear from the world. During this period of time, the world will be dominated by divine masters. Whether the Heaven Destroyer can survive this crisis will depend on you. I hope you can rise quickly. With that, Fei Huang took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. She said, there are 200 million desolation crystals in here. Tang Xiao, I, and the others have collected during this period of time. This is all we have for now. I hope it can help you. Although I'm not in my true form now, only the 10,000 demons avatar, I still need to seal myself. Otherwise, it will affect my true form. I hope you can surprise me when I come out. Also, Xiaoqing, Qiuyu and the others are still cultivating outside. Here is the detailed location of their cultivation. I'm afraid that the heavenly palace will harm them later. You need to be careful. With that, Fei Huang handed a jade talisman to Lu Ming. Senior, Lu Ming accepted it. He wanted to say something, but he discovered that Fei Huang had already vanished. The Origin Realm experts of the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer had all vanished. They had sealed themselves and entered eternal slumber. Whether it was the ruins of the universe, outer space, or the dark universe, no matter where the existences above the Origin Realm hid, they could not avoid the Origin Tribulation. There was only one way to avoid the Origin Tribulation, and that was to seal themselves and find a place to enter eternal slumber. Otherwise, the consequences would be very severe. In just a single day, there were no longer any Origin Realm experts in the entire universe. Tang Feng and Fei Huang stared at the distant space. At this moment, the crack that was cut open by Tang Feng had already disappeared. However, the Origin Tribulation had already begun. The cosmic sea was close to the universe, so the outcome could not be changed. We've succeeded. However, we've forcefully triggered it this time, so it can only last for 10,000 years. 10,000 years should be enough for them to grow, Fei Huang whispered. Let's cultivate as well. This place isn't completely without benefits. At the very least, this place won't be affected by the Origin Tribulation. We won't waste the next 10,000 years, Tang Feng said. With that, he turned around and took a step forward, disappearing without a trace. Lu Ming, Xiaoqing, let's meet again 10,000 years later. Fei Huang also turned around and followed Tang Feng. After a short pause, the Heaven Destroyer's base began to operate normally again. At this moment, Tang Jun had already explained the Great Tribulation of Origins in detail. Most people understood the meaning of the Great Tribulation of Origins. Afterwards, under the arrangements of a few peak god lords, the Heaven Destroyer's base began to operate again. The formations shone with a dazzling light, continuing to envelop the Heaven Destroyer's base. Of course, without the support of the Origin Realm experts, the formations dimmed by a lot. However, overall, the Origin Tribulation this time was still more beneficial for the Heaven Destroyer. Originally, the Heaven Destroyer's base would not be able to withstand the 150 Origin Realm experts sent by the Heavenly Palace. It would be breached in 2 days at most. However, the Origin Tribulation had allowed them to avoid it. However, they were certain that the crisis was not over yet. The Origin Realm experts could not take action, but those below the Origin Realm could. The Heavenly Palace had more God Lords than them. They believed that the God Lord army from the Heavenly Palace would descend soon. The war was not over yet. The members of Heaven Destroyer understood that the war this time was far from over. The Heavenly Palace was able to mobilize 150 origins. Clearly, they had mobilized all the origins guarding the Dark Universe. Although they did not know what had happened in the Dark Universe, it was definitely not good news for Heaven Destroyer. Since the Heavenly Palace could mobilize all the origins guarding the Dark Universe, could they mobilize all the Divine Masters guarding the Dark Universe? The last time they entered the world of light, the Heavenly Palace could mobilize many more Divine Masters than Heaven Destroyer. The number reached a shocking 8,000. If all the Divine Masters guarding the Dark Universe were mobilized, the number would be 3 times more than Heaven Destroyer's Divine Masters. Moreover, Heaven Destroyer did not have any advantage in a one-on-one battle between Divine Masters. They might even be inferior. Under the Origins, the Celestial Clan's talent was truly astonishing. However, overall, the unforeseen event this time was still beneficial to Heaven Destroyer. Originally, they would not be able to last for 2 days. Now, the crisis was temporarily resolved. Another thing was that Heaven Destroyer's encampment was filled with formations. Although these formations could not stop origins, they were very effective against Divine Masters. Even if the Heavenly Palace's Divine Masters wanted to break through, they would not be able to do so in a short period of time. Even if all the Divine Masters of the Heavenly Palace were mobilized, they would probably be able to hold on for thousands of years. After thousands of years, they might be able to turn the tables. As everyone waited nervously, 3 months passed. 3 months later, roars could be heard from the distant void. There was also the sound of war chariots crushing the void. In the distance, war chariots appeared before everyone's eyes. Hundreds of Heavenly Palace experts stood on each war chariot. They were all Divine Masters. There were dozens of war chariots in total. They were lined up in a row. So many divine masters, the members of Heaven Destroyer turned pale when they saw this. On the dozens of war chariots, there were more than 16,000 divine masters from the Heavenly Palace in total. More than 16,000 divine masters. This number was just too shocking. Without a doubt, the Heavenly Palace must have mobilized all the divine masters guarding the Dark Universe. What had happened in the Dark Universe? Why did the Heavenly Palace not need to guard it? No one could figure it out. On the war chariot in the middle stood the immortal, Xianxia, and the foremost powerful Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. Even if there is an unforeseen event, you traitors, you will not escape the fate of annihilation. The Divine Master's immortal's cold voice. He did not know that the great calamity of Source was triggered by Tang Feng in advance. He only thought that some unforeseen event had occurred. The arrival of the origin tribulation in advance is enough to prove that we are recognized by the universe, which is why we received help. Your Heavenly Palace is destined to be destroyed in the future. A divine master from Heaven Destroyer sneered. Is that so? Do you think you can stop us with this formation alone? Without the control of the origin, the power of this formation is reduced by more than 10 times. The divine master of the immortal said calmly. Then, he waved his hand. Swoosh! Swoosh! The 16,000 divine masters from the Heavenly Palace moved. They flew out, gathered together, and suddenly attacked. The 16,000 divine masters attacked together. Although they were not as powerful as the 150 origin experts, they were still powerful. 16,000 attacks blasted toward the Heaven Destroyer. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions rang out as more than 16,000 attacks landed on the formation, causing ripples to appear on its surface. However, it was firmly blocked by the formation. The members of the Sky Exterminating Troop looked delighted. The Heaven Destroyer's formation was still very stable. Although without the control of the origin experts, its power had weakened a lot, but that was only for the origin experts. It was still very stable for the Divine Masters. Even if they did not control it, the Divine Masters from the Heavenly Palace could not be defeated in a short time. Continue, the Divine Master of the Immortal ordered. The Heavenly Palace's origin experts continued to attack. More than 10 waves of attacks were launched in a row, but they did not affect the formation of the Heaven Exterminating Troop much. Retreat! At this moment, the Divine Master of the Immortal suddenly ordered. The 16,000 Divine Masters stopped attacking and took a few steps back. They did not attack anymore. Could it be that they know they can't break it and are not attacking anymore? Some of the members of Heaven Destroyer were overjoyed. It's not that simple. They were probably probing. The formation's energy is limited. Although they can't break it in a short time, they will definitely break it after a long time. I estimate that the formation can only last for 1,000 years. Even if we control the formation, it can only last for a few hundred years. A peak-level Divine Master expert said. It can only last for 1,000 years? The expressions of the others were very ugly. 1,000 years was just a blink of an eye for them. It was over in the blink of an eye. What could have happened in just over 1,000 years? When the formation was broken, the Heaven Destroyer would probably be destroyed in the face of 3 times the number of enemies. Although the eruption of the origin tribulation had bought them more than 1,000 years, what could they do in 1,000 years? Cheer up. No matter what, we've gained more than 1,000 years. Maybe there will be a turn for the better in 1,000 years. What we need to do now is to defend the base and buy as much time as we can. Do you understand? A loud roar spread throughout the base and shook everyone's hearts. It was Lion who had spoken. Many people trembled and came to their senses. Yes, no matter what the future held, the most important thing was to defend the base first. Let's control the formation and replenish its energy. Let's go. Many figures flashed and appeared at the base of the formation and began to replenish the formation's energy. The Heaven Destroyer had around 5,000 Divine Masters in total. 5,000 Divine Masters had entered the World of Rings, but more than 1,000 had died, leaving only 4,000. However, the Divine Masters who had entered the World of Rings were not all the Divine Masters of the Heaven Destroyer. At that time, some Divine Masters had been delayed by other matters. This time, it was a matter of life and death, so all the divine masters had been summoned. As a result, there were only around 5,000 left. The experts of the Heavenly Palace did not stop for too long. Soon, they continued to attack. This time, only around 8,000 divine masters attacked. The other half stayed behind to rest. Clearly, the Heavenly Palace wanted to use the same tactic as the Origin Tribulation, taking turns to attack the Heaven Destroyer's formation to deplete the energy of the formation. They took turns to attack, but they did not give the Heaven Destroyer a chance to replenish its energy. Kill! A loud roar that shook the void rang out. More than 8,000 people began to attack. Energy rampaged, attacking the formation and causing ripples. About half a day later, the 8,000 people at the front became tired and retreated. The other 8,000 people continued to attack. More than 16,000 divine lords took turns attacking the Heavenly Palace, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. The Heaven Destroyer's formation showed no signs of being breached. It was still very stable. Lu Ming finally relaxed. It seemed that the Heaven Destroyer's formation could last for 1,000 years without any problems. Lu Ming found a place to cultivate in seclusion. Before Fei Huang had sealed herself, she had given him nearly 200 million desolate crystals. His top priority was to increase his cultivation. Sealing himself at reciprocity was an opportunity for him. If he could make continuous breakthroughs and reach peak Divine Lord, as long as he reached the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm, he would be virtually invincible under reciprocity. Of course, this was with the exception of freakish geniuses like Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian. In an era where reciprocity couldn't be produced, the stronger he was, the more he could seize the initiative. With a wave of his hand, a large number of desolate crystals appeared, and he began to absorb their energy. Tang Jun also went into seclusion. Before Fei Huang had sealed herself, she had given Tang Jun many resources to help her break through. Lu Ming refined the primordial crystals at a very fast speed. Piles of primordial crystals were refined by Lu Ming, turning into pure energy that entered his body and eventually turned into taboo energy. Lu Ming's cultivation rapidly increased. However, breaking through wasn't so easy. Lu Ming was currently at the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm. If he wanted to break through to the 7th level, he would need an astonishing 50 to 60 million desolate crystals. With so many great desolate crystals, even refining them would take quite a bit of time. Although Lu Ming's current speed of refining the primordial crystals was astonishing, it still took him a few months to refine 60 million pieces of primordial crystals. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Lord realm, and the forbidden energy in his body was extremely dense. Boom! Lu Ming's cultivation broke through, breaking through the bottleneck and reaching a new level. 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. After attaining the 7th level Divine Master realm, the taboo physique in Lu Ming's body had increased tremendously. Lu Ming circulated his forbidden power, and the tens of thousands of cells in his body were filled with a dazzling radiance. Then, a door appeared, and inside the door was a yellow mud road. At this moment, the yellow dirt road extended a lot further, leading straight into the pitch-black depths. I'm already a 7th-tier godly master. Once I reach the 9th-tier godly master realm, the yellow mud road should be able to connect to Universe Ocean. Lu Ming smiled. Reaching the 7th level of the Divine Master realm had given him a lot of confidence. Now, he was confident enough to face off against an ordinary peak Divine Master. He was also confident that he could defeat his opponent. If he used all his cards, it would be normal for him to kill his opponent. Lu Ming was already confident in dealing with ordinary peak-level Divine Masters, except for those extremely abnormal peak-level Divine Masters. There are still nearly 140 million desolate crystals left. Let's refine them all. Lu Ming continued to refine the desolate crystals. Time flew by, and a year went by. In a year, Lu Ming had refined all the desolate crystals in his possession. His cultivation had made great progress. Of course, he was still far from breaking through to level 8 God Lord. Based on his previous experience, he would need at least 500 to 600 million desolate crystals if he wanted to break through from level 7 God Lord to level 8 God Lord. 140 million desolate crystals was still far from enough. Over the past year, the people of the Heavenly Palace had been constantly attacking the Heaven Destroyer's base, taking turns to attack without stopping. It was obvious that the heavenly palace had made up their minds. They would not stop until they had broken through the Heaven Destroyer's base. Lu Ming came out of seclusion and planned to walk around and relax before going back into seclusion to cultivate. He did not need to participate in maintaining the array. The people of the Heaven Destroyer had high hopes for him. His goal was to cultivate and increase his cultivation. Because the potential of others was limited, they would not improve much in just 1,000 years. But peerless geniuses like Lu Ming were different. They had endless potential. If they could improve, it would be the greatest wealth for the Heaven Destroyer. Look, what's that? Suddenly, someone shouted in shock. Lu Ming could not help but look outside the base. Kaboom, roar. Roar, outside the base, behind the experts of the Heavenly Palace, a violent roar came, accompanied by the roar of beasts. Then, demonic chi surged, covering the sky and earth. Demons! Demons! Many people shouted. Yes, there were demons in the demonic chi, and they were very powerful demons. All of them were Demon Lord, God Lord, demons. Each demon was filled with dense demonic chi. They were huge, and when they spread their wings, they covered the sky. There were about 6,000 to 7,000 of them. 6,000 to 7,000 demon lords equivalent to god lords. What surprised the people of the Heaven Destroyer the most was that these demons stopped not far away from the Heavenly Palace and did not attack the people of the Heavenly Palace. Attack! Break the base of the rebels! The Yi Immortal waved at the demons and gave the order. Kill! All the demons roared and rushed toward the base of the Heaven Destroyer crazily. Attacks after attacks were launched toward the base of the Heaven Destroyer. This time, all the people of the Heaven Destroyer were stunned. They could not believe it. How could this be? Why would the demons listen to the orders of the heavenly human race? What's going on? Don't the demons have a feud with the heavenly human race? They are natural enemies. Why would they help the heavenly human race? What happened in the dark universe? Countless people of the Heaven Destroyer shouted, full of doubts. The demons and the heavenly human race were mortal enemies. They had been killing each other for countless years. For countless years, both sides had suffered heavy casualties. There was no room for reconciliation. But now, the demons actually listened to the orders of the heavenly human race and attacked them. Moreover, the fact that the Heavenly Palace could summon the elites guarding the dark universe was right in front of them. They had to believe it. Many people's hearts sank, and their faces became more and more unsightly. Originally, it was difficult for them to deal with the Heavenly Palace alone. Even if they tried their best to control the array formation, they could only hold on for a few hundred years at most. Now that so many demons had joined, the time they could hold on would be greatly reduced. It would be good if they could hold on for 700 or 800 years. The situation was getting worse and worse for the Heaven Destroyer. Facing the demons and the elites of the Heavenly Palace, once the array formation was broken, they would die. It would be difficult for them to even escape. But there was no other way. They could only continue to control the array formation and hope for a miracle. After the 6,000 to 7,000 demon masters joined, the elites of the Heavenly Palace retreated. The Heavenly Palace, including the demons, had more than 22,000 people, close to 23,000. They were divided into two groups, with more than 11,000 people in each group. The attack was much more powerful, and the energy of the array formation in the Heaven Destroyer had also been consumed a lot. I'm far from being powerful enough. I have to continue to increase my power. If the array is really broken, I can only let a lot of people into the ancient desolate ring. Lu Ming thought. He had to protect his family and his friends. He had the ancient desolate ring, so many people could enter it. However, he also had to be able to protect the ancient desolate ring and fight his way out. He had to continue increasing his power. Lu Ming continued his seclusion. However, without the ancient desolate ring, he was left with only a few hundred stalks of primary divine herbs, which could not help him break through. Thus, Lu Ming placed his focus on comprehending secret techniques and the battle character manual. The chances of activating the battle character manual's ninefold power were still not high. As his comprehension deepened, he would be able to use it more and more freely. Moreover, the more secret techniques he comprehended, the stronger his forbidden energy would be. Lu Ming entered the valley where he had comprehended secret techniques in the past and used the primordial divine voice to enter deep seclusion. Day by day, month by month, year by year passed. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. In these years, Lu Ming had used the primordial divine stone to comprehend secret techniques at an increasingly fast pace. The last time Lu Ming had been in seclusion for 300 years, he had only comprehended 100-odd secret techniques that were similar to ancient secret techniques. In these 500 years, Lu Ming had comprehended a total of 400 secret techniques that were similar to ancient secret techniques. In addition to the previous 100, he now had a total of 500 secret techniques. These 500-odd secret techniques were about the same grade as ancient secret techniques. Each one of them was comparable to an ancient secret technique. With the addition of these 500-odd secret techniques, Lu Ming's forbidden energy was growing stronger and stronger, its might more and more astonishing. At the same level, Lu Ming's fighting strength was rapidly increasing. Now, at the same level, Lu Ming was confident that he could easily defeat an opponent like Xianxia. Of course, Lu Ming was still not confident that he could defeat an opponent like Yi Immortal. Little Ball has increased his cultivation by another level, reaching level 8 of the God Lord realm. Unfortunately, I lack materials, or else Little Ball would have improved even faster. Lu Ming muttered to himself. In these years, Little Ball had lacked a damaged source-level divine weapon, so he had only eaten some metallic materials and refined the remaining energy in his body, allowing him to reach level 8 of the God Lord realm. At level 8 of the God Lord realm, if he wanted to increase his cultivation further, he would have to eat a new damaged source-level divine weapon or even a new one, or else it would be very difficult to increase his cultivation level. Little Ball had refined all the materials he had eaten in the past. It's been 500 years. I wonder how the array outside is doing? Lu Ming was a little worried. According to their previous estimations, the Heaven Destroyer could hold out for another 200 to 300 years at most. Lu Ming left the canyon and soared into the sky to look outside. The Heavenly Human Tribe and Abyss Devils were still attacking. However, after 500 years, the light of the Heaven Destroyer Station's array formation had dimmed greatly. Every time it was attacked, it would shake violently and cause ripples. From the looks of it, he really couldn't hold on for another 300 years. Everyone in Heaven Destroyer had anxious and nervous expressions on their faces. Layers of crisis were pressing down on them, making it hard for them to breathe. This is bad. Lu Ming sighed softly. If this continued, it would be really bad. Could it be that Heaven Destroyer was going to be destroyed just like the forces that resisted the Heavenly Palace in the past? Lu Ming, you finally appeared. Suddenly, a loud roar came from outside the encampment. A loud roar came through the formation. Lu Ming looked over and discovered that the person who had shouted was Xianxia. What? You want to fight me one-on-one again? Sure, tell your people from the Heavenly Palace to retreat. I'll go out and fight you. Lu Ming said loudly. Haha, who wants to fight you one-on-one? Don't use such a cheap delaying tactic. Xianxia sneered and said, Lu Ming, I just want to tell you a piece of news. Some of your rebels are still scattered outside or cultivating in some places. There's a woman called Xianxia. I heard that she's your wife. Coincidentally, she was discovered by us not long ago. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's heart trembled wildly. Xianxia was discovered by the people from the Heavenly Palace? What about? Now, Lu Ming was a little anxious. However, he didn't show it on his face. He pretended to be calm and said, haha, nonsense. Xiaoqing is in the Heaven Destroyer Station. How could she be discovered by you? Are you trying to trick me to go out and disturb my state of mind? Nonsense? Haha, that location is the boundless demon abyss. Our people will take her down soon. At that time, you'll see if I'm talking nonsense or not. Xianxia laughed. Lu Ming's heart sank. Back then, Fei Huang did send Xianxia to the boundless demon abyss to cultivate. Xianxia even knew the exact location. Xianxia was facing a crisis. Crack, Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with strong killing intent. Then, he turned and flew in a direction. Lu Ming. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was Tangjun. Lu Ming, you want to go out and save Xiaoqing? This must be the Heavenly Palace's scheme. They must have a lot of experts in the boundless demon abyss. If you go, you'll be walking right into their trap. Tangjun said. I know, but I must go. Lu Ming said in an unwavering tone. How could he not know that this trip would be very dangerous? However, he had to go. He definitely could not sit back and watch Xianxia fall into danger. Even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, he had to give it a try. I'll go with you. Tangjun said. She knew that she could not stop Lu Ming. No, you don't have to go. I alone am enough. Lu Ming said. I must go. After all, Xianxia was my sister in my previous life. Tangjun said. I said, I alone am enough. You'll only be a hindrance if you go. Lu Ming said coldly. He did not want Tangjun to take the risk with him. This trip would be very dangerous. Moreover, he was telling the truth. Although Tangjun's cultivation had broken through another level and reached the 7th level of the Divine Master realm, which was the same as Lu Ming's, she was definitely not a match for Lu Ming in terms of combat strength. Moreover, Lu Ming still had Qiuqiu and the Bone Demon. He was more confident if he acted alone. If he brought Tangjun along, she would really be a hindrance. Tangjun glared at Lu Ming. She had never been looked down upon like this before. However, what made her want to vomit blood was that she found that she could not refute. Lu Ming's combat strength was indeed above hers. Swoosh, Lu Ming stepped forward and disappeared like a phantom, leaving Tangjun standing in the void in a daze. Soon, Lu Ming came to a large hall. There was a wormhole in the hall that led to the outside. Heaven Destroyer had certainly left a way out for itself. There were a few wormholes that led to different places in the universe ruins. If the array was really broken, Heaven Destroyer would arrange for some people to escape through the wormholes and leave a spark for Heaven Destroyer. Now, Lu Ming was going to leave Heaven Destroyer's base temporarily through the wormhole and go to the infinite fiend abyss. Lu Ming, are you really going to leave? This trip will be very dangerous. Lion appeared not far away without making a sound. I have to leave. Lu Ming said. That's good too. If you can save your wife, don't come back. Find a place to hide and cultivate in peace. It won't be too late to kill your way to the Heavenly Palace after you've completed your cultivation. Lion said. Lion did not persuade Lu Ming to stay. He understood Lu Ming and knew that once Lu Ming made a decision, he would not change it easily. If I don't die, I will definitely come back. Lu Ming said in his heart. How could he not come back? His family and friends were still here. How could he not come back? The reason why he did not plan to put his family and friends into the Chaos Ring was because this trip was really dangerous. If they followed him, they might die and the Chaos Ring would fall into the hands of the Heavenly Palace. If they stayed here, they would be safe for at least 200 to 300 years. Maybe there would be a turn for the better. Take care. In the end, Lion said. Don't worry, I will be fine. Lu Ming smiled and then stepped into the wormhole in the main hall and disappeared. After some time, maybe a few hours, or maybe a day or two, Lu Ming appeared on a small fragment of a continent. This should be the smoke region. It should not be far from the infinite demon abyss. Lu Ming took out the map of the universe ruins and looked at it. There were several wormholes in the Heaven Destroyer base that could lead out. The one Lu Ming chose was the closest to the infinite demon abyss. After knowing his location, Lu Ming's figure flashed and flew toward the infinite demon abyss. The infinite demon abyss, even in the universe ruins, was relatively remote. Very few people came here. The infinite demon abyss was on a fragment of a continent. There were almost no other continent fragments around this fragment. It was empty. After some time, Lu Ming arrived near this fragment of a continent. Looking from afar, the entire continent fragment was shrouded in a thick demonic aura. The situation inside could not be seen. Lu Ming restrained his aura to the extreme and rushed toward the fragment of a continent. He was on high alert. There might be experts from the Heavenly Palace lying in ambush in this fragment of a continent. He did not dare to be careless. Soon, Lu Ming rushed through the thick demonic aura and landed on the continent. This continent was dead silent and filled with dense demonic qi. There were no plants at all. What entered one's eyes were bare rocks and mountains. Where exactly is the immeasurable devil abyss? Lu Ming muttered. This piece of land was neither big nor small. It would take some effort to find the boundless demonic abyss. Lu Ming, head north. I can sense that the demonic qi is the thickest there. The immeasurable demonic abyss might be there. Bone Demon's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. That's right, the Bone Devil was the first devil bone in the primitive universe. He was the ancestor of the Devil Dao. Naturally, he was very sensitive to devil qi. Perhaps Bone Demon would be of great use on this trip. Lu Ming no longer hesitated and quickly flew towards the north. Along the way, they did not encounter any masters from the Heavenly Palace, nor did they encounter any danger. After a while, a large palace appeared in front of Lu Ming. This palace looked dilapidated and had weathered the wind and frost of time. No one knew how many years it had been there. It was very likely that it was left behind from the last era. Lu Ming, the place with the densest demonic qi is behind this palace. Bone Demon said. Lu Ming nodded. He did not intend to pass through this palace. Instead, he went around it from one side, intending to bypass it. Whoosh, suddenly, a few rays of light shot out from the palace at an astonishing speed. There were a total of 3 rays of light, 1 sword ray and 2 spear rays. They were extremely sharp. Ultimate heavenly energy. It's the masters of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, the battle god spear appeared in his hand. The battle god spear shook and stabbed out. 3 spear rays burst out and pierced towards the 3 rays of light. Boom. Boom. Boom, there were 3 sounds of collision. The 3 rays of light were blocked. Lu Ming was pushed back by a powerful force. He retreated for 10,000 meters before he stabilized himself. 3 figures appeared in front of him. Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming squinted his eyes slightly. There were indeed 3 heavenly human tribe masters. Moreover, they were all at the peak of the almighty Lord of Heaven level. At this moment, the 3 Lord of Heaven stared at Lu Ming with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with shock. Just now, the 3 of them had joined forces, but Lu Ming had blocked their attacks. They could clearly sense that no one else had made a move. The one who had blocked their attacks was Lu Ming himself. Lu Ming's combat strength had reached such a level that he could fight the 3 Lord of Heaven alone? Join forces and kill him. One of the Lord of Heaven shouted. Swoosh. Swoosh, the 3 Lord of Heaven's figures flashed and attacked Lu Ming together. This time, they pushed their combat strength to the maximum. All kinds of killing moves poured out in torrents. They were determined to kill Lu Ming. Bone Demon, I'll leave it to you. Lu Ming thought. The next moment, Bone Demon flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows and turned into a huge black skeleton. Its palm was like a demonic blade as it slashed out continuously. Clang. Clang. Clang, there were 3 consecutive bangs. The 3 Lord of Heaven's attacks were blocked by Bone Demon. Kill. Bone Demon roared and launched a counterattack. However, the 3 Lord of Heaven's combat strength was also very strong. Although Bone Demon was strong, it would be extremely difficult for him to defeat the 3 Lord of Heaven. For a moment, the 2 sides were evenly matched. However, there were obviously more experts from the Heavenly Palace lying in ambush here. In the palace, several figures flashed and rushed out. Their speed was very shocking. Before they arrived, their attacks were already attacking Lu Ming. It was the Lord of Heaven again, and there were 3 of them. However, one of the attacks made Lu Ming's muscles tense up. Terrifying, terrifying. Lu Ming felt a fatal danger. One of the Lord of Heaven's strength was very shocking. Xiao. Lu Ming did not hesitate to send a telepathic message to Xiao. Xiao turned into armor and covered Lu Ming's body. Whoosh, Lu Ming activated the War God Spear and swept it out, colliding with the 3 attacks. 2 of the attacks were blocked by Lu Ming, but the other attack was too terrifying. It directly passed through the war god spear and bombarded Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he retreated rapidly. Fortunately, Xiaoqiu's armor was able to block the attack. This person is very strong. He is much stronger than an ordinary Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming stared at one of the Lord of Heaven. This person was the tallest and wore silver armor. He held a silver spear in his hand and had an oppressive aura. Obviously, this was a terrifying Lord of Heaven, a peerless genius. Lu Ming had never seen this person before. He should have been guarding the dark universe and did not participate in the fight for the human king's body. He felt that in a battle of the same level, this person's combat strength was stronger than Gumo's. Just now, Lu Ming had activated the battle secret art to increase his combat strength by 9 times, but he still could not block this person's attack. Lu Ming reckoned that he would need to activate his origin source power in order to contend with this person. In order to deal with him, the Heavenly Palace had really put in a lot of effort. They had actually ambushed 6 Lord of Heaven here. But this was to be expected. Back in the Halo world, Yi Qiuxian already knew that Lu Ming had the Bone Demon by his side, and that this person alone was comparable to several Lord of Heaven. Thus, in order to kill Lu Ming, the Heavenly Palace naturally had many experts lying in ambush. Among them was a top-class Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming, it seems like you've made another breakthrough in cultivation. As expected, a scourge like you can't be left alive. Kill. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven coldly roared as he gripped his silver spear and charged at Lu Ming. The spear pierced through the air with astonishing speed, thrusting toward Lu Ming's forehead. Let me. Xiaoqiu's voice rang out as he quickly wriggled, transforming into a mirror in front of Lu Ming's chest. A pillar of light shot out from the mirror and instantly enveloped the silver-armored Lord of Heaven. Xiaoqiu was now an 8th-tier god lord, so his fighting strength had soared. The illusory realm created by the Pillar of Light was also much stronger. Although the silver-armored Lord of Heaven was powerful, he was still somewhat affected. His movements stiffened for a moment, and his eyes went blank for a moment. A good chance. Lu Ming's eyes brightened as he used the heaven-cleaving style. Man and spear became one, transforming into a spear of light that stabbed at the silver-armored Lord of Heaven. Break for me. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven roared as he madly struggled to break free of the illusory realm's influence. He swung his spear to block Lu Ming's attack. However, he had still been affected by the illusory realm. In his haste, he could not use all of his strength, only a portion of it. How could a portion of his strength be a match for Lu Ming? Clang! The 2 spears collided, and Lu Ming knocked aside the silver spear. Lu Ming's spear did not stop there, continuing to stab at the man's forehead. The man's pupils constricted as he rapidly retreated, hoping to avoid Lu Ming's attack. However, it was already too late. Lu Ming was even faster. Just as he was about to stab the opponent's vital points, 2 weapons suddenly appeared from both sides, blocking Lu Ming's spear. Wang, the long spear vibrated, and Lu Ming staggered back a few steps. His attack was interrupted. They were the other 2 Lord of Heaven. What a pity. Lu Ming sighed softly. Just now, when he and Xiaoqiu cooperated, they really had a chance of killing this top-notch Lord of Heaven. Unfortunately, the other party was not alone and had companions. The other 2 Lord of Heaven stepped in and blocked Lu Ming's killing blow. It would be difficult to find such an opportunity later on. Lu Ming, you're courting death. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven was enraged after escaping death. He uttered a furious roar as his figure split into more than 10 clones and charged at Lu Ming from all directions. Every single one of the clones looked real, and it was difficult to tell which was the real one. At the same time, the other 2 Lord of Heaven also charged at Lu Ming. Xiaoqiu transformed back into armor and covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming brandished his war god spear and fought with the other party. However, once they exchanged blows, Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage. With Lu Ming's current combat strength, dealing with an ordinary Lord of Heaven was more than enough. It would not be difficult to kill him even if he used all his means. He could even deal with 2 of them, but it would be very difficult to deal with 3 of them. And this silver-armored Lord of Heaven was extremely powerful, far surpassing the combined strength of 3 ordinary Lord of Heaven. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming was no match for him. Fortunately, with Qiuqiu, he could tangle with the other party for a while. The two sides quickly exchanged more than 10 moves. Bone Demon, let's go. Don't get entangled with him. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bone Demon. Then, he suddenly stimulated his origin energy and a trace of the power of the War God Spear, pushing the silver-armored Lord of Heaven back dozens of meters. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and rushed out of the encirclement. He rushed to Bone Demon's side and swung his War God Spear, sending a Lord of Heaven who was fighting Bone Demon flying. Bone Demon seized the opportunity and turned into a ray of demonic light, rushing into Lu Ming's glabella. Lu Ming used the Great Aurora technique and quickly rushed through the palace, flying north. Chase! The silver-armored Lord of Heaven shouted, his face rather gloomy. There were 6 heavenly lords, as well as a top-notch heavenly lord like him, but they did not manage to take Lu Ming down. It would be a great disgrace if word got out. Lu Ming flew past the palace and saw a pitch-black abyss. This abyss was very long and wide. It was filled with demonic Qi, and he couldn't see how deep it was. Infinite demonic abyss. Lu Ming was sure that this was the infinite demonic abyss, and Xianxia was below. Lu Ming didn't hesitate at all. He rushed into the abyss and fell rapidly. The 6 heaven lords also chased after the abyss, following closely behind Lu Ming. Greater teleportation technique. Lu Ming's mind stirred. He circulated the forbidden power and cast the transference skill. His body, which was originally falling rapidly, disappeared right away. He shifted forward. The infinite demonic abyss was originally filled with dense demonic qi, which seriously affected one's vision. Lu Ming suddenly moved out, and the 6th Lord of Heaven instantly lost track of Lu Ming. They stopped in midair and carefully scanned their surroundings, but they didn't find Lu Ming. Damn it, send a message to the people below the infinite demonic abyss. Lu Ming has broken through the seal and entered the infinite demonic abyss. Have them attack together. They must kill Lu Ming below the infinite demonic abyss. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven said with a cold face. Immediately, one of the Lord of Heaven took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Don't worry, the exterminating Lord of Heaven is below chasing after that Xianxia. Once Lu Ming encounters the exterminating Lord of Heaven, only death awaits him. Another Lord of Heaven said. The exterminating Lord of Heaven was one of the 4 strongest Lords of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace. His strength was ridiculously strong, standing at the limit of the Divine Master realm, far surpassing the other Lords of Heaven. The other Lords of Heaven couldn't even block a single move from the Lord of Heaven and would be killed instantly. After the message was sent, the silver-armored Lord of Heaven and the other 5 continued to descend, joining in the pursuit of Lu Ming. Lu Ming moved about 1,000 miles away, but he was still in midair above the infinite demonic abyss. He didn't dare to move too far away. After all, he wasn't familiar with the infinite demonic abyss, so he didn't dare to move recklessly. If he ended up in an irresistible danger zone, he would vomit blood. As long as he could avoid the silver-armored Lord of Heaven and the others, it would be fine. Fortunately, he was fine. Lu Ming continued to descend rapidly. The infinite demonic abyss was very deep. Lu Ming descended for 1,000,000 miles before he finally reached the bottom of the abyss. The bottom of the infinite demonic abyss wasn't much different from the top. It was deathly still, without any living creatures or plants, filled with demonic energy. However, the density of the demonic energy was much denser than the top. Lu Ming, go in that direction. There are mysterious and powerful fluctuations coming from that direction. There must be something strange. That little girl, Xianxia, might be in that direction. Bone Demon flew out and pointed in a direction. Go. Lu Ming flew in that direction. After a short distance, Bone Demon suddenly shouted, "Careful." Next, the Bone Demon struck a black shadow with his palm, causing it to scatter. However, there were still 2 black shadows that pounced on Lu Ming with shocking speed. With Bone Demon's warning, Lu Ming reacted. The War God Spear appeared and stabbed out twice, hitting the 2 shadows. The spear of the God of War pierced through the 2 shadows, but the shadows were like phantoms. The spear of the God of War didn't seem to have hit anything. The 2 shadows continued to charge towards Lu Ming and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart was filled with murderous intent. The negative emotions that had been accumulated during the siege of the heavenly palace seemed to have exploded. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. His eyes were red and his face was distorted. But in the next second, Lu Ming's eyes regained some clarity and he shouted, "Get out of my way." His soul vibrated and the forbidden power was activated. His body shone brightly. Screams came from his body and at the same time, wisps of black mist were released. The black mist seemed to be alive. It was like a few small snakes that wanted to drill into the ground. "Where are you going?" Guillemot shouted and opened his mouth. A few wisps of black mist were sucked into Guillemot's mouth. The soul flames in Guillemot's eyes flickered and he looked intoxicated. "Phew, so powerful. It can trigger and strengthen my inner demon." Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The shadow just now was too powerful. He attacked with the spear of the god of war but it couldn't kill it. Instead, the shadow rushed into his body and triggered his negative emotions, creating an inner demon. It was dangerous. If he wasn't careful, Lu Ming would be completely taken over by the inner demon and become its puppet. "If I'm not wrong, this is the immeasurable demonic soul," Guillemot said. "Immeasurable demonic soul?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "It's a special type of demonic creature. It's very strange and powerful. It can detonate the negative emotions of any living being, causing them to be controlled by negative emotions and completely sink into depravity, becoming the puppet of the immeasurable demonic soul. Fortunately, your willpower is strong and you managed to break free. Otherwise, you would be in danger," Guillemot explained. "Why are you fine? You can absorb the immeasurable demonic soul?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Because I have a way to deal with them. Moreover, the immeasurable devil soul is a supreme treasure to Xianxia cultivators. After destroying their bodies, they will leave behind a strand of incomparably pure devil qi. Xianxia cultivators can directly absorb it and transform it into their own power. The effect is much better than absorbing and refining primordial crystals," Guillemot said. "So that's the case. No wonder Elder Fei Huang wanted to send Xiaoqing here to train. Xiaoqing's cultivation can rapidly rise in this place." "There is no lack of energy," Lu Ming pondered. "Bone demon, how did you deal with them? Can you teach me?" Lu Ming said. "That's simple. The immeasurable demonic soul's body is in between the real and the illusory. Normal attacks are ineffective against them. However, your taboo power can actually cause damage to the immeasurable demonic soul. You just need to attack a few more times. However, I will teach you a more useful method. As long as you attack, your power will explode with a special vibration, and you will be able to destroy the body of the immeasurable devil soul." Immediately, Guillemot imparted a method to Lu Ming. This method was actually very simple. It was much easier than the ancient secret technique. It was just a small trick to use power. Lu Ming learned it immediately. After learning it, they continued their journey. In the next 10 minutes, they didn't encounter any immeasurable devil souls. However, there were still immeasurable devil souls attacking them. This time, Lu Ming used the bone demon sex method. He swept out his long spear and hit 2 immeasurable devil souls. The 2 immeasurable devil souls collided and exploded, turning into 2 wisps of pure devil qi that were absorbed by Guillemot. As the 2 of them continued their journey, they were attacked by immeasurable devil souls from time to time. There were strong and weak immeasurable devil souls. Even if Lu Ming had mastered the method, it was still difficult to deal with the powerful immeasurable devil souls. Of course, it was easy to deal with Guillemot. Guillemot was naturally adept at dealing with this kind of devil. According to him, he had at least 10 methods to deal with these immeasurable devil souls. The one he taught Lu Ming was the simplest one. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, Lu Ming didn't encounter Xianxia or other experts from the heavenly palace. The reason was that the immeasurable devil abyss was too big. Needless to say, it was tens of thousands of miles wide. Who knew how long it was? Moreover, the terrain was extremely complicated. Huge rocks and peaks were all over the immeasurable devil abyss. From time to time, immeasurable devil souls would appear, causing Lu Ming and the others to be unable to speed up. In such a complicated terrain and vast area, it was really difficult to find a person in a place where they would be attacked from time to time. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at a huge rock. On this huge rock, there was a circle. This circle was obviously not natural. It was carved by someone. What's so special about this circle? Could it be that Xianxia was the one who carved it? Bone Demon seemed to have noticed something and asked. That's right. This circle is indeed carved by Xiaoqing. This is a kind of signal that we use to communicate with each other. It can point out the direction of her current location. Xiaoqing must still be alive. She might be trapped somewhere, and my sound transmission jade talisman can't be sent out, Lu Ming said. This place didn't suppress the communication jade talisman. He wanted to use it to send a message to Xianxia, but he found that it couldn't get out. A circle can point out the direction. Wait, I see, Bone Demon looked carefully. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, I see. Although this circle doesn't have any arrow to point out the direction, the line on one side of the circle is thinner than the line on the other side. Although it's just a little thinner, it should be deliberately left there. Senior Bone Demon, your eyes are really sharp, Lu Ming said with a smile. The line on one side of the circle was indeed thinner. Lu Ming, although this method is good, the flaw is also very obvious. If I can see it, so can others. It's easy to guess the meaning of this circle. Xianxia pointed out the direction for you. Doesn't that mean that she also pointed out the direction for the people of the Heavenly Palace and exposed herself? Bone Demon said seriously. Of course it's not that simple. Lu Ming smiled and said, look carefully. There are actually 3 small gaps in this circle. Yes, there are indeed 3 gaps. Bone Demon said after careful observation. I made an agreement with Xiaoqing. If there is 1 gap, it means that she carved the first circle. Then, her position is the direction where the line on the ball is thinner. If there are 2 gaps, it means that she carved the second circle. Then, we have to change our view. The direction where the line on the ball is thinner is the opposite direction where Xiaoqing is. Lu Ming explained. I see. What about the 3 gaps? Bone Demon asked. 3 notches means that this is the third circle carved by Xiaoqing. Then, we can see it differently. The direction where the lines of the ball are thinner is the direction where Xiaoqing is. Lu Ming said. Wonderful. It's so unpredictable. Even if the Heavenly Palace sees it, they won't be able to guess where Xianxia is. They can only look around blindly. Guemo said. Let's go. Lu Ming didn't delay any longer. He flew out with Guemo according to the ball's instructions. Sure enough, after a while, Lu Ming saw another circle. There were 4 small notches on this ball. Obviously, it was the 4th circle carved by Xianxia. Naturally, there were different ways to identify the 4th circle. They continued to follow the guidance of the circle. Just like that, one by one, Lu Ming found the balls. After finding the 9th circle, they came to a place filled with jagged rocks of strange shapes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, suddenly, the ground was filled with runes. These runes intertwined and formed a large array. The array condensed beams of sword gleams and slashed toward Lu Ming and Bone Demon. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He took out the war god spear and prepared to block. But the sword light stopped halfway and turned into wisps of devil chi and dissipated. Lu Ming! A delicate shout rang out, and the voice was filled with a strong sense of surprise. Then, a figure floated out from the rocks. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Xiaoqing! Lu Ming was overjoyed. He went up to her. The two stood facing each other and hugged. After a long time, they separated. Xiaoqing, it's great that you're fine. By the way, how did you know I would come here and carve a mark to guide me here? Lu Ming asked. The people from the Heavenly Palace said that they would lead you here. They wanted to anger me and influence me. Xianxia said. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. You met people from the Heavenly Palace? How did you escape? Lu Ming carefully examined him and discovered that Xianxing's cultivation had greatly increased compared to before. He had already reached the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm. This speed of improvement could be said to be shockingly fast. Actually, this was normal. This place was definitely very suitable for Xianxia to cultivate. In addition, Lu Ming's cultivation base had not improved much in the past 800 years. He had only improved by one level. The rest of his time was spent on comprehending secret techniques and the battle character formula. As for Xianxia, she could constantly improve here. Furthermore, she had the memories of her past life and the origin seed. Naturally, her improvement would be very fast. However, even if Xianxia reached the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm, he was still far from being a match for the experts of the Heavenly Palace. The people sent by the Heavenly Palace this time were likely to be 9th level Divine Lords or peak Divine Lords. Xianxia was definitely no match for them. Once he encountered them, it would be very dangerous. This was why Lu Ming had been so worried. Senior Fei Huang had once left behind some traps in the boundless devil abyss. It was because of Senior Fei Huang's traps that I was able to avoid a calamity and shake off the experts of the heavenly human race. Senior Fei Huang has also set up a powerful killing and concealing array here. I have been hiding here for the past few days and the people of the Heavenly Palace have not found me. Xianxia explained. Lu Ming finally understood. It turned out that Fei Huang had already left behind a backup plan. Lu Ming, did something happen outside? The people of the Heavenly Palace were clamoring that the Heaven Destroyer would be destroyed soon. What happened? Xianxia asked again. She had been in seclusion all this time and she knew nothing about the outside world. It's like this, Lu Ming immediately recounted the major events that had happened in the universe during this time. What? Something like this actually happened? When Xianxia heard this, his heart beat wildly, and he found it hard to calm down. At the same time, he was incomparably worried. The Heaven Destroyer could last for 300 years at most. What would happen after that? Xianxia's brows were tightly knitted together, and he remained silent. What's in that direction? Why do I feel that there's a shocking amount of devil chi and powerful fluctuations in that direction? Bone Devil looked towards the depths of the boundless demon abyss. Xianxia regained his senses and said, that's where the boundless devil steel is located, and it's the core of the boundless demon abyss. The boundless devil souls here are most likely related to the boundless devil steel. Because the closer you are to the boundless devil steel, the stronger the boundless devil souls are, and the purer and denser the devil chi it contains. It's also more helpful to absorb it. Boundless devil steel. Bone Devil's eyes flickered with curiosity, and he said, I feel that there's a great opportunity over there, and it might be able to improve our cultivation by leaps and bounds. Xianxia sized Bone Devil up. Curiously, he could feel a powerful devil aura coming from Bone Devil's body. He knew that Bone Devil was a devil cultivator. It's a pity that there are too many boundless devil souls around the boundless devil steel. I can't even get close, and I'll be drowned by a large number of boundless devil souls. Xianxia sighed. Let's go take a look, maybe I have a way to get there. Bone Devil said. A light flashed in Xianxia's eyes, and he nodded. Then let's go. After all, that place is filled with boundless devil souls, and the Heavenly Palace's people won't come close. There's no need to be afraid of being discovered. Xianxia said. With that said, he led the way into the depths of the boundless devil abyss. Xianxia had stayed in the boundless devil abyss for many years, and he was very familiar with the terrain. He led Lu Ming and the others around, avoiding the Heavenly Palace's people as well as the boundless devil souls. They went deeper and deeper into the boundless devil abyss, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. What a powerful fluctuation. 2 balls of flames burned in Bone Devil's eyes, and he looked very expectant. They hid on top of a tall rock and looked into the distance. The terrain in front of them was flat, and there was a giant stone stele on the flat ground. The stone stele was huge, at least several hundred zhong tall, and it was faintly discernible in the devil chi. There were countless black shadows flying around the stone stele. These black shadows were all boundless devil souls. At a glance, it was hard to tell how many there were, but there were at least several tens of thousands of them. With so many boundless devil souls, it was definitely a terrifying force. If they swarmed together, Lu Ming would definitely be trapped in his heart's devil forever, unable to extricate himself. Bone Devil, do you have a way to get past it? Lu Ming asked. Very simple, disguise us as boundless devil souls, and we can easily pass through these boundless devil souls and get close to the boundless devil steel. Did you guys notice that there are no boundless devil souls around the boundless devil steel? I'm guessing that the boundless devil souls don't dare to get close to the boundless devil steel. Bone Devil said. Lu Ming and Xianxia nodded. They had also noticed this point. Do you have a way to disguise us as boundless devil souls? Lu Ming asked. Simple, we'll kill a few boundless devil souls and control their devil chi. I have a way. Bone Devil said. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the Bone Devil retreated from the area and found several immeasurable devil souls. The Bone Devil dealt with these immeasurable devil souls and took control of the devil chi left behind by the immeasurable devil souls. Thereafter, the Bone Demon began to set up, carving runes on a wisp of immeasurable demon soul. After a period of time, this wisp of immeasurable demon soul flew toward Lu Ming and turned into a gush of energy, shrouding Lu Ming within. With this ball of energy, those immeasurable devil souls will treat you as one of their kind and won't attack. The Bone Devil said. He then repeated his previous actions and arranged the remaining 2 strands of devil chi around himself and Xianxia. Let's go. Don't worry, I guarantee that nothing will happen. The Bone Devil was brimming with confidence as he led the way towards the immeasurable devil steel. What else could Lu Ming say? He could only follow. Soon, they were close to a large group of immeasurable devil souls. Lu Ming and Xianxing's hearts rose to their throats. They were not as confident as the Bone Devil. If the Bone Devil's method didn't work, then it would be game over. Both of them were on high alert. If they discovered something wrong, they could run away immediately. However, the Bone Devil was extremely confident as he swaggered towards the large group of immeasurable devil souls. In the end, it was proven that Lu Ming and Xianxia had worried too much. Those immeasurable devil souls acted as if they did not notice the Bone Devil, allowing him to swagger past them. The 2 of them breathed out in relief as they followed the Bone Devil through the large group of immeasurable devil souls. Soon, they passed through the group of immeasurable devil souls and approached the immeasurable devil steel. That is, when they got close to the immeasurable devil steel, all 3 of them felt a jolt in their hearts. They had not noticed before, but there was a figure sitting cross-legged under the immeasurable devil steel. This figure was a skeleton. The skeleton had the shape of a human, but it was much bigger than a human skeleton. Just by sitting cross-legged there, the skeleton was more than 3 meters tall. Moreover, the skeleton was not white, but pitch black. It was as black as ink, but it had a faint luster, like a piece of black jade. Lu Ming and Xianxia sized up the Bone Devil. Both of them were too similar. Both of them were human skeletons in human form, and pitch black like ink. The black immeasurable devil souls was sitting there, without a sound, there was no movement or life force. However, a powerful pressure. Devil's might. This devil's blood was devil's devil soul. The Bones Devil's devil lord, devil soul, he's devils. If devil, devil's devil, devil's devil. If devil soul, devil soul, the devil s of devil bone demon, is this skeleton one of your kind? Lu Ming could not help asking. He had heard from the Bone Devil that he was the first devil bone in the primitive universe that gave birth to intelligence. The Bone Devil speculated that his predecessor was probably a skeleton left behind by a peerless expert from the previous era. After the evolution of the universe, he gave birth to intelligence. The skeleton in front of them was probably left behind from the previous era. Wouldn't it be similar to the Bone Devil? I don't know. In short, I'm sure that if I can fuse with this skeleton, it will be of great help to me. You guys stay here and don't move. I'll try. After the Bone Devil finished speaking, he dashed toward the pitch-black skeleton. The pitch-black skeleton exuded a terrifying fluctuation. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it. Even the peerless Lord of Heaven would not be able to get close to it. However, the Bone Devil was not affected by it. He continued to approach the pitch-black skeleton. Swoosh, in the end, the Bone Devil turned into a ray of devil light, rushed into the pitch-black skeleton and disappeared. Then, the powerful devil aura exuded by the pitch-black skeleton quickly retracted until it completely disappeared. The pressure on Lu Ming and Xianxia disappeared. This skeleton is already under my control. Next, I'm going to fuse with it. You guys can do as you please. The Bone Devil's voice sounded, and then it went silent. Only the pitch-black skeleton remained, emitting a faint devil aura. The Bone Devil succeeded. Lu Ming's heart leaped with joy. The Bone Devil's strength would increase significantly with this pitch-black skeleton. Although it was the Origin Tribulation, and the Bone Devil would not be able to break through to the Origin Realm, his battle power would increase significantly. It would be of great help to Huang Xiaolong. Xianxia's gaze was completely attracted to the immeasurable devil steel. The immeasurable devil steel looked extremely ancient. There were faint carvings on its surface that looked like the most ancient runes. This was only one side of the steel. On the other side, there were drawings of living beings of various shapes and sizes. Some of them had green faces and fangs, while others had 3 heads and 6 arms. They exuded a powerful devil aura, exuding a mysterious aura. This immeasurable devil steel is very unique. It can exude a mysterious fluctuation. I have only sensed it from afar, and it has been very beneficial to me. It can help me comprehend some powerful secret arts, and it can even deepen my understanding of cultivation. Now that I've come into contact with it, this feeling is even more profound. Xianxia said. It seems like this is a Devil Dao Supreme Treasure. Lu Ming nodded. He did not have the feeling that Xianxia had described. Suddenly, the immeasurable devil steel flashed, and a wisp of devil chi flew out from it. This wisp of devil chi flew into the distance, and the surrounding energy gathered towards it. In the end, it formed a boundless devil soul. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked. It turned out that the boundless devil soul was produced by the immeasurable devil steel. This had exceeded their expectations. The pure devil chi in the boundless devil soul had come from the immeasurable devil steel. Xianxia circled around the immeasurable devil steel, sizing it up. Swish, suddenly, another wisp of devil chi flew out from the immeasurable devil steel. This time, Xianxia was prepared. The moment the wisp of devil chi flew out, she also flew out. Her palm reached out, forming a giant palm that grabbed at the wisp of devil chi. In the end, the wisp of devil chi was caught by Xianxia. The wisp of devil chi seemed to have a life of its own as it twisted and struggled, trying to escape. However, it could not escape from Xianxia's palm. She sat cross-legged and circulated her cultivation technique, slowly absorbing the wisp of devil chi. After absorbing the wisp of devil chi, Xianxia's aura grew stronger. Such rich and pure devil chi. It's many times purer than the devil chi I got from the immeasurable devil soul. Xianxia exclaimed in admiration. Little Qing, you can focus on your cultivation. After all, the bone devil is merging with his bones. I'll stand guard for you. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and continued to wait. Devil chi didn't fly out from the immeasurable devil steel all the time. In the next few days, no devil chi flew out from the immeasurable devil steel. After 3 days, 2 wisps of devil chi flew out from the immeasurable devil steel and were caught by Xianxia. After catching the 2 strands of devil chi, Xianxia slowly refined them and absorbed them into his body. After refining them, he continued to wait. A few days later, more devil chi flew out from the immeasurable devil steel. Just like that, devil chi would fly out from the immeasurable devil steel every few days. After refining this devil chi, Xianxia's cultivation rose by leaps and bounds. Originally, Xianxia's cultivation was only at the early 7th layer of the Divine Master Realm. As he continued to refine the devil chi, his cultivation rose rapidly. In just a month, Xianxia's cultivation had reached the mid-7th layer of the Divine Master Realm. This speed was shocking. At this rate, as long as there was sufficient devil chi, Xianxia would be able to cultivate to the 8th layer of the Divine Master Realm. The Bone Devil was still merging with the devil chi. This pitch-black skeleton was clearly extraordinary. No one knew how strong it had been when it was alive. Hence, the speed of merging with the Bone Devil was extremely slow. 1 month's time wasn't enough. As for the immeasurable devil souls around the immeasurable devil steel, they were roaming around randomly. They didn't dare to approach the immeasurable devil steel. This made Lu Ming feel relieved. He split a portion of his attention to observe the surroundings while comprehending the battle symbol formula and other secret arts. He didn't want to waste any time. Time flew by, and another 2 months went by. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Several figures appeared in the distance. They were the heavenly human race's experts. The heavenly human race's experts were standing in the distance, looking at the immeasurable devil steel. They had clearly seen Lu Ming's group. Then, the three of them whispered to each other. One of them left in a hurry, while the other two stayed behind to guard the area. It seems like they went to look for help. Lu Ming pondered. Should he take the opportunity to leave? Lu Ming hesitated. In the end, Lu Ming decided to stay. The immeasurable devil souls surrounded the immeasurable devil steel. According to Xianxia, the closer the immeasurable devil souls were to the immeasurable devil steel, the stronger they would be. The immeasurable devil souls in the vicinity were all powerful existences. Even if the heavenly human race's experts came, they wouldn't be able to rush in. Sure enough, several experts from the heavenly human race rushed over. There were more than 20 of them. Even the weakest of them was a 9th-level divine master. There were more than a dozen of them, and there were even a dozen of them who were peak divine masters. Immeasurable devil steel, the devil steel of the immeasurable devil souls. The Lord of Extermination. Lu Ming's of the immortal of his face he saw an acquaintance, one of the 4 strongest heaven monarchs of the heaven palace, the Extermination heaven monarch. In Lord Huang heavenly human, of the god of devil immortal Huang Sm lords of the immeasurable him. The Lord of Extermination was definitely in existence standing at the peak of the divine master realm. He was definitely stronger than the devil steel of the immeasurable devil souls. Ordinary lords of heaven wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from him. This time, the heavenly palace had actually sent their strongest lord of heaven. They wanted to kill Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia are inside, but there are too many immeasurable devil souls. What should we do? Someone asked the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven stood in the middle, looking at Lu Ming and Xianxia. His face was gloomy. There are too many immeasurable devil souls here. There are more than 10,000 of them, and the closer they are to the devil steel, the stronger they are. With our strength, only death awaits us if we rush in. The Lord of Heaven said. In order to deal with the immeasurable devil souls, they had brought some treasures from the heavenly palace that could restrain the immeasurable devil souls. However, there were too many immeasurable devil souls here. Even if they had treasures that could restrain the immeasurable devil souls, it was useless. Then what should we do? The person from before asked. They will come out sooner or later. Let's just stay here and wait for them to come out. It won't be too late for us to take action after they come out. The Lord of Heaven said. The others nodded. Then, they scattered and hid themselves well, blocking the exit. Indeed, they don't dare to take action? Lu Ming muttered. Lu Ming was aware of the movements of the heavenly palace's experts. This wasn't out of Lu Ming's expectations. He had long expected that these heavenly humans wouldn't dare to take action and would stay outside. Now, we just have to wait for the bone demon. I hope that the bone demon's combat strength will skyrocket after fusing with the black bone. When the time comes, we can fight our way out. Lu Ming thought. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed. The bone demon was still fusing with the black bone. However, after a few years, the bone demon seemed to have reached the final juncture. The black bone had shrunk several times, shrinking to the size of an ordinary person. However, the bone seemed to have become more condensed, and it seemed to contain an extremely dense devil chi. The aura emanating from the bone was almost entirely the bone demon's aura. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the bone demon successfully fused with the black bone. After a few years of cultivation, Xianxia's cultivation had also improved greatly. She had reached the peak of the 7th-tier Divine Master realm. She wasn't far from the 8th-tier Divine Master realm. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Xianxia's body. The devil chi on her body flourished. Then, an illusory figure emerged from Xianxia's body. What a powerful aura! That woman seems to have been absorbing the devil chi to cultivate and increase her cultivation these past few years. A heavenly human expert exclaimed, revealing a look of envy and jealousy. Humph, even if she reaches the peak of the Divine Master realm, she's still no match for me. The extermination lord of heaven coldly snorted, her killing intent chilling. Also, from the 9th tier Divine Master realm to the peak of the Divine Master realm, one can't rely on absorbing energy. One needs to slowly condense their origin energy. By the time she reaches the peak of the Divine Master realm, the Heaven Destroyer will have been destroyed. At that time, the few of them left will not be able to escape death. The extermination lord of heaven coldly sneered. At this moment, Lu Ming completely ignored the people of the heavenly palace. His gaze was completely focused on the illusory figure on Xianxia's body. Lu Ming had seen this illusory figure before. In the past, when Xianxia pushed her fighting strength to the limit, this illusory figure would also appear on her body. This illusory figure was clearly that of a woman. Her figure was graceful and alluring, but it was a pity that her face was shrouded in a layer of devil chi, making it impossible to see her face clearly. In the past, Lu Ming had thought that this illusory figure could be Xianxia's previous incarnation. Later, Lu Ming thought that this illusory figure could be related to Fei Huang. After all, Fei Huang was Xianxia's master. But now, it seemed like neither of them were related. It didn't look like her at all. Buzz, right at this time, a shocking scene occurred. The immeasurable devil steel started to tremble violently. The carvings on the steel emitted a dazzling light, as if they had come to life. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. The immeasurable devil steel's trembling became more and more violent. Dense devil chi spread out from the steel, forming a pillar of devil chi that shot into the sky. Lu Ming wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded by this scene. The Heavenly Palace's experts in the distance were also dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. At this time, Xianxia also stopped cultivating and looked at the immeasurable devil steel in shock. Is this strange phenomenon related to Shaoqing? Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder. When Xianxia's shadow had appeared, the immeasurable devil steel had started to tremble. The timing was too coincidental, and it seemed to have been caused by the shadow. However, Xianxia had ended his cultivation, and the shadow around him had disappeared. Even so, the immeasurable devil steel was still trembling. What's going on? Why did the immeasurable devil steel start to tremble when I was cultivating? The bone devil was also alarmed, and he exclaimed in shock after ending the fusion. The soul flames in his eyes flickered, and it was clear that he didn't know what was going on. The immeasurable devil steel started to tremble more violently, and it eventually left the ground and flew high into the sky. The immeasurable devil souls in the surroundings let out ear-piercing shrieks as they roamed around restlessly. However, they didn't dare to get close to the immeasurable devil steel. The immeasurable devil steel started to shrink rapidly. It had originally been tens of thousands of zhong tall, but it quickly shrank to the size of a palm. Next, it transformed into a beam of light as it charged towards Xianxia. It was simply too fast. Xianxia wanted to dodge, but found that he was simply incapable of doing so. The immeasurable devil steel charged into Xianxia's forehead and disappeared. Xianxia seemed to have sensed something, and he sat down cross-legged. Boom, Xianxia's aura soared, and the shadow around him appeared once again. Xianxia was breaking through to the 8th level of the Divine Master realm. In a few breaths' time, Xianxia had successfully broken through the bottleneck, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Divine Master realm. However, it didn't stop there. His aura was still rising rapidly. Early 8th level of the Divine Master realm, mid-8th level of the Divine Master realm, Lu Ming, the Bone Devil, and the Heavenly Palace's experts were dumbfounded. The immeasurable devil souls let out ear-piercing shrieks as they charged towards Lu Ming, the Bone Devil, and Xianxia from all directions. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed. With so many immeasurable devil souls charging at them, only death was waiting for them. Bone Demon, do you have any ideas? Lu Ming shouted. No, run. Bone roared. Lu Ming was helpless. Just as he was about to put Xianxia into his desolate ring and go all out, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from Xianxia's body. This aura spread out in all directions like water ripples. This was the immeasurable devil steel's aura. The immeasurable devil souls stopped in their tracks, not daring to charge forward. Then, tens of thousands of endless demonic souls screamed in place, roaming about, as if they were extremely anxious. A moment later, tens of thousands of demonic souls scattered in all directions. In the past, they had gathered here because of the immeasurable devil steel. Now that the immeasurable devil steel had disappeared, they were running around in all directions. Not good, retreat. Let's go. This time, the masters of the heavenly palace were scared to death. A large number of immeasurable devil souls were charging at them, and they had already discovered them. The immeasurable devil souls shrieked, and a large number of them charged at the masters of the heavenly palace. Go! The Lord of Heaven of Extermination roared, and he retreated rapidly. More than 20 heavenly human race experts disappeared in the blink of an eye, not daring to linger. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He hadn't expected the crisis to be resolved so easily. Xianxia's aura was still rising. Late 8th level Godmaster Realm, peak 8th level Godmaster Realm, boom, in less than a minute, Xianxia's aura reached the 9th level of the Godmaster Realm. After reaching the 9th level of the Godmaster Realm, Xianxia's aura finally stabilized. His powerful aura also retracted. Xianxia opened his eyes. Little Qing, how are you? Lu Ming asked with concern. I'm fine. Xianxia smiled. He felt good after breaking through 2 levels of cultivation. Little Qing, what's going on with the immeasurable devil steel? Lu Ming asked. I don't know why the immeasurable devil steel suddenly flew into my body, but I feel that the immeasurable devil steel has already recognized me as its master. I can control it now, and I can comprehend some of the mysteries of the devil path from it at all times. Xianxia explained. Opportunity, what a great opportunity. The immeasurable devil steel is definitely one of the most precious treasures of the previous era. You actually managed to get your hands on it. This old devil is truly envious, jealous, and hateful. The Bone Devil shouted. The soul flames in his eye sockets flickered incessantly, revealing a look of intense jealousy. He was a great devil, and he could naturally sense how extraordinary the immeasurable devil steel was. To those who cultivated the devil path, it was definitely a supreme treasure. Bone Devil, didn't you obtain a great opportunity as well? How's the fusion with the skeleton coming along? Lu Ming changed the topic. It's almost done. It's a pity that I don't dare to break through due to the origin tribulation. Otherwise, I could use this opportunity to break through to the origin realm. Bone Devil sighed. Although you didn't break through, your battle strength should have increased by a lot, right? Lu Ming asked. Of course. Kid, I can suppress you with a single finger. Do you see that? My body is invulnerable. Even an origin-grade divine weapon can't hurt me. Ha ha ha, I'm invincible in the Divine Master Realm. Bone Devil roared with laughter. Invincible in the Divine Master Realm? Keep bragging. If ye immortal and ye Qiushan break through to the Divine Master Realm, can you deal with them? Lu Ming probed. Cough, cough, that kind of freak is another matter. However, I don't care about the so-called strongest person in the heavenly palace, the Lord of Heaven. Bone Devil said confidently. Is that so? Alright, let's go. We're leaving this place. Lu Ming said. He was quite happy inside. If Bone Devil was not bragging, then Bone Devil was equivalent to a strongest Lord of Heaven at the very least. Under the influence of the origin tribulation, divine masters were at the peak of the origin realm. A strongest Lord of Heaven could sometimes have a great impact on the battlefield. Moreover, Xianxia had also reached the 9th layer of the Divine Master Realm. Xianxia was extremely powerful in the first place. As a 9th layer Divine Master, Xianxia was definitely not an ordinary Lord of Heaven's opponent. Even if she was not as strong as a strongest Lord of Heaven, she should not be weaker than a peak Lord of Heaven. With Lu Ming's current battle strength, he was definitely not Xianxia's opponent. Even if they ran into the exterminating Lord of Heaven and the others, they had nothing to fear. Even if they were outnumbered, charging out should not be a problem. In a flicker, the 3 of them flew back the way they came. With Xianxia in control of the immeasurable devil steel, they had no need to fear the immeasurable devil soul. Hence, their speed was extremely fast. In a dozen minutes, they had covered a very long distance. Boom! 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 Suddenly, they heard a violent explosion in front of them, as well as a long whistle. It's the Heavenly Palace's people. It seems like the Heavenly Palace's people are fighting with the immeasurable devil soul. Bone Devil said. Let's go and take a look. If there's a chance, Lu Ming said. A cold light flickered in his eyes. This was a good opportunity. If there was a chance, Lu Ming did not mind taking action and eliminating the Heavenly Palace's experts. More than a dozen peak divine masters and a dozen ninth-layer divine masters. It was not a small loss for the Heavenly Palace. Currently, the Heavenly Palace and the Heaven Destroyer were at war. The Heaven Destroyer's base was in a precarious situation. Eliminating a portion of the Heavenly Palace's forces would be a great help to the Heaven Destroyer. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was just about to test my strength. Bone Devil grinned. Of course, it only revealed a row of black teeth. Kill. Xianxia was even more decisive. He charged in the direction of the sound. Soon, they arrived at the scene of the battle. As expected, it was the Heavenly Palace's people fighting with the immeasurable devil souls. At this time, the 20 or so Heavenly Palace's experts were surrounded by a large group of immeasurable devil souls. However, some of the Heavenly Palace's experts took out a few round beads. There were 7 round beads in total. These beads emitted a dazzling radiance, and a strange energy permeated the air. This energy vibrated in a unique way. Whenever the immeasurable devil souls rushed over, they would be sent flying. It seemed like these 7 round beads were specially made to restrain the immeasurable devil souls. However, there were too many immeasurable devil souls. Moreover, these immeasurable devil souls were the ones who had approached the immeasurable devil steel. They were extremely powerful. Although they were sent flying by the strange energy fluctuations, they were not destroyed. The Heavenly Palace's experts wanted to break out of the encirclement, but they couldn't do it in a short time. As long as we break those 7 round beads, the Heavenly Palace's experts will die. Lu Ming said. That's easy. Wait for me here. Bone Devil said. After saying that, he turned into a streak of black lightning and disappeared. A moment later, Bone Devil returned. The only difference was that his body was shrouded in a layer of devil chi. It was obvious that Bone Devil had killed an immeasurable devil soul and used the other party's devil chi to disguise himself as one of the immeasurable devil souls. Watch me. Bone Devil directly charged towards the Heavenly Palace's experts and the immeasurable devil souls. Those immeasurable devil souls treated Bone Devil as one of their own and did not attack him. Bone Devil's speed was extremely fast. He charged past the immeasurable devil souls in an instant and charged towards one of the round beads. It's him. It's the skeleton beside Lu Ming. Stop him. The people of the Heavenly Palace naturally recognized Bone Demon. Several Lord of Heaven immediately attacked Gumo. Several terrifying attacks were launched at Gumo. However, Gumo didn't care about these attacks at all. He didn't have any intention of blocking them and allowed the attacks to land on his body. Clang! 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 3 sounds of metal clashing rang out, but Gumo was completely fine. The 3 attacks did not leave a single mark on his body. He rushed past them without stopping and arrived in front of one of the beads. His pitch-black palm bone slashed at the bead like a demonic blade. Bang! The bead immediately exploded. Of the 7 beads, there were still 6 left. After shattering this bead, the Bone Demon quickly rushed to the next bead. With another palm strike, the second bead exploded. The Bone Demon's speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, it had shattered 2 of the beads. Many heavenly humans finally reacted. Damn it, damn skeleton, blast him to pieces. Kill. More than 20 heavenly humans were enraged. They unleashed all their strength and attacked Gumo. These beads were their life-saving treasures. If all of them were destroyed, they would lose their treasures that could suppress the infinite demonic soul. Only death awaited them. Therefore, they attacked with all their might. Break! The Bone Demon's soul fluctuated. His hands were like demonic blades as they slashed out continuously, breaking the attacks one by one. Even if some of the attacks landed on Gumo, he only staggered a little. It was as if nothing had happened. He broke through the attacks and arrived in front of the third bead. With a palm strike, he shattered the bead. There were still 4 beads left. The bone demon rushed to the 4th bead. "You're courting death." With a roar, a sharp sword light slashed at the bone demon. The sword chi whistled and filled the air with terrifying fluctuations. The soul fire in the bone demon's eye sockets flickered. The sword made him feel a sense of danger. Source-level weapon. A thought flashed through the bone demon's mind. He didn't need to look to know that this was an attack from a source-level weapon. He grabbed at the air, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. The spear swept out horizontally. Clang, the spear and the sword light collided with a deafening boom. A terrifying force spread out in all directions. Puff, puff. 2 9th-tier divine masters of the heavenly palace couldn't dodge in time. They were struck by the scattered force and died on the spot. Then, the 2 figures floated backward. One was the bone demon, and the other was the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. The one who had attacked just now was the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. The battle sword in his hand was an source-level weapon. "The weapon of my heavenly palace," the Lord of Heaven of Extermination said coldly as he looked coldly at the golden battle spear in the bone demon's hand. "Soon, the battle sword in your hand will be mine." The bone demon's soul fluctuated and produced a voice. The golden battle spear in his hand was indeed obtained from the heavenly human tribe expert. In the world of light. Today, I will make you pay with your life. Not just anyone can use the weapon of my heavenly human tribe. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination said coldly. His body exuded a powerful aura as he pushed his fighting strength to the limit. He stepped forward and charged at the bone demon. The bone demon was fearless. He waved his battle spear and met the attack. Clang! Clang, the 2 moved with astonishing speed. After exchanging several dozen blows, the victor was still undecided. The bone demon is indeed much stronger than before. In the past, he would never have been able to match the Lord of Heaven of Extermination, but in terms of strength, the 2 seem to be on par. Lu Ming muttered. "If this battle drags on, the bone demon will win," Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. That was indeed the case. The bone demon had fused with a pitch-black skeleton. His body was indestructible, and his demonic chi was extremely dense. Although the offensive strength of the 2 was about the same, the bone demon was superior in other aspects. In the short term, the 2 might be on par, but in the long term, the bone demon would win. After exchanging several dozen blows, the bone demon ignored his defense and took a blow from his opponent. Then, he threw out his spear and swept it at the Lord of Heaven of Extermination. The Lord of Heaven of Extermination coughed up blood and retreated. His body almost exploded, and his face was pale. Bam! Bam! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the bone demon stabbed out twice with his spear and shattered 2 more round pearls. Now, there were only 2 round pearls left in the heavenly palace. The immeasurable demonic souls screamed and rushed toward the experts of the heavenly palace. With only 2 round pearls left, it was impossible to protect all sides. There would always be openings. Many immeasurable demonic souls rushed in and attacked the experts of the heavenly palace. The experts of the heavenly palace could only fight back. However, ordinary attacks were ineffective against these immeasurable demonic souls. These immeasurable demonic souls were very powerful. Suddenly, many 9th-tier divine master heavenly humans screamed. Their faces became ferocious, and their eyes turned blood red. They were completely filled with negative emotions. Kill, kill, kill. Several celestial beings roared, and they actually attacked their own people. Puff puff, blood splattered everywhere. Several heavenly human tribe members were killed by their own people. They have been controlled by the inner demon and have completely fallen. Kill them! The Lord of Heaven of Annihilation shouted. Several Lord of Heaven of Annihilation attacked and killed the heavenly human tribe members who had fallen into madness. However, more immeasurable demonic souls rushed over and they couldn't kill them all. Some of the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation were also affected by the immeasurable demonic souls. The negative emotions in their hearts kept erupting. As for the bone devil, it set its sights on the remaining 2 beads and charged towards them. "Let's work together and stop him," the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation shouted as he waved his origin divine weapon and attacked Gumo. At the same time, the other Lord of Heaven of Annihilation also attacked Gumo. Among them, the Lord of Heaven of Silver Armor was also very powerful. He was a top Lord of Heaven of the Heavenly Palace. He was second only to the 4th strongest Lord of Heaven. He also wielded a source-grade divine weapon, a silver spear. Gumo waved his spear and blocked the attacks of the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation. He staggered and retreated. However, as soon as Gumo retreated, he attacked the other party again. Although Gumo's defense was strong, his explosive attack was about the same as the Lord of Heaven of Annihilation. The other party's experts worked together and blocked Gumo's attack. They also knew Gumo's weakness, which was his eye sockets. That was where Gumo's soul was. Gumo's body was indestructible, but his soul was his weakness. In this way, Gumo had to focus on defense and couldn't break through the other party's defense. However, the other party only had 2 beads left and their defense was insufficient. Immeasurable demonic souls kept rushing in and many heavenly human tribe members were affected. Some heavenly human tribe members were completely controlled by the inner demon. The other heavenly human tribe members could only attack and kill them. After being controlled by the inner demon, they had become killing puppets. Otherwise, they would turn around and kill their own people. "Lu Ming, let's attack too," Xianxia whispered. "Attack. Go around and exterminate the Lord of Heaven and the others," Lu Ming said. The 2 of them quietly took a detour. The people of the heavenly human tribe were fighting with all their might, so how could they still notice Lu Ming and the other person? When they circled behind the Lord of Heaven and the others, the 2 of them charged toward the battlefield. Those boundless devil souls had discovered the 2 of them, and they were about to pounce on them. However, Xianxia controlled the boundless devil steel and released a wisp of aura that deterred those boundless devil souls from approaching. The 2 of them successfully passed through the infinite demonic souls and arrived behind the Lord of Heaven. "Lu Ming, die." The people of the Heavenly Palace naturally discovered Lu Ming and the other person. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven roared and stabbed his silver spear at Lu Ming. However, Xianxia made his move. He took out his source-grade divine weapon and clashed with the silver spear. A loud explosion resounded as the silver-armored man's attack was blocked. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven was shocked as he stared at Xianxia. When they exchanged blows, he felt that Xianxia's strength was shockingly strong. It seemed that Xianxia wasn't any weaker than him. Heavenly Demon Domain. Xianxia pressed his palm down and the Heavenly Demon Domain enveloped the battlefield. Black lotus flowers appeared and turned into sword chi that filled the sky. They attacked the people of the Heavenly Palace. At the same time, Lu Ming also made his move. He rushed towards the experts of the Heavenly Human Tribe. As he rushed out, Xiao turned into a mirror and a light shield that enveloped the people of the Heavenly Human Tribe. Those with weaker strength were immediately affected by the illusion and their movements paused for a moment. Gumo wouldn't miss this opportunity. He stabbed out with his spear and killed the 2 Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming, on the other hand, became one with his spear and used the sky-breaking style. He rushed out and stabbed at the silver-armored Lord of Heaven. Unfortunately, the Lord of Heaven reacted too quickly. He was almost unaffected by Xiao's illusion. He slashed his sword at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked and could only retreat quickly to avoid the sword. There was still a huge gap between his current strength and extermination heaven lords. "Your opponent is me," Gumo shouted coldly. His spear was like a golden bolt of lightning as it stabbed at the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven had no choice but to fight with Gumo with all his strength. Meanwhile, Xianxia was entangled with the silver-armored Lord of Heaven. Swoosh, Lu Ming changed his direction and rushed towards one of the beads. "Get lost." Several Lord of Heaven roared and attacked Lu Ming together. However, Lu Ming was fearless. He waved his war god spear and blocked 2 attacks. As for the other 2 attacks, Lu Ming didn't care. He let them hit his body because Xiao had turned into armor and covered his body. With Xiao's defense, Lu Ming blocked the 2 attacks. He rushed past them and stabbed his war god spear twice in a row. This time, Lu Ming activated the power of origin. The power of origin exploded in the War God Spear, activating a trace of the War God Spear's power and greatly increasing Lu Ming's attack power. Two of the Lord of Heaven's experts tried their best to defend against Huang Xiaolong's attack, but they failed. Their bodies shook violently as they staggered back, coughing up blood. One of them had a hole in his body, and he was almost killed. After injuring the two Lord of Heaven, Lu Ming didn't stop there. The War God Spear swept out horizontally. Bang, one of the beads was directly blasted apart. With only one bead left, the Seven Moons bead's area of defense became smaller. A large number of immeasurable devil souls rushed towards the Heavenly Palace's experts. Xianxia sent a wisp of energy into Lu Ming's body that contained the immeasurable devil steel's aura. The immeasurable devil souls avoided him on purpose. More heavenly humans were attacked by the immeasurable devil souls. When the immeasurable devil souls rushed past their bodies, terrifying and strange energy erupted, triggering the negative emotions in their hearts. Kill. 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 I'm number one under the heavens. Number one under the heavens, my ass. I'm the invincible one under the heavens. Those who go against me must die. Kill. I want to become the origin. I want to live forever. The heavenly humans' negative emotions erupted as they fell into their heart demons. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their expressions were hideous. As the immeasurable devil souls continued to attack, their heart demons grew stronger. By this time, the 9th level God Masters were already dead. The remaining experts on the Lord of Heaven's level couldn't resist the influence of their heart demons, and they slowly fell into madness. Regardless of who it was, there were negative emotions in their hearts. Even the Buddha race's top experts couldn't ignore everything. Once they fell into their heart demons, it was extremely terrifying. In the end, these heavenly humans started to kill each other. Lu Ming retreated in time to avoid being implicated. Charge out! The exterminating Lord of Heaven roared. After exchanging a move with the Bone Devil, both of them retreated. Then, he controlled the last bead and led the silver-armored Lord of Heaven and two other Lord of Heaven in a mad dash in a certain direction. Stay! The Bone Devil wouldn't let them leave so easily. He charged forward. Die for me! One of the Lord of Heaven revealed a crazed expression as he charged at the Bone Devil. As he charged, his body emitted a dazzling light. He wanted to self-detonate. Be careful! Lu Ming roared to warn Bone Demon. At the same time, he quickly retreated to Xianxia's side, wanting to put Xianxia into the Chaos Ring. You want to self-destruct in front of me? Dream on! Bone Demon shouted coldly. Instead of retreating, he rushed towards the other party, completely ignoring the other party's attack. In an instant, he rushed into the other party's arms. His palm was like a knife, stabbing into the other party's dantian, directly crushing the other party's universe bridge. Then, the other hand chopped down, splitting the Lord of Heaven into two halves, completely killing him. However, this heavenly monarch had also obstructed the Bone Demon for a short while, giving the extermination heavenly monarch an opportunity. He was very decisive and directly threw the last round bead in a direction. Explode! The Lord of Heaven the extermination shouted softly, and the round bead exploded with a boom. The round bead exploded, forming a shockwave of energy. Everywhere it passed, a large number of infinite demonic souls were destroyed, and a path was forcibly opened in the crowd of infinite demonic souls. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Lord of Heaven the extermination, the silver-armored Lord of Heaven, and the other Lord of Heaven, the three of them quickly rushed towards the path. Stay! Lu Ming and Xianxia attacked. Xianxia performed the heavenly demon territory, enveloping the three Lord of Heaven in it. On the other hand, Lu Ming performed the primeval style and condensed a piece of land to suppress the trio. Their attacks were mainly to delay. They wanted to delay the three of them, waiting for Bone Demon or infinite demonic souls to rush over. Break! The three Lord of Heaven roared and attacked together. Among them, the Lord of Heaven the extermination and the silver-armored Lord of Heaven were too strong. Both of them controlled source-level divine weapons. With a blow, they directly tore apart the Chaos Continent and the heavenly demon territory and continued to escape. However, at the critical moment, Qiu shot out a beam of light that enveloped the three of them, Xianxia was now at the 8th level of the God Lord realm, and the illusory energy contained in the Pillar of Light was extremely powerful. Of the three of them, only the exterminating Lord of Heaven was completely unaffected and could instantly break free. The other two would also be affected. Although the silver-armored Lord of Heaven would only be slightly affected, he would be able to quickly break free. However, this slight influence was already enough. Because the Bone Devil had arrived. Boom! Lu Ming activated the golden spear, causing it to become incomparably huge. It pressed down on the silver-armored Lord of Heaven and the other Lord of Heaven. However, the exterminating Lord of Heaven was too fast and had already escaped the attack range. Ah! The silver-armored Lord of Heaven roared as he broke free from the illusion. He channeled all of his strength into the silver spear and placed it in front of him, trying to block the Bone Demon's attack. Clang! The two source-level divine weapons collided with each other, creating a powerful shockwave that bent the silver spear. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven's body shook violently as he retreated, spitting out blood. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven was clearly no match for the Bone Demon and had been heavily injured in one blow. The Bone Demon's attacks continued, sweeping through the enemy like a storm. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and Xianxia charged at the other Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming and Xianxia working together to deal with an ordinary Lord of Heaven was far too easy. In just one blow, their opponent had been heavily injured. Aya! This Lord of Heaven held, his face savage as his body erupted with dazzling light. He was actually trying to self-detonate again. However, self-detonation required some time. How could Lu Ming and Xianxia give him that time? Xianxia used the heavenly demon domain to tightly seal him, while Lu Ming used the heaven-breaking style to pierce through his forehead, killing him completely. On the other side, the silver-armored Lord of Heaven was no match for the Bone Demon at all. He was completely suppressed. The bones in his arms were broken, and he almost lost his grip on his spear. Annihilation, come and help me! The silver-armored Lord of Heaven roared, wanting to call the Lord of Heaven to help him. However, the Lord of Heaven did not even look back as he hurried away. He had finally broken out of the immeasurable demonic soul's encirclement. How could he let himself fall into danger again? Moreover, the Bone Demon was too strong. If he returned to save the silver-armored Lord of Heaven, he might very well die. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Our people will avenge you. The Lord of Heaven's voice rang out as he left without looking back. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven let out a desperate roar. He could only fight with his life on the line. However, there was a big gap between his strength and the Bone Demon's. In addition, Xianxia and Lu Ming immediately came to help the Bone Demon. The silver-armored Lord of Heaven's fate was already sealed. He could not even perish together with the Bone Demon. After a few moves, the Bone Demon's golden spear pierced through his head. After killing the silver-armored Lord of Heaven, the Bone Demon reached out and grabbed the silver spear in his hand. Unfortunately, that guy ran away. The Bone Demon sighed and looked in the direction the Lord of Heaven had escaped. The other party had already broken out of the immeasurable demonic soul's encirclement. It was impossible to catch up to him. Lu Ming also felt that it was a pity. That was the strongest Lord of Heaven. If they could kill him, it would be a huge loss to the heavenly palace. Lu Ming, this silver spear. The Bone Demon stared at the silver spear in his hand and dragged out his words. How could Lu Ming not understand the Bone Demon's meaning? He smiled and said, "This time, it's all thanks to you that Xiaoqing was able to obtain the immeasurable devil steel. We were able to kill so many experts of the heavenly palace. This source-grade divine weapon naturally belongs to you." Haha, then I won't stand on ceremony. The Bone Demon laughed and said, "Lu Ming, can I use these two source-grade divine weapons to exchange for one of the heavenly court's divine weapons?" The soul fire in the Bone Demon's eyes flickered as he spoke. It was obvious that he was embarrassed. His two source-grade divine weapons were just ordinary source-grade divine weapons. They couldn't be compared to the heavenly court's divine weapons in Lu Ming's possession. That was a top-grade divine weapon. However, he really coveted the heavenly court's divine weapons in Lu Ming's possession. He could only thicken his skin and ask. Of course. Lu Ming agreed without hesitation. He wasn't stupid. He knew the value of a heavenly court's divine weapon far exceeded two ordinary source-grade divine weapons. However, he didn't lose out by exchanging it with the Bone Demon. The Bone Demon was his follower. If the Bone Demon had a heavenly quartz divine weapon, his strength would increase. Wouldn't that be more beneficial to him? In fact, even if the Bone Demon hadn't said anything, Huang Xiaolong wanted to give him a heavenly quartz divine weapon so that he could unleash his full strength. The Bone Demon's words were exactly what Lu Ming wanted. Hearing Lu Ming's straightforward answer, the Bone Demon was overjoyed. His soul fire flickered as he said, "Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't misjudge you. You're really loyal. Bone Demon, which divine weapon do you want? Other than the War God Spear, you can choose anything else." Lu Ming said, "I want that violet gold battle axe. It's simple and powerful in battle." The Bone Demon said. Lu Ming's mind moved and the violet gold battle axe appeared in his hand. He handed it to the Bone Demon without hesitation. The Bone Demon received it and couldn't bear to part with it. Then, he handed the golden and silver spear to Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, I'll enter your chaos ring first and refine the violet gold battle axe. You guys should leave quickly. That Lord of Heaven has escaped. The Heavenly Palace will know soon." The Bone Demon said. Guimo entered the primordial ring and began to refine the violet gold war battle axe. Guimo was only a peak almighty right now, so his origin energy was limited. After obtaining the source-grade weapon, he needed to refine it before he could use it. This was different from reciprocity experts. Reciprocity experts basically did not need to refine their source-grade weapons to unleash great power. This was also the reason why Lu Ming had lent the source-grade weapons to Heaven Destroyer's reciprocity experts and not to peak almighty experts. This was because almighty experts could not use the source-grade weapons immediately. They needed time to refine them before they could unleash some of their power, so lending them out was useless. Of course, if reciprocity experts took the time to refine the source-grade weapons, it would be easier for them to use them and their power would be greater. Lu Ming and Xianxia left the boundless demonic abyss and the continent. "Lu Ming, where are you going next?" Xianxia asked. "Mid-Autumn Moon, Dandan, Bubble, and the others are all cultivating in seclusion. Since the people of the Heavenly Palace can find you, I'm afraid they can find the others as well. I want to bring the others out." Lu Ming said. "That's right. If the people of the Heavenly Palace find us, it'll be extremely dangerous. This time, it's all thanks to the arrangements left behind by Master Fei Huang. However, do you know where they are?" Xianxia asked. "When the Origin Tribulation descended, Fei Huang once drew a map of all your seclusion locations and gave it to me. She was probably afraid of encountering a situation like this." Lu Ming said. He then took out the jade token that Fei Huang had given him and looked at it. The jade tablet recorded the specific locations where Dandan and the others were cultivating in seclusion during Autumn Moon. The closest place to here is the Sea of Yuanqing where Autumn Moon is. "Let's go to the Sea of Yuanqing first and bring Qiu Autumn Moon out," Lu Ming said. Then the two of them turned into two streaks of light and left, heading towards the Sea of Yuanqing. The void of the universe ruins was also filled with danger. However, the two of them were more experienced and lucky. They did not encounter any danger along the way. However, the continents they passed by along the way surprised them quite a lot. Especially Xianxia. Lu Ming had seen a lot of them before. Xianxia. Most of the continents in the ruins of the universe were deathly still. Aside from some terrifying insects, there were no plants or other life forms on the continents. But now, plants had sprouted on many continents. Flowers were blooming, and plants were flourishing. Huge trees were spread across the continents, and they were lush and full of vitality. The continent was filled with exuberant energy and life essence. How was this still deathly still? It had clearly become a holy land for cultivation. Although these continent fragments hadn't given birth to living beings yet, it was only a matter of time before they did. The heaven and earth have really changed. The profound laws of the universe ruins have become orderly. Everywhere is filled with vitality. Everywhere can be a cultivation paradise. Xianxia exclaimed. Yes, there are many places in the universe ruins. Although they are not of much help to the Divine Master Realm or above, they are very beneficial to the cultivation of those below the Divine Master Realm. The lower the cultivation, the greater the effect. I can imagine that after a long period of time, it's not impossible for some main-level divine medicines to be born. Lu Ming said. Is the entire universe going to usher in a golden age of cultivation and return to the primeval continent of the last era? Xianxia exclaimed. It was very likely according to the current trend. So, we can't let the heavenly human race monopolize these infinite resources. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded solemnly. Indeed, the universe ruins had undergone a great change and would usher in an unprecedented era. If the Heaven Destroyer could survive this disaster, then occupy a part of the universe ruins and cultivate its descendants, it would become stronger and stronger in the future. It might be able to compete with the Heavenly Palace. We've arrived at the Sea of Yuanqing. Suddenly, Lu Ming whispered with a hint of joy. They were about to see the autumn moon. You're so happy to see the autumn moon? Are you not happy to see me? Xianxia glanced at Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He quickly smiled and said, how could that be? I don't know how happy I am to see you, Xiaoqing. When I knew that you might be in danger, the first person I thought of was you. Lu Ming said affectionately as he held Xianxia's small hand. Fool, I'm joking with you. Xianxia burst into laughter. She was so charming that Lu Ming was mesmerized by her. Xiaoqing, you're so beautiful. I can't get enough of you even if I look at you for the rest of my life. Lu Ming said. Glib tongue, Ling Yue, Huang Ling, Mulans, and the others, is this how you captured their hearts? Xianxia said coldly. Lu Ming wished he could slap himself. Why did he have such a cheap mouth? Xiaoqing, let's go pick up the autumn moon. Lu Ming quickly changed the topic and flew forward. In the void in front of them, there was an ocean floating. This ocean was very large, even larger than a fragment of a continent. The seawater was not ordinary seawater. It actually had 9 colors and was filled with dazzling multicolored light. It wasn't strange for an ocean to be floating in the universe ruins. There were many places with it, and it wasn't the first time Lu Ming had seen it. However, the seawater was actually 9 colors. This was definitely the first time he had seen it. The autumn moon's 9 orifices sacred heart also contains 9 colors. Could it be that this Sea of Yuanqing has something to do with the 9 orifices sacred heart? Lu Ming pondered. Perhaps it was really possible. Otherwise, Fei Huang wouldn't have sent the autumn moon here. Xianxia followed behind Lu Ming and the two of them flew into the Sea of Yuanqing. After flying into the Sea of Yuanqing, they realized that the Sea of Yuanqing was really big. It was vast and boundless. Lu Ming took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message to the autumn moon. However, he realized that it couldn't be sent out at all. With such a big Sea of Yuanqing, how can we find the autumn moon if the news can't be sent out? Lu Ming frowned. Lu Ming, the people from the Heavenly Palace shouldn't have discovered this place yet. Let's split up and search. Xianxia suggested. Alright, let's split up and search. Once there's news, immediately send a message. Lu Ming nodded. The two of them flew in 2 different directions. They spread out their spiritual senses to search for the autumn moon. However, after searching for several hours, they didn't find anything. If the autumn moon is cultivating at the bottom of the sea, it's useless for me to search like this. Let's go into the sea and have a look. Lu Ming thought for a while. Then, with a plop, he dived into the sea. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a powerful force in the sea hitting him. This force was really similar to the power of the 9 orifices sacred heart of the autumn moon. However, although this force was strong, it wasn't difficult for Lu Ming to block it with his current cultivation. He had been searching in one direction in the sea. There were no living creatures in the Sea of Yuanxian. Apart from the 9-colored seawater, there was nothing else. Lu Ming searched for 7 days in a row but found nothing. Let's go out and see if Xiaoqing has found anything. Lu Ming rushed out of the sea. Because of the strong impact in the sea, the voice transmission jade talisman could not be transmitted in the sea. Soon after coming to the sea, Lu Ming received a message from Xianxia. Lu Ming immediately flew in the direction of Xianxia. Lu Ming flew at full speed and soon found Xianxia. Xiaoqing, what did you find? Lu Ming asked. Let's go down and have a look, Xianxia said. When the two entered the sea, Lu Ming's eyes immediately lit up. This was because the seawater here was different from the seawater he had explored before. There were many fish in the sea here. These fishes were also colorful, a riot of colors. Lu Ming looked carefully. There were 9 colors of these fish, which was similar to the sea. The point was that these fish were not living creatures, but made of energy. However, they were very similar to real living creatures. Their eyes were very smart. When they saw Lu Ming and Xianxia, they were not afraid. They swam around the two of them and looked at them curiously. Amazing. They are not living creatures, but they contain intelligence. Lu Ming sighed. There will be more and more of these fish as we move forward in this direction, Xianxia said. Let's go and have a look. The two of them moved forward. Sure enough, the more colorful fish they moved forward, the more colorful fish there were. These fish were not aggressive at all. At most, they looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia curiously and swam away. The two of them kept moving forward. After a day, Lu Ming estimated that they were about to reach the central area of the Sea of Xianxia. At this time, the two of them made another discovery. They discovered that many plants had appeared in the seawater. These plants also had 9 different colors. At this point, the impact of the seawater was getting stronger and stronger. Just as the two of them were about to continue forward, the seawater in front of them suddenly began to ripple violently. It turned into a huge pillar of water that shot towards them. The two of them were shocked and quickly dodged. However, more and more water pillars appeared. In the end, they were densely packed together. Bang! Lu Ming was finally hit by a water pillar. The powerful force caused Lu Ming to continuously retreat. What a strong power! But there must be something strange about this place. Maybe the autumn moon is right in front of us. Break for me! Lu Ming took out the war god's spear and used the heaven-breaking stone to stab at one of the water pillars. With a loud bang, the water pillar was directly pierced and exploded. Xianxia also made a move. He took out his source-grade divine weapon and destroyed several water pillars in succession. The two of them no longer dodged. Instead, they worked together to break through the water column and continued forward. Whoosh! Suddenly, the water pillars all disappeared. However, the water was still flowing rapidly. In the end, it actually gathered into a figure. It was a figure made of 9-colored seawater. It could be clearly seen that it was a woman. She was very beautiful and seemed to be around 30 years old. She stretched out her hand and instantly, endless seawater surged towards Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia wanted to dodge, but they discovered that their bodies were frozen by the 9-colored seawater. At this moment, the two of them turned pale with fright. However, no matter how they resisted, it was useless. The difference was too great. The surrounding seawater turned into 2 huge hands and grabbed Lu Ming and Xianxia. However, it only grabbed them and did not attack them further. What a strong power! It's impossible for a divine master to have such power. This is definitely the power of the Origin Realm. However, under the Origin Tribulation, Origin Realm existences would have to seal themselves and not dare to come out. How can there be an Origin Realm expert here? Lu Ming's mind raced. He found it hard to believe. The other party doesn't seem to be an Origin Realm existence. It's not a living being, Xianxia said. After all, she was an Origin Realm existence in her previous life, so she could see something. Don't enter this place. Leave. The figure condensed from seawater actually spoke. Lu Ming was delighted. Since the other party could speak, there was room for negotiation. Moreover, the other party did not seem to want to kill them. Otherwise, with their strength, they would have been finished long ago. Senior, we're here to look for someone. Have you seen a young woman called Autumn Moon? She came here before. Lu Ming shouted. What's your relationship with her? The figure condensed from seawater asked. Lu Ming glanced at Xianxia. He's Autumn Moon's husband. Xianxia pointed at Lu Ming. Oh, so it's you. Autumn Moon did mention that you're looking for her. After the figure condensed from seawater finished speaking, another figure condensed from seawater on the other side. Who else could it be but Autumn Moon? Yes, it's her. Lu Ming was overjoyed. You can leave. You can't see her now. She's receiving my inheritance. The figure condensed from seawater said. Huh? Lu Ming and Xianxia were both stunned. Senior, you don't know. The people from the Heavenly Palace will probably find this place very soon. At that time, it will be unfavorable for Autumn Moon. If Autumn Moon continues to stay here, it will be very dangerous. Lu Ming called out. The Heavenly Palace? The figure condensed from seawater whispered. Then it asked, what kind of experts will the Heavenly Palace send here? As long as it's not above the origin realm, I can guarantee Autumn Moon's safety. Above the origin realm? How arrogant. This was Lu Ming's first reaction. Of course, it was only a thought that flashed through his mind. He did not dare to say it out loud. Senior, that won't happen. Now that the origin tribulation has descended, the existences of the origin realm have all sealed themselves. The strongest are peak divine masters. Lu Ming said. The origin tribulation has actually descended now? The sound of seawater condensing seemed to be very surprised. This surprised Lu Ming and Xianxia. The person in front of them was definitely an existence of the origin realm or above. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so powerful. However, how could such a person not know about the origin tribulation? Was it not said that when the origin tribulation descended, no matter where in the entire universe, as long as one was at or above the origin realm, it would be difficult to avoid it? Senior, won't you be affected by the origin tribulation? Lu Ming asked. This was definitely a big matter. Now that the origin tribulation had been sealed, the strongest were divine masters. If the existences of the origin realm were not affected, would they not be able to sweep through the universe? I've already fallen. Naturally, I won't be affected by the origin tribulation. The figure condensed from seawater said. What? Lu Ming and Xianxia were both shocked. The person in front of them had already fallen. Was the person speaking to them an imprint or brand left behind by him? Whatever. I'll tell you about me in detail. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave at ease. I'm the same as Autumn Moon. I once possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices. The figure condensed from seawater began to explain in detail. Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked when they heard what the figure said. Did this person once possess the sacred heart of 9 orifices? As far as they knew, there were only 2 people who possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices since the beginning of the primitive universe. Before the mid-autumn moon, there was only one person. That person was a legend in the primitive universe. He had unparalleled talent, but he was a loner. He did not join any faction and cultivated alone. There were very few records of that person. They only knew that the person was at least at the origin realm in the end, but he suddenly disappeared and never appeared again. Therefore, there were not many records of the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the universe. Could the figure condensed from the sea be the legendary person? Or was this person from the previous era? However, as the person continued speaking, Lu Ming and Xianxia finally understood. It turned out that this person was really the one and only sacred heart of 9 orifices in the universe before the mid-autumn moon. Her name was Xianxia. It had to be said that Xianxia was really an unparalleled genius with rare talent. She had the sacred heart of 9 orifices. Without anyone to guide her, she groped alone, referring to the experiences of cultivators with similar sacred hearts of 7 orifices or 5 orifices to find her own path. Her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, crushing her peers. She stayed away from disputes and cultivated alone. When her cultivation reached the Divine Master realm, she entered the ruins of the universe. She wanted to find the cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the ruins of the universe. She believed that there must have been someone who possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the previous era. She hoped to find the cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices that was left behind from the previous era. Unfortunately, she spent countless years and still did not find the complete cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices. However, she did find an incomplete cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices. It allowed her to confirm that there were indeed people who possessed the sacred heart of 9 orifices in the previous era, and there were many of them. Some had even cultivated to the transcendent realm. In the end, Xianxia relied on the incomplete cultivation method of the sacred heart of 9 orifices and her talent to cross the mountain of the origin realm and enter a new realm. Although this realm did not reach the transcendent realm, it was still far stronger than the origin realm. However, that realm was too difficult. There were layers upon layers of tribulations, and every step was filled with danger. Without any experience or guidance from predecessors, she finally encountered a huge problem. In the end, she wasn't able to pass through and died in this sea of Yuan heart. However, although she had fallen, the remnant imprint and the core of her power, the sacred heart of 9 orifices, had unintentionally merged with the sea of Yuan Xian. In other words, she was the sea of Yuan Xian. Just like that, countless years passed. She saw countless people come to the primordial heart sea and then leave. Until 800 or 900 years ago, the autumn moon came to this place. For countless years, the first 9 apertures sacred heart had come here. Xianxia was naturally overjoyed. Everything she had learned and comprehended could not be cut off just like that. Also, she wasn't willing to give up on the path that she hadn't taken yet. She needed someone to take it for her. Therefore, after a series of tests, she decided to pass on everything she had learned to Qiu Autumn Moon. So, Mid-Autumn Moon is now accepting Senior's inheritance? Lu Ming asked. Yes, but this path is very difficult. Without the experience of predecessors, she can only rely on herself. Therefore, she needs to be very careful. The mistakes that I have made in the past have to be avoided. There are many things to learn. The inheritance will take a long time. Xianxia said. How long will it take? Lu Ming asked. 1,000 years if it's short. It's hard to say if it's long. It depends on her comprehension ability. Xianxia said. Lu Ming sighed. It seemed that he couldn't take Mid-Autumn Moon away now. However, he was happy for Mid-Autumn Moon to have such an opportunity. He was also happy for Autumn Moon. Otherwise, Mid-Autumn Moon would be like Xianxia. Without anyone to guide her, she would have to rely on herself to comprehend. It was too difficult. Senior, if the Heavenly Palace finds this place, will it really be okay? Lu Ming asked again. He was still a little worried. Don't worry. Although I can never leave this place, I can still use part of my strength in this sea of elemental heart. Not to mention that it's the origin tribulation now, even if it's the origin realm, I can still stop it and ensure Mid-Autumn Moon's safety. Xianxia said. Hearing Xiangxia's words, Lu Ming was relieved. In fact, it was the best choice for Mid-Autumn Moon to stay here and accept the inheritance. Not only could she increase her strength, but she also had the protection of an unfathomable existence. There wouldn't be any danger. If she left with him, she would most likely face a fierce battle, which would be even more dangerous. Little Qing, let's go. Lu Ming turned his head and smiled at Xianxia. Yes, Xianxia nodded. The two turned and left. After the two left, the figure condensed by the sea also dissipated. The sea returned to its calm state. Soon, Lu Ming and Xianxia left the Sea of Elemental Heart. Lu Ming, where are we going next? Xianxia asked. The closest place to this place should be the Wanhua ruins. Dandan should be there. Let's go find Dandan first. Lu Ming said. Then, the two of them went to Dandan's location. More than a month later, the two of them arrived at the Wanhua ruins. In the void ahead, there was a fragment of a continent floating. The two of them quickly approached and landed on the edge of the continent. Be careful. Don't go any further. This place is full of danger. Guillemot had flown out at some point and looked into the distance. He warned Lu Ming and Xianxia. Lu Ming and Xianxia nodded. In fact, they could also see it. The terrain here was extremely complicated. Mountains were stacked on top of each other. Some of these mountains looked like divine dragons, some like phoenixes, some like divine swords, some like spears. However, these mountains seemed to be connected to each other. They emitted a terrifying aura that gave people a strong sense of crisis. Lu Ming had a feeling that as soon as he set foot on these mountain peaks, he would encounter a terrifying attack. Formation. Lu Ming understood that there were terrifying arrays everywhere in this place. Senior Fei Huang said that this place is a relic left behind by a great formation force from the previous era. There are formations everywhere. I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to enter. Lu Ming said. Not only that, many of the formations here are natural. Although many of them are broken, they are still terrifying. Guemo said. He had lived for a long time and was very good at formations. Let's send a message to Dandan. If we really can't find him, we will leave. This place is full of formations. Even if the Heavenly Palace comes here, they probably won't be able to catch Dandan. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. After saying that, Lu Ming took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message to Dandan. Originally, Lu Ming didn't have any expectations. However, unexpectedly, the message was successful. Soon, Lu Ming received a reply from Dandan, asking them to wait for him here. He would be there soon. Lu Ming and Xianxia waited here for 3 days, but there was still no trace of Dandan. Dandan is still so unreliable. Lu Ming curled his lips. Dandan replied and asked them to wait for a while. A while was 3 days? Lu Ming, look, at this time, Xianxia pointed to the front. Lu Ming looked up and found that there were suddenly rays of light in front of them, flashing from time to time. At the same time, it was accompanied by a series of screams. No. Enough, I don't want to play anymore. Ouch. This seat is in so much pain. Are you friends? Among the screams, Lu Ming and Gu Qing saw a tortoise running toward them. The tortoise stood upright, and the shell on its back became bigger. It stepped on the void and ran wildly, looking very wretched. Needless to say, if this tortoise was not Dandan, who else could it be? Behind Dandan, there was a string of creatures. No, to be precise, these were not creatures because they were not living beings, but were made of energy. They looked very small, only the size of a palm, and there were various types, such as birds, tigers, swords, and so on. At a glance, there were more than a dozen of them. Array spirits, these are all array spirits. The array formation here is really impressive, forming so many array spirits, Guemo exclaimed. Array spirits, Lu Ming and Xianxia were also shocked. Generally, only extremely advanced array formations could give birth to array spirits after a long period of time and by chance. Lu Ming had encountered one before, but the probability was very small. There were more than a dozen of them here. More than a dozen array spirits chased after Dandan, making chirping sounds. From time to time, a ray of light burst out and bombarded Dandan, causing Dandan to somersault in the air. Soon, Dandan approached Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Guemo could no longer remain calm. They hastily retreated. Those were array spirits. They could activate the array formation to attack them at any time. This was no joke. You don't have to be afraid. They're all my friends. Ouch, stop hitting me. My butt. If you hit me again, I'll cut ties with you, Dandan roared. Needless to say, this was really effective. The dozen or so array spirits really stopped and curiously sized up Lu Ming and the others from a distance. They are also my friends. You guys can go back. I want to catch up with my friends. Dandan said to the formation spirits. More than a dozen array spirits yelled for a while, and then they all retreated. Dandan flew in front of Lu Ming and the others. Dandan, you're really something. You actually became friends with the array spirit. Lu Ming said with a smile. Don't you know who I am? I was born for Array Dao. Those array spirits naturally prostrated themselves before me when they saw me. Dandan transformed into a little Taoist priest with a smug face. Lu Ming laughed in his heart. This guy was bragging again. Who was the one who was beaten to the point of crying for his parents? This guy had become friends with those array spirits. He had most likely suffered a lot. However, Lu Ming was too lazy to expose him and give him some face. Dandan, what level of the Divine Master realm is your cultivation? Lu Ming sized up Dandan. However, there was a mysterious force enveloping Dandan that concealed his aura. This should be the power of some array formation. 5th level Divine Master realm. What about you? Don't tell me you've been suppressed by me. Dandan said proudly. A pair of small eyes stared at Lu Ming. There was an obvious flicker in his eyes. Please don't be higher than me, please don't be higher than me. Then, he was disappointed. Lu Ming revealed a trace of his aura. 7th level Divine Master Realm. You're really a monster. My cultivation has skyrocketed over the years. I didn't expect that I still can't beat you. Dandan's face immediately darkened. However, the next moment, he immediately jumped up. This was because Xianxia had also revealed a trace of his aura. 9th level Divine Master Realm. You're all monsters. Dandan screamed. He was greatly shocked. Alright, Dandan, let's get back to the topic. Something big has happened. Immediately, Lu Ming briefly recounted what had happened in the past few years. Dandan's face darkened. I didn't expect such a thing to happen in the primitive universe in less than 1,000 years. Lu Ming, let's go. I'll leave with you. I didn't cultivate for nothing all these years. I want to let those bastards of the heavenly human race have a taste of my power. Dandan said. Why don't you say goodbye to your friends? Lu Ming said. It's fine. I can inform them at any time. Dandan said and stepped out. Dandan, did you encounter any opportunities while cultivating in the Myriad Transformations ruins? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course. I'm not the same as before. Although my cultivation is only at the 5th level Divine Master Realm, you might not be able to defeat me easily. If there's a chance to give you a surprise, hee. Dandan returned to his usual appearance. With a smug face, he asked, Lu Ming, where are we going next? This place is relatively close to the 10,000 Spirits Palace. Let's go find Yue. Lu Ming said. After some time, they arrived at the 10,000 Spirits Palace. The 10,000 Spirits Palace was very strange. It was completely connected by countless ancient trees, forming a huge palace. However, it was already damaged. From afar, one could see that many places were damaged. This 10,000 Spirits Palace was also left behind from the previous era. Lu Ming first took out a sound transmission jade talisman and sent a sound transmission to Ling Yue. However, the news could not be spread. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming said and took the lead to fly towards the 10,000 Spirits Palace. The 10,000 Spirits Palace was extremely huge. Although it looked like a palace, its area was not smaller than a continent fragment. The group landed on a branch. Compared to the branch, they were like dust. Lu Ming and the others followed the branch and headed towards the depths of the 10,000 Spirits Palace. However, after walking for a while, they realized that they were always moving around the periphery and could not enter the depths of the 10,000 Spirits Palace. They continued forward, but the result was still the same. What's going on? Is there a formation here? Lu Ming frowned and looked at Dandan. There is indeed a formation, but this formation is extraordinary, Dandan said with a frown. What do you mean? Lu Ming said. Because the formation here is alive. Dandan said. A living formation? Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Bone Demon were all surprised. That's right. The formation here is completely formed by the surrounding ancient trees. Every ancient tree is a part of the formation. Moreover, these ancient trees can constantly move. When we left just now, these ancient trees were moving silently. Even we found it difficult to detect them. Dandan said. Dandan, do you have a way to break it? Lu Ming asked. No. Dandan's answer was very straightforward. Lu Ming was a little speechless and said sarcastically, didn't you say that you were born for formations? This time, you obtained a great opportunity in the Myriad Transformation ruins. Why can't you break any of the formations you encounter? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Dandan was immediately displeased. He opened his eyes wide and shouted, what do you know? This kind of array formation is one with the entire palace. If you break a part of it, it will immediately repair itself. Unless you destroy the entire palace or control the entire palace, you won't be able to break it. Lu Ming did not say anything. He knew that Dandan's words made sense. In terms of array formations, Dandan was indeed an expert. Let's walk a little more. If it really doesn't work, then forget it. Lu Ming said. Xianxia, Dandan and Bone Demon had no objections. They understood that Lu Ming wanted to walk a little more because he wanted to confirm if this array formation was really that profound and safe. If it was safe, he could let Ling Yue continue to cultivate here. Later on, Lu Ming and the others tried a few more times, but the result was the same. They kept wandering around the periphery of the hall, unable to reach the core area. In the end, Lu Ming and the others gave up. Let's go to the next place, the Sea of Time and Space. Lu Ming said. They had tried so many times, and with Dandan, a formation master, they were still unable to enter. Even if the people from the Heavenly Palace came, they would definitely not be able to enter. Ling Yue staying here to cultivate was safer than following them, so there was no need for her to come out. Their next target was the Bubble's cultivation ground, the Sea of Time and Space. However, when they arrived at the Sea of Time and Space, they stopped far away. The Sea of Time and Space was in a very remote place in the ruins of the universe. It was not a real ocean, and there was no seawater. Here, there was only a vast expanse of void. There was no substance in this void, nor were there any living beings. The void was constantly twisting and changing. It was hard to tell if it was real or not. At first glance, it seemed as if dozens of layers of space had appeared, but after a while, it seemed as if hundreds of layers of space had appeared. Such a scene caused everyone to stop in their tracks. After that, Lu Ming took out the sound transmission jade talisman, but it couldn't be sent out. It was blocked by a layer of energy. The spacetime ocean is filled with spacetime power. It's impossible to transmit sound. Dandan said. After saying that, Dandan waved his hand and a divine weapon flew out towards the spacetime ocean. This was a master-grade divine weapon. A shocking scene occurred. When this master-grade divine weapon flew into the spacetime ocean, it actually disintegrated rapidly, turning into dust and dissipating. In just a breath's time, a main-grade divine weapon had been silently reduced to ashes. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even a main-level divine weapon had ended up like this. If a cultivator were to enter, it would most likely not be any better. It's impossible to enter this place unless you've grasped the power of space. Even reciprocity experts will struggle to enter, Xianxia said. Bone frowned. That's great. Bubble is safe in there. Let's go to the next place, the land of the fallen gods. Lu Ming said. The land of the fallen gods was the place where the primitive god spirit and the heavenly human tribe had their final battle. It happened at the end of incipient god era. This battle determined the direction of the Eldritch universe. In the end, the heavenly human race won and established the heavenly palace to rule the universe. As for the primordial gods, almost all of them were killed. Only a few survived to resist the heavenly palace. This battle also happened in the ruins of the universe. There were too many experts who participated in the battle back then. If it happened in the universe, who knew how much damage it would cause? The land of the fallen gods was made up of many fragments of continents. These fragments of continents varied in size. Many small fragments surrounded the largest fragment of continents. These fragments of continents were all blood red. They were dyed red by blood. Legend has it that this used to be a complete continent fragment. Its surface area was even larger than the 1,000-year battlefield. Later on, the primordial divine spirit and the celestial race fought and shattered the continent. The primordial divine spirit's blood dyed the continent red, causing the continent fragment here to be red. Xianxia said. As they talked, they walked towards the land of the fallen gods. As expected, the fragments of continents floating in the void were all red. There was a terrifying aura permeating the air. Powerful primordial gods and the heavenly human race had fallen here. Their blood contained the killing intent of these experts. It had not dissipated for billions of years. At this point, everyone became more cautious. Because this place used to have experts of the heavenly human race training here all year round. They might encounter experts of the heavenly human race. However, they did not encounter anyone of the heavenly human race along the way. They guessed that the heavenly human race had sent their experts to attack the Heaven Destroyer base. That was why they did not see any heavenly human race experts here. Soon, they set foot on the largest continent. This continent was also blood-red in color, and the air was filled with terrifying steam engines. The continent was full of potholes as if it was telling the tragedy of the battle back then. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual. They did not see any remains of the primordial gods. Lu Ming thought about it and understood. The heavenly palace must have occupied this place after the defeat of the primordial gods. The heavenly palace had most likely transported the bodies of the primordial gods away. The bodies of the primordial gods were treasures that were extremely beneficial for cultivation. Everyone sped up and headed toward the center of the continent. As they went deeper, they found that the air was filled with a layer of blood qi. The closer they got to the center of the continent, the thicker the blood qi. The blood qi contained terrifying qi and also contained terrifying offensive power. It was like steel needles that were about to pierce into the bodies of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others used their skills to resist the qi. The three of them continued to move forward, but the blood qi became thicker and thicker. In the end, even their vision was greatly affected. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar came from ahead. Lu Ming immediately recognized that it was the roar of the primordial gods. Ahead, Dandan exclaimed. Everyone quickly rushed forward. Then, they saw several huge figures fighting. Each of the figures was incomparably huge. They stood indomitable and were more than 1,000,000 feet tall. Wan Shen. Lu Ming recognized at a glance that one of the figures was Wan Shen. He had enlarged his body and used various secret techniques to fight 3 figures alone. The other 3 figures were no smaller than Wan Shen. However, they were not real creatures. These 3 figures were condensed from blood qi. Although it looked very real, Lu Ming and the rest had good eyesight. They could tell at one glance. They were 3 primordial gods condensed from blood qi, and they were fighting fiercely with Wan Shen. Good fellow, Wan Shen has already reached the 7th level of the Divine Master realm. This place is indeed suitable for him. He probably obtained great benefits. Dandan cried out, full of envy and jealousy. After not seeing each other for more than 800 years, he realized that Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Wan Shen's cultivation were far above his. He had become the one with the lowest cultivation. There was also Autumn Moon, Bubbles, and Ling Yue. He did not know their cultivation. If they were also above his, he would vomit blood. The battle between Wan Shen and the 3 primordial godly spirits formed from blood was extremely intense. Wan Shen was invincible and his body was filled with inexhaustible energy. Every time he punched, several terrifying secret techniques would burst forth to attack his enemies. But the most terrifying thing was his fist. It contained unparalleled power and destructive power, more terrifying than any secret technique. Wan Shen was like an invincible war god. However, the 3 primordial godly spirits formed from blood were also very powerful. They were locked in battle with Wan Shen. Those 3 primordial godly spirits formed from blood should be the remnant undying wills of the primordial godly spirits that died here. They used blood as a body to accompany Wan Shen in battle to help him cultivate. Guimo said, the soul fire in his eye sockets jumping. No wonder Senior Fei Huang brought Wan Shen here. This place is really suitable for Wan Shen. Lu Ming nodded. Lu Ming and the others did not disturb Wan Shen's cultivation. Soon, half an hour passed. Wan Shen became more and more courageous as he fought and began to suppress the 3 primordial godly spirits formed from blood. In the end, he defeated 1 primordial godly spirit with a single punch. Then, he launched a fierce attack and defeated the last 2 primordial godly spirits. Then, Wan Shen's body rapidly shrank to normal size and flew toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, why are you here? Wan Shen asked curiously. Of course, we're here to fight with you. Something big has happened. Before Lu Ming could speak, Dandan shouted. What happened? Wan Shen's expression changed. It's like this, Dandan began to explain. Lu Ming was also happy to relax. What? Something like this actually happened? No wonder we haven't encountered a single heavenly human all these years. So that's why. Let's go. We'll kill our way back immediately. Wan Shen roared. Wan Shen, don't be rash. Lu Ming waved his hand and stopped Wan Shen. I don't know how the heavenly human race managed to control the demons. Now, there are more than 20,000 Divine Lord experts. If we go over, it'll be like hitting a rock with an egg. We won't be of any use. Lu Ming said. Then what should we do? Myriad gods Dao. The gap between the two sides is simply too great. We have to find help. Lu Ming said. Helpers? Where would we find helpers? Now that even the demons are under the control of the heavenly palace, where would we find helpers? Myriad gods Dao. Lu Ming, you can't be thinking of looking for the quasi-saint race, right? As far as I know, the quasi-saint race is very ambitious and has hidden themselves very deeply. I'm afraid they won't help us. Xianxia said. She had the memories of her past life, so she knew as much as Tang Jun. Quasi-saint race is indeed unreliable. Lu Ming said. When he was fighting for the human king's body in the World of Rings, he had come into contact with the quasi-saint race. The strength of the quasi-saint tribe was definitely beyond his imagination. He could see that even the Yi Immortal was somewhat afraid of the quasi-saint tribe. However, the quasi-saint race's ambition was definitely not small. They had been very low-key for so many years, but when the human king's body appeared, they made a move in a high-profile manner. This was definitely not ordinary. The possibility of seeking their help was extremely low. Then what should we do? The myriad deities asked. Dark universe? Lu Ming suddenly said. What? This time even Xianxia, Dandan, and the others were shocked. Dark universe? Could it be that Lu Ming wanted to seek the help of the evil demons? Was he crazy? Moreover, wasn't the evil demons controlled by the heavenly human race? The evil demons and the heavenly human race have been enemies since ancient times. The difference in strength between the two sides isn't big. How could the evil demons suddenly be controlled by the heavenly human race? Something big must have happened. I plan to go to the dark universe and investigate what exactly happened. If the evil demons can break free from the heavenly human race's control, the situation will immediately reverse. In addition, the heavenly human race only sent out 7,000 to 8,000 evil demons this time. Logically speaking, the number of evil demons should be more than 7,000 to 8,000. If the heavenly human race really controls the evil demons, the number of evil demons sent out should be more than 7,000 to 8,000. Perhaps there's something hidden inside? Lu Ming analyzed. Xianxia, Dandan, Wan Shen, and the others felt that this made sense. If they could find out what happened in the dark universe, or find a way to break the evil demons free from the heavenly human race's control, then the danger of Heaven Destroyer Station would naturally be eliminated. If it was in the past, they wouldn't have a way to enter the dark universe, nor would they dare to enter the dark universe. One was the entrance to the dark universe, which was guarded by the 4 heavenly palace. There were a large number of experts, so they couldn't enter at all. The other was that even if they could enter the dark universe, they would be killed by the evil demons. However, it was different now. Now that it was the Origin Tribulation, all the Origin Realm experts had sealed themselves. The Heavenly Palace had mobilized almost all the Almighty Realm experts to attack the Heaven Destroyer Station, including some of the evil demons. Now that they entered the dark universe, they could protect themselves. Afterward, they discussed the specific details and set off for the dark universe. There was more than one entrance to the dark universe. They chose the entrance to the dark universe guarded by the illusory Heavenly Palace. Several months later, they finally arrived at the entrance to the dark universe of the illusory Heavenly Palace. In the starry sky of the universe, there was a huge abyss, like a crack in the starry sky. The abyss was so huge that it was like a speck of dust compared to it. Around the abyss, there were hundreds of stars. In the past, there were countless Heavenly Palace experts stationed on these hundreds of stars. Among them, there were definitely many Almighty Realm experts, and there were even Origin Realm experts. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was too low when he came here in the past, so he couldn't sense the location of the Almighty Realm or Origin Realm. Back then, the Heavenly Palace's Heavenly Palace official said that the 5 Heavenly Palaces all guarded such an entrance to the abyss. However, the 5th Heavenly Palace is mysterious and unfathomable. No one knows where it is. In the starry sky of the universe, no one has seen it before. Is it really guarding an entrance to the abyss, or is it fake? Lu Ming pondered. There are also people from the heavenly palace guarding those stars, but there aren't many of them and they aren't strong. There isn't a single almighty. Gumo's spiritual sense was powerful. He scanned the stars one by one, but no one discovered him. It seems that the demons are really under the control of the celestial race. Otherwise, the heavenly palace wouldn't be so relaxed and only have so few people stationed here. Lu Ming said. However, there wasn't a single almighty here, which made it easier for Lu Ming and the others to move. Dandan used a formation to conceal everyone's aura and figure. They quickly flew toward the entrance to the abyss, and no one discovered them. After entering the abyss, they kept descending. Their speed was many times faster than when Lu Ming had first come here. The first time, Lu Ming had participated in the heavenly soldier examination and followed the heavenly official. It took him a day to reach the bottom. Now, it only took him half an hour to reach the bottom. There was a huge city on the ground below. It was built by the heavenly palace, and it was called Nantian City. It used to be used to fend off the demons, but now, there weren't many people guarding it. In Nantian City, Lu Ming and the others scanned the area with their spirit consciousness. They didn't find a single divine master and there weren't many people guarding it. Moreover, the protective array of Nantian City wasn't activated. It wasn't in a defensive state at all. It was as if the dark universe had become the backyard of the heavenly palace. There wasn't a single divine master, so naturally, no one noticed Lu Ming and the others. They easily passed through Nantian City and entered the territory of the demons. There were countless forces among the demons. According to their strength and danger level, they were divided into different levels by the heavenly palace. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, Level 4, Level 5. When Lu Ming participated in the heavenly soldier assessment, he entered the Level 2 area. These areas were filled with countless demons. Once a non-demon creature was discovered, it would attack. However, this time, Lu Ming and the others entered the territory controlled by the demons. They weren't attacked because all the demons were controlled. They were controlled by the heavenly human race. Lu Ming and the others found that there was 1 or 2 members of the heavenly human race in each demon force. All the demons were obedient and listened to the orders of the heavenly human race. Seeing this, Lu Ming and the others were very gloomy. They continued to move forward and passed by a large number of demon forces. Whether it was Level 2, Level 3, or Level 4 or Level 5, they all obeyed the orders of the heavenly human race. What happened in the dark universe? Why are all the demons obeying the orders of the heavenly human race? Wanshan asked in shock. It's not just a few forces. It seems that the entire dark universe is the same. What kind of method can achieve such a shocking effect? Xianxia said. Even though she had the memory of her previous life and was knowledgeable, she couldn't figure out what had happened. Anyway, this was definitely not a good thing for Heaven Destroyer. We'll know after we capture a few heavenly human race members and interrogate them. Lu Ming said. Then, he started to take action. He quietly entered a Level 5 demon force and took down a heavenly human who was guarding the place. This heavenly human race member was only at the Divine Emperor realm, so he couldn't resist at all. In a remote place, you are Lu Ming. How dare you come to the dark universe? The celestial god emperor of the heavenly human tribe recognized Lu Ming at first glance and shouted in horror. He had not expected that Lu Ming would be so bold as to enter the dark cosmos at this time. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Tell me, what happened in the dark universe? How do you control the demons? Lu Ming asked coldly. Don't even think about getting a single word out of me. The heavenly human race god emperor roared. Is that so? You really have a backbone. Unfortunately, not everyone has such a backbone. If you don't say it, someone else will. Go ahead. Lu Ming coldly spoke. Under the horrified gaze of the god emperor of the celestial race, he stomped his foot down. The body of the god emperor of the celestial race was torn into pieces, and he died on the spot. Then, Lu Ming and the others went to another demon force and captured the heavenly human race member guarding there for interrogation. Just like Lu Ming said, not everyone had such a backbone. When they interrogated the third person, that person obediently spoke. It's the demon ancestor worm. The divine master spread the demon ancestor worm into the air of the dark universe. The demon ancestor worm is extremely small, but it can enter the body of every demon through the air. The demon ancestor worm will corrode the demons. Once the demons are corroded by the demon ancestor worm, they can only obey our orders like puppets. The third heavenly human race god emperor said in a trembling voice. Demon ancestor worm? Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, Gu Mo, and Wanshan were stunned as they had never heard of it before. What is the demon ancestor worm? Where did it come from? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. It's the top secret of my tribe. Even many divine masters don't know about it. We only know how to carry out missions. The heavenly human race god emperor said. Are all the demons in the dark universe controlled by the heavenly human race? Or are there some demon forces that haven't been controlled? Lu Ming asked again. There are indeed some demon forces that haven't been controlled by the demon ancestor worm. We don't know what's going on either. The heavenly human race god emperor said. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. What are those forces? Where are they located? Lu Ming continued to ask. There are 4 royal families of the demons. 2 of them have been controlled by us, and the other 2 are not. I have a map of the dark universe here. You can take a look. The heavenly human race god emperor took out a map from his storage ring as he spoke. Lu Ming took it and injected his energy into it. A map appeared out of thin air. It was indeed a map of the dark universe. The size of the forces in the dark universe were clearly marked on it, including the 2 royal families that hadn't been controlled. Everyone, I've told you everything I know. Can you spare my life? The heavenly human race god emperor looked at Lu Ming and the others anxiously. He had told them all in order to survive. Poof, before he could react, the myriad god attacked and destroyed his body and soul with one move. You know we're here, and you still want to live? How naive. The myriad god sneered, his eyes filled with killing intent. Let's go. Let's find the 2 royal families that haven't been controlled. Lu Ming said. Xianxia, Dandan, and the myriad god didn't say anything and followed Lu Ming. With the map, they didn't have to search blindly. Besides, almost no one in the dark universe could stop them, so they were extremely fast. Soon, they approached one of the territories occupied by the royal families. The royal family they first came to was called the purple-eyed demon race. There were a total of 4 royal families, and they were the strongest forces in the dark universe. Their bloodlines were powerful, far superior to other demons. They were also the most powerful. The 4 royal families occupied 2/3 of the dark universe's territory. The other demon forces were almost all subsidiary forces of the 4 royal families. Kill. Kill them. Lu Ming and the others were flying when they suddenly heard battle cries. Cold killing intent surged toward Lu Ming and the others like a tide. Following that, huge and burly figures rushed out from the surrounding mountains. These figures had wings on their backs, and they were all demons. Moreover, they were extremely powerful, all at the God Lord realm. Among the demons, they were known as demon lords. A total of dozens of demon masters charged toward Lu Ming and the group. Lu Ming's group of 5 had sharp spiritual senses. They immediately reacted and blocked these attacks. The newcomers are very strong. Stand down and leave them to us. A dignified voice came from the sky, and then a violent pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and the others. Following that, several terrifying attacks attacked Lu Ming and the others. Peak God Lord, Lu Ming and the others didn't need to look to know that these attacks came from Peak God Lord experts. They were extremely terrifying. Those who attacked Lu Ming and the others in the sky were definitely Peak Demon Lord existences. They were very powerful, and there were quite a number of them. Leave it to me. Bone Demon roared and rushed up. He didn't use the source-level divine weapon, and his pitch-black palms continuously slashed out. Bang! 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 Many explosions sounded in succession. Bone Demon's figure landed back on the ground, completely fine. As for the Peak Demon Lord in the sky, he was knocked back explosively. Only now did Lu Ming realize that there were a total of 7 peak demon lord figures in the sky, but facing Bone Demon, they were completely at a disadvantage. At the same time, Lu Ming also discovered that these demons were very different from the demons that Lu Ming had seen before. These demons were only slightly taller than humans, and their figures were also more slender. At the same time, their appearance was closer to humans. The demons that Lu Ming had encountered before all had wide mouths and fangs, and their faces were ferocious. But these demons didn't. Their appearance was almost no different from humans. It was just that they still had a pair of demon wings on their backs. And their eyes were all purple. Purple-eyed demon race. Lu Ming understood that these people should be one of the 4 royal demon races, the purple-eyed demon race. These people were indeed not controlled by the celestial race. At this moment, these 7 demons looked at Bone Demon in shock. Bone Demon's strength was too strong. The 7 of them working together were actually not his match. What powerful strength. Looks like a top lord of heaven from the heavenly palace has come. Very good, killing you all will be a great loss to the heavenly palace. Not far away, a cold voice came. Following that, a group of people stepped on the air and came over. This group of people had a total of over 100 people. They were all purple-eyed demons, and each demon emitted a terrifying aura. Demon Lord, over 100 people, and they were all Demon Lord existences. Lackeys of the Heavenly Palace, kill. One of the Demon Lords stepped out, holding a pitch-black demon blade in his hand. His body emitted a terrifying aura. The demon wings on his back flapped, and his figure was like a bolt of black lightning, pouncing towards Bone Demon. This person actually wanted to fight Bone Demon alone. The demonic saber slashed out, and the terrifying saber light went straight for the Bone Demon's head. The Bone Demon was fearless. It faced the enemy with its bone palm, striking out with a palm. With a clang, the bone palm and the demonic saber collided, causing a violent explosion. The Demon Lord's body trembled violently, and he retreated rapidly. The demonic saber in his hand actually had a hole in it. That was a main-grade divine weapon, not a source-grade divine weapon. You want to fight me alone? How naive. You're simply displaying your slight skill before an expert. Guillemot snorted coldly. His body was like lightning as he charged towards the other party. His bone palms struck out continuously, forcing the other party to retreat continuously. The surrounding purple-eyed abyssals were all shocked. That Devil Master who attacked was a top-notch Devil Master in the Devil Clan. Among the Devil Masters, there weren't many who could match him. However, he wasn't a match for Guillemot at all. The other party's strength was too shocking. In fact, it wasn't that this Demon Lord wasn't strong. On the contrary, his strength was astonishing. His combat power was almost on par with the strongest 4 Lord of Heaven in the Heavenly Palace. Even if it was a little lacking, it wouldn't be too far off. However, it was a pity that he was restrained by Guillemot. Guillemot was the ancestor of the demonic path, and abyssals were also abyssals. The other party's demonic chi was restrained by Guillemot, and his combat power couldn't be displayed at all. Even if Guillemot didn't use a divine weapon, he could still easily defeat the other party. Let's attack together. Why talk about fairness with the Heavenly Palace's trash? Yes, let's attack together. The other abyssals roared. Suddenly, more than a dozen abyssals pounced towards Lu Ming and the others. Everyone, stop. We're not from the Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming roared. Don't try to quibble. Do you think we'll believe you? Kill them. More than a dozen abyssals instantly closed in on Lu Ming and the others. They exploded with terrifying attacks, pouring towards Lu Ming and the others. Boom, Lu Ming had no choice but to attack. He took out the War God Spear and clashed with 2 Peak Devil Masters, blocking their attacks. At the same time, Dandan, Wan Shen, and Xianxia also attacked. The tortoise shell behind Dandan's back rapidly expanded. The tortoise shell was covered with dense runes. These runes were very small, and mortals couldn't see them with their naked eyes. Countless tiny runes intertwined with each other to form different formations. These didn't exist before. Clearly, Dandan had obtained them from the myriad transformations ruins. One of the rune arrays emitted a resplendent light. In the sky, several huge shields suddenly appeared. The attacks of several peak devil masters bombarded these shields, but they didn't break through. Ha ha ha, I'll let you have a taste of my array from the last era. Dandan laughed proudly. On the other side, Xianxia was fighting several peak devil masters alone, and he wasn't at a disadvantage at all. Roar, Wanshan roared, and his body rapidly expanded. His blood boiled, and his muscles bulged. With a punch, he blasted away the attack of a peak devil master. Wanshan's divine power has mutated. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Wanshan's divine power was originally one of the strongest among the primordial divine powers. But now, it had mutated and become even more terrifying. Just like she's divine power had also mutated. However, Wanshan's mutated divine power seemed to be even stronger and more terrifying than she's. Guimo was only a 7th level divine master, but he could fight a peak devil master alone. In terms of combat strength, although he was slightly inferior to Lu Ming, he wasn't far off. The surrounding evil demons were dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. The combat strength of Lu Ming and the others was too strong. Each and every one of them was a freak. When did the Heavenly Palace produce so many freaks? We can't let these people go. Take this opportunity to kill them all. We'll definitely make the Heavenly Palace suffer heavy losses. Yes, attack. More evil demons roared and wanted to attack together to kill Lu Ming and the others. Everyone, you've misunderstood. We're not from the Heavenly Palace. We're from Heaven Destroyer. We're here to cooperate with you. Lu Ming continued to roar. Bullsh T, who would believe you? A evil demon who was fighting with Lu Ming roared and continued to attack. Stop. At this moment, a clear voice rang out. This voice seemed to have some kind of magical power. After it rang out, all the evil demons stopped and retreated. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. The one who spoke was a young evil demon. Moreover, it was a woman. This woman was almost no different from a human. She had a graceful figure and looked like she was bursting with divine material. She wore a long purple dress and had a pair of purple gem-like eyes. Even among humans, she would be a peerless beauty. However, Lu Ming was sure that she was an evil demon. Although the evil demon wings on her back were retracted, the aura she emitted was definitely that of an evil demon. Her cultivation was at the 6th level divine master realm. Princess, these people must be the peerless geniuses that the Heavenly Palace carefully nurtured. Shouldn't we get rid of them? An evil demon asked. They might not be from the Heavenly Palace. They just said that they're from Heaven Destroyer. The young woman smiled. The young woman's smile was filled with a myriad of emotions. It wasn't hard to tell that she was the princess of the purple-eyed fiend race. Princess, don't trust them so easily. Some fiends advised. You're right. The fiend princess nodded and looked at Lu Ming and the others. Do you have any way to prove that you're not from the Heavenly Palace but from the Heaven Destroyer? Is there a need to prove it? The primitive divine spirits and the heavenly human race are enemies. I'm a primitive divine spirit. How can I be from the Heavenly Palace? Wanshan shouted. You're right. The primitive divine spirits and the heavenly human race are enemies. You're also a primitive divine spirit, but there are more than one primitive divine spirits controlled by the heavenly human race in history. The fiend princess smiled. Wanshan was speechless. Then, what about the forbidden body? Lu Ming asked. Forbidden body? The fiend princess' eyes lit up. I've heard that the forbidden body and the heavenly human race are enemies. Could it be that one of you is a forbidden body? I'm a forbidden body. Lu Ming said. You're a forbidden body? Almost all the fiends looked at Lu Ming. Princess, we've never seen a forbidden body. We can't tell if he's a forbidden body, a fiend said. You're right. These fiends were really cautious. Lu Ming was speechless. But it was understandable. Now that the fiends were in danger, anyone would be more cautious. Do you have any evidence to prove that you're from the Heaven Destroyer? If you can, we can sit down and talk. The fiend princess said. Easy. Lu Ming smiled and took out a rest image stone calmly. When they were fighting for the human king's body in the world of light, everyone was suppressed to the 1st level of the divine master realm. Many people secretly recorded the battle with the rest image stone, especially the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. Back then, Fei Huang had also seen the battle between Lu Ming and Yi Immortal. That was how she figured out the true identity of the Yi Immortal. In order to study Yi Immortal's genesis techniques, Lu Ming had made a copy of them. Now, they could finally be put to good use. An image appeared on the breathing shadow stone. It was an image of his battle with the heavenly human tribe. Looking at this scene, there was no doubt that Lu Ming was a member of Heaven Destroyer. This was because it couldn't be faked, as both sides had several thousand divine masters on their side. They really are Heaven Destroyer's men. The surrounding demons finally retracted their auras. The demon princess, accompanied by several experts, walked towards Lu Ming and the others. "I'm sorry, there was a misunderstanding just now," the demon princess said. "I understand. If it were us, we would also be so cautious," Lu Ming said, putting away the rest shadow stone. "I'm Xianxia. How should I address you?" the demon princess said. Lu Ming and the others reported their names. "Everyone, how did you enter this place? Won't the people of the Heavenly Palace stop you?" In history, no one outside the Heavenly Palace has ever entered this place. Xianxia asked curiously. Now that the world has changed, the Heavenly Palace has deployed all the experts to attack the Heaven Destroyer's base. They are not on guard against the Dark Universe. Then, Lu Ming briefly explained the current situation of the primitive universe. "I see. I didn't expect the situation to be so tense." Xianxia's face also became serious. "Princess Xian, since you are not controlled by the demon ancestor insect, why don't you take the opportunity to attack? The Heavenly Palace is not on guard now. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," Lu Ming said. If the demons could attack, they would be able to restrain part of the Heavenly Palace's forces, and the Heaven Destroyer would have more chances to turn this situation around. "It's not that we don't want to attack, but we can't." Xian sighed. "What do you mean?" Lu Ming asked. "Do you think we are not affected by the demon ancestor insect? None of the demons in the Dark Universe can escape the demon ancestor insect's influence. We can only suppress it with a special method, but we can't suppress it for too long. Every once in a while, we have to enter a specific place to suppress it again. Otherwise, we will be completely eroded by the demon ancestor insect." Xian smiled bitterly. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others' hearts sank. It turned out that the purple-eyed demons were also eroded by the demon ancestor insect. They could only suppress it with a special method, but they could not leave for a long time. Then, wouldn't no one be able to restrain the Heavenly Palace? What is the demon ancestor insect? Is there a way to completely remove it? Lu Ming asked. "There is," Xian said. "What is it?" "Maybe we can help," Lu Ming said. Xian seemed to have thought of something, and her purple eyes suddenly brightened. "Speaking of the demon ancestor insect, we have to start from the source. If you don't mind, why don't you follow me to Modu?" Xian said. "Sure." Lu Ming nodded without hesitation. They, the Heaven Destroyer, had no enmity with the myriad demons. On the contrary, they had a common enemy. He believed that the purple-eyed demons would not harm them. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others followed Xian and the others to Modu. Modu was the capital of the purple-eyed demons. Its full name was Purple-Eyed Demon City. On the way, they learned that the Origin Realm experts of the purple-eyed demons had sealed themselves because of the Origin Tribulation. Now, the purple-eyed demons were temporarily managed by Xian. Xian naturally had brothers and sisters, but Xian was the most talented of them all. She was the #1 prodigy of the younger generation of the purple-eyed demons. Her prestige in the purple-eyed demons was very high. Soon, they arrived at Modu. Xian set up a banquet. Everyone ate and drank while chatting. We also verified many times before we finally found the origin of the demon ancestor insect. If our deduction is correct, the demon ancestor insect should be refined by the heavenly human race using the flesh of the demon ancestor and some other materials using a unique method. Xian explained. The flesh of the demon ancestor? How did it fall into the hands of the heavenly human race? Lu Ming asked curiously. Lu Ming, don't you know the origins of the heavenly human race and us demons? Xian glanced at Lu Ming and asked. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head. Not only him, but Xianxia, Guo, Dandan, and Wanshan also shook their heads. Then, they looked at Xian expectantly, wanting to hear some secrets from her. There's nothing to hide. The heavenly human race and the demon race are from the previous era. Xian said. What? Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were all shocked. Their eyes couldn't help but widen. The heavenly human race and the demon race were actually from the previous era. Were they a great clan from the previous era? Were they residents of the primitive continent? Had they experienced the change of era and passed down until now? It was simply inconceivable. Legend had it that at the end of the previous era, a great war broke out in the primitive continent. The primitive continent shattered and everything was destroyed. Nothing was left. The entire universe was turned into ruins. The heavenly human race and the demon race actually survived? In the previous era, the Eldritch continent was dominated by the human tribe, the demon tribe, and the sorcerer tribe. These three tribes almost ruled the entire Eldritch continent. Among them, the human race was the most powerful. The monster race and the Wu people might not be as powerful as the human race. The heavenly human race and the fiend race were actually the servants of the human race. Xian continued to explain. Her words were simply astonishing. Lu Ming and the rest were dumbfounded. The heavenly human race and the fiend race were the servants of the human race in the last era. Don't be surprised. It's recorded in the ancient books of the fiend race. Besides, the heavenly human race wasn't called the heavenly human race at first, but the demi-human race. They changed their name to the heavenly human race in the new era. It means the sky of the human race. How ridiculous. Do they think that a name can change the fact that they used to be servants? Xian sneered. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. They didn't expect that there were so many secrets hidden behind. What they knew before was probably just the tip of the iceberg. Later on, an earth-shattering war broke out in the primitive universe. The primitive continent was shattered, producing a destructive energy that wiped out all living beings. The heavenly human tribe and the demon tribe were lucky, and only a portion of their people survived. Xian continued. Legend has it that when the untainted land was destroyed in the last era, even the transcendents died and all living beings were destroyed. How did the fiend race and the heavenly human race survive? Lu Ming asked curiously. We were just lucky. Xian said casually as if she didn't want to talk about it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he didn't ask more. He knew that Xian was hiding something, but since she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't want to ask more. After all, this was someone else's territory. Some of the ancestors of the Devil clan participated in the Great War on the primitive continent and died there. Most of them were left somewhere in the ruins of the universe and were found by the heavenly humans. Then, they were refined into devil bugs. The bloodlines of fiends are extremely strict. The demonic ancestral insects they refine from the flesh of fiend progenitors possess an extremely great suppressive effect on younger fiends like us. That's why we're so easily corroded. Even reciprocity existences struggle to resist because it's a suppression that originates from the bloodline. Xian continued to explain. Lu Ming and the others finally understood the origin of the demonic ancestral insects. The demonic ancestral insect was refined by the heavenly human tribe using the flesh and blood of the demonic ancestral insect that had died in the primordial continent during the last era. Why do you demons have a feud with the heavenly human race? Logically speaking, you were once the subordinates of the desolate human race. This time, it was Xianxia who asked. In fact, this was also the question that Lu Ming, Dandan, and the others wanted to ask. That's because the heavenly human race is despicable and shameless. They trapped my race in this dark universe. Flames of hatred burned in Xian's eyes. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. Were the fiends not originally in the dark universe because of the heavenly human race? Speaking of this, it's a very long story. It's also related to why my purple-eyed fiend clan was able to temporarily resist the demonic ancestral insect. Xian continued. Lu Ming and the others perked up their ears to listen. The reason why the purple-eyed fiends were able to temporarily resist the demonic ancestral insect's corrosion was because we had the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal. Xianxia explained. The powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal? Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were still puzzled. They discovered that what they were hearing today was something they had never heard of before. That's right, the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal. As the name implies, the powder of the demonic ancestral blood crystal comes from the demonic ancestral blood crystal. The demonic ancestral blood crystal is the Fiend clan's most precious treasure. According to legends, it's related to the birth of the Fiend clan. It's incomparably ancient and is the Fiend clan's foundation and source. It's even older than the Fiend clan's primogenitors. My clan blends the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder into water and soaks us in it. Borrowing the power of the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder, we can suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Xianxia explained. Lu Ming and the others understood. The reason why the demonic ancestral insect could corrode the Fiend clan was because it was refined from the flesh of the Fiend clan's primogenitor. The demonic ancestral blood crystal could suppress the Fiend clan's primogenitor in terms of level. Therefore, it could suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Unfortunately, the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder we have is too little. After being diluted with water, its power has weakened greatly. It can't destroy the demonic ancestral insect in our body. It can only suppress it for a short period of time. After a while, the demonic ancestral insect in our body will become active again. We have to enter the water again and borrow the power of the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder to suppress the demonic ancestral insect. Xianxia sighed. You mean, if the demonic ancestral blood crystal powder isn't too diluted, it can completely destroy the demonic ancestral insect in your body? Lu Ming asked. That's right. However, the amount of demonic ancestral blood crystal powder we have is too little. Moreover, there are too many clansmen. We can't just use it to save a few people and ignore the majority. Xianxia said. Then, how can we obtain more demonic ancestral blood crystal powder? Or, how can we obtain a complete demonic ancestral blood crystal? Lu Ming asked. This is what I want to tell you. It's about the origin of the grudge between the Fiend clan and the Heavenly Human clan. In fact, the demonic ancestral blood crystal is in the dark universe. Xianxia said. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others' eyes flashed, but they didn't say anything. They knew that Xianxia would continue. After the previous era ended and the era changed, it evolved into the current primitive universe. The Fiend clan and the Heavenly Human clan were lucky enough to survive. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Human clan obtained the Fiend clan's supreme treasure, the demonic ancestral blood crystal. They didn't return the demonic ancestral blood crystal to the Fiend clan. Instead, they placed the demonic ancestral blood crystal in the dark universe and sent the news to the 4 royal demon clans. The demonic ancestral blood crystal is the Fiend clan's supreme treasure. The 4 royal demon clans wanted to control it in their own hands. Therefore, the 4 royal demon clans led all the Fiend clan members and rushed into the dark universe to fight for the demonic ancestral blood crystal. When the 4 royal demon clans and their subordinates entered the dark universe, the Heavenly Human clan took the opportunity to block the entrance and prevent the Fiend clan from returning to the primitive universe. They also killed all the remaining Fiend clan members in the primitive universe. In the beginning, the 4 royal demon clans didn't pay attention because they wanted to fight for the demonic ancestral blood crystal. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. The exit had been completely blocked. The Heavenly Human clan sent a large number of powerhouses to guard it. The Fiend clan fought each other for the demonic ancestral blood crystal and suffered great losses. They wanted to rush out, but it was already too late. After Xianxia's explanation, Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others finally had a general understanding of the grudge between the Fiend clan and the Heavenly Human clan. They also knew why the Fiend clan members stayed in the dark universe. According to Xianxia, the Fiend race was stronger than the celestial race at the beginning of this epoch. But because the 4 royal races fought each other, their strength weakened rapidly. In the end, their overall strength became weaker than the celestial race, and they were blocked in the dark universe by the celestial race. Then, what about the demon ancestor blood crystal? Which race did it end up in the hands of the 4 royal races? Lu Ming asked. Sigh, no one got it. Xianxia shook her head and sighed. The treasure box that contained the blood crystal of the demon ancestor had long been enchanted by the human king. When the 4 royal demon clans were fighting for it, they accidentally triggered the enchantment on the treasure box. The enchantment opened and covered all directions. All the demons that were enveloped by the enchantment were turned into ashes. Many of the experts of the 4 royal races died under the seal. A seal set up by the human king? The human king. Lu Ming's heart trembled. You already know that the fiend race was once the servants of the human race. The seal set up by the human king is extremely effective against the fiend race. So, even if the demon ancestor blood crystal is somewhere in the dark universe, and every fiend knows where it is, they can't get it. As long as they step into the range of the seal, they will be turned to ashes. This is the same for the celestial race. There were celestial race members who once stepped in and wanted to take away the demon ancestor blood crystal, but they were also turned to ashes. Xianxia said. Oh, there were celestial race members who wanted to take away the demon ancestor blood crystal? Lu Ming asked curiously. That's right. The celestial race wanted to cut off the fiend race's path of retreat, so they couldn't cultivate. Xianxia said. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, and the others were even more curious. Xianxia seemed to have guessed what Lu Ming and the rest were thinking. She continued, Are you curious about how the demon clan is trapped in the dark universe and can't enter the ruins of the universe to search for resources? How did the Almighty Realm and the Origin Realm cultivate and advance? Lu Ming and the others immediately nodded. Actually, this question had been hidden in Lu Ming's heart for a long time. In the primitive universe, once one's cultivation reached the godly master realm, one would have to enter the universe's ruins to search for resources to increase their cultivation. For example, the Great Desolation Crystal and the main-level Divine Medicine could help Divine Masters improve. Treasures that contained origin imprints could help reciprocity experts increase their cultivation. None of these existed in the universe. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any in the dark universe. How did the demons improve? If they couldn't improve, the demons would have been destroyed by the Heavenly Palace a long time ago. It's still because of the ancestral fiend blood crystal. Although the treasure box containing the demon ancestor's blood crystal is covered with a spirit formation that prevents us from approaching it, the aura of the demon ancestor's blood crystal is still leaking out non-stop. It's affecting a very large area around it. The area within billions of miles of the ancestral devil blood crystal is affected by the ancestral devil blood crystal, producing a type of bloodstone. Even if a devil lord realm abyssal were to absorb this bloodstone, their cultivation would increase. And within the bloodstone, there's an extremely high chance of producing a bloodstone of an extremely high grade. Even for reciprocity experts, it's extremely helpful. It's like treasures with origin imprints. The celestial race had never thought of this. They originally wanted to trap the demon race in the dark universe. Without resources, the demon race would become weaker and weaker, eventually being destroyed by them. However, they never thought that the blood crystal would have such an effect. Later on, they regretted it. They wanted to take the blood crystal away, but it was already too late. They couldn't even approach the blood crystal. Xianxia sneered. Lu Ming and the others were stunned. So that was how it was. The heavens were truly clear. The cycle of cause and effect was truly unpredictable. In the past few years, the demon race has slowly recovered a sliver of vitality through the bloodstone produced by the blood crystal. If it weren't for the deep enmity between the 4 royal races, our strength wouldn't be much weaker than the Heavenly Palace. Xianxia sighed. After a moment of silence, she said again, All right, I pretty much told you the history of the enmity between the celestial race and the demon race. This time, I want to ask for your help in retrieving the blood crystal. Lu Ming was shocked. He said, even the experts of the celestial race and the demon race failed. Do you think we can do it with just the few of us? I can't say for the others, but the 2 of you might be able to do it because you're both humans. Xianxia's gaze moved between Lu Ming and Xianxia. The barrier was cast down by the human king. The celestial race and the demon race possess terrifying killing power, but they might not be able to harm humans. It's a pity that our demon race is trapped in the dark universe and can't leave. As a result, we haven't been able to find human experts to help us all these years. Xianxia sighed. The demon race can't find human help, but can't the celestial race? Perhaps the celestial race has already tried to find human experts. Lu Ming said. The celestial race had controlled the universe for countless years. It was very easy for them to find a few human experts to help them during this period. Impossible. The celestial race has already approached the ancestral fiend blood crystal once. After that, the 4 royal demon races sent a large number of experts to guard around the ancestral fiend blood crystal. The celestial race never had a chance to get close to the ancestral fiend blood crystal again. Lu Ming, think about it. Only by getting the ancestral fiend blood crystal can our race completely get rid of the ancestral fiend worm's corrosion and send troops to deal with the celestial race. Only then can the Heaven Destroyer be saved. Xianxia said. Okay, I'll help you get the ancestral fiend blood crystal. Lu Ming agreed almost without hesitation. Because there was no way out now. If they couldn't help the demon race get rid of the ancestral fiend worm's corrosion and send troops to deal with the Heavenly Palace, the Heaven Destroyer's crisis wouldn't be resolved. For the time being, this was the only way to go. Good, good. You rest for 2 days. 2 days later, we'll set off. Xianxia said. She raised her wine cup and gave a toast to Lu Ming and the others. 2 days later, Xianxia led a group of experts to the location of the ancestral fiend blood crystal. The location of the ancestral fiend blood crystal was originally at the intersection of the 4 royal races' territories. The 4 royal races had sent experts to guard it, and each of them occupied a territory to mine the bloodstones. However, because of the ancestral fiend worm, 2 of the 4 royal races have been controlled by the celestial race. Only the silver-winged race and the purple-eyed race have managed to suppress the ancestral fiend worm because they have kept some of the ancestral fiend worm's powder. They can still control themselves and move freely. Now, only the silver-winged race and purple-eyed race have experts guarding the ancestral fiend blood crystal. Xianxia said. Silver-winged race? Will we be stopped by the silver-winged race when we go there? Lu Ming asked. No, the 4 royal races are actually divided into 2 factions and they are fighting against each other. The silver-winged race and purple-eyed race are allies. Once we get the ancestral fiend blood crystal, we can get rid of the ancestral fiend worm of both races. At that time, both of our races will send troops to deal with the celestial race. Xianxia said. Lu Ming and the others were overjoyed. If the 2 demon royal families sent out their troops at the same time, he would be more competent in dealing with the Heavenly Palace. It seemed like they had to get the ancestral demon blood crystal. Actually, at the beginning, the 4 demon royal families had some ancestral demon blood crystal powder. However, the other 2 families had used it up due to other reasons. The silver-winged race and the purple-eyed race had kept it. It could only be said that they were under the ancestral demon's protection. Xianxia sneered. Her voice was mocking, as if she was mocking the other 2 demon royal families. The dark universe was vast and boundless. Although it was not as vast as the universe, it was still extremely shocking. They took a few days to arrive at the location of the ancestral demon blood crystal. It was a vast and boundless plain. The ancestral demon blood crystal was in the center of the plain. Even from far away, they could see the light in the center of the plain. The barrier on the ancestral demon blood crystal covers a radius of 100,000 miles. We can't get close. Xianxia said. At this moment, a group of demons flew over. Xianxia, are they the human experts that you mentioned? A burly demon asked. This demon's eyes were not purple like Xianxia's but black. However, his demon wings were silver, as if they were made of silver and had a metallic texture. He looked very similar to a human and was not as ferocious. The silver-winged race, Lu Ming and the others knew that this was most likely one of the 4 demon royal families, the silver-winged race. That's right, Yin Kong. They are human experts from the Heaven Destroyer. I have sent someone to inform you of the details. I believe you already know. Xianxia said. Understood. Let's go. Yin Kong nodded. The group of people headed toward the center of the plain. Soon, they were close to the center of the plain. Xian, Yin Kong, and the others stopped. If they continued forward, they would be close to the barrier. The ancestral demon blood crystal is in that treasure box. They stood in the sky and Xian pointed ahead. With Lu Ming and the others' eyesight, it was easy for them to see things 100,000 miles away. As expected, there was a treasure box floating in the air 100,000 miles away. A light barrier emanated from the treasure box, enveloping an area of 100,000 miles. This light barrier was a barrier set up by the human monarch. Xiaoqing, you guys stay here. I'll go alone. Lu Ming said to Xianxia, Dandan, Wan Shen, and the others. No, I want to go with you. Xianxia immediately shook his head. Yes, let's go together. The more people there are, the higher the chances. The myriad god added. No, you can't go. You're not humans. You'll be in great danger if you go. Lu Ming immediately refused. The celestial race and the abyss devils couldn't cross the barrier. The Dandan, the myriad god, and the bone demon weren't humans. The consequences of crossing the barrier were unpredictable. I am a human. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming stubbornly. In the end, Lu Ming sighed. He knew that he couldn't persuade Xianxia. He pulled Xianxia's hand and said with a smile, then let's go together. Lu Ming pulled Xianxia and flew forward. As he flew, he took Qiuqiu and handed it to the bone demon for safekeeping. Although they were humans, they didn't dare to be careless. The two of them were covered in layers of defensive energy, raising their defenses to the limit. At the same time, they were highly focused. If they sensed something wrong, they would immediately retreat. A moment later, the two of them charged into the barrier. They were fine. After the two of them charged into the barrier, they weren't attacked, nor were they turned to ashes. The abyss devils were overjoyed. They're really fine. That's great. Haha, our race is saved. Xian, Yin Kong, and the others were overjoyed. As abyss devils, they would immediately be attacked by the barrier and turned to ashes the moment they stepped into the barrier. It didn't matter how strong they were. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia were completely fine. Sure enough, they guessed correctly. The barrier set up by the human monarch wouldn't attack humans. However, in reality, it wasn't that nothing happened at all as they imagined. The moment Lu Ming and Xianxia stepped into the area where the barrier was, they felt a powerful pressure pressing down on them. Fortunately, with the two of their cultivation, it wasn't difficult to resist this pressure. Go! Lu Ming gave a light shout, his power erupting as he charged forward. With one step, he was 100 miles away. Xianxia's speed was also extremely fast, not much slower than Lu Ming. In less than a minute, the two of them charged out a distance of 50,000 miles. But after arriving here, the two of their speed became slower and slower. Because the closer they got to the treasure box, the greater the pressure they suffered. Arriving here, they could no longer maintain their previous speed. They could only reduce their speed and advance slowly. Outside the barrier, Xian and the others also saw the problem. It seems that although they weren't attacked by the barrier, they seemed to be under a lot of pressure. Xian said. It should be. Based on this situation, the closer they are to the treasure box, the greater the pressure. Let's hope they can reach the bottom. Yin Kong sighed. All the evil demons had grave expressions, afraid that Lu Ming and Xianxia wouldn't reach the end and obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal. Lu Ming and Xianxia slowed down and maintained a constant speed. The distance between them and the treasure box was also constantly shrinking. 50,000 miles, 40,000 miles, 30,000 miles, soon, they were less than 10,000 miles away from the treasure box. However, when they stepped within 10,000 miles, the pressure on them suddenly increased. Lu Ming and Xianxia's bodies couldn't help but sway. Xian, Yin Kong, and the others' hearts also trembled along with Lu Ming and Xianxia's bodies. Little Qing, can you still hold on? Lu Ming asked. This little bit of pressure is nothing. Xianxia smiled and continued to move forward. A faint devil steel appeared on her body, breaking through the heavy pressure. That was the immeasurable devil steel. I must reach the end and obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal. This is the only way to resist the heavenly palace. Lu Ming roared in his heart, and the battle symbol art's ninefold battle power erupted. Forbidden power circulated crazily as he continued to move forward. 10,000 miles, 9,000 miles, 8,000 miles, the distance between them continued to shrink, and in the end, they entered the range of 1,000 miles. Within the range of 1,000 miles, the pressure rose sharply. Bang! Lu Ming and Xianxia's bodies shook violently, and they retreated several steps. Xian, Yin Kong, and the others' hearts shook violently, and their faces paled. Can't we break through? Xian whispered, and despair flashed in her eyes. If they couldn't obtain the demon ancestor blood crystal, the evil demons would face the end of the world. Their remaining demon ancestor blood crystal powder wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. As time passed, the power of the demon ancestor blood crystal powder would be exhausted, and they would no longer be able to suppress the demon ancestor insect. At that time, they would also be corroded by the demon ancestor insect and become the heavenly human tribe's puppets. That would be worse than death. I don't believe it. Break for me. Xianxia bellowed. The immeasurable devil steel appeared above her head, and a powerful energy rushed into Xianxia's body. Bang! 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 Xianxia took several steps forward, entering the range of 1,000 li. When Xianxia entered the range of 1,000 li, her body shook violently as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Even the immeasurable devil steel shook violently. Xianxia staggered backward again, vomiting a mouthful of blood, and her face was pale. Little Qing, don't force yourself. Leave the rest to me. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Then, he also stepped forward. When he took a step forward, he circulated his strength to the limit, and even the origin energy inside the origin seed burst out. Bang! He also stepped into the range of 1,000 li. In an instant, an earth-shattering power pressed down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he roared angrily, trying his best to resist this power. If only I had the human king's body with me. At this time, a thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The barrier here was laid down by the human king. If the human king's body was with him, he could probably break the barrier here and successfully obtain the archdevil ancestor's blood crystal. But now, the human king's body was with Fei Huang, and it had sealed itself along with her. At that time, who would have thought that something like this would happen? If he had known, Lu Ming would have brought the human king's body with him. But it was too late for regrets now. Now, he could only rely on himself. Break! Lu Ming roared, and he circulated his strength to the limit. Dots of light appeared on his body, and these dots of light connected to each other, forming a door. Behind the door, a yellow muddy road appeared, leading to the depths of darkness. On the yellow muddy road, there was a pool of fresh blood. At this time, the pool of blood suddenly emitted a bright light, as if there was a force rushing forward. In an instant, the pressure on Lu Ming disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. What was going on? Why did the pressure from the outside world disappear? Was it because of this pool of blood? Just now, this pool of blood emitting a bright light had been successfully captured by Lu Ming. That's right, it must be because of this pool of blood. What was the origin of this pool of blood that it was so mysterious? This was the second time. The first time, when Lu Ming was in the immortal burial sea of blood in the Thousand Autumns battlefield, he was in a desperate situation and entered a mysterious state. At that time, there was a strange movement in the pool of blood. A gush of energy surged into Lu Ming's body, causing his combat ability to soar, and he killed a powerful enemy in one fell swoop. And now, the pool of blood had changed again. But this time, it was different. This time, Lu Ming did not enter that state. The bloodstains did not gush into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's strength did not increase. The bloodstains seemed to have only eliminated the external pressure. Why did the pool of blood was drawn by the barrier? Lu Ming could not figure it out. However, now was not the time to think about this. Getting the demon ancestor blood crystal was more important. Without the pressure, Lu Ming's speed suddenly increased. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed to the treasure box. In just an instant, Lu Ming arrived beside the treasure box. This, Xian, Yin Kong, and the others were stunned. They did not understand why Lu Ming, who looked like he could not bear it, suddenly increased his speed and rushed to the treasure box. The treasure box was half open. A fist-sized gem lay in the treasure box. The gem was blood red, as if it was condensed from blood. It emitted an ancient aura. This was the demon ancestor blood crystal. Lu Ming reached out to open the treasure box. Without any obstruction, he took out the demon ancestor blood crystal from the treasure box. It was unobstructed. Swoosh, after getting the demon ancestor blood crystal, Lu Ming did not stop. He quickly retreated. He retreated for about 100,000 miles, but he was still within the boundary of the barrier. I got it. The demon ancestor blood crystal. It's really the demon ancestor blood crystal. I can feel the blood in my body boiling. How many years has it been? The demon ancestor blood crystal has finally appeared again. Ha ha ha. All the demons around were ecstatic and excited. They finally got the demon ancestor blood crystal. They were saved. All the demons stared at Lu Ming with burning eyes. Only a few people calmed down quickly, such as Xianxia and Ying Kong. They saw that Lu Ming did not immediately walk out of the boundary of the barrier. A strange look flashed in their eyes. Brother Lu Ming, do you have any other conditions? Just say it. Xianxia said. She was unusually intelligent. When she saw that Lu Ming did not immediately walk out of the barrier, she knew that Lu Ming most likely had other conditions. That's right. I do have a condition. When your two races walk out of the dark universe and head to the universe's starry sky, I hope that you will restrain your subordinates and not kill the innocent. Lu Ming said. After all, demons were evil, bloodthirsty, and greedy. Especially those ordinary demons. Once the demons entered the primitive universe, they would be like wild beasts that had escaped from their cages. They would probably hunt the creatures of the primitive universe without restraint. All living beings would become food for the evil demons, plunging them into misery and suffering. Although Lu Ming was not that kind, he did not want to see the entire universe suffer because of him. I can promise you that. Restrain your subordinates. After all, our enemy is only the heavenly human race. Xianxia said. I can also promise you that. Ying Kong nodded. But Brother Lu, after all, there are many demons. It's impossible to completely restrain them. We can only try our best. There will still be some killings. Xianxia said again. As long as you try your best to restrain them. Lu Ming nodded. It was impossible for the demons to enter the universe so peacefully. It would definitely cause a disaster. If he had a choice, Lu Ming did not want to let the demons enter the universe's starry sky. However, he had no other choice but to do so. Swoosh. Lu Ming moved and left the boundary. He came to Xianxia and the others. Who will take care of the ancestral demon blood crystal? Lu Ming asked. We've already discussed it. The two races will take turns to take care of it. However, the most important thing now is to get rid of the ancestral demon worm. Ying Kong, I'll bring the ancestral demon blood crystal back to Purple Eye Demon City. You guys immediately return to Purple Eye Demon City to get rid of the ancestral demon worm. Xianxia said. Alright, let's do that. Ying Kong said. Ying Kong immediately brought all the members of the Silver Wing Clan back to the Silver Wing Clan to gather their people. Meanwhile, Xianxia brought Lu Ming and the others back to Purple Eye Demon City. There was a small lake in the north of Purple Eye Demon City. The lake was not big. It was only about 10 miles wide. The lake water was light red and there were many Purple Eye demons soaking in it. The ancestral demon blood crystals powder was mixed in the lake water. The demons in the lake were using the power of the ancestral demon blood crystals powder to suppress the ancestral demon worm in their bodies. At this moment, the small lake was surrounded by purple-eyed demons. These demons stared at Xian with burning eyes. They had heard that a few humans had helped Xian bring back the ancestral demon blood crystal. They were saved. Under the gazes of countless demons, Xian took out the ancestral demon blood crystal. Is this the ancestral demon blood crystal? It must be. I can sense an ancient and lofty aura from it. It's as if I'm just a speck of dust in front of it. It must be the ancestral demon blood crystal. Many demons were discussing excitedly. Xian carried the ancestral demon blood crystal and stepped into the air. She came to the center of the lake and slowly descended. She and the ancestral demon blood crystal sank into the lake. The moment the ancestral demon blood crystal entered the lake, strands of red energy spread out and fused into the lake. The color of the lake quickly darkened. It was originally light red, but it quickly turned dark red. Soon, all the lake water turned dark red, like blood. At this moment, the demons in the lake suddenly trembled. Their faces revealed complicated expressions of pain and joy. On the shore, all the demons watched nervously. They prayed that it would be useful to destroy the ancestral demon worms. This process lasted for about an hour. After an hour, all the demons in the lake suddenly trembled. Their faces revealed extremely comfortable expressions. Following that, black smoke rose from their bodies. When the black smoke dissipated, all the demons opened their eyes. Ha ha ha, the ancestral demon worms in my body are all gone. Me too. Not a single one of them is left. They're all destroyed. I've recovered. The ancestral demon blood crystal is really useful. The demons in the lake laughed wildly. They were extremely excited. Whoosh, the demons on the shore were also excited. They were wild with joy. They were saved. They were saved. The energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal could indeed completely destroy the ancestral demon worms. Whoosh. Whoosh, the demons in the lake rushed out of the lake and stood high in the sky. Xian also rushed out of the lake with the ancestral demon blood crystal. She carefully observed the ancestral demon blood crystal and found that it had not changed. Its energy was still abundant. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others were overjoyed. If the ancestral demon blood crystal was effective, then they had the power to deal with the heavenly palace. Heaven Destroyer. There was finally some hope. Next batch, enter the lake. Xian's voice sounded. Splash. Splash, several figures dashed into the lake. The lake had a circumference of 10 miles, so it was quite easy for 100,000 demons to enter at once. About 100,000 demons entered the lake. This time, Xian did not put the fiend ancestor blood crystal into the lake because the color of the lake was still very dark. The energy was still abundant. About an hour later, the second batch of 100,000 abyss devils that entered the lake also succeeded. The demon ancestor worms in their bodies were all wiped out. The ancestral demon blood crystals blood demon crystals crystal demon ancestral demon worms. Demon. The ancestral demon worms as demon worms the demons demon crystal demons. The fourth followed, blood ran batch demon blood. After 5 batches, the lake's water finally faded. Xian put the ancestral demon blood crystal back into the lake. Soon, the lake turned dark red again. As one of the 4 great royal races, the purple-eyed demons had a large population. Not to mention the side branches, just the main branch alone numbered in the billions. 100,000 per hour was too slow. It would take a few years to kill 1 billion purple-eyed demons. Not to mention the side branches and the silver-winged demons. It would take too long to eliminate all the ancestral demon worms. However, it was impossible not to eliminate all of them. As time passed, those demons would be completely corroded and controlled by the heavenly palace. That would be even more troublesome. Finally, they decided to find another place to eliminate the ancestral demon worms. They found a large lake. The lake had a radius of 100,000 miles. It was not difficult for billions of demons to enter at once. Xian put the ancestral demon blood crystal into the large lake. The ancestral demon blood crystal immediately emitted strands of red energy. The lake water quickly turned red. In less than a day, the lake water within a radius of 100,000 miles had turned dark red. Xian took out the ancestral demon blood crystal. She found that the ancestral demon blood crystal's energy had only decreased a little. Compared to the vast energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal, it was just a drop in the ocean. Begin. Xian shouted. Swish. Swish, countless demons rushed into the lake. There were countless demons. There were at least billions of them. Billions of demons. It was simply overwhelming. An hour later, the ancestral demon worms and the billions of demons were eliminated by the energy of the ancestral demon blood crystal. There were cheers at the scene. Next was the silver-winged demon race. Yin Kong had already brought all the silver-winged demons here. The silver-winged demons also entered the lake and spent an hour to eliminate the ancestral demon worms in their bodies. Just like that, in just a few days, all the demons under the two great royal races had eliminated the ancestral demon worms. There was still a trace of the ancestral demon blood crystal's energy in their bodies. They were not afraid of the ancestral demon worms in the air. At least in the short term, they would not be corroded by the ancestral demon worms. The two great royal demon races naturally cheered and were wild with joy. They were even more grateful to Lu Ming and the others for being able to bring out the ancestral demon blood crystal. 3 days later, a large number of experts had gathered in the silver-winged demon's demon capital. Xianxia brought a large number of purple-eyed demons experts here. Lu Ming and the others were naturally among them. This was because they were going to set off from here and kill their way into the primitive universe. The reason why they came to the silver-winged demon's demon capital was because the silver-winged demons had a supreme treasure called the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. This supreme treasure required a large number of experts to activate. It was extremely powerful. The most powerful thing was its defensive power. Once activated, its defensive power would be astonishing. They planned to ride the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins and kill their way into the primitive universe. After all, the Heavenly Palace now controlled a large number of experts. There were more than 22,000 Divine Lord Realm experts. The total number of Divine Lord Realm demons that the purple-eyed demons and silver-winged demons could mobilize was only about 5,000. It was far less than the Heavenly Palace. It was very dangerous to rashly kill their way out. They needed a treasure like the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. According to Yin Kong, activating the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins required 120,000 Demon Emperor Realm demons and 3,600 Demon Lord Realm demons. If the two great royal races worked together, they would be able to mobilize these demons. The Demon Emperor Realm was equivalent to the God Emperor Realm. The number of Demon Emperors in this realm was much higher than the Demon Lord Realm. Whether it was God Emperors or Demon Emperors, they were much easier to reach than Divine Lords or Demon Lords. The Divine Lord Realm was a huge hurdle. In the primitive universe, only 1 out of 100 God Emperors could break through to the Divine Lord Realm. A huge metal fortress floated above the silver-winged demonic city. This was the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. Let's go. Let's go. Yin Kong and Xianxia both gave their orders. Immediately, the experts of the two royal demon families flew towards the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. There were a total of 120,000 Demon Emperors and 5,000 Demon Lords. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others naturally followed them into the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. Not long after, the 120,000 Demon Emperors and 3,600 Demon Lords all arrived and began to activate the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. Rumble, the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins roared and flew out, disappearing above the silver-winged demonic city in the blink of an eye. As it flew out, the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins quickly shrank until it was the size of an ordinary room. The speed of the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins was astonishing. Not long after, they flew across the boundless territory and arrived outside Southern Sky City, where the illusory Heavenly Palace cultivated in the dark universe. Of course, there was still some distance between them and the Heavenly Palace did not discover them. Lu Ming, Yin Yi, Xianxia, and the others gathered together to discuss. This is the city built by the Heavenly Palace. Let's charge in and destroy them. That's right. Since the Heavenly Palace does not have a demon lord guarding it, destroying them will be a piece of cake. A few demon experts said. Their eyes were filled with murderous intent and hatred. Those who could speak here were all top experts at the peak of the demon lord level and extremely powerful. I don't think it's appropriate. Lu Ming shook his head. Why is it inappropriate? A burly demon stared at Lu Ming. If not for the fact that Lu Ming had done them a great favor, he would have scolded him. If we attack here, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Palace will quickly receive the news and send experts to surround us. Lu Ming said. We have the Demon Fortress of Yin Ruins. Why should we be afraid of them? This time, we will kill our way into the primitive universe and fight the heavenly palace to the death. A burly demon roared. He looked like he wanted to kill the people from the heavenly palace. Lu Ming shook his head. It looked like most demons weren't good at using their brains. No wonder they had been toyed around by the heavenly human tribe and trapped in the dark universe for their entire lives. We Abyss Devils have always stayed in the dark universe. We're not familiar with the current situation of the primitive universe. However, Lu Ming and the others are much more familiar with it. Let's listen to their opinions. Xianxia waved her hand, indicating for the other demons not to speak and to listen to Lu Ming. We have too few experts in a head-on confrontation, which is extremely disadvantageous for us. We need to maximize our value. As for the city in front of us, there are no experts at all. Even if we destroy it, it won't be a great loss to the heavenly human tribe. It won't affect the heavenly human tribe's overall battle strength at all. Lu Ming said. You're right. In that case, what should we do next? Xianxia nodded and asked. Our biggest advantage now is that the heavenly human tribe doesn't know that you've gotten rid of the demon ancestor worm, so they don't guard against you at all. So, we need to do more things before they find out. It has to be something big, something more valuable than attacking this city. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, please continue. Xianxia said. The other demons also came to their senses and nodded, agreeing that it was indeed so. I know that the heavenly palace has a heavenly prison where many prisoners are kept. Of course, these prisoners refer to the heavenly palace's prisoners. All of them have a deep grudge against the heavenly palace and the heavenly human tribe. There are many experts among them. If we let them out first, it will definitely be a headache for the heavenly palace. It will also definitely be able to reduce the combat strength of the heavenly human tribe. Lu Ming said. Heavenly prison? I see. Alright, then we'll listen to Brother Lu. After we get out, the first thing we'll do is to attack the heavenly prison. Xianxia, Yin Kong, and the others nodded in agreement. I have a spatial treasure that can temporarily hide the demon castle of Yin ruins and take it out quietly. It won't attract the attention of the heavenly palace. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming, Dandan, Xianxia, and the others left the demon castle of Yin ruins. Lu Ming put the demon castle of Yin ruins into the chaos ring. They quietly entered Nantian City and left the dark universe through Nantian City, returning to the primitive universe. After arriving in the primitive universe, Lu Ming took the demon castle of Yin ruins out of the chaos ring. Is this the primitive universe? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to come to the primitive universe in my lifetime. Is this the universe? It's so beautiful. All the Abyss Devils looked at the universe through the demon castle of Yin ruins, including Xianxia. They were stunned for a moment. After a while, they came back to their senses. Lu Ming entered the demon castle of Yin ruins and discussed the next steps with Xianxia and the others. At the same time, Lu Ming pointed in the direction of the heavenly prison. The demon castle of Yin ruins emitted strong ripples as it broke through space and rushed toward the heavenly prison. Each of the 4 heavenly palaces had an entrance to the heavenly prison. Lu Ming didn't know the entrances to the other 3 heavenly palace, but Lu Ming knew the entrance to the heavenly prison in the dreamy heavenly palace. The heavenly prison's entrance wasn't too far from the dark universe's entrance. It didn't take long for them to arrive. At this point, Lu Ming put the demon castle of Yin ruins back into the chaos ring. Only a few of them remained outside. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, Gumo, Wanshen, Xianxia, Yin Kong, and more than a dozen peak demon lords. There are some heavenly humans guarding the entrance. However, there's only one divine lord. The rest are all god emperors. A peak demon lord scanned the area with his spiritual consciousness. The heavenly humans around the heavenly prison's entrance had nowhere to hide. Obviously, there were more experts guarding this place in the past. However, the divine lords had been transferred away recently to attack the Heaven Destroyer. Only one divine lord was left to guard this place. Moreover, he wasn't very strong. Attack. Kill them as fast as you can. Don't alert the others. Xianxia ordered. Whoosh. Whoosh, Lu Ming and the others turned into streaks of light and rushed toward a palace. Especially the dozen peaked demon lords. Their speed was too fast. They rushed into the palace in a few breaths. In the palace, there was only one divine lord and a few dozen god emperors. Facing more than a dozen peaked demon lords, the gap was too big. They couldn't resist at all. They were killed before they could even resist. By the time Lu Ming and the group entered the main hall, the entire main hall had already been taken over. Then, they gathered around the entrance. Dandan, I'll leave the rest to you. Lu Ming said. This was because there was a rune array seal around the entrance. They wanted to open the seal without making a sound. Don't worry. Leave it to me. This array is very simple. It won't take long for it to be broken silently. Dandan grinned and began to break the array. This time, Dandan wasn't bragging. In just a little over an hour, Dandan broke the seal and opened the entrance to the heavenly prison. Next, Xianxia left behind a few peaked demon lord experts to guard the place. If there was anything wrong, they would send a message to them. As for the others, they all followed Lu Ming and the others into the heavenly prison. Heavenly human tribe, you didn't expect me to return to the heavenly prison like this, did you? Lu Ming stood in midair, looking at the vast land of the heavenly prison. His eyes shone brightly. The heavenly prison was still the same as before. The heart flame devil fire would constantly invade one's body, causing one's negative emotions to explode. In the end, the heart demon would erupt and cause one to go completely crazy. This was very similar to the infinite demon soul of the infinite demon abyss. The infinite demon soul could also trigger the negative emotions of living beings, causing their heart demon to erupt. In the end, they would be controlled by the heart demon and fall into madness. However, the heart flame devil fire's power was far inferior to the infinite demon soul. The infinite demon soul could easily affect even peak divine master existences. As for the heart flame devil fire, it had almost no effect on divine master existences. Lu Ming and the others easily blocked the attack of the heart flame devil fire. Let's go. Lu Ming identified the direction and flew in a certain direction. Xianxia, Dandan, Xianxia, and the others followed. There weren't many of them, only a dozen or so. The other abyss devils were in the demon castle of Yin ruins and were placed in the chaos ring by Lu Ming. It was more convenient to move with fewer people. However, after Lu Ming and the rest flew for a distance, they were stopped by someone. 8 figures blocked their path. Hee, unfamiliar faces that I've never seen before. Are you new here? Then become our playthings. One of the elders sneered. These 8 people looked at Lu Ming and the others with eyes full of murderous intent, coldness, anticipation, and viciousness. Their eyes were blood red. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that these people had been attacked by the heart flame devil fire. Their negative emotions had erupted, and the evil side of their hearts had been completely revealed. They would do some perverted things. Why talk so much nonsense with them? This chick is mine. I'll torture her well, ha ha ha. A burly man laughed wildly. His blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Xianxia, filled with greed. He laughed heartily as he charged towards Xianxia. A large hand reached out to grab Xianxia. 8th Great Supreme God Layer, the big man had the strength of the 8th Great Supreme God Layer. He was one of the strongest cultivators in the prison. You're courting death. Dandan sighed. He knew that the burly man was dead meat. Sure enough, when the burly man was about to approach Xianxia, an aura silently spread out from Xianxia's body. The burly man's body suddenly stiffened in the air, his eyes filled with fear. Then, like dust, his body was blown away by the wind and completely turned into ashes. The other 7 people opened their eyes wide. What kind of despicable trick did you use? Shouted the gloomy old man. He was bewildered. Get lost. Shouted Lu Ming. He didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with them. His divine master realm aura burst out and pressed down on them. Plop, plop, the 7 people were pressed down by Lu Ming's aura and fell to the ground like raindrops. It's a divine master, the 7 people screamed in fear. At that moment, the heart flame devil fire seemed to have disappeared. They felt cold all over. There was no ferociousness or murderous intent in their eyes, only fear. There was a divine master realm cultivator among them. Could it be that they weren't imprisoned? Could they be experts from the heavenly palace? Get lost! Shouted Lu Ming coldly. He withdrew his aura. Run! The 7 people felt as if they had been pardoned. They didn't dare to stay any longer. In the blink of an eye, they all fled. Lu Ming didn't kill them because he couldn't be bothered to. They were only affected by the heart flame devil fire. Moreover, if they were released later, they could affect the heavenly palace a little. This was just a small interlude. They continued their journey. After that, they would occasionally encounter those crazy people who would attack them, but they were easily dealt with by them. Those who were completely crazy were easily killed by them. As for those who still had a little bit of intelligence, as long as Lu Ming and the rest released a trace of aura, the other party would flee in horror. Lu Ming and the rest didn't spend too much time before they arrived at the place where the Sky Heart tribe used to live. When Lu Ming arrived, he realized that something was wrong. The place where the Sky Heart tribe lived was much more dilapidated than before. Lu Ming released his spiritual senses and realized that the number of people in the Sky Heart tribe was much less than before. Moreover, many of them seemed to be in bad states. They had been invaded by the Heart Flame Devil fire. Lu Ming immediately determined that the Sky Heart tribe members who were in bad states had been invaded by the Heart Flame Devil fire. They were filled with tyrannical emotions. How could this be? The Sky Heart tribe was able to refine jades of the Heart Flame Devil fire. Back then, Lu Ming had used jades of the heart to resist the invasion of the Heart Flame Devil fire. How could the Sky Heart tribe members who could refine jades of the heart be invaded by the Heart Flame Devil fire? Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He realized that he was familiar with a few people. The clan leader of the Sky Heart tribe, Xianxia. There was also an elder of the Sky Heart tribe, Xianwu. Lu Ming was more familiar with these 2 people back then. They seemed to have gathered to discuss something. Let's go! Lu Ming shouted. In a flash, they disappeared from their original positions. In the next instant, they appeared in front of Xianxia and the rest. Who are you? Xianxia and the rest were shocked. They had not realized that someone was so close to them. Their hair stood on end and they instinctively retreated. Clan leader Xianxia, elder Xianwu, it's me. Lu Ming said. It's you, Mu Yun. Soon, Xinfan and the rest saw Lu Ming clearly and exclaimed in shock. When Lu Ming first entered this place, he had used the name Mu Yun. When they saw that it was Lu Ming, Xianxia and the rest calmed down. Mu Yun, why are you here again? Didn't the people of the heavenly human tribe say that you had escaped? Are you captured again? Xianxia asked in astonishment. Everyone, Mu Yun is actually my alias. My real name is Lu Ming. Lu Ming explained. Lu Ming. Xianxia and the rest nodded. They were not too surprised. It was normal to use an alias when roaming the outside world. There was nothing to be surprised about. I wasn't captured. I barged in on my own accord. Lu Ming said. What? Xianxia and the rest were dumbfounded. Someone had barged into the heavenly prison on his own accord. Wasn't he walking right into a trap? They could not figure it out. Everyone, what's going on with the Sky Heart tribe? Also, all of you seem to have been invaded by the Heart Flame Demon fire. Lu Ming said. He realized that Xianxia, Xianwu, and the rest seemed to have been invaded by the Heart Flame Demon fire. They were not in the right state. It was just that their cultivation base was high enough to suppress it. End of chapter. Sigh, we have to start from when Lu Ming left. Xianxia sighed and continued to explain. It turned out that not long after Lu Ming and the 3rd demon sword had escaped, the heavenly human tribe had arrived and pinned the blame of Lu Ming and the 3rd demon sword's escape on the Sky Heart tribe. They had killed many members of the Sky Heart tribe. In the end, they discovered the secret of the Jades of Heart and took away all the Jades of Heart. They also ordered the Sky Heart tribe not to refine any more Jades of Heart. The heavenly human tribe would send people to investigate every once in a while. If they found that the Sky Heart tribe continued to refine Jades of Heart, they would kill some of the Sky Heart tribe members as punishment. The Sky Heart tribe had no choice but to do as they were told. All these years, many of the Sky Heart tribe members were tortured by the Heart Flame Demon Fire. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. It seemed like the Sky Heart tribe was implicated. However, he would save the Sky Heart tribe members this time to repay their kindness. Xian Fan, I promised you that I would save all of you if I had the chance. This time, I am here to bring all of you out. Lu Ming said. Bring us out? Xian Fan, Xian Wu Wu, and the others were stunned. Lu Ming could bring them out. There were many powerful figures guarding the vicinity of the prison. There were quite a number of Almighty Realm experts. Would Lu Ming be able to bring them out? There is a huge change in the chaotic universe. There are no experts from the Heavenly Palace around the Heavenly Prison. Don't worry, we can enter and leave easily. Lu Ming said. Xian Fan and the others were still skeptical. They looked at Xian and the others. Although Xian and the others were evil demons, they looked no different from humans. Moreover, they kept their evil demon wings. Their cultivation was much higher than Xian Fan and the others. Therefore, Xian Fan and the others did not recognize Xian and the others as evil demons. Don't you want to get out? Xian said as a powerful aura emanated from her body. Almighty! Xian Fan and the others were shocked. They did not expect Xian to be almighty at such a young age. This time, Lu Ming actually brought a divine master powerhouse in. Could he really bring them out? Their eyes were filled with hope and a hint of excitement. Clan leader Xian Fan, I'll have to trouble you to quickly gather all the Skyheart clansmen. Also, send someone to spread the news in the Heavenly Prison. Tell them that they can leave the Heavenly Prison and ask everyone to wait at the exit, Lu Ming said. Good, good. Xian Fan nodded repeatedly. Then, he instructed an elder to carry out the task. This was their only chance to escape, so they had to take the risk. Clan leader Xian Fan, I'm going to another prison. There are more experts locked up there. I want to save them all. Lu Ming said. Alright, let's go. Elder Xian Fan and the others led Lu Ming to the entrance of another prison. Back then, this place had been sealed by chains formed by the power of void. Back then, it had taken Lu Ming many years to break the seal. But now, this place was sealed again. It was still the enormous chains, still the power of void destruction. The difference was that the number of chains had increased from 49 to 81. After you left, the experts of the Heavenly Human Tribe came and sealed this place again. I'm afraid it will take a long time to break it. Clan leader Xian Fan sighed. Back then, Lu Ming took 490 years to break the 49 chains. Now that there were 81 chains, how long would it take? They were a little worried. They were afraid that they would not be able to leave if they delayed too long. Don't worry, it won't take too long. Lu Ming stepped out and walked towards the chains. As he did so, Lu Ming released his aura. Boom, the void was shrouded by Lu Ming's aura. Xian Fan, Xian Wu, and the others almost fell to their knees. Their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with shock. They exclaimed, Divine Master, it's the Divine Master. Gosh, he's definitely not an ordinary Divine Master. I've felt this aura before. He's an advanced Divine Master. Xian Fan and the others were shocked beyond words. Their hearts were in turmoil and they could not calm down. How many years had it been? How many years had it been, Lu Ming had reached such a cultivation level? How did he cultivate? Was he still human? Lu Ming took a step forward and his body grew rapidly. Soon, he had turned into a huge figure. With a palm strike, forbidden energy surged out and rushed towards the chains. Lu Ming's current cultivation was many times more powerful than it had been in the past. When the chains formed by the void energy came into contact with the forbidden energy, they melted like snow meeting fire. In just a few breaths' time, the chains were refined. In the past, Lu Ming needed 10 years. Now, he only needed a few breaths' time. The main reason was that Lu Ming's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming did not stop. Both of his palms struck out continuously. A vast taboo force gushed out continuously, refining the nihility chains continuously. In just a few minutes, all 81 chains had been refined. The entrance to the other great prison was revealed. Let's go. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Dandan, Xian, and the others rushed into the entrance and disappeared. Let's go and take a look. Xian Fan and the others gritted their teeth and followed. The other great prison did not seem to have changed much. In the vast universe, there were many huge corpses floating in the air. These corpses were mostly the corpses of divine masters. There were all kinds of races. There were corpses of the dragon race, phoenix race, sky heart race, heaven and earth race, primordial divine spirit race. Many races, had once been incomparably glorious in history, but now, they had all disappeared. Our divine masters, clan leader Xian Fan and the others looked distressed. Clan leader Xian Fan, how many divine masters did the sky heart race have in total? Lu Ming asked. When we were at our peak, we had close to 200 divine masters. However, when we were attacked by the heavenly human race, many of them died in battle. However, there are still more than 100 left. Clan leader Xian Fan said. However, there are only a dozen corpses of divine masters in the sky heart race, Lu Ming said. Young friend Lu Ming, are you saying that there might still be divine masters alive in our race? Xian Fan and the others' eyes lit up. It's just a guess. I can't guarantee it. Lu Ming said. This was something that he had already suspected before. Although there were many corpses floating in the great prison, there were only a dozen corpses of divine masters in the sky heart race. The sky heart race used to be one of the top 10 races. Naturally, they had more than a dozen divine masters. Where were the other divine masters? Were they all turned into ashes? After that, Lu Ming and the others searched carefully. As for the divine master corpses, Lu Ming did not plan to take them away. The main reason was that many of the divine master corpses were too big. For example, the corpses of some primordial gods were as big as planets. Although Lu Ming's primordial ring was not small, it could not take away so many corpses. He might as well leave them here. However, Lu Ming put away some broken divine weapons. Of course, most of these broken divine weapons were primary-grade divine weapons. It was almost impossible for them to be broken source-grade divine weapons because the heavenly human race would not leave them here. After circling around, they arrived at the region of black holes. There were some black holes in the universe here. Back then, the third demon sword had been imprisoned in a black hole. Those who could be imprisoned in a black hole were definitely experts. There's a sealing power. Has it sealed itself? Lu Ming and the others passed by a black hole. From afar, they could see a stone coffin in the center of the black hole. There were some runes and formations on the coffin. They guessed that there was very likely an origin realm existence in the coffin, but it had sealed itself because of the origin tribulation. Then, they circled around again. There were many black holes here, but only a few of them seemed to have life inside. Most of the black holes might have things like stone coffins, but they might also be empty. This was because the power of the black holes was very shocking. Even divine masters would find it difficult to cross and would be torn apart. Even Lu Ming and the others found it difficult to enter with their current strength. Even if they forced their way in, it would be difficult for them to come out. Back then, Lu Ming had only been able to enter and leave because of the third demon sword. These black holes are very likely to imprison origin realm existences. Xian sighed. Lu Ming also sighed inside. He estimated that there were more than a dozen origin realm experts imprisoned in these black holes. Unfortunately, it was the origin tribulation now. Even if those origin realm experts did not die, they had used their remaining power to seal themselves. If it were in the past, they could think of a way to save these people. There doesn't seem to be any divine masters in this prison. There's nothing other than corpses. Xianxia frowned. Maybe there are other prisons. Lu Ming said. This was because something wasn't right. Could it be that the celestial race had killed all of the divine master realm existences? According to the celestial human tribe's way of doing things, this shouldn't be the case. Perhaps there was a heavenly prison that was specially used to imprison divine masters. Perhaps these heavenly prisons were all connected. Let's look around carefully. Lu Ming said. Everyone continued to search, not missing a single inch. Just like that, they searched for a few days and finally found something. Dandan discovered an anomaly in a certain area. It seemed to be the fluctuation of an array formation. Dandan used his technique, and as expected, a huge vortex appeared in the air. The vortex was sealed by chains. It was still a chain formed from the power of void. The eyes of Lu Ming and the others lit up. It was very likely that this was the passageway that led to another prison. Previously, it had been concealed by a concealment formation. If it weren't for Dandan's proficiency in formations, it wouldn't have been easy to find. Then, Lu Ming took action and used his forbidden power to break the void destruction chains. Then, they entered the vortex. Through the vortex, they entered an unfamiliar world. There was no heart flame demonic fire in this place. It was just that the divine chi of heaven and earth was somewhat dry. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate place. "Look, there's a tower over there," Dandan shouted. The others also saw a tower in the distance. It was at least 100 zhang tall. "Let's go take a look," Lu Ming said. Everyone flew toward the tower. As they got closer, everyone was shocked. It was a metal tower. The interior of the tower was hollow, and a figure could be seen floating in midair. His body was bound by metal chains, and the other end of the metal chains was connected to the metal tower. The bottom of the metal tower was hollow. It was a bottomless cave. There was a kind of flame constantly rushing out from the bottom, covering the figure in the metal tower. Heart flame demonic fire. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the flame rushing out from the bottom of the metal tower was heart flame demonic fire. It was just that the density of the heart flame demonic fire was many times denser than the heavenly prison of the sky heart race. Since the heart flame demonic fire was so many times denser, its might would definitely be much stronger as well. Even divine lords would find it hard to resist. As though sensing Lu Ming and the others, the figure in the metal tower opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, filled with violent emotions as he struggled madly. Clang, 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 those chains vibrated unceasingly, letting out clanging sounds. "Bastard of the heavenly palace, kill me if you can, kill me if you can, despicable and shameless bastard," the figure in the metal tower roared in anger. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he was so angry that he was about to go crazy. This was a middle-aged man. What shocked Lu Ming was that this man was from one of the top 10 races, the Battle Saint tribe. Didn't the Battle Saint tribe submit to the heavenly human race? The heavenly palace actually imprisoned an expert from the Battle Saint tribe here. Clearly, the heavenly human race imprisoned this man in the metal tower, making him suffer the torture of the heart flame demonic fire. Such methods were truly ruthless. "We aren't people from the heavenly palace," Lu Ming spoke. "Bullshit, don't think that you can lie to me. The heavenly jade butterfly has already been taken away by you guys. How long do you guys want to imprison me for? If you have the capabilities, just kill me. Kill me." The muscular man from the Battle Saint tribe held unceasingly. Clearly, he was suffering endless torture here and wanted to die. "I've already said that we aren't people from the heavenly palace. We are from the Heaven Destroyer." As he spoke, Lu Ming took out his battle god spear and swept it out, aiming for the metal tower. Boom, the battle god spear slammed into the metal tower, causing it to directly explode. Many of the chains that were wrapped around the burly man's body also exploded. Boom, the moment the chains shattered, the muscular man from the Battle Saint tribe was like a ferocious tiger that was released from its cage. A powerful aura erupted forth as his body swelled up. Violent energy gushed forth from him, shattering the remaining chains that coiled around him. Swish, the muscular man soared into the air and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. "Whether you guys are from the heavenly palace or not, I will know after I personally capture you and perform a soul search on you," the muscular man coldly spoke. Clearly, he was greatly affected by the devil fire and was filled with tyrannical emotions. The moment he was released, he wanted to kill crazily to vent his emotions. Divine Lord Realm, and a peak-level Divine Lord Realm expert at that. Lu Ming wasn't shocked. Instead, he felt joy. Judging from the aura the muscular man exuded, he was actually a peak-level Divine Lord Realm expert. In that case, this place was indeed a prison used to imprison Divine Lords. Leave it to me. Bone Demon spoke. His figure shot out like a bolt of lightning as he blasted out with his palm, colliding with the muscular man's attack. Bang! How could the muscular man be a match for Bone Demon? With just a single strike, the muscular man's body trembled violently as he retreated explosively, coughing out blood. Bone Demon's combat prowess was equivalent to the strongest Lord of Heaven. Since the muscular man was trapped here, his combat prowess wasn't at his peak at all. The disparity between him and Bone Demon was too great. After Gumo injured his opponent, he didn't stop and continued to attack. With a swipe of his bone claws, they expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire space as he grabbed at the expert from the Battle Saint tribe. Roar! His opponent roared in rage and did his best to defend. However, it was useless. The disparity was too great. Also, Gumo's body was incomparably tough. No matter how his opponent attacked, it was useless. At the next instant, his opponent was grabbed by Gumo's bone claws. Crackling sounds rang out from his body as it was unknown how many of his bones were broken. After that, Gumo smashed his opponent onto the ground, causing him to be unable to attack for a period of time. After being beaten up by Gumo, his opponent seemed to have regained some clarity. Wait a minute, are you guys really not from the Heavenly Palace? The expert from the Battle Saint tribe shouted. Nonsense. If we are from the Heavenly Palace, why would we release you? Since you are so arrogant, you would already be dead. Also, don't compare us to those bastards from the Heavenly Palace. Bah, those bastards. Dandan coldly snorted, his face filled with disdain. The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe flashed. Actually, he was already somewhat convinced. There was no way the people from the Heavenly Palace would break the metal tower to release him. However, if these people weren't from the Heavenly Palace, how did they enter? Hence, he directly asked, since you guys aren't from the Heavenly Palace, how did you guys enter this place? Right now, a great change has occurred in the universe. The celestial race, the demons, and the Heaven Destroyer are all fighting against each other. The heavenly prison became empty and hence, we came in. Oh right, we are from the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming spoke. You guys are from the Heaven Destroyer? Wait a minute, you guys came in from the outside. Doesn't that mean that you guys can break out from the inside? The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe brightened. He had been imprisoned here for several stellar years. Now that there was a chance, he naturally wanted to break out. Of course we can. We have already passed through 2 heavenly prisons and connected them. Oh right, is this the place where godlords are imprisoned? Lu Ming asked. That's right. This is the heavenly prison for divine lords. The Heavenly Palace imprisons all the divine lords who haven't died yet. Each divine lord is locked up in a metal tower and tortured by the heart flame demon fire. If they can't take it anymore and fall into madness, they'll become puppets of the heavenly human race and be controlled by them. An expert from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. What? Lu Ming's pupils constricted slightly. It seemed that the use of the heart flame devil fire had exceeded his imagination. He had previously thought that some people would surrender to the celestial tribe on their own accord because they couldn't withstand the torment of the heart flame demonic fire. Meanwhile, those who had completely sunk into madness would eventually die of madness. It seemed that he had still underestimated the heavenly human tribe. The celestial race actually had a way to control those who had completely fallen into madness and turn them into their puppets. Since you are from the Battle Saint tribe and the Battle Saint tribe isn't a lackey of the celestial race? Oh, a subordinate? Why were you captured? Dandan asked. This is how despicable and shameless the celestial race is. The eyes of the expert from the Battle Saint tribe flashed with bone-deep hatred. Once, me and a few of my tribesmen obtained a supreme treasure called the Heavenly Jade Plate in a ruin in the universe. Who would have thought that the celestial race would find out about it and ambushed us along the way? 2 of my tribesmen died while I was captured by the celestial race. The Heavenly Jade Plate was taken away and I was imprisoned here, being tortured. Right now, my tribesmen have no idea that I was imprisoned here. They might think that I died in the ruins of the universe. I will definitely take revenge for this, the expert from the Battle Saint tribe roared in rage. At the same time, he gave a simple explanation of his origins. This person was called Battle God Wuji and was a peak expert of the Battle Saint tribe. At the same time, he was also a peak-level monstrous genius. In the future, he would definitely be able to break through to the Origin Realm. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the others glanced at each other as joy flashed in their eyes. If they released this person and he returned to the Battle Saint tribe, he might cause a great impact to the Battle Saint tribe. If the Battle Saint tribe was extremely dissatisfied with the celestial race because of this, that would be for the best. There's no time to lose. Let's move out immediately and release the other deity lords. Lu Ming spoke. I will go with you guys. Battle God Wuji spoke. Lu Ming nodded. They didn't delay and flew forward. Not long after, they discovered another metal pagoda. Within the metal pagoda, there was another deity lord imprisoned. This deity lord was actually a deity lord from the Heaven and Earth race. The Heaven and Earth race was one of the top 10 races in the past, but they were destroyed by the celestial race. The remaining members of their race were all trapped in the Heaven Destroyer. They didn't expect that there would still be someone who wasn't dead and was imprisoned here by the celestial race. This was normal. Although the lifespan of a deity lord couldn't be compared to an Origin Realm expert who could live as long as the universe, the lifespan of a deity lord was extremely long. It wasn't a problem for them to live for hundreds of years or even longer. For example, the primordial god race had a deity lord who had survived from the incipient god era until now. Therefore, although the Heaven and Earth race had been destroyed for a very long time, it was normal for their deity lord to be able to survive until now. Boom! Lu Ming smashed the metal pagoda with a single move, saving the deity lord from the Heaven and Earth race. If you want to leave this place, go to the exit. Lu Ming didn't waste any more words. He pointed out the direction of the exit and they left in a flash. Although the deity lord was tortured severely by the heart flame devil fire and his eyes were filled with malevolence and madness, he hadn't completely lost his mind. He still retained a trace of consciousness. With the cultivation of a deity lord, once he escaped from the heart flame devil fire, it was still possible for him to suppress the negative emotions in his heart and slowly recover. True enough, after Lu Ming and the others left, the powerhouses of the Heaven and Earth clan managed to recover and dashed toward the exit. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others saw the third metal pagoda. It's a deity lord of my race. Xian Wu clan leader suddenly shouted, extremely agitated. The person imprisoned in the metal pagoda was a deity lord of the Heaven's Heart race. As expected, not all of the deity lords of the Heaven's Heart race had died. Some of them were still alive, but they were imprisoned here. Boom! This time, Xianxia took action. He took out the primordial god weapon and smashed the metal pagoda, freeing the deity lord of the Heaven's Heart race. The souls of the Heaven's Heart race were extremely powerful to begin with. They were also extremely strong against the heart flame devil fire. After escaping from the heart flame devil fire, they quickly regained their consciousness. They were naturally overjoyed when they saw Xian Wu and the others. At the same time, they were informed that there were at least a few dozen deity lords of the Heaven's Heart race that were still alive. This made Xian Wu and the others even more overjoyed. They continued to set off. The metal pagoda was discovered one by one. A deity lord was imprisoned in most of the metal pagoda. They were very direct. They smashed the metal pagoda and told the deity lord that he could leave. They pointed out the direction of the exit and left immediately. End of chapter 47-41. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.